Look over there, that beggar does not seem to know why he is calmly sitting in the middle of the road, making the people passing through the city unable to hide their curiosity. On top of that, he mutters a few meaningless words, looking no different from a senile old man. Everyone thinks that although his appearance is pleasant, there is something wrong with his head. He simply sits there quietly, letting his gaze drift over the peaceful scenery of the city. Yet behind that foolish appearance is a man who once rampaged across the world, fearing no one. In his hand at that time was a sword still reeking of blood, and in just one battle, he flattened everything before his eyes. Those who dared to oppose him were wiped out without a single one left alive. He even laughed arrogantly at the entire world. Because of that, he was given the title Absolute Wraith, the cruelest man in humanity, a name that transcended all borders and ages, symbolizing the strongest of his era. After dealing with a few arrogant fools who dared to provoke him, a sudden surge of ice magic blocked his path. The person facing him clicked his tongue softly in challenge. That sound forced Absolute Wraith to shift his gaze. The 8 immortals, who called themselves Guardians of Justice, descended to pass judgment on him. They declared that he must immediately receive punishment. They were astonished that no one among humanity could stop him. Therefore, they personally descended to the mortal world on behalf of mankind to deal with Absolute Wraith. Facing dozens of immortals, he remained calm without the slightest wavering, no matter how they exhausted themselves casting spells upon his body. In the end, they sealed him at the bottom of Daunting Lake. 1,000 years passed since the day he was frozen and imprisoned by the 8 immortals. He never thought he would be betrayed from behind by those wine-loving immortals of the heavens. He then told himself it was all because he had not been strong enough at that time. When the seal was finally broken, everyone he had once known had already turned to dust. For aside from him, no human could live through an entire millennium. Absolute Wraith simply kept walking without any destination, drifted like clouds and wind, trying to wear away the rest of his life, as if his soul were still bound by the shadows of the past. Perhaps the long years of imprisonment had changed his temperament, yet his fate eventually turned in another direction. From the moment he met that dying little girl, standing before such a fragile life, he was so curious that his eyes could not leave her. He even softened and crouched down to check her pulse to see her condition. The little girl dreamily opened her eyes. His heart suddenly stalled for a brief moment, because that face looked exactly like someone he once knew. A sense of guilt rose within him, and he decided to treat and save the little girl. Absolute Wraith realized she was not ill. She had only fainted from hunger. While searching, he discovered a few medicinal pills he had stored for 1,000 years without ever using. He thought to himself, at worst, a stomachache is better than dying here. The thought had just flashed through his mind when he stuffed a pill into the little girl's mouth. After that, he immediately turned and left. Before she could wake up and cling to him, the sky was high and crystal clear. Dry branches stretched upward as if touching the heavens. Jan was dozing beneath a great tree. Suddenly, a faint sound made him open his eyes. In front of him was a warm bun being held out. He silently looked at the little girl and the bun in her hand. Hoasomi lifted her sparkling eyes, full of expectation, toward him. Jan slightly frowned and indifferently asked, "What is that?" The little girl silently looked at him, then smiled brightly and replied, "Mantu." He stared at her intently while her eyes remained wide. "I am not asking what it is. I am asking why you are giving it to me." Hoasomi did not answer. She only smiled radiantly and held the bun out to him. He silently pondered, could it be that she wanted to repay him? The little girl's smile was as warm as the morning sun, both hands still holding the bun before him. He turned away coldly and said, "I do not eat," then thought to himself that this child was truly strange, not afraid of him nor resentful. The next day he still sat in the same place under the tree, and Hoasomi ran over again to give him a bun. Then on the following day, the little girl even sat on his lap, sharing the delicious bun together. Just like that, half a month passed. Every day she brought food, sat beside him, and he silently ate what she gave. Perhaps after 1,000 years of battles amid countless horrors, that innocent smile had become unfamiliar to him. Unfamiliar, yet not something he disliked. The scene shifted to a small street. That place was extremely crowded and noisy. A rude man shouted loudly, "Hey, brat." That sound immediately drew his attention as he stepped in. The scolding grew harsher. "How dare you steal from me? How many times have you repeated this? Today I will teach you a lesson." The curious crowd gathered around, and he also stood watching, the man yelling that the girl had stolen from him many times. "What are you going to do?" The little girl hugged her head and trembled. "I am sorry." The shout continued to ring out harshly. "How dare you take from a good man like me? You must repay it." He lowered his eyes to observe. silently pushing through the crowd to come closer. A child like you dares to steal. As if realizing something, he slightly frowned. So the things she gave me were all stolen food. When the man was about to strike, he quickly stepped in to stop him. A thief like you must be taught a lesson. Call your parents here. A surge of pain struck, causing the man's face to turn pale. The fault lies with me. The little girl had already fainted on the cold ground. The man screamed in pain, while he left with a heavy heart. How irritating. For half a month I lived on the food she brought. He walked quickly and wondered where she had gotten them. He recalled each bun the little girl had handed him every day. He had simply eaten to survive, never expecting that she had paid for it all with beatings. Dashed forward like the wind, grinding his teeth in anger. I hate this feeling, I hate everything. Why does my heart feel so heavy? Lost in his steps, he did not realize when he had wandered into the forest. Damn it, unconsciously I walked all the way out here. Looking at the scene before him, he was stunned to realize this place was. Before that majestic natural landscape lay the darkest place of his life. Prison that once held me for 1,000 years. Daunting lake. He stood by the edge of the lake, feeling the wind brush past. To think that a man once called the martial god, like me, had slept at the bottom of that desolate place. He gently closed his eyes and sighed. I no longer have any connection to Daunting Lake. I just turned to leave when Hoasomi suddenly poked her head out from behind a bush. I found you, the little girl said shyly, her body covered in dirty wounds and scratches. He frowned in confusion. I only helped her once. Why does she keep clinging to me like this? Put on an arrogant air and asked, why have you come looking for me? Hoasomi hesitated slightly and stammered, ah. The girl ran over and hugged his leg tightly, pleading, I do not want to be alone anymore. Please do not leave me behind. He silently looked at the little girl. I have already chosen a life of solitude. Even another 1,000 years would be the same. Around them, there was nothing but desolate mountains and forests. Glanced down and asked, what is your name? The little girl quickly replied, Flower Hoasomi. Gently patted her head. If everything she endured was arranged by fate, then what about this child? He silently accepted her presence. Very well, I am Jiang Hyun. Follow me. In the wild forest, the flickering firelight illuminated Hyun holding the little girl in his arms. Sitting by the fire, Hoasomi slept soundly in his embrace. I told her to follow me, yet I do not even have a place to stay. Lowered his gaze to the little girl, I suppose. He sighed, holding the sleeping child and thinking, I must build a home. When I was young, I always dreamed of living peacefully in a house. Could it be that the dream has now come true? Sunlight gradually rose higher. The little girl rubbed her eyes awake, staring blankly at the house and the man before her, not understanding what was happening. His familiar voice sounded, you are awake. Little girl turned around asking, my lord has a house here, is that true? He continued repairing the house as he replied, was there none yesterday? It has been here since yesterday. I merely fixed it because it was too old and worn out. The little girl shook her head. No, yesterday there was definitely none. He looked at her and stated firmly, it was already here yesterday. Just those words were enough for the little girl to believe. He spoke so confidently. Perhaps I truly remembered wrong. Has no reason to deceive me. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at the new house. Its rare red clay walls could not possibly have appeared overnight. He was overjoyed. The house was as spacious as an entire garden. He smiled proudly. I am glad you like it. I put quite a bit of effort into it. The little girl tilted her head and asked, built it? He hurriedly corrected himself. No, I mean I only repaired it. The little girl said admiringly that he was so cool. He softly sighed. She is still just a child. Hearing her say there was no fence, his brows slightly furrowed. The little girl sang and ran about, unaware that someone was silently displeased. Perhaps that was why this place had once been abandoned. Next day, a garden faintly appeared behind a veil of mist. The little girl both delighted and suspicious. There was none yesterday, and now there is. When she curiously played with the water by the lake, suddenly another new pond appeared behind her. He silently watched the little girl. Looking at that innocent face, he could not help but smile. There is still much to do. I will gradually complete the yard and the interior. Wanted to take care of everything for the little girl and never let her go hungry again. I will go hunting. Thinking so, he laughed to himself. Such a busy life is not bad at all. The call of my lord pulled him out of his thoughts. He reached out and covered the little girl's mouth. Do not say it anymore. The little girl swung her legs and called my lord. What are you doing? He answered briefly, making a bathing barrel. That is right, the body must be washed clean. Hearing about bathing, the little girl tried to slip away but was held back. Stand still. I sold pigs and some wood to buy new clothes. If you want to wear new clothes, you must be clean first. The little girl pouted. It is fine even without bathing. He sternly lifted her up. It may be fine for me, but not for you. The little girl struggled. No, I am already clean. I do not need a bath. He looked at the child, submerged in soap bubbles with confusion. How long have you been bathing? And you are still like this? The little girl replied helplessly, I do not know. After finishing the bath, the little girl was completely clean. He nodded in satisfaction. Now you finally look presentable. Do the clothes fit? Little girl was overjoyed with the new clothes. I have never worn this kind before. Seeing her radiant smile, he felt happy as well. Luckily they fit. I was afraid they would be tight. You look very nice. She smiled brightly. Even if they did not fit, it would not matter. It is still better than wearing rags and going hungry. She kept thanking him. Just being by your side is enough for me. He patted her head. Your words are too mature for your age. He smiled and said, how wonderful it would be if we could always live peacefully like this. He believed he could make that come true. The image of the two of them in the house made his heart feel lighter. But no one knew that two men were secretly watching them. Rumors spread in the capital. It is said that a new mansion has risen near Dongting Lake. What nonsense is that? Just last week I was selling goods and saw nothing there. That is exactly why it is strange. Stop getting drunk in broad daylight. Elsewhere, someone asked whether that rumor was true. A subordinate replied, I have not seen it with my own eyes, but the rumor is indeed spreading. Honggun sneered, building a mansion in a few days. Surely it is just fabrication. I will stop by to see while I take a stroll. The scene shifted to late at night. He led several guards holding lanterns behind him. They whispered the governor has not looked well lately. It is because a band of robbers is rampaging throughout the Hunan region. Even the royal family has been disturbed. The governor must be very worried. Such a serious matter, and no one has dealt with it. It is all because of Jiangbich-san. Jiangbich-san is the leader of the bandits. His martial arts are top tier. Even assassins hesitate to touch him. He rides horses superbly. Even when pursued by excellent cavalry, he can still escape. After receiving the severed heads of his relatives, he bore hatred and became brutally uncontrollable. But sooner or later, the court will eliminate him. Hopefully so. Honggun said in a low voice, it truly is a turbulent year. Suddenly his gaze froze. Before the hazy mist in the distance, house appeared within the mist like an illusion. Look there, am I seeing things? No, sir. There truly is a mansion there. Guards suddenly dropped to their knees. Adida Fat, please forgive our sins. Soldier fearfully gaped. There cannot be ghosts, Honggun calmly said. Do not worry, let us go in and see. But before stepping toward the door, something invisible blocked him. Sensing the disturbance, he immediately spun around. Hyun looked straight into the other man's eyes and spoke in a cold voice. I do not recall inviting any guests here. Hong Quan felt a flicker of unease at the killing intent in that gaze, then asked, are you the master of this mansion? He gave a slight nod. That is right, and who are you? He immediately introduced himself. I am the governor of Yuyang, Hong Quan Trang, an official of the court. Do not think I am easily intimidated. After hearing that, he calmly replied, I am Hyun. He pointed toward the house and continued, so this mansion was built by you. Casually rubbed his head and answered, I am not drunk. I only repaired it from an abandoned house. He instantly flared up in anger. Are you joking? This is land of the court. No one is allowed to build or reside here without permission. Do not say you are unaware of that. Hyun asked in return, so you are not granting permission now. As he finished speaking, he tossed the carcass of the hunted beast down at his feet, causing Hong Quan to freeze for a moment. He said briefly, close your eyes. Hong Quan instinctively shut his eyes as well. But then out of anger, he shouted loudly, seize him for me. Hyun showed no fear. He only wondered whether he should wait a little to avoid trouble. After all, Somi was sleeping. In the end, he still followed along, while Hong Quan strutted arrogantly. Today you have offended the wrong person. I will not let this go easily. Prepare yourself. Daring to lay a hand on a governor like me. Do not expect to get away with merely being drowned. You had better worry about your life. But when he met Hyun's gaze, he instinctively faltered. That look was truly terrifying. Must handle this quickly and return to rest. After walking some distance, Hyun suddenly halted. The soldier beside him asked irritably, why did you stop? Do not tell me you intend to oppose the court. Suddenly, he collapsed unconscious in the middle of the road. Hong Quan spun around. What is going on? Who made a move? Immediately, countless arrows rained down, causing heavy casualties among the soldiers. Each man struck by arrows spat blood and fell. Only Hong Quan and Wu Haiyan remained standing. What is happening? Trembled and shouted, who is there? From afar, a loud voice called out, Hong Quan Trang. Both of them immediately looked toward that direction. You have guts, daring to swagger outside like this. Hong Quan gradually recognized the other man. You are Jiang Bitch-san. That man let out a cold laugh. Today is your death anniversary. Hong Quan Trang. The young man turned pale with fear. Damn it, this is over. It had been more than half a year since his family was slaughtered. Did not expect that man to choose this moment to strike. Amid the tense situation, Hyun remained indifferent, thinking about the sleeping child and the overly noisy crowd. Hong Quan realized this man would not be of help. In his hand, there was only a single sword. Alone, I cannot confront the entire crowd with only this. Moreover, they are an elite band led by Jiang Bitch-san. The subordinates shouted, "Boss, kill them, avenge the madam." They rushed forward and grabbed Hong Quan by the collar. "Boss will chop off his limbs and feed them to the dogs." Begged in terror, "Please spare me." That man did not hesitate to punch him hard in the stomach. I have waited a long time to hear this plea, and today I finally do. There will be no day more satisfying than today. I want to engrave that panicked expression in my memory forever. But unfortunately, it cannot last long. Grabbed Hong Quan hair. "Today is your funeral day." Hong Quan was so frightened he could not speak. That man threw him to his subordinates to drag away. "Let him taste hell, yes, boss." Hong Quan cried out, "Save me. I will do anything. Please save me." One man pointed at Heon and asked, "Boss, what about him?" That man fell silent in thought. His gaze stopped at the rope binding Heon's hands. "I understand now. That man personally cut the rope for him. Consider yourself lucky. If not for us, you would have been in serious trouble. You are quite fortunate, young man." Even after being untied, Wu Haiyan remained standing still. Meanwhile, Hong Quan continued to beg, "Save me. I promise to do anything." Heon wavered slightly, casually teased, "Even without hair, you are still noisy. Wait a moment." That man asked irritably, "Are you speaking to me?" He nodded, "That is right. I am asking how you intend to deal with him." That man replied coldly, "I will kill him the same way he killed my family." Heon said slowly, "Looking at you, I can tell you have killed quite a few people, perhaps even more than him. So in essence, this official is merely avenging other victims. Is that not so?" Subordinates grew angry. "Is this man insane?" But that man raised a hand to signal them to stop. That man gave a faint smile. "So you wish to save him?" Seeing Hong Quan's miserable state, he began calculating. About 50 men surrounded them. He spoke up, "Officer, you want to live. If you want to live, then promise one thing. Never set foot near my estate again." Crowd immediately erupted in anger. What nonsense is this madman spouting? He has lost his mind. Hong Quan thought to himself, "Estate? Does he mean that house?" Yan repeated, "This offer is not bad." Hong Quan hurriedly replied, "If you save me, I will agree." But before he could finish, a subordinate kicked him hard. "Shut your mouth." Yan warned, "I have said it already. Step back if you do not wish to be injured." The others were furious. "What did you say?" Veins bulged across their foreheads. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The scar-faced man roared and swung his sword at him. But with only a single move, he was instantly struck down by Heon at the edge of the stream. Seeing him foaming at the mouth and lying motionless, the crowd rushed forward in panic, calling, "Jiang Yu." Honggun widened his eyes in shock, nearly collapsing as he could not believe what he had just seen. The crowd trembled. What kind of madness is this? Jiang Yu is one of the 3 strongest experts on our side. Even he had to admit, "I could not even see how he moved. How could someone like that allow himself to be tied up and surrender? That brat is likely even above me. Right now he is alone, while we outnumber him. I have faced many opponents stronger than myself before. Standing before such a terrifying opponent." That man broke out in a cold sweat. "It is best to take him down immediately." With that thought, he gave the order, "Kill him." The crowd instantly surrounded Heon. Yang Bitch-san confidently thought that a single strike would be enough to end it. That man roared loudly, "Attack." They all leaped up and lunged at him at once. In that instant, a thought flashed through Heon's mind. His eyes turned icy. Should I slaughter them all? Taking lives required no effort. One move would be enough to send them all off. The thought of seeing blood again made him uncomfortable and hesitant. After that thought, he gently closed his eyes for a brief moment. And suddenly, he grabbed one man by the throat and split him in 2 in an instant. Jiang Bitch-san was horrified. He had not even blinked. How could this be possible? After letting the sword drop, Han picked up stones from the ground as weapons. He hurled stones to break arrows and swiftly knocked down all of Bitch-san's subordinates. Jiang Bitch-san thought in terror. Ordinary people could not even see what he was doing. How can a human reach such a level? He stands in a completely different realm from any warrior I have met. Venge, if he so much as moves, I will die instantly. Realizing that truth, Bitch-san shouted, "You brat." Then he turned and fled at full speed, leaving his subordinates sprawled behind. Perhaps this was the first time in his life he had run so fast. Yan casually tossed away the stone, thinking he could escape, quite bold, completely unlike his appearance. Seeing this, Honggun cried out, "Do not let him escape." He dropped to his knees and clutched Hyun's leg, pleading, "Please catch him for me." Hyun inwardly despised him, truly a coward. He looked toward the direction of escape. Normally, I never chase someone who has already fled. Only by catching him will the trouble around the mansion end. After thinking it through, Hyun gathered his strength and leaped forward. In just a few strides, he closed in on Jiang Bitch-san. That man turned around and was stunned. When did he get here? Before he could finish speaking, Hyun seized him and slammed his head into the ground, knocking him unconscious. After the battle, Honggun's face was bruised and battered. Hanging from a tree branch, he trembled and called out, "Governor here. Our agreement ends here." Hyun said coldly, You understand what I mean? Hongun nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand. He sternly warned, remember this well if you have any more questions about the mansion. Hongun hurriedly replied, I would not dare. I will absolutely not go near it, Heian added, and keep everything related to me a secret. Suddenly he recalled Somi's words, uncle. When you speak you should smile a little or people will be afraid. Thinking that, he forced an awkward smile. It is good that you understand. Seeing that smile, Hongun trembled even more. He is truly a monster. How can he exist here? I cannot oppose him. It is better to do as he says. Stay away from the mansion and the mountain as well. The Yujiang market in northern Hunan. Heian took Somi for a stroll through the crowd. The little girl excitedly watched the bustling scene. I heard the bad men in this area have been caught. I used to be very afraid when it was just the two of us in the forest. Heian asked, even by my side you were afraid? Somi blushed and replied, just a little. He reassured her, now the bandits have been captured. Suddenly a sweet fragrance caught Somi's attention. Meanwhile Heian was still thinking about the bandits and the vanished mansion. He felt emptiness beside him. He looked down and the little girl was gone. It turned out Somi had been drawn to a candy stall. Her eyes sparkling, she ran closer. It looked so delicious, uncle. Only then did Heian suddenly remember. He looked at his own hand and thought, I forgot something important. Raising a child requires a great deal of money. He recalled his childhood. When he was alone, having something to lean against was enough to sleep. Hunting to stave off hunger each day. He pondered, growing up that way, I never learned how to earn money. But raising another person requires money. Seeing Somi so cheerful, he blamed himself for realizing it so late. Without further thought, Heian called Somi. Let us go home. The little girl obediently replied yes. He walked quickly, telling himself he must find a way to earn money as soon as possible. So fast that Somi had to run to keep up. Amid the mountains, Somi's voice suddenly rang out, Uncle, look. The little girl dug at the soil while muttering, just a little more, almost done. Heian asked in confusion, what are you doing? Are we not going home? Face smudged with dirt yet still smiling, Somi pointed at the tree root. I want to take this flower back to plant. Heian teased, can you even pull it out? Seems its roots run very deep into the ground. Somi confidently boasted of her strength, of course. I am very strong. But as she tried to pull, sweat poured down from the effort. Suddenly Heian noticed something unusual. These footprints are not ours, and this path leads only to the mansion. While Somi kept digging, Heian observed closely. The grass around the flower had been disturbed, as if someone had deliberately planted it here. Finally, Somi managed to pull the plant out. He beamed brightly, I did it, but there is a pouch tied to the roots. Let us see what is inside. As she spoke, she was about to open the pouch, unaware of what it contained. Before she could look, a sharp shout rang out from afar, how dare you touch that? A young man holding a knife rushed over. What are you trying to do? Somi was still bewildered. As the blade was about to reach her, Heian swiftly seized the man's wrist, causing the weapon to fall, then demanded, what are you trying to do? The young man looked up in shock, thinking only, who is this man? Heian tightened his grip on the man's wrist until he trembled violently. What the hell is this? How can his grip be so terrifying? Heian immediately flung him away, sending that man flying and crashing hard onto the ground. Somi behind them widened her eyes, stunned by the scene. Suddenly, the little girl squeezed her eyes shut and fell backward. Fortunately, Heian reacted in time and reached out to catch Somi. Holding her in his arms, he worried that she had fainted from fright. He ground his teeth in anger and glared at the young man. I knew someone was watching, but why target a child like Somi? If they truly meant to harm Somi, that man would have been dead long ago. Perhaps they only wanted to scare her. Thinking that, he let out a quiet breath. At least they had not shown true malice. His gaze stopped at the pouch tied beneath the flower roots. What exactly is inside that they guard it so carefully? He cautiously opened the pouch. Immediately his lips curved into a calculating smile. So it is this. Heian slowly walked toward the unconscious young man. Hoisting him over his shoulder, he thought this one might still be useful. As dusk settled, the young man regained consciousness, groaned softly, and looked around in confusion. Where is this? Heian spoke. Awake already? The man frowned and asked, who are you? Heian replied briefly, I am the one you just ran into. The man stared into his eyes, trembling inside. That gaze was frighteningly cold, not only dangerous, but as if it could crush the one before him. Heian went straight to the point. When you attacked Somi, I intended to kill you on the spot. Then I changed my mind. Do you know why? He stammered, I do not know. Heian asked again. You truly do not know? That man trembled, I really do not. Heian sat down beside him. Everyone has their own value, so how much is your life worth? He was stunned, then answered, perhaps about 1,000,000 taels, right? Heian glanced at him. You seem quite confident. He turned his face away and muttered, I only thought so. Heian replied coldly, you look no different from a petty thief. I would value you at 1 tael of silver at most. But since you are so confident, I will indulge you. He smiled faintly. Then your life is 1,000,000 taels and another 1,000,000 for nearly killing Somi. A total of 5,000,000 taels. The man was speechless in shock. Yan looked down at him with icy eyes. If you want to live, then pay that amount in full. Elsewhere, courtesans surrounded him and flattered. Governor, sir, you must be tired. Please try this dish. Hong Guan smiled and replied, I accept your kindness. There is still official business to handle. After speaking, he left. The two women thought to themselves how elegant he was. Once outside, Hong Yuan tugged at his hair in frustration. A nuisance, troubles pile upon troubles. He slumped down. Now everyone looks at me like a hero for capturing Jiang Bitch San. Things have gone far beyond expectation, with everyone praising me like this. On top of that, news came from the palace that a golden Buddha statue had been stolen. It must be the work of a highly skilled thief. His superior whispered, this matter must be kept secret. I hope you can lend a hand. Capture Jiang Bitch San alone? This should not be difficult. Hong Quan could only force a smile. The superior emphasized, I believe you can do it. He stammered in reply, yes, please rest assured. Back to the present, Hong Yuan fumed. Why could that thief not be more discreet? Exposing it like this is pure torture for me. Why does the heavens keep pushing me into endless trials? Elsewhere, Samt with bruised face was sweeping the yard while lamenting the debt of 5 million taels. He sighed and looked at Hian standing nearby. Those eyes were not joking. Samt sprang up and pleaded, I have no money. Next time I will definitely bring it. Please show mercy, he said, and knelt to kowtow. I will do anything you ask. Cleaning, washing, anything is fine. His mind was in turmoil. Why am I this afraid? If I take his words lightly, I will surely lose my life. I cannot die now. Samt hurriedly boasted that he could cook, which made Hian recall Somi once saying she was not hungry. Hian replied, then I will keep all your assets until the debt is paid. Samt was stunned. He warned, if you dare to run, I will double the debt. Samt cursed inwardly, yet clenched his teeth and endured. A week passed. He was constantly ordered around like a slave. If not for that little girl, I would not have been caught and burdened with such a massive debt. Somi peeked from behind watching him, making Samt puzzled. I must retrieve the item before the buyers reach the meeting point. It is the golden Buddha statue. I risked my life to steal. The scene shifted to a lavish meal laid out before them. Samt looked smug while Somi drooled with desire. Seeing Somi eat happily, Hian praised his cooking skills. Samt smiled and asked if he was satisfied. Somi looked confused at the word thief. Hian immediately changed the subject. After chewing, Hian said, it is quite good. I will raise your pay to 3 taels of silver per month. Samt thanked him outwardly, but cursed inwardly. He widened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings. I have located where the statue is hidden. I only need to wait for the right moment to retrieve it. It is on the beam. Hian set down his bowl and asked Somi if she had heard that story. Told the tale of Sun Wukong unable to escape the Buddha palm, then glanced at Samt. Samt replied he knew it, but inwardly felt annoyed, thinking without the headband it would be different. He continued diligently cleaning. Resentful inside, I was not born to do such chores. I am a renowned thief who once entered and exited the imperial palace. I am unparalleled. If I truly wished to flee, who could catch me? He threw down the rag, thinking angrily, and wondered why he was working so dutifully. 3 more days passed. If I arrive late at the meeting point, I will likely lose my life. If I hide in this estate, perhaps I will be safe. I am a thief, not a servant. Suddenly a voice called out, startling Sam. He hurriedly replied, Master, I am here. Hian said he would go fishing with Somi and told him to watch the house. Samt realized an unexpected opportunity. It seems he has grown careless after several days of good meals. He smiled ingratiatingly. Please rest assured I will guard the house carefully. Hian tilted his head and reminded him, remember my words, if you run the debt doubles. Samt hurriedly swore he would never dare disobey. He calmly continued, I do not care whether you flee or not, but sooner or later you will understand why Sun Wukong could never escape the Buddha's palm. Samt gave a sly smile as if he already understood, yes, of course. He turned away, thinking silently, goodbye, finally leaving, farewell. Somi asked in confusion, but he had already urged her on. Why are we suddenly fishing like this? There is still plenty of food left. Bent down to pick up a branch, drawing a circle as he replied, it is nothing. Just keep fishing, I have something to take care of. The little girl looked at Han and asked, Uncle will come back soon, right? He smiled reassuringly, of course. Somi happily jumped up and asked curiously, we just need to stay inside this circle, right? Han smiled gently and praised, that is right, very smart kid. He understood clearly that he was about to set up a formation to guard against wild beasts or strangers discovering the child. He added, I will be back soon. The little girl nodded obediently, yes, Somi will catch lots of fish. He smiled and replied, I am looking forward to it. After that, Hian teleported to where Hongwon was scratching his head in frustration, wondering what he could do. I did not capture Jiang Bitch San. This burden feels like it is suffocating me. Just then he stood behind him and gave a light cough, jolted and turned around asking, who are you? Crossed his arms and smiled meaningfully. I have a good opportunity for you. Do you want to try? Meanwhile, Sam was looking for a way to slip away as far as possible. At a large courtyard on the hilltop, A golden Buddha statue was placed on the table. He declared loudly that he wanted to sell this item. Shop owner stroked his beard and appraised it. This is only worth 200 nyang, no higher. It is hard to sell. Samp nodded. That works. That price is reasonable. But the man suddenly hesitated. However, do you think you can stay safe after stealing this thing? The man laughed sinisterly, one eye covered, lifting the golden statue. Samp merely shrugged and smiled faintly. The shop owner handed over the money bag and reminded him, be careful. The 6 ministries are searching intensely after the capture of Jiang Bitch-san. Very dangerous. He took the money and asked again, Jiang Bitch-san. The man explained, that incident threw everything into chaos. He is a notorious grand thief who ruled the entire Hunan region. There are even rumors that the governor will move to the center because of this. Samp snorted with a smile. I understand, do not worry. Even if I am caught, I will not expose you. The shop owner laughed. What do I have to worry about? Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Someone inside hurriedly opened the door and reported, something has happened. Samp turned pale. The shop owner's son stammered. What happened? The servant trembled as he replied, the officials. They are surrounding this place. Perhaps there is a traitor among us. The shop owner jumped up and shouted, who did that? Sudden noise made him turn his head. Samp was climbing through the window and waving, I will go first. The shop owner roared, stop. When did that brat take my money bag? Jumped down to the ground and laughed, wishing him good luck. Thank you everyone for watching and see you again. From the upper floor, the shop owner angrily cursed that wretched brat. The courtyard gate was smashed open. A shout rang out, capture them all. All the servants inside were tied up. Hong Quan strode in majestically. The golden glow from the statue made him freeze. He laughed inwardly, so the Buddha statue was here. In the distance, the shop owner was being dragged away, still shouting to ask who had reported him. He curled his lips and replied, you do not need to know. The shop owner's face darkened, gritting his teeth as he cursed, I will not let this go. Hong Quan laughed coldly, do not be ridiculous. The one who stole the Buddha statue is the one who cannot escape punishment. He calculated silently, if he could bring this treasure back, he would gain the trust of the marquises and even the emperor. He remembered Heian once saying the golden statue could be found there. He had thought it was empty talk. Who would have expected it to be true? Who exactly is he? No matter how serious any case is, it still cannot compare to the matter of Jiang Bok Jiang. On a deserted wasteland, the officials shouted to continue the pursuit. Do not let him escape. Samp ran while thinking, damn it, this is bad. Why are they so persistent? The heavy bag of gold slowed him down. I must focus. If I am caught now, I will surely be tortured and executed. He encouraged himself just a little more. I have to reach the cliffs ahead. Rapid breathing echoed in the air. He grabbed onto the cliff beside him. His clothes were torn to shreds, but he still let out a sigh of relief, just enough to shake them off. Suddenly in front of Samp, Heian sat with his chin resting on his hand and said, you are later than I expected, making him scream in fright. He fell backward and stammered, why are you here? He raised an eyebrow and asked, what do you mean by that? I already told you, Sun Wukong has not escaped the Buddha's hand. Samp broke out in sweat, his face pale. Song Lian swiftly snatched the money bag behind him and declared, I will not be caught in this place. With that, he rushed toward the cliff. He laughed loudly, I will absolutely not be caught, bastard. Heian could only smile faintly with sarcasm. Samp skillfully kicked against the cliff, his face full of confidence. As long as I touch the ground, I will run far away and live in comfort, idiot. Wu Haiyan was already waiting below, reached out and grabbed Samp's ankle tightly, leaving him hanging upside down in shock. Heian chuckled and reminded him, climbing down a cliff requires care. Your clothes are all torn. Samp gritted his teeth in fury, broke free and hugged the money bag as he ran, thinking what exactly is he? At the dock, Heian still sat there calmly with his arms crossed. Even in the stable, he appeared riding a horse. Where am I supposed to go? Why does he always appear like this? Dusk gradually fell. Heian teased, I already said you are still in my hands. Samp was exhausted, cursing inwardly. He smiled and reminded him, as promised, because you ran away, the debt has doubled to 10 million nyang. You can pay 2 million in advance from that bag, 8 million remaining. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth, tears welling up. Furious, he threw a punch and cursed bastard. Heian suddenly remembered, all right, I have not claimed the reward for Jiang Bitch-san's head. We'll use that money to buy cakes. Samp's fist stopped right in front of him. Outside, the trees stood motionless without wind. The cursing continued endlessly. Damn it, inside the residence, Samp grumbled while sweeping, wanting to go mad. Behind the door, Somi secretly watched him work, her eyes sparkling in amazement. The house was spotless. Samp continued silently resenting Heian, being captured by him and exploited to the brink of death, yet only paid 3 nyang. More than half of it was even snatched away by him. A moment later, he bent respectfully when praised for cleaning well, and was rewarded with a few gold coins, then muttered his thanks to the old man. After finishing, he sat down and frowned, lamenting that fate is truly ironic. Given up the idea of running away. After that, I tried many times, but each time I was beaten miserably, never once succeeding. The image of Wu Haiyan carrying me like a sack surfaced again. Samt ruffled his hair and complained, "We are out of ingredients. I guess I have to go to the market." As he walked, he fumed, "Why is this residence so remote? I want to return before he comes back from hunting, but even using lightness skill, I only make it just in time." Suddenly, Samt halted, his gaze turning cold as he glanced back, a thought flashing through his mind. That little brat, too. Somi had been secretly following behind. When she saw him stop, she hurriedly hid behind a large tree, flustered to the point of nearly being discovered. Before she could speak, a voice came down from above. "Hey, little girl, why do you keep following me?" Samt had already quickly stepped in front of Somi. Little girl widened her eyes, about to explain that but then she only forced a smile, saying nothing more. It only made Samt more irritated. He snapped coldly, "Stop smiling and stop following me. Go back now. If something happens to you, my head will be hard to keep." After saying that, he turned to leave, but his sleeve was tugged by a tiny hand. Somi murmured pitifully, "I do not like being alone," then rubbed her face against him. Still indifferent, Samt pried her hand away and asked, "Do you know where I am going?" Her small hand still reached for him as she answered without hesitation, "To town." Samt sighed and closed his eyes as he explained, "Yes, I am going there, but sorry, I cannot take you into a crowded place. I already said if you are in danger, that bastard will not spare me." The sparkle in Somi's eyes dimmed with sadness, her small voice lowering, "But I will stay close to Uncle." Samt softened at her weak and adorable appearance and stood in silence for a long while. He was about to return from hunting, but leaving the child alone was not right either. Besides, there were wild beasts everywhere around here. Afraid of being left behind, Somi hugged his leg tightly and refused to let go. In the end, Samt helplessly carried her onto his back and warned, "You must stay close to me, understand?" Somi nodded obediently, yes. On the way, Somi excitedly pointed and exclaimed, "There is fruit over there." And they were chased by several wild boars. The little girl clung fearfully to Samt's neck, while he could only run as fast as he could. After escaping the boars, Somi chattered with the birds, calling them to fly closer. Because the road to town was too far, Somi fell asleep on Samt's shoulder without realizing it. He was no longer annoyed and quietly slowed his steps so she could sleep peacefully. As soon as they entered town, Somi woke up. Seeing the bustling scene, she spread her arms and cheered, "We are here." Samt replied indifferently, "Yes, keep your voice down." His gaze fell on two fierce-looking men. One glance was enough to know they were not decent people. "It seems this place is more dangerous than I thought, probably because the operator of the black market was just arrested, so everything is in chaos." Recalling the past, Samt thought he was arrested for trading the Emperor's golden statue. He was likely already executed. He suddenly froze. "If I am caught, what will my fate be?" Truly took that item. They surely would not let me die easily. Before he could finish thinking, a hand from behind grabbed Somi by the collar and lifted her up. Everything happened so fast that both of them could only stand stunned when they realized it. A man with an X-shaped scar on his forehead carried Somi and ran. The little girl even laughed excitedly. "This uncle runs so fast." Samt panicked inside. "This time I am finished." He rushed after them, shouting loudly, "Bastard, do you know who you are grabbing?" Samt was horrified to realize that man also knew lightness skill. This is troublesome. He chased them out of town, running and yelling for him to stop. Suspicion flashed through his mind. Something is wrong. Is he luring me into a trap? But why? If I ignore it, that man will surely come to rescue. But if that happens, my life will be hard to keep. The image of Hyeon coldly looking down and saying, "You lost my little girl," made Samt shudder. He hastily sped up, blaming himself for being stupid enough to bring her along. Why is it always trouble like this? He tried to calm down. "Fortunately, I still have lightness skill, so my speed is not inferior. I just need to catch up before falling into the trap and take Somi back." Immediately, he circulated his energy and rushed forward, managing to grab the kidnapper's shoulder. "Return the little girl to me now." He was not afraid at all and sneered, "Look around before raising your voice." Samt went cold when he saw he was surrounded. Everywhere were that man's accomplices, each one fierce and terrifying. Suddenly, a man from a blind spot rushed in and threw a punch that knocked Samt unconscious. At the same time, Hyeon returned to the residence, quietly standing and sitting in contemplation without a word. Since when has this house become so wide and empty? He remembered Samt bustling in the kitchen while Somi laughed beside him, suddenly realizing he had grown used to that noise. Perhaps Somi followed Samt to town, and that place is very dangerous now. I must go find them. On the other side, Samt tried to hold Somi tightly in his arms to shield her. Even though he was beaten until bloodied and bruised, he did not let go and only focused on protecting that small body. Group grew tired of beating him and stood looking at him, annoyed, saying, "Why has he still not let go?" One stepped on him. The stick-holding man wearing a hat, who seemed to be the leader, judged that man risking his life like this proves the girl is very important. He ordered them to pull the child away. "I will torture her in front of this bastard." Samt lifted his head and looked at him as if at a demon, and lowered his head again to look at Somi, unsure whether she had fainted from fear. Image of his younger sister from years ago resurfaced, the gentle girl calling, "Big brother, what are you doing?" Samt had once looked at her as his only treasure, smiling as he said, "I am counting today's goods. I am calculating the things I just obtained." The girl looked at the pile of items with bright eyes yet worried. "So many, it must be dangerous." Samt gently patted her head. "Why worry, I will be fine. Our parents are gone, from now on I will protect you. You just need to live healthily. Even when you grow old and weak, I will still care for you. Children are truly easy to coax." Hearing that, the girl smiled brightly and said yes. He tried on the brand new outfit and praised it as beautiful. Samt felt delighted hearing that. He told her it was the most valuable item taken from a wealthy merchant on the street. Then he pulled the outfit down and explained, "But those men are very vicious. Sorry you cannot wear it for at least 1 or 2 months." Girl puffed her cheeks in displeasure. Samt coaxed her, "Wait until they leave before wearing it." The girl still insisted on showing it off immediately. Samt joked he would hide it carefully. But that night she did not return. After he searched the entire town, he found her lying in a deserted alley. Perhaps she had found the outfit and worn it outside. Holding her cold body, Samt cried bitterly, his world collapsing at that moment. That day, I hated children because they do not listen. Yet now he was willing to risk his life to save the child in his arms. One man impatiently shouted, "Because of the item you sold, my boss was executed. To take revenge, we can do something even more cruel." Then pulled Somi from his hands. Somi cried out, "Let me go." He shouted back, "Stop struggling." Suddenly Samt grabbed him. Even though he could not stand, he still clutched him tightly and asked, "What are you planning to do to the child?" He kicked him hard in the face. "Let go, trash." Somi cried out in panic, then bit hard into the hand holding her. He screamed in pain and threw her to the ground while cursing. Even though she was thrown hard, she did not cry, but stood up and spread her arms to shield Samt. Samt exclaimed in shock, "What are you doing?" Red-haired man who was bitten angrily drew his sword, gritting his teeth and shouting, "The brat dares to bite me." Samt yelled for her to run. Somi only answered no. He saw his sister's figure again, turning back with a smile. Samt pleaded desperately for her to listen, or both of them would die. The little girl still shook her head, saying, "If I run, Uncle will be left alone." Samt was stunned when he heard those words come from the mouth of such a small child. The reddish-brown-haired man was furious to the point of madness, immediately lunging towards Somi and shouting that brat still dares to put on an act. "Go die." Sword had just slashed down when it was blocked as Hyun appeared in time. He tightened his grip on the man's wrist, preventing the blade from falling, then snapped the opponent's arm in an instant. Seeing the blade fail to reach her, Somi looked up with wide, round eyes and called out in surprise, "Uncle." Right after that came Woo Hyun's decisive strike. Alone, he knocked the entire group down. He curled his lips in a cold smile, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. "It seems you will not die peacefully." Image of his sister flashed through his mind, pulling Samt into old memories. Perhaps back then his little sister also hated being left alone waiting in that shabby house. Dazed as he opened his eyes, Samt had yet to understand what happened when Somi already cried out in delight, "Slave uncle, you are awake." Seeing the little girl, he jolted upright in panic and stared at her while asking urgently, "Are you all right?" He rubbed her head, his voice softening yet still reproachful. "How is your cheek? I told you to run. Why did you rush into danger?" Somi looked at him with wide, round eyes and spoke softly, "You were hurt more badly than me." Samt lay back down. Somi used her small hands to bandage his wounds and gently rubbed his cheek. Lying there, Samt recalled how yesterday he had knelt and hugged Somi while begging Hyun. As if knowing what he was about to say, Hyun coldly cut him off, "Take her away." He shot Samt a murderous glance, "Either stand up and leave or die here." Hearing that, he hugged Somi tightly and ran like mad. Thinking of it, Samt closed his eyes as the rest was already blurred in his memory. He opened his mouth and called out, "Hey," making Somi stop and look back. Samt grumbled softly, but his tone was gentler. "Do not ever do that again. Your life is more important than anything." Somi replied firmly, "I do not agree." Samt was stunned. "What?" The little girl hugged the medicine box and said calmly, "I refuse. If there is a next time, I will still do it. I do not want to lose more family. You always only think about running away." Those words made Samt falter, an indescribable feeling rising in his chest. Somi continued in an unusually resolute voice, "I will grow stronger to protect everyone, so do not say such things again." After saying that, she hugged the medicine box and left the room, leaving Samt wondering if he had just been scolded by a child. As night fell, Hongwon led a group of men away. He frowned and cursed inwardly. "These past days have been chaotic enough. Now there is another fight near the village. Everything seems to be against me." Subordinate hesitantly reported unusual news. He lazily turned back and said, "Speak." The man hurriedly explained, that the victim's wounds were all deeply sunken on the left side. Hong-won could not believe it. What kind of absurd trick is this now? Ahead, the culprit coldly pressed his blood-stained hand onto the face of the man begging for mercy. The soldiers behind did not dare advance and only shouted toward Hyun, "You dare do such a thing," while Hong-won was startled to realize who that person was. Seconds later, fear turned into flattery. He forced a laugh. "Greetings, my lord, what brings you here?" Hyun shot him a cold glance and slowly pointed at the people lying on the ground. They attempted kidnapping and murder, mountain bandits colluding with Hak Thuong from last time. Hong-won stammered, "These men, how could they?" He turned to his subordinates and shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Arrest them." The two soldiers exchanged whispers. Not the governor personally captured Jiangbich-san and even find the stolen golden Buddha statue. Hyun suddenly asked, "Why are you acting so subservient before this man? Do you know anything about the Black Sword Society?" Hong-won was startled. "Why does my lord mention them?" Black Sword Society is a large gang in Shuzhong. Among them are criminals and wanderers alike. Their existence has given the imperial court headaches for years because of their intricate crimes. Hyun continued, "These men in Hak Thuong are merely the eyes and ears of the Black Sword. Hang Sun is their stronghold in Hunan." Hearing this, Hong-won turned pale. "Do not tell me it is them." Before he could finish, Hyun placed a hand on his shoulder. "I have matters to handle, so I conveniently lend you a hand." They quickly arrived at Hang Sun, where mountains rose in layers. There, a man sat arrogantly above asking his subordinate why there was still no news. The other trembled and replied, "Please rest assured, Commander." He was Jiang Hai-uksang, leader of the Hunan branch of the Black Sword Society, his displeased face mentioning the money and effort poured into Hak Thuong. Subordinate hurriedly said they were all selected elites. There could be no mistake. Uksang thought of Sam's face and grew even more irritated. Fortune still did not seem to stand on that thief's side. From Jiang Bitch-san's arrest to Hak Thuong's death, everything seemed to oppose him. Suddenly the door burst open. Hyun appeared before them. The subordinate panicked and fell to the ground with a cry. Uksang remained calm and asked, "Who are you?" Moments later, he was already lying on the ground with a bruised face. Hyun ordered his capture. The men immediately obeyed respectfully. As they carried him away, they whispered that he was indeed from the Black Sword Society. Hyun glanced over. Few gold coins fell from Uksang's body. Hyun paused, thinking of Somi and Samt at home. He told the soldiers to wait a moment, thinking he should buy some snacks for Somi. After stripping everything valuable from him, he said calmly, "I am leaving." The group answered in both shock and reverence, "Yes, please take care, my lord." From then on, to take care of Somi and Samt, Hyun decided not to miss a single coin. 3 months later, summer arrived. Thanks to that money, their life became more abundant than ever. But Samt and Somi had changed completely. Both had clearly gained weight. Hyun looked at the chubby Samt sweeping. The round Somi bent over the fish pond, exclaiming, "Carp, you look so delicious." Hyun sighed, thinking the problem is these two are gaining weight too quickly. In truth, the fault was also his, because every day he brought back all kinds of delicious food. 3 full meals led to results beyond expectations. Added to Sam's cooking skill, turning every dish into delicacies, weight gain was inevitable. Hyun worried they were ordinary people. If this continued, their health would be affected. Thinking that, he called the two of them over. Both ran over happily. "Yes, my lord." Hyun said coldly to Samt, "From now on I will teach you martial arts." He was astonished beyond belief. He turned to Somi with a gentler tone. "You as well." The little girl cheered in delight. Told them to go out and buy manuals. Somi agreed cheerfully, while Samt worried that outside there were only low-quality goods. Hyun smiled faintly. "That suits your level even more." Somi grinned, while Samt flushed red with anger. After buying enough manuals, Samt was exhausted but still forced a smile. "Is that all?" Hyun opened one to look. Tai Kai and Tai Kai swords sound familiar, yet I have forgotten. Samt quickly explained that it was martial arts of the Wudang sect, one of the 9 great sects. Hearing that, Hyun laughed. "Wudang, what an interesting name." Samt could only laugh awkwardly. "You are truly the only one who dares to say that." In his heart, he thought if Wudang disciples heard it, they would have already drawn their swords and fought desperately. Hyun did not change expression, flipping through the entire manual within minutes before calmly saying, "Let me take a look." Closing the book, he nodded, "All right, let us begin." After a while, when Samt and Somi were exhausted from training, Hyun strolled over and spoke thoughtfully. "Why are you two moving like that?" Both of them replied blankly, "The book says so." Hyun said coldly, "Merely following the book is not enough. That way has no meaning." He threw the manual to the ground, declaring that from the beginning martial arts never had a fixed path. People create techniques and write books to preserve their own secrets. Move in the way that feels most natural to you. Only then can you find your own path. As if enlightened, Samt and Somi hurriedly replied, "Yes, my lord." By late afternoon, Samt lay flat on the ground complaining, I cannot go on, just kill me. In contrast, Somi was still energetically practicing, smiling brightly as she called out, "Uncle, look at me. Does it sound like the wind?" Hyun forced a smile and clapped in encouragement. "Well done. I can sense a trace of martial intent." In his heart, he thought he had never intended to teach Somi martial arts, only wanted the girl to exercise and become healthier. If they worked hard, they would soon regain their former figures. But at dinner time, his face darkened when he saw the two drooling at the sight of food. "Here, eat freely. You deserve it today." Samt and Somi ate as if they had been starving for days. Hyun gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, "Damn it." After a period of harsh training, the two finally returned to normal weight. Samt beamed and said, "I can eat back the weight I lost." Hyun replied coldly, "No." Elsewhere, a cup was thrown to the ground and shattered. A blond man sat high above, looking down at the subordinates bowing their heads. He was Samakin, the supreme leader of the Black Sword Society, grinding his teeth in anger. "What has happened now? Yang Bitch-san and So Choyon, do you know how much money they brought in each year?" Thakha below trembled and replied, "I know, but..." Before he could finish, Samakin struck and gave him no chance to open his mouth again. Samakin said through clenched teeth, "The Hunan branch has lost contact, including the one I sent to capture Jiang Sam." He frowned. Hunan was peaceful not only because of strength, favorable terrain, and Jiang Bok-san's recklessness made consolidating power easy. He closed his eyes in irritation. "Someone is ruining my plan. I want to know who he is." Subordinates accepted the order in unison. "We will investigate, Supreme Leader." Samakin instructed, "Start with Governor Hong, then Jiang Samt, who once traded with So Choyon. Capture them alive and interrogate them. They will be forced to confess." The group answered together, understood. Back at Hyun's residence, he was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes. He thought a storm was approaching, just as Samt's groan shattered the quiet air. "I am going to die from training." Before he finished, Hyun shouted, "Get up. It is time for breakfast. Call Somi." Samt struggled to sit up, his body heavy. "I am exhausted. Can I not rest a bit?" Seeing Hyun's fist tighten, he quickly scrambled up. "I am going at once, my lord." Beneath a large tree, Somi was meditating, small birds surrounding her. Hyun looked at her, thinking the girl has entered a state of concentration. He said, "Wake up, wash, and eat breakfast." Somi immediately ran over and hugged him. "My favorite food," he could only sigh. Along the way, Hyun kept a cold expression that made Samt curiously ask. "Something wrong?" Hyun replied. "The wind is strong today." Samt mumbled yet remained doubtful inside. What is he talking about? Hyun suddenly said, "Jiang Samt, go see if there is anything unusual in Yuyang." He was startled, "But I have not eaten breakfast." Hyun's gaze was sharp as a blade. "Go immediately." Samt muttered curses as he walked. "At least let me eat first." In Yuyang, south of Hunan, Gok, leader of a Black Sword Society branch, was eating heartily. After eating, he even licked his lips, as a subordinate behind reported. "Governor Hong will escort Jiang Bok-san to the Imperial Palace tomorrow." His eyes darkened so soon. Detaining him for 3 months was already strange. Perhaps the governor wants to torture more information out of him. The Black Sword Society does not yield easily to a mere governor. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, if he is taken to the palace, it will be troublesome. Those inside are even harder to deal with. Only rescue or silence him remain. He asked, "What are the chances of rescue?" Subordinate replied, "The chance of success is nearly 0 based on the number of officials." Gok immediately ordered, "Then kill him." The subordinates accepted the command in unison. Stood and stretched. Once the prisoner is dealt with, only Governor Hong, Jiang Samt, and the reclusive one causing chaos remain. He thought disdainfully, what are a few outdated cultivators? Then suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Jiang Samt on the wanted notice. Seeing Samt pass by, he immediately gave chase, thinking perhaps he knows about that hermit. But after following for a while, he grew annoyed. Why is he so fast? Reaching a dead end, he rejoiced, thinking he had caught him. Yet no one was there. He was bewildered. Where did he go? Returning to the residence, Samt loudly recounted everything to Hyun. "The town atmosphere is strange. There was even a suspicious man following me. I believe the Black Sword Society will not let this go." Hyun replied calmly, "I understand." "Then what have they done?" Samt hesitated. "Nothing particularly special. The Black Sword Society was founded about 50 years ago by an unknown person. There are rumors it was established by a disciple of the demonic sect after defeat by the 9 great sects. But it is only hearsay." Hyun said, "That means there are no leads." Samt respectfully replied, "That is correct. No one paid attention to them before. However, the supreme leader must be formidable to expand so quickly and confront many forces. The appearance of the Black Sword has unsettled major forces by breaking the balance." Carrying Somi, Samt ran after him, saying the martial alliance once intervened under pressure from the clans. Those who escaped later all joined the Black Sword Society. Such is the martial world. Hyun thought the martial alliance was formed by the orthodox sects. If the supreme leader of the Black Sword truly hid from their sight, then he is indeed clever. In the past, such a thing could not happen. Now the martial world is too peaceful. Before, anyone who formed a sect would be crushed by countless rivals seeking fame. Hyun's eyes dimmed slightly. The current martial world is peaceful to the point of dullness. Sampt asked then, what should we do? The governor must have a headache. Hyun suddenly remembered, I forgot one person. Elsewhere, crows perched on tree branches. Chu-gok looked at the person below with interest. The person sat there looking at him in astonishment. Chu-gok said, you are Governor Hong Won-chang, correct? The man became alert when called by name. Chu-gok smiled coldly. You must know who I am, so no need for courtesy. I brought you here to ask a few things. Hong Won thought he had anticipated danger when escorting Jiang Bok-san, but did not expect them to act so quickly. Won-chang calmly asked, what do you want to know? Chu-gok's eyes flashed with interest. He said, no matter how I think about it, I still cannot understand this matter. Although Jiang Bich-san and Hak Thuong once colluded, for a branch of the Black Sword Society to be taken down by people like them is too unreasonable, is it not? There must be someone else backing you useless fools from behind, Chu-gok asserted. In Won-chang's mind, Hyun's figure suddenly appeared. Seeing the change in the other's expression, Chu-gok thought to himself, he has remembered something. Chu-gok continued, I am still speaking politely, confess now, or do you want me to spend a little more effort? Won-chang froze for a moment. He shut his eyes tightly and thought for a while. In the end, he said with difficulty, I know nothing. In his heart, he understood he might lose his life, yet he still kept silent. Chu-gok seemed to lose patience. Ah, so you plan to take the secret to the grave, keeping your word like a gentleman, very well. He rummaged through his robe for a while before speaking. It seems there is no other choice. Looking at Won-chang's weak appearance, Chu-gok thought that although he looked tough on the surface, he had no martial arts and a fragile mind. A little torture would be enough. He took out a small pouch before him and asked, you know what this is? Suddenly, Chu-gok blew the powder in the pouch into Won-chang's face. Then he said slowly, this is confession pill. Jiang Sampt was hiding behind a pillar, cursing inwardly. If that man dies here, it will be big trouble, damn it, if not for the master's order. He recalled Hyun's words, we need him, Hong Won-chang. At that time, Sampt still did not understand. Hyun only said briefly, I said we need him. Sampt asked again, what do you mean? Response, there was only an ambiguous smile from his master. Sampt thought if he leaves him now, he will be beaten senseless first. He must find a way to save him, but how? He lamented inwardly, what a nuisance, whether I die sooner or later makes no difference. Finally, Sampt gathered his strength and secretly approached where they were talking. Chu-gok saw a flash of light and paused. What was that? A strong impact sent his subordinate flying. Sampt appeared with a sudden kick. He thought the only way was to launch a surprise attack. Without hesitation, he grabbed Won-chang and ran at full speed. Chu-gok calmly ordered, chase them. In his heart, he realized it was Jiang Sampt. Outside, the subordinates pursued closely behind. Sampt panicked, they are catching up. As he ran, he cried inwardly, Master, save us. I never thought there would be a day I must rely on him. Under the moonlight, Hyun stood still holding his sword. He slowly drew the sword from its sheath. The blade gleamed beneath the cold moonlight. Hyun raised the sword and observed it for a while. He remained silent for a long time. Then the corner of his lips curved slightly. Is it finally time? The bright moon illuminated the silent night forest. Won-chang was carried by Sampt for a long distance before collapsing in exhaustion. Suddenly, Sampt hurriedly covered his mouth. He whispered, I will let go if you stay silent. Won-chang asked softly, who are you? Sampt replied, Jiang Sampt, subordinate of my lord. Won-chang's eyes lit up as if seeing an idol. Murmured, without him, I would have died long ago. Sampt clicked his tongue, thinking he must take advantage a little so Somi can be at peace. He told himself he must first escape safely. Sampt said quietly, they will chase us to the end. Get ready, first we must survive. Suddenly turning his head back, he saw they had already spotted him. Both were startled. Sampt hoisted Won-chang onto his shoulder again and kept running. Damn it, why is it always so chaotic? Deep within the forest, two panted heavily after the long run. Sampt thought there is no escape. He stood in front of Won-chang, assuming a defensive stance. Chu-gok chased up panting. Bastard, where are you running? The subordinates surrounded Sampt and rushed forward to attack. His legs trembled, almost unable to stand. Despite his fear, he still shouted, if you want to fight, then come. Suddenly, a dark figure flashed past Chu-gok, leaving him stunned. Sword arc tore across the night sky, cutting through the subordinates. Hyun appeared like a savior in the forest, lightly touched the ground with his foot, the sword trail still lingering. They trembled and asked, who are you? But before they could know, they had already fallen beneath the blade. Hyun stepped out among the corpses, but poured down Chu-gok's face as he looked at him in terror. In the history of Shu, Zhang, only one person had ever been addressed by that title. Tam Fong, founder of Wudeng after becoming an immortal. Dalai Lama, founder of Shaolin. Even the heavenly demon who reached the peak of 100 Ghost Army did not possess that title. Even so, they were all masters who shook their era. Chu Gok trembled. What kind of martial art is this? He remembered that only the unceasing deity had never been defeated. Sam slumped down, his legs weak, complaining, "Why did you come so late?" Hian frowned. "Be quiet." Sam pointed at the men in black, accusing that they caused the trouble. Chu Gok stepped back in panic, saying, "We did nothing." Hian asked coldly, "Are you the Black Sword Society?" Chu Gok trembled and admitted, "Yes. You still dare to interfere knowing who we are." Hian stepped forward, "Gather trash, and it is still trash." Chu Gok retorted, "We are not useless." Hian cut him off, "You talk too much." His eyes flashed with killing intent. "If you are dissatisfied, then prove it." Chu Gok froze at those words. On the other side, Wan Chang inwardly marveled that he is truly a hero. He remembered every sword movement of Hian. With just a few strikes, he had defeated the opponents. In Wan Chang's eyes, that was a rare display of bravery. Amid the quiet forest, Sam muttered, "What greatness! He is a monster, not a human." Wan Chang was astonished. "You dare speak of your master like that?" Sam replied calmly, "I even criticized the emperor behind his back, so what?" Wan Chang glared at this commoner. The two grabbed each other's collars and argued. Sam shouted, "What commoner? Have you forgotten who saved you?" Wan Chang retorted, "Yes. A slave dares to slander his master. Truly deserve a lesson, Sam. I have never seen anyone so petty and talkative as you." Suddenly Hian's voice rang out, causing both of them to stiffen and instantly fall silent. Then Chu Gok's bruised face appeared right before their eyes. Hian maintained a calm demeanor with a trace of hesitation and casually said, "Let us go back." Early the next morning, before dawn had fully broken, the officials were already thrown into chaos. Nearly all the prisoners in the jail had died, and those still barely breathing when discovered had only a faint shred of life left. As for the governor, he had vanished without leaving behind a single trace of intrusion. A search team was immediately dispatched, and the entire Yue Duong was thrown into an uproar. At that moment in a tavern, the topic of conversation revolved around the Black Sword Guild. Everyone whispered among themselves, clicking their tongues, "The governor is truly pitiful. I fear he has already met with misfortune. Do not say such ominous things." They voiced their opinions one after another. He was an upright man who firmly suppressed the Black Sword Guild despite knowing they would retaliate. All were moved by such courage. Indeed, he was truly brave. A drunk man thumped his chest and declared, "I intend to join the search team. I do not believe a hero like that would die at the hands of the Black Sword Guild." The person beside him slammed the table in agreement. "Right, well said." That man wiped his tears and muttered, "Just thinking about it is enough to drive me mad. Governor, sir, please be safe." Elsewhere inside that separate estate, Wan Trang stood frozen, his face blank as if he could not yet comprehend what had happened. Hoa Somi looked at him with wary eyes. The little girl softly whispered to the person beside her that a stranger was staring at us, while Wan Chang, unaware of the full situation, continued observing the child in Wu Haiyan's arms, thinking she must be the benefactor's daughter. After a while of watching, he told himself they did not seem that similar. The little girl appeared somewhat timid. Only then did Somi timidly speak. "Hello, I am Hoa Somi." Wan Chang happily replied, "I am Hong Wan Chang. I also have a child about your age. When you are free, come and play with her. I believe the two of you will get along well." Somi, slightly flustered, repeated, "Friends." Over there, Wu He-hun was chatting with the child, saying, "If you feel bored, you can leave," making her giggle non-stop. While Wan Chang dreamily thought the girl is truly adorable. If only she could become my daughter-in-law in the future. Hian seemed to sense something, and immediately shot a cold glance toward Wan Chang, causing him to hurriedly lower his eyes to avoid it. At another location, communication had been completely cut off. The subordinate reported in a trembling voice, "Yes, master." Samakin frowned in confusion. "Did you not say all the prisoners had been dealt with?" He ruffled his hair in irritation. "The governor has disappeared. I do not believe they could have failed like this." The subordinate quickly explained, "Yes, we have searched everywhere but still found no clues." Samakin narrowed his eyes coldly and asked, "Do you think they are all dead?" Subordinate replied, "That possibility is very low. Once they completed the mission, the most important thing would be to return." Samakan interrupted, "But we cannot be certain that mysterious martial master or someone else did not make a move against them." Subordinate stammered. "Their last message did not mention anything like that. Moreover, if there truly was a mysterious expert, it would be difficult to kill all the prisoners and abduct the governor in silence." Samaka remained half doubtful. His voice lowered, "Is that so?" He thought to himself that everything was tangled like a mess of threads. "I truly dislike how this is unfolding." Subordinate hurriedly said he would dispatch another search team. Samakin nodded and told him to choose those skilled in concealment. "We must turn this entire Nam Lake upside down. Select experienced men." The subordinate answered, "Yes, master." On the other side, Hian ordered Sam T to guard the estate and watch over the bound captive, while the governor returned to Yue Duong to gather soldiers. 3 days later, they would set out for that place. Quan Trang hesitantly asked, "Where do you mean?" Han replied decisively, "Thien Tucson." the main headquarters of the Black Sword Guild. I will personally go there. Hyun's eyes shone with determination. Quan Trang and Sam T were both startled, sir. Hyun reassured them. Do not worry about me. Worry about yourselves. You cannot even defeat a few of those men. It is truly embarrassing. With that, he flicked his sleeve and left, tossing back a remark. At the very least, you should train so you will not be so miserably defeated. At your age, do you feel no shame? Amp stood still, his hands clenched into fists, trembling with anger at being used as an example. The next morning, atop the high mountain range, a figure slowly walked along the winding mountain path. Hyun gazed at the surrounding scenery and thought after such a long time at the estate, returning here truly leaves one astonished. When I was young, I often walked alone through mountains like these. Then my mind held nothing but martial arts. He recalled the hands he once clenched tightly in his thirst for power, and lowered his head to look at his present hand. Why was I so stubborn in pursuing power back then? Inadvertently thought of Sumi and Sam. His current life also brought its own joys. Suddenly a shout rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Hey, you there. A group of men appeared blocking the path. This mountain is under my control. This tree was planted by me. If you want to pass, leave your belongings behind. Hyun looked at them, slightly surprised as it had been a long time since he encountered such a situation. He calmly asked, what if I have nothing? They sneered and mocked him. Stop joking, hand over your things at once. Before they finished speaking, another voice rang out filled with anger. You scum. So it turns out you are the bandits causing trouble in this region. The voice was so resounding that the robbers had to cover their ears. A pair of steady legs appeared. You are many bullying a thin man and feel no shame. Girl stood on a tree branch with her hands on her hips looking down at them as if at despicable thugs. She was Nam Gong Sohee of the Nam Gong family, one of the 8 great families, and affiliated with the Martial Alliance. So he shouted loudly, it is hard to believe that strong grown men would bully the weak. You should feel ashamed. The bandits looked at one another in confusion. Who are you to meddle? Why is there a woman here? Or do you wish to face us alone? Hyun behind her silently observed her with focused attention. Immediately afterward, she leaped down. So he charged straight toward the bandits at lightning speed. Under Hyun's calm gaze, she swung her blade and slashed straight at the bandit without a hint of hesitation. When it was over, she landed lightly beside him. The wind swirled around her, creating a scene so beautiful it was mesmerizing. So he then gently brushed the dust off her sleeve. She placed her hands on her hips and said confidently, you are truly lucky. If I had not appeared, you would have been in serious trouble. Hyun remained standing still, his eyes intently following the girl before him. So he asked awkwardly, why do you keep staring at me like that? But when she looked closely again, he had already shifted his gaze elsewhere. It turned out he was observing the sword. Hyun smiled faintly and remarked, your swordsmanship is indeed not bad. So he thought to herself that he must be astonished by her skill. She replied with some pride, I have heard that line many times already. Before she could finish speaking, she saw that he paid no attention and simply sat down to check the bandits. So he jumped up and asked loudly, what are you doing? Hyun replied calmly, can you not see I am counting money? She frowned and continued, why are you doing that? He said indifferently, they must have robbed others. I am merely taking back what never belonged to them. After saying that, he tossed a money pouch toward her. This is yours. So he caught the silver coin and felt unsure how she should react. She looked at him for a moment and thought to herself, is this man not also robbing the robbers? Suddenly she shouted, hey. So he strode forward aggressively until she stood right in front of him. She held out her hand as if it were only natural and said, give me more. Hyun closed his eyes and replied briefly, that is all. So he stomped her foot angrily. You are lying. I saw you gather a whole pile of money. I did all the work and you take everything. That is too much. She pouted while holding the silver coin. What can 1 nyang of silver possibly do? Hyun's eyes flickered with scrutiny. Only 1 nyang of silver. It seems you live quite comfortably. So he did not notice that look and said cheerfully, I have never known hunger. Hyun murmured softly. So that is how it is. He spoke with hidden meaning. That is why you swing your sword so arrogantly. So he froze. What did you just say? A sudden strong gust of wind swept past, forcing her to shut her eyes tightly. When she opened them again, his figure had vanished. What? So he stared blankly. Where did he go? He frowned in confusion. What on earth is going on? In another place, at the foot of the mountain, there was a small village that looked rather desolate. Inside a noodle shop, a voice called out, boss, 1 bowl of noodles. The server responded at once, right away. Hyun looked at the bowl of noodles before him and thought, how troublesome. No, I have just gotten involved with a troublesome person. The person sitting behind him quietly watched him with vigilance. Another man at the back also stared at him without looking away. Even those who were sweeping cast probing glances at him. The drinkers in the shop all secretly observed the unfamiliar guest. After finishing his meal, Hyun decisively put down his chopsticks on the table. Then he left the noodle shop amid polite farewells. He walked leisurely and then suddenly stopped. Hyun abruptly fell silent. He recalled the furtive looks from the people in the shop earlier. Mind rang faintly. At this moment, a trace of blood had stained Hyun's hand. The sword he held was also soaked in blood. He stood still, looking at the corpses lying around him. Hyun muttered, "I knew there was something wrong with this place. They must have drugged the food." Stepping out of the shop, he looked around and thought, "This village is truly strange." The villagers' eyes are gloomy and the air feels heavy. He recalled the earlier warning. This entire village is the lair of the Black Sword Society. Pondered for a moment, and then noticed movements around him. Suddenly, a group of masked people appeared on the rooftops, as if ready to leap down. Hyun gave a faint, cold smile. "You have finally shown yourselves." The headquarters of the Black Sword Society, a subordinate rushed in anxiously to report. "Chief, something major has happened." Sama Khan asked irritably, "Have you found the whereabouts of the missing ones?" The subordinate replied, trembling, "No, we are under attack." He snapped, "Ambush. Just one martial artist dares to cause trouble here." The subordinate stammered, "There is only one person, but he is an extremely powerful expert." Sama Khan's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Only one man." He glared at the subordinate. "You expect me to believe that?" The subordinate trembled as he answered, "It is true, Chief. He has already taken down over 100 brothers and is advancing here." A loud crash suddenly rang out, cutting off the conversation. Sama Khan revealed shock, as if seeing a demon approaching. From outside the door, Hyun stepped in with legs stained by the blood of others. Not a single part of his body was free from bloodstains. He stood at the doorway like a reaper come to claim lives. In that brief instant, Sima Cha had already recognized his identity. Sama Khan roared in fury, "You bastard! How dare you disturb the Black Sword Society?" He carefully observed Hyun. Had he killed everyone on the first floor, and what was that aura? It felt as though he were looking down upon something lowly. Sama Khan tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. To know who is stronger, they would have to test it. In the next moment, he was sent flying into the wall by Hyun so quickly that he could not react. Sometime later at that place, an order was issued to capture everyone. Quan Trang commanded his subordinates to clean up the battlefield. "Do not miss anyone." When someone asked, "Governor, who are they?" he explained, "These are the vicious bandits of the Black Sword Society. This place is their headquarters, so we must always remain vigilant." The subordinate replied, "Yes, sir." Hearing that, the other exclaimed in shock, "The Black Sword Society." Quan Trang answered firmly, "That is right. Do not let a single one escape." The members of the Black Sword Society were tightly bound to each pillar in the courtyard. Subordinate stood at attention before Quan Trang. "Your orders are understood, sir." He looked at the scene and thought to himself, "It is hard to believe what is happening, and that includes me as well." Quan Trang could not help but be astonished that only one man could resolve what even the royal family and the martial alliance were powerless against. He was filled with excitement, his eyes sparkling as he thought of his idol. Who could it be? Suddenly behind Quan Trang, a corpse was violently thrown to the ground. In the midst of his joy, he turned his head in shock. He stepped back several paces when he saw the body before him. Sama Khan lay there, beaten until he coughed up blood. Quan Trang stood stunned. "This is..." A voice rang out, the chief of the Black Sword Society. In his eyes at this moment, it was as if countless flowers were blooming when he saw the great hero. Hyun stepped forward with his blood-soaked body and said with a smile, "Things here are considered settled. I must go. I promised Somi I would return early." Wan Chang repeatedly bowed respectfully. "Understood. Many thanks, sir. After handling everything, I will come to pay my respects." Hyun glanced at him and replied, "Very well, remember that." Quan Trang answered with slight awkwardness, "Yes, what do you wish to say?" Suddenly recalling something, he smiled brightly. "Yes, I will certainly keep this matter a secret." Hyun's gaze swept over him coldly like a warning. "That is not it," he said calmly. "I am referring to the bounty on those men." Wan Chang was stunned for a moment before replying, "Yes." Not long after, all members of the Black Sword Society had been tightly bound. The surrounding villagers cheered excitedly. At last, the villains are caught, hurry down to hell. Everyone chattered noisily, unaware of the figure above. Who would have thought the Black Sword Society would be wiped out? This time the governor has achieved great merit. He will likely be summoned to the palace. So he stood on the rooftop deep in thought. Something feels wrong. She analyzed each point. He found the headquarters at Thien Tu Sun, something even the Martial Alliance could not manage. It is impossible for mere government troops to defeat the experts of the Black Sword Society. She closely observed Quan Trang below. In her heart she was certain, there must be a master behind this, but who is it? The Martial Alliance? Nam Gong Chun spoke to Yigan Un. Perhaps the news of the Black Sword Society being destroyed is not a rumor. He assessed, there must be a formidable martial master assisting that governor. Yigan Un pondered. This merit far exceeds the ability of an ordinary official, does it not? Nam Gong Chun nodded. I think so as well. After consideration, he ordered, dispatch the leader of the Phoenix team to investigate, carry it out immediately, understood. Calculated inwardly. If there is a hidden master, we must find and recruit him at all costs. The martial world is about to be in turmoil. Yigon-un suggested, if she truly meets that martial master, we should prepare a plan to invite him here. Nam Gong-chun thought for a moment before replying. We do not yet know his temperament. We must first learn more. In a corner of the training yard, everyone was busy with their own tasks. Among them was someone clutching her stomach in discomfort. Nam Gong-so sighed. Truly foolish, I should not have eaten so many sweets. He thought of Nam Gong-chun. Is this the leader of the Phoenix team in such a miserable state? Where is the former prestige? If grandfather sees me like this, he will surely be furious. So his mood plummeted. What should I do? At that moment, a steamed bun was held out before her. The one who brought it was a little girl with round, adorable eyes. So he stared longingly at the bun. The girl smiled and said, I'm already full. Hearing that, Sohee's eyes lit up. She silently praised the child for being so kind. Sohee asked happily, Little sister, what is your name? The girl replied, I am Somi Hoa Somi. She smiled and said, That is a lovely name. I am Nam Gong Sohee. Where are your parents? I wish to thank them. Little girl lowered her head. I do not have parents. As soon as she finished speaking, a hand gently patted Hoa Somi on the head. Yon spoke, I am her father. At the same time, he cast a cold glance at the girl. Hoa Somi looked back at him blankly, as if wanting to say something. But Sohee's cry interrupted. He recognized him as the man from before. Hyun merely glanced at her coldly, not bothering to respond. That attitude left Sohee momentarily silent. Then she told herself, I am certain I am not mistaken. A thought flashed through her mind. Perhaps the heavens sent him to help me. Thinking so, she became enthusiastic. Perhaps fate arranged for us to meet, but he replied indifferently. It has nothing to do with me. Being ignored, Sohee grew irritated. I have not even spoken yet. Hyun remained cold. It has nothing to do with me anyway. He pleaded, help me just once, he replied. Why should I help you? Sohee hurriedly said. I once saved you from mountain bandits. Hoa Somi softly called Hyun. He suddenly remembered that he had just claimed to be her father. Hoa Somi gathered her courage and tugged at his sleeve. He said timidly, she looks very pitiful, let us help her. Hyun looked at the child with scrutiny. The little girl blushed and softly called, Father. That call made Hyun's heart tremble slightly. In his mind, only the word father echoed. In another place, a shout rang out. Hurry up, are you planning to wash all day? The steady sound of pounding clothes echoed. Zan replied irritably, I have tried, the stain just will not come out. Jiang Sam teased, you call that washing? I told you to use more strength. He snapped angrily. Want to try it yourself, bastard? He remained calm. I am only teaching you, why do you want to kill me? He continued to provoke. Do you think it is that easy to ask others for help? Seeing Mat Zan choking with anger, Jiang Sam laughed loudly in delight. He lamented, how did I end up in this situation? She recalled his words. I do not help for free. If you do housework while I am away, I will pay you. She felt dejected. I only need a little silver. An old cloth pouch was thrown heavily onto the ground. Elsewhere, gold was piled up in glittering heaps. This is 100 nyang of gold. Hyun was surprised. It is hard to believe you gathered this much in just a few days. Hong Quan replied modestly. Compared to the favor you bestowed upon us, this is nothing, great hero. Hyun asked, what about those people? He replied. Yesterday the palace escorted them away. I heard they were taken to the Eastern Depot. They will likely not keep their lives. Hyun nodded. Then this matter is settled, Hong Quan confirmed. Yes. Suddenly, the noise from the courtyard drew their attention. They saw Hoa Somi happily playing. Hong Quan praised. The child is truly gentle and lovely, Hyun replied indifferently. I know. Hong Quan suddenly said, but do you not intend to send her to school? Hyun was taken aback. School. Hong Quan explained. Education is very important nowadays. A child cannot roam about all day without learning to read. Hyun answered casually. Is that so? Hong Quan continued. Having friends to study with would be better. I know a reputable school. I will introduce it to you. Hyun hesitated. I will consider it. Inwardly, Hong Quan calculated. It seems he is wavering. If the child becomes my daughter-in-law, she must at least know how to read and write. They chatted for quite a while. Hoa Somi sat by the lake watching the fish. The commander's residence truly has many interesting things. Suddenly a shout rang out. Hey, who are you? Jin Jiang said harshly. This is my house. How dare you enter? Little girl stammered. Well, he shouted again. I asked what you came here for. Just then footsteps were heard. Hong Quan shouted loudly. Hong Dian Jiang, who allowed you to be so rude? Jin Jiang stammered. Father Hoa Somi tearfully called uncle. Hong Quan was furious. You made a young girl cry. Is that how I taught you? He hurriedly replied. It was not me. He scolded sternly. You were disrespectful to an honored guest and still dare to cause trouble. Jin Jiang faltered. I did not mean to. Seeing the tense situation, Hoa Somi stepped forward and said, it is my fault. Hoa Somi smiled reassuringly. Uncle Somi is fine. He immediately flustered and asked repeatedly, truly, are you really all right? He replied softly, I am fine, just a little startled. And is this the friend you mentioned before? Yes, it is him. Right after that he shouted irritably, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry over and greet her." Jin Jiang trembled inwardly. Why is this happening? Could not understand why his father treated that little girl more gently than his own son. Then he burst into tears and ran off. "Father, I hate you." A while later the two fathers and daughters left. Hoasomi curiously asked if that boy was Uncle Hong's son. He replied perhaps, then asked if she wanted to be friends with him. Recalling Jin Jiang, Somi nodded. "I will try to become good friends with him." He then asked, "What about going to school?" Hearing that place mentioned, Hoasomi looked blank. "School, can I really go?" He smiled, "Of course, if you wish." With his approval, the little girl was overwhelmed with surprise. Then she cried out happily, "I want to go to school." He laughed as well. "Then it is decided." Night fell once more. In the courtyard, music blended with the sound of the wind. Nam Gong, so he hesitated. "Is this really all right? Tung Thur School is renowned throughout Enhak Duong," he replied indifferently. "What of it if it is renowned?" He even asked what was truly special about that place. She sighed. "You understand nothing. The more prestigious the school, the more arrogant the students." He asked again. "It sounds like you are quite familiar with this," so he admitted. "You could say that." He recalled how she once changed her name and transferred schools. It had indeed caused an uproar. "But in the end, I still taught them a lesson." Even so, he remained confident. "Somi will be fine. She is stronger than you think. If there is something she cannot handle, I will handle it for her." So he asked, "Because you are her father?" He nodded. "Yes, because I am her father." She warned, "If you encounter power and authority, are you confident you will not retreat?" Inwardly she thought that aside from strong martial arts and this estate, what else does he have? So he wondered whether he could stand against noble families and officials, yet told herself it had nothing to do with her. He replied calmly, "I have already considered it. I will protect her to the very end." He declared, "Even if the whole world becomes my enemy." Hearing that, she shuddered unconsciously. She turned and asked, "Did you sense that strange aura earlier?" Answered indifferently, "I noticed nothing." So he became even more certain of her speculation. That killing intent could only be sensed by an expert like me. It seems the one who destroyed the Black Sword Society is nearby. "Just wait, I will find you." The next morning, Hoasomi hummed softly. So he asked with shared joy, "Are you that happy?" Somi smiled brightly and replied, "Yes." She remembered his words telling her not to worry about Somi. Just let her attend school. You still have matters in Enhak Duong. So he thought he was truly irresponsible. Yet the affairs between father and daughter were not something she should interfere in. Then said Somi would surely make many good friends. The little girl said eagerly, "I hope so too." So he added, "If anyone bullies you, just fight back." Somi obediently replied, "I understand." Yet in her heart she remained worried. Could this gentle child endure it? Seeing the girl's expectant smile, so he could not bear to say more. She could only sigh as she watched Somi step into the school. And she told herself that since she had settled matters for the girl, she should stroll around to observe the situation. With that, so he left. She did not know that someone was secretly watching. Inside the school, Hoasomi shyly introduced herself. "I am Hoasomi. I hope for your guidance." Contrary to her expectations, no one paid attention. Though saddened, she continued speaking. "I hope to get to know everyone," the teacher reminded. "All right, return to your seat." She obediently went to find her place. Suddenly, Somi's eyes lit up. Seeing a familiar person, she thought, "It is him." Somi was delighted. "I know him." Elsewhere, so he rejoiced. "I have found the martial master behind that incident." He replied indifferently, "I am not sure you have found the right person." So he insisted, "I heard villagers say they saw the one who destroyed the Black Sword Society. After much inquiry, I learned where that group of martial masters resides. Tonight I will go." He merely glanced at her. So he mentioned the 5 swords of Hunan, wishing to invite them to join the martial alliance though their identities were unclear. He replied coldly that he had never heard of them. She said excitedly that they acted in secrecy, so the alliance had yet to confirm their identities. So he thought that as long as she reported this news, she could escape the fate of being a servant. The mere thought was enough to make her thrilled. Unexpectedly, he said he would go with her. So he asked in surprise. He replied that he wanted to see with his own eyes who the 5 swords of Hunan were. She set a condition that if he obeyed her, she would take him along, and upon returning, he must pay generously. He agreed to go and see the situation. That evening, Somi happily recounted that she had learned the basics of the heavenly text today. He said with a smile that though she did not understand everything yet, it was very interesting. He smiled and replied that was good. Somi also boasted that she had learned to write characters and held a brush for the first time. He nodded as he listened. He kept talking without pause and gradually grew tired. Before long, she fell asleep. So he spoke. "It seems she truly likes the school." She asked further, "Did you not notice anything?" He asked, "What is it?" So he said that Somi spoke about her studies, yet did not mention any friends. That made him consider the possibility that she was being isolated. Even so he reassured him. Today was only the first day. Then she changed the topic. "I will go to the 5 swords of Hunan. Are you truly coming along?" He answered firmly. He said they would depart right after putting the girl to bed. Soon after, the two set out into the night. The darkness was still, with only the rustling of the wind. So he stepped lightly across the grass, declared that they were the 5 swords of Hunan, who had destroyed the Black Sword Society. The other side feigned ignorance. We do not know what you are talking about. So he asserted that she had thoroughly investigated, and that they had backed the governor and wiped out the Black Sword Society. He sneered and told her not to believe baseless rumors, and invited her to leave. She proudly introduced herself as the leader of the Phoenix Army of the Martial Alliance, Nam Gong Sohi. She added that the alliance leader wished to meet them, and that there was a bounty related to the Black Sword Society. Questioned her about the alliance leader, so he earnestly hoped they would not refuse. The leader said coldly that he did not know who had leaked the news. Doc Jin stepped forward and admitted that it was indeed they who had destroyed the Black Sword Society. So he exclaimed in delight that it was true, and asked them please. Yet in her heart suspicion arose. Her mouth continued to plead, but she thought inwardly that their aura was only second-rate and not even first-rate. Even she could easily defeat them. Therefore she spoke up with a request. First, could you demonstrate again the technique you used to defeat the Black Sword Society for me to see? Nam Gong Sohi hesitated before continuing. I mean the move that helped you defeat the Black Sword Society. That man shouted angrily, are you doubting our strength? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked. Ma Dokjin growled, even now you still doubt us. So he wavered inwardly. How frightening, they broke a tree trunk without making a sound. Experts like this can conceal their strength with ease. That man replied coldly. If you still doubt us, then please return. She quickly waved her hands. It is not that, I only wish to confirm. Doc Jin said firmly, forgive us, please head back. So he flustered. Wait. Meanwhile, he observed the broken trunk, its surface smooth without the slightest flaw. At the same time, at an inn, someone mentioned the name 5 Swords of Hunan. Ma Doc Tran said that after the Black Sword Society was destroyed, rumors spread that they had secretly aided the governor, and that man had appeared unexpectedly. He frowned. I have never heard of that title. Quan Mujin replied calmly. This subordinate has never heard of it either. As soon as he finished speaking, he was suddenly struck with a painful blow. Ma Doc Tran shouted loudly, do you think I came here to hear such useless words? Quan Mujin stammered. This subordinate apologizes, he said in a low voice. In any case, the possibility that the 5 Swords of Hunan wiped out the Black Sword Society is very high. Seeing the other fall silent, Ma Doc Tran snapped. Do you dare ignore your master's words? Coldly gave the order. I will verify it myself. Follow them, the subordinates answered in unison. Understood. In his heart, Quan Mujin suddenly thought that if he could choose another master, he told himself he would never be loyal to someone like that. The scene shifted to a garden of deep purple lagestromia. Small birds perched on branches listening to a farewell. So he said sadly to he, what a pity I cannot personally bid farewell to Tiu Mai. She sighed, but I must bring the 5 Swords of Hunan back to the Martial Alliance as soon as possible, he replied. I will convey your words to Tiu Mai. Tossed Zoe a cloth pouch, making her curious, he said, take it. So he opened it and was stunned. I thought it was only a few silver coins, who would have expected it to be all gold. Seeing the glittering gold, she instantly beamed. Today you look more pleasing to the eye than usual. He could only look at her helplessly. So he turned away but still waved her hand. In any case, thank you for everything during this time. After a few steps, she added, Heon, take care. The scene shifted to he holding Hoa Somi's hand. She looked up and asked, in the future, will Tiu Mai never see her sister again? Bent down and replied, if there is fate, you will meet again. Without fate, it is hard to meet, Somi innocently asked. What does that mean? He explained, I believe this is not the last time you will meet her. He asked if she thought so too. Somi happily asked again. Truly, father is not deceiving me, he affirmed. I will never deceive you. He looked at her and remembered the scene of Somi leaning against Nam Gong Sohi's lap playing. Somi sighed. If we could live together, it would be so wonderful. He asked, is everything all right at school? Somi replied brightly, yes, it is very good. He stroked her head. I know that fitting in is not easy. He added, but you will meet many more people in your life. Somi quietly looked at him as if she did not fully understand. She smiled reassuringly. I am your daughter, I will not give up easily. Chuckled softly, truly a resilient child. Yet in his heart he ached at her early maturity. Only 7 years old, yet overly understanding. It was not bad, but it made him cherish her even more. Bent down and said, I am Don Vu Hyen, you are Don Tiu Mai, my daughter. I will protect you at all costs. Therefore do not worry and live happily. Somi lifted her sparkling eyes, her cheeks flushed red, and softly repeated, Don Tiu Mai. He gently pinched her cheek and asked if she understood. Somi pouted but replied, I understand. In the bustling and lively town, a group of martial artists passed by, drawing all eyes. The townspeople whispered, are they experts? Men of Ma Doc Tran exuded an overwhelming aura. He was eating candied hawthorn while watching them and sighed. Their inner energy is indeed extraordinary. Subordinate reported. Elder brother, the location of the 5 swords of Hunan has been confirmed. He said they were north of Lac Duong, 18 miles from here. They are currently heading toward Hobak. It is the group of Nam Gong Sohi and Ma Doc Jin. After hearing this, Ma Doc Tran's gaze darkened. Good, let us see how strong they are. Right in the middle of the town, the entire group vanished, leaving only dust hanging in the air. He overheard the conversation, stroked his chin, and thought their inner energy was not bad, and he had even heard some interesting news. He calculated silently, 18 miles to the north. At that time, north of Lac Duong, Sohi and Ma Doc Jin were running toward Hobak. Sun set behind the mountains. The sky dyed in brilliant shades of purple, orange, and gold. The entire group ran continuously, sweat drenching them. Only Sohi remained calm. She moved ahead by some distance and saw that they were already exhausted. So he stopped and suggested, "Let us rest for a while." Ma Doc Jin rejoiced inwardly but still pretended. "Since Miss has spoken, then we shall rest, though we could travel 3 days without stopping." So he asked if they were not used to walking, then they could use lightness skill. Ma Doc Jin hurriedly waved his hand. No need. So he observed them and thought they were indeed suspicious. She still felt doubtful despite having witnessed their strength with her own eyes. In the end, Sohi decided to set aside her suspicions for now. Suddenly several darts shot toward her, so he immediately drew her sword and knocked them away. Darts scattered on the ground, she looked at the 3 hidden weapons and muttered, "Hidden weapons." While Sohi was still startled, the group of Ma Doc Jin had already cowered behind her, noisily asking what had just happened. On a high rock above, Ma Doc Tran and his subordinates had appeared. So he looked up and for a moment could not react. She spoke up to ask the identities of those before her. Ma Doc Tran replied briefly, "People of the Hong Vo Dai." So he immediately recognized him as Ma Doc Tran, ranked in the top 50 of Hong Vo Dai. She respectfully greeted him. "It is an honor to meet Senior." He crossed his arms and smiled coldly. "It seems the junior knows my name." Only then did Sohi notice the person standing beside him. Beside Ma Doc Tran were Kim Su Kui and Mao Tran, and Quan Mu Din. Ma Doc Tran looked at the people behind her and asked whether they were the ones who destroyed the Black Sword Society. The question sparked hope in Sohi. If she let them confront this master, perhaps she would still have a chance to win. As Sohi was about to speak, Ma Doc Jin interrupted and declared that they were the 5 swords of Hunan. Hearing that boastful tone, she thought today might be her final day. A few days earlier, Ma Doc Jin had told his subordinates this was a great opportunity for profit. Even if the opponent was the Martial Alliance, he claimed himself invincible and never defeated. He even planned to claim the reward for destroying the Black Sword Society and then flee west. One subordinate cautiously reminded him that the opponent was the Nam Gong family. He snorted coldly and ignored it. He concluded with inciting words about challenging even the Martial Alliance. The subordinate sat in silence, not daring to refute him. To that man, accidentally crossing paths with Nam Gong Sohi on the road was merely coincidence. But to us who understand why she came to Lac Duong, this was a heaven-sent opportunity that comes only once. If successful, he would live the rest of his life in luxury. Facing them in this forest, Nam Gong Sohi spoke up. "Are you the 5 swords of Hunan who defeated the Black Sword Society?" Ma Doc Jin stepped forward to answer, "I do not know where you heard that, but it is true. We were the ones who wiped out the Black Sword Society." After speaking, he and his subordinates exchanged glances. So he firmly believed she had found those who defeated the Black Sword Society. Only later did she learn she had been deceived. At that time, Ma Doc Jin was secretly pleased that his plan had succeeded. Returning to the present, Ma Doc Jin reassured himself that at this point he could not fail. If even Nam Gong Sohi had been fooled, how could he fall into a trap? He shouted toward Ma Doc Tran, "Lackey of the demonic cult, you dare block our path." Hearing that, Ma Doc Tran burst into loud laughter. Demonic cult insects. How interesting. Few dared to speak to him like that. He roared like thunder, forcing the others to cover their ears. "I came from Sun Tay all the way here just to meet you. Show me the ability of the one who destroyed the Black Sword Society." One subordinate nervously called out to elder brother. Ma Doc Jin reassured him, "Do not be afraid, I will handle everything." He drew his sword and stepped forward, arrogantly saying to Ma Doc Tran, "My sword has never been defeated. Once it swings, you lose your life. Are you prepared?" Ma Doc Tran replied calmly, "Make your move." Ma Doc Jin tightened his grip on the sword. "You truly do not value your life." "If that is the case," he shouted, "Heaven and Earth Crimson Sword." White smoke instantly rose and obscured the view, so he was stunned to realize it was only smoke bombs. At the same time, she heard him shout to his subordinates, "Run." So he hurriedly called out, "Wait." But no one looked back. She stood frozen. She muttered in shock, "What on earth is happening?" Ma Doc Tran held his stomach and laughed loudly. "It seems the Martial Alliance is declining. The leader of the Phoenix Army was tricked by fools." So he gritted her teeth in anger. Impossible. Yet Ma Doc Tran kept laughing without stop. He shouted, "You dared make us chase you like this." Then he ordered his subordinates, "Kill them all. leave no trace. Two men immediately drew their swords and rushed to carry out the command. Ma Doc Tran looked at Sohee sternly. Now at least entertain me a little, or choose a death without a whole corpse. After dealing with the fraud, Kwon Mujin thought the mysterious expert was merely a rumor. I once hoped someone could make Ma Doc Jin kneel. Who would have thought we were deceived by these fools? Looking at Ma Doc Jin, who had stopped breathing, Kwon Mujin cursed. Suddenly a voice sounded, making him startle. In the end, he still died. He stepped out as if tearing through space. He picked up a piece of wood to observe and said, "Their trick was quite interesting, unfortunately. It has been a long time since I saw such a clever deception." Kwon Mujin retreated in panic. Asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Returning to the battle, Ma Doc Tran swung his great sword lightly, yet it was enough to make Sohee struggle to block. He braced both hands against the blade and realized his strength and speed were terrifying. He continued pressing forward, so he understood why he was called the Tyrant Blade. Ma Doc Tran swung his sword and sneered. How disappointing. Is the Nam Gong swordsmanship only this much? So he struggled to resist. My weakness does not mean my entire clan is weak. He snorted coldly. Do not be arrogant just because the Sword King came from Nam Gong. Clearly Sohee was at a disadvantage. Sword in her hand was knocked away. She fell to her knees on the ground. Ma Doc Tran pointed his great sword at her. He said coldly that the martial world belongs to the strong. The defeated must bow. So he despaired. Kill me, he asked again, truly. Gathered strength and swung his sword, shouting, die. Suddenly, another force deflected the blade. Appeared, one hand gripping Kwon Mujin by the collar, looking down at Sohee, and saying she had forgotten a silver coin. He continued, you said you wanted to go to Ha Nam, yet you have not left Nhak Duong. Fame has blinded you. Ma Doc Tran looked at Kwon Mujin in his hand, and asked what was going on with him. He threw him to the ground. He said if you could defeat Quien Mao Tran, then you miscalculated. He hoisted his great sword onto his shoulder and challenged, you dare seek me without fearing death. He merely stood silently, so he coughed blood as she stood up in shock. She did not expect him to defeat Quien Mao Tran, so he knew martial arts. She recalled the past, first time she met him on the road to Thien Tucson. Soon after the Black Sword Society collapsed. Only now did she belatedly realize it might have been him. Picked up her sword, so he asked who he was. He only said he would borrow the sword for a moment. So he panicked. You intend to fight Ma Doc Tran alone? He looked at the sword and said, do not worry, I will finish quickly. He pointed the sword toward Ma Doc Tran, his voice confident, pick up your sword. Ma Doc Tran roared angrily, arrogant fool. He spun his great sword and shouted, do you know who I am? Seeing him prepare to strike, so he shouted to dodge because she feared her thin sword could not withstand it. But he remained standing without evading, so he grew more anxious that her sword would break. Ma Doc Tran gathered momentum from afar and swung his great sword with full force. He easily blocked it with a slender sword. When asked if he knew who he was, he replied he knew clearly. You are merely someone overly confident while weak. Ma Doc Tran gripped his great sword with both hands and attacked fiercely. He used only one hand to lightly block each move, so he was astonished to see the slender sword block the massive great sword. He turned the tide after only a few moves. Ma Doc Tran immediately fell into disadvantage. Could not believe someone could match him so easily. Continued attacking, but he remained at ease blocking. Then he spoke, breaking the tension. I thought you would use speed to compensate for the heaviness of your great sword. A good idea, but by focusing too much on speed, you lost strength. Ma Doc Tran had beads of sweat on his forehead, thinking he had once realized the limit of relying on the sword's weight. Therefore, he focused on training speed to surpass that limit. Because of that, he could swing the great sword like a branch. He angrily slashed, repeatedly shouting, what do you know about my efforts? You dare belittle the effort I put in. He easily avoided each strike. Only at the final strike did he block, gently brushing it aside like swatting a falling leaf. Calmly said, I do not belittle you. It is only that your speed is inferior to mine, and that great sword is not strong enough. Once again blocked by Heian, Ma Doc Tran's greatsword cracked at the point of impact, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Ma Doc Tran stared in shock at the sword in his hand, while Heian continued to speak. I will say only one thing. You were nothing but trash from the start. In that very instant, Ma Doc Tran's greatsword shattered before his own eyes in utter disbelief. Only then did Heian truly swing his sword in counterattack toward Ma Doc Tran. He unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes upon his opponent. Heian coldly scoffed, train for another 1,000 years before you even think of fighting me. With no weapon left to defend himself, Ma Doc Tran endured every strike until blood spilled from his mouth. Before Nam Gong Sohee's disbelieving gaze, Ma Doc Tran was slain on the spot by Heian. After finishing everything, Heian tossed the sword back toward Nam Gong so high as if returning what rightfully belonged to her. Namgong So-hai trembled as she asked if he was the one who had defeated the Black Sword. Hyeon merely looked at her silently with reproach and gave no reply. She pressed on asking why he had not told her. Calmly told her not to worry about meaningless things. Sometimes people must ignore what they see and hear. Namgong So-hai blushed and lowered her head in silence. Hyeon turned to leave but glanced back and told her to consider today her good fortune, because she was still alive despite daring to face her enemy with the swordsmanship she had always been proud of. The sun disappeared behind the trees. Darkness blanketed the forest, creating a gloomy and silent scene. In the thick darkness, a battered figure hobbled forward barefoot with the help of a staff. It was Kwon Mujin, trembling as he followed behind Yu Hyeon. Noticing someone trailing him, he turned back and asked why you kept walking behind me. Kwon Mujin bowed low and stammered, "Please allow me to follow you." Thinking of the majestic battle earlier, Mujin marveled inwardly that the world truly held countless masters. Yet how many could face Ma Doc Tran, as though that man were merely a frail child? He clenched his fists, his heart brimming with joy at finally finding the person he had been waiting for. Kwon Mujin earnestly said that you could raise him to new heights. He begged for a chance to serve. Seeing no response, he stepped forward and called out a greeting once more. Mujin pleaded for Hyeon to accept him, but he only glanced over and coldly answered with a single word, no. Though rejected, Kwon Mujin refused to give up and continued to beg. He implored to be allowed to follow, but Hyeon firmly repeated that I already said no. Even so, Mujin stubbornly declared that even if refused, he would continue to follow. During that, he simply stood still and looked at him without replying. Gathering the last of his strength, he stepped forward and said that if you would not accept him, then at least give him a chance. Before he could finish speaking, Woo Hyeon struck him hard in the stomach, causing him to collapse. The kick sent Mujin crashing to the ground, leaving him unable to stand. However, he silently admitted that this brat had considerable courage for his age. Looking into those determined eyes, Hyeon realized they were filled with hatred. He frowned slightly, for that image reminded him of his former self. Such unyielding persistence, and that burning gaze showed he was ready to do anything to rise. Yet Hyeon still refused to help, for to a martial artist pride was crucial and excessive hatred only made a person more dangerous. If he could not control his emotions, that man would not survive for long. Despite some lingering concern, Hyeon decisively turned his back and left. His heart still lingered on the events of today, because Mujin's action stirred memories of the martial world from Woo Hyeon's past. After thinking that, he leapt away from the area. Some time later, Mujin was tied up and doused with water to wake him. Seeing him open his eyes, that man immediately asked if he was awake. Ma Doc Tran's subordinate stared at him as water still dripped from his body. Mujin had no idea what was happening. Without further explanation, that man kicked him hard and shouted that he was a traitor. They beat and cursed at him, saying they had seen everything and accusing him of ingratitude for turning his back after being saved. Despite the torment, Mujin sneered and asked who had raised him, was it you? He bitterly accused that man of abandoning him like a dog and envying him because his reputation had surpassed that man's. Struck at his sore spot, Ma Doc Tran roared in anger, "How dare you defy your master?" Mujin replied with contempt, "Master, I spit on that. You are worse than vermin for wanting to kill your own subordinate." Unable to endure the insult, that man grabbed his weapon and advanced, cursing his foul mouth. He pointed the weapon at Mujin and declared he would grant him the most painful death. Unexpectedly, the ropes binding Mujin snapped apart on their own. The moment he was free, he immediately attacked the nearest person. That act enraged Ma Doc Tran, who charged forward shouting that he was about to die and still dared to struggle. He rushed in, but Mujin had already activated his skill. He told himself to stay calm, because the opponent had internal injuries and would move slowly. Realizing the opportunity had come, he decided to act at once. Without hesitation, Mujin thrust his sword straight toward Ma Doc Tran's eye. The blade immediately pierced deep into that man's eye. The stab made him scream in agony, as his eye was grievously injured. After striking, he immediately retreated and sought a path to escape. Seeing Mujin flee, Ma Doc Tran furiously ordered them to chase him and bring back his head. He did not forget to hurl an insult, calling him a mongrel. Mujin managed to escape, but his body was nearly drained of strength. Staring at the blurred road ahead, he told himself that even if his eyes remained open, he must not stop. Though his body was exhausted, he still poured out every last ounce of strength, for he could not die here. With his final breaths, Mujin thought only of surviving. In the end, he collapsed to the ground, still holding the desire to become the strongest. The next morning on the street, Somi cheerfully asked everyone where they would go today. She smiled brightly and said she was happy to be friends with Jayak, receiving the reply that I am too, Somi. Suddenly Somi tugged at a sleeve and acted spoiled upon seeing something, giggling as she called Jin Rang. She suggested going to eat sweets and buns, assigning herself to buy candy while Jin Rang bought buns, but he was displeased because the buns cost more. Not stopping there, she and Jayak continued to coax him, for Jayak also wanted to eat. In the end, Jin Rang accepted buying the buns, and the other two exclaimed their thanks in excitement. He stepped to the stall and ordered 2 buns, but the girl was drawn to something behind. A sound from ahead made Somi curiously move closer. She said she had heard a noise from here. What appeared before her eyes made her freeze. That evening on the crowded street, Hyun suddenly felt that something was wrong. He worriedly wondered if it was already past class time and whether the girl had encountered trouble. The shop owner greeted him upon arrival. Hyun asked if he had seen my daughter pass by here. The owner recalled and said that the young miss had stopped by to buy snacks with friends. About an hour ago, she bought buns. After hearing this, he thanked him and left, calculating in his mind that the incident had occurred an hour earlier. Following his deduction, Hyun headed toward the nearby bun shop. Upon arriving, he saw a familiar figure fumbling about. At that moment, Somi was trying to do something but failed and burst into sobs. Seeing the little girl fumbling around at this hour, he frowned slightly and asked why it was so late and what she was still doing here. Scattered across the ground were piles of freshly gathered herbs. It turned out the children were trying to save Kwon Mujin, who was gravely injured, working frantically while calling for help. Somi looked up and pleaded for his help because she wanted to save that man's life. Scene shifted to the 3 children gathered around Mujin, their eyes filled with worry. Somi anxiously asked what to do since they had used up all the medicine, and his condition had not improved. Jin Rang worried and grumbled that he did not understand how a martial artist could be so severely injured, and the braided girl quickly told him to stop talking. He crouched down to examine Mujin's body, but found no encouraging signs. Jiang even reached out to touch his forehead and face, yet the result did not change. Seeing the urgency, the girl suggested calling the authorities because she feared he would die if this continued. But Jiang helplessly said that conflicts between martial artists were not something the officials would interfere in. At that moment, only Somi quietly looked at Mujin with a thoughtful gaze. She suddenly recalled her own past and thought that this person resembled who she used to be. Suddenly, Somi spoke up, causing the other 2 to turn and look at her in confusion. She smiled gently and said that she wanted to save this person. The scene shifted. After waiting too long, Somi fell asleep beside Mujin, and Hyun quietly stepped forward. He looked at the young man lying there and suddenly remembered that man's identity. Mujin was unconscious from his severe injuries, and it was unclear whether he would survive. Hyun murmured as he recalled their previous meeting, wondering if that man was named Mujin and had once earnestly begged to follow him. Knelt down softly and asked if she truly wanted to save this person. Somi woke and nodded. Hyun held her hand gently and asked why she wanted that. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling as she said that he looked very lonely. Then she hesitated and could not continue. Tears fell from Somi's eyes as she sobbed that he must be frightened and did not want to die. Seeing this, Hyun awkwardly lifted her into his arms to comfort her and said that he understood. After grasping the situation, he told the children to go rest and wash up while he would take care of that man, and the 2 of them answered in unison. Jin Jiang and the braided girl helped Somi away, consoling her not to cry anymore, and Somi nodded and wiped her tears. Hyun looked at Mujin, sighed, and murmured that that man was truly fortunate. Night scene appeared with a crescent moon hanging high in the sky. The night wind swept through the estate, creating a rustling sound. Somi sat in Hyun's lap looking troubled. He asked why she seemed so worried. She softly asked whether he could be saved. Hyun slowly replied that he was not certain because he had done all he could. He gazed into the distance and said that whether he survived depended on that person's own will. Somi was still uneasy and only hoped that Mujin would pull through. Hyun gently reassured her that since she had cared for him so devotedly, he would surely be fine. Hearing that, Somi happily asked again, and he nodded in confirmation. Suddenly her body emitted a faint golden glow, making her appear like a little angel in Hyun's eyes, and he said she was a child blessed with great fortune. Somi asked in confusion what he meant by fortune, and Hyun only smiled and told her not to worry about it. She immediately stood up excitedly and said she would continue taking care of him. Jiang Sam, overhearing the conversation, asked whether if that man died she would not feel even more heartbroken. Hyun looked at the severely injured Mujin and replied that although she would be sad, perhaps he might survive and make her smile again. Hearing that, Jiang Samt blurted out that if that man lived, he would offer up all his assets. Hyun immediately asked if he was serious, startling him, teased that he only wanted to confirm whether you would hand over all your assets if that man survived. Hearing this, Jiang Samt froze and suspected that he had been tricked into a wager. Looking at Hyun's expression, he grew more uneasy and wondered whether that man could truly survive. He hurriedly laughed it off and said he was only joking, and Hyun showed a look of regret. Jiang Samt asked again whether he could survive because he looked as if he were about to die, and Hyun merely smiled. He said, "Did you not know that Somi was born with great fortune?" At that moment, she was sitting by the bed praying for Mujin, and Jiang Samt stared blankly and asked what he meant. It is very rare for a child to be born without a special reason. Some people are born under the blessing of a star and carry immense fortune. They often endure continuous misfortune until their luck truly awakens. For that destiny to unfold, they may lose their parents or fall into hunger near death. But when she met me, that fortune began to turn. Even the things she touches seem to receive a measure of blessing. A few days later, everything gradually changed. Under the moonlight reflecting on the lake, Koi swam leisurely. In the recovery room, Mujin suddenly opened his eyes. He realized he was in a strange place and was utterly bewildered. Mujin murmured softly that he did not know where this was, and was even more astonished to realize he was still alive. Just then Somi ran over and exclaimed that he was awake. He asked in surprise whether she had saved him. Somi shook her head cheerfully and said she had only found him. Her father was the one who saved his life. She hurried off to inform her father and the others, leaving Mujin flustered as he called after her. Mujin looked at Somi in confusion and asked who your father and the others were. Elsewhere at the same time at the Martial Alliance, Nam Gong-chun asked his granddaughter whether she had found the one who defeated the Black Sword. So he lowered her head, remembering the instruction to ignore what she saw and heard. She recalled her duel with Hyun and was certain he had said that. She replied that she had indeed met that person. So he raised her head with a cold gaze and affirmed that she had found him. Nam Gong-chun asked in astonishment if so why she had returned alone. Not knowing how to answer, she remained silent. He continued to ask whether that person had refused the Martial Alliance. He replied that he had said sometimes one must pretend not to see or hear matters of the martial world. Nam Gong-chun pondered and asked further whether he was truly strong. So he said he defeated Ma Dok-jin as easily as handling a child. Hearing this, he was stunned because Ma Dok-jin was a tyrant ranked within the top 50 of the Kim Vo Pavilion. He wondered whether that man belonged to the demonic path or simply wished to live a quiet life after refusing the alliance. After a while so he spoke, interrupting that train of thought. He recounted that Hyun had remarked her swordsmanship was full of arrogance. Hearing that, Nam Gong-chun grew so angry that he clenched his fists tightly. He was furious that that man dared to speak that way to his beloved granddaughter. After the surge of emotion, he calmed down and admitted that since that man had found what she had yet to reach, the matter became even more interesting. He told her she had done well and should return to rest, and so he obeyed. In the dim lantern-lit room, a bandaged hand stirred slightly with the faint thought that he was still alive. The young man remembered lying motionless thinking he had died, and now he exhaled in relief as if a burden had been lifted. He clenched his fist and told himself that as long as he lived, he would train to the highest level. Hyun stepped to the bedside and asked if he had awakened. He observed him and said it seemed he was much better. The young man stammered in surprise and asked whether he was the one from the other day. Hyun introduced himself. He said he was the father of the girl who had saved him, and outside in the garden Somi was digging for herbs. Mujin tried to sit up and asked whether he had saved him, and Hyun said he should thank Somi because without her he would have died. Hearing that, the young man weakly nodded and said that he understood. "Many thanks I owe you for preserving this life. Judging by the wounds on your body, it seems the one who struck you was your own companion." Hyun's words left the young man stunned, yet he continued that the martial world forces people to do anything to survive, even betrayal. Hyun advised that if it were them, he should not cling to hatred, because could you be certain you would not do the same? The young man lowered his head and said he understood. Forget it all, because when your heart is filled with hatred, your blade will be stained with it as well. And swords born from resentment are often the easiest to break. The young man sat upright and solemnly said he would remember the lesson. Seeing that, Hyun turned away and told him to stay and recover, because in this condition going outside would only bring trouble. His stern gaze warned that there would be no idling here. If you wish to stay, you must give your utmost effort. The young man sitting on the bed bowed in gratitude. As soon as Hyun left, he immediately lay back down on the bed. Flood of thoughts came. Had Hyun and Somi ever been treated with such kindness by anyone before? Suddenly noise erupted from the front yard. "Wait a moment," Jiang Samt shouted loudly toward Mujin. Mujin raised a stick in response. "Why not?" Jiang Samt snapped that washing like that would tear the clothes apart. Mujin irritably told him to mind his own business, and Jiang Samt said his task was to watch over him. Jiang Samt even puffed up and claimed he was the superior. He muttered that since the girl left he had to do all the housework, so he had once been glad to have someone to share the burden. But this guy had been washing clothes for an hour and was still not done. Two argued noisily, and Jiang Samt even threatened to run and report to Heian. The master does not know how to deal with this stray he picked up. That man even tried to kill me. Hearing that, Mujin flared up and chased after him with a stick. Just as he reached the gate, Jiang Samt stopped short upon seeing a familiar face. It was Lord Hong. Why had he appeared here? Hong Wen-chang wasted no words and held out a wanted notice bearing Yu Haiyan's portrait, demanding the criminal be handed over. Elsewhere, Lin Kan presented the governor with this month's list of wanted criminals. Hong Jun pulled out a sheet and sighed that the Black Sword Guild had disbanded and the bandits had scattered. So who was it this time? Suddenly he froze when he saw that the portrait on the notice was Jiang Samt. Hong Jun exclaimed in shock that it was him. He clenched the paper tightly and swore in anger that this time he would not let that man escape. Hong Won led soldiers rushing toward Jiang Samt and kicked the door open as he entered. He pointed straight at Jiang Samt and ordered that this criminal be seized. Jiang Samt nervously thought he might be arrested for his past as a bandit, so he tried to calm himself and feign innocence. He shouted loudly, asking what he was talking about. Hong Jun roared to stop pretending, because you had caused enough trouble. He drew his sword with cold eyes and declared that today he would end it. Before he could act, Heian appeared and struck Hong Jun hard on the head, sending him face first to the ground. Heian indifferently asked what was going on, and Hong Jun stammered upon seeing him, pointed at Jiang Samt in accusation, and the latter grew angry and asked why he had barged in to cause trouble. Jiang Samt recalled his past, yet still thumped his chest and claimed he was innocent. He loudly asked if anyone had a more respectable origin than him, and Heian replied that he was indeed suspicious. Hong Won presented the wanted notice and demanded he look clearly before denying it. Jiang Samt lowered his head to examine the notice and saw crimes listed such as murder, drug trafficking, human trafficking, embezzlement, and price manipulation. He cried out that it bore his name, and Somi curiously asked what was written on it. Heian read it over and teased that it was indeed you. Surrender quickly. When did you commit all this? Jiang Samt stared in bewilderment at the absurd charges and asked what kind of joke this was. Somi bravely stepped in front of Hong Jun and said that uncle was not a bad person. Hong Jun tried to explain, but Somi insisted that the drawing was wrong and that uncle was a good person. No matter what he said, Somi would not believe it and claimed it was only the same name. During her defense, Jiang Samt was moved and softly called Somi. His eyes changed, and he declared he would prove it himself by capturing the real culprit. Somi excitedly said she would help, and the two set off eagerly. The two entered a forest when Somi suddenly called out uncle. She asked where they were going. Receiving no answer, she called again. Jiang Samt felt flustered inside because he had no plan, so he stammered a reply. He regretted speaking rashly and dragging Somi into danger. Even so, he could not leave her behind because she trusted him. He remained troubled because the face on the notice looked exactly like him, and he feared something hidden was at play. Suddenly, Heian's voice sounded from behind asking what he intended to do. Jiang Samt startled and cried out, "Master!" Hurriedly said he would check places like gambling dens first. Heian stared at him and asked why he had brought Somi along. Somi innocently asked whether she was not allowed to go. Heian told Mujin to carry her down and said she could come along when she was older. He suggested that when they went to Yuyang he would take Somi along, and she happily agreed. Somi even asked to eat buns, and Jiang Samt nodded. Seeing Heian's stern gaze, he quickly insisted that he had not done those things. Heian smiled faintly and said, "I know you do not have the nerve to do that," leaving him bewildered and asking why it still looked like him. Heian joked that he was only teasing, and Jiang Samt muttered angrily. He asked why he was thinking so much. Heian reminded him that the notice listed drug trafficking and human trafficking. Jiang Samt asked in confusion whether those were not bandits. Heian replied that they were a mountain bandit group once hunted by the court and forced into hiding. His eyes turned cold as he asked where they would hide. The scene shifted to Mount Yahello. Heian leisurely advanced into that mountain area. He observed his surroundings and remarked that this place was more beautiful than expected. He even joked that building a house here would be lovely, prompting Jiang Samt to mock that this was a bandit lair. Heian glanced at him and asked whether he was being sarcastic. Jiang Samt trembled and admitted he was afraid. He burst out in anger and fear that he had to enter a bandit cave to clear his name while he was only a third-rate martial artist. useless. He continued complaining that all the housework from cooking to washing to cleaning to caring for Somi was done by him, while Hyun only paid attention to Somi and Mujin. Hyun listened and smiled, realizing he was jealous, and praised that he was always diligent. He asked what he truly wanted. Jiang Samt hesitated and said he also wanted to become stronger. Hyun calmly replied that he understood. He wanted to grow powerful. Jiang Samt stared blankly and asked what that meant. Suddenly, a bush ahead shook violently, as if something was about to burst out. Hyun remained calm and stood still. In contrast, Jiang Samt immediately took a defensive stance. Before he could even react, a powerful force yanked him backward. Jiang Samt was roughly shoved behind Hyun. At that very instant, 2 arrows shot past toward his vital spot. Before Jiang Samt's eyes, more than a dozen arrows were embedded in the ground. What in the world was happening? From afar came a crude curse, "Damn it." The voice snapped that he should have died long ago. Jiang Samt immediately looked toward the source in alert. Who is there? Before he could finish speaking, a gang of ruffians rushed in and surrounded him. The sinister face of the leader made Jiang Samt pale. Bandits. They had appeared faster than he expected, but there was still a chance. He turned to seek Wu Haiyan's help. Hyun was lying motionless right beside him. That sight left Jiang Samt frozen for a moment. At that moment, Hyun slowly opened his eyes and groaned that it hurt so much he might die. Jiang Samt panicked and asked what he was doing. Hyun casually said he had been struck by an arrow and could not move. While the bandits shouted for money, Jiang Samt stared wide-eyed, not understanding why he was acting now, and asked in alarm what he should do. Hyun glanced at him and calmly reminded him that had he not once said he wanted to become stronger. Those words left him stunned. Before he could think, a blade slashed straight at him, accompanied by a shout asking if he would not obey. Jiang Samt frowned and wondered if he truly wanted him to fight for real. He glanced at Hyun, but he still lay there without moving. Was he truly not going to help? Fine then, let us try. With that thought, his eyes sharpened as he observed every movement. Before him were only fierce faces closing in. His hand trembled when he realized there were at least 10 men, far too many for his strength. Even so, he could not surrender without fighting. Seeing him take a stance, the leader sneered. He glanced at Hyun lying there and mocked that he wanted to fight. Your man is dead and you still refuse to give up. The insult enraged Jiang Samt. Damn it. He has only closed his eyes. He is not dead. Hearing that, the man widened his eyes in shock. What? Immediately lunged forward to attack head-on and cursed him as a fool. In that instant, Jiang Samt recalled the smile of a young woman and told himself he had defeated many stronger martial artists before. Now before him were merely roadside bandits. A voice echoed in his mind, silently urging him on. If you want to grow stronger, then do not run. Step aside now. Following Hyun's guidance, he instantly dodged and counterattacked successfully. The man suddenly went limp, his hand no longer strong enough to lift his sword. He looked around in panic, asking where he had gone. A gust of wind brushed past, leaving him bewildered. Jiang Samt struck his weak point and inwardly scoffed that he was slower than a snap of his master's fingers. The leader opened his mouth and screamed in pain. The archers in the distance witnessed the scene and were stunned, asking who he was. Only then did Jiang Samt clench his fists in delight. He had done it. He felt far more confident with that achievement. The punch was not powerful enough. It had been a surprise strike like a sparrow pecking grain. Suddenly, the sound of something cutting through the air made him jerk around. 2 arrows were fired at once, but they failed to hit Jiang Samt because he dodged in time. He leapt high into the air, causing them to look up in panic. An archer hiding in the shadows hurriedly drew his bow in defense. But before he could act, Jiang Samt had already closed in. The man's face twisted when he was struck by Jiang Samt's powerful punch. He lost his balance and crashed to the ground, raising dust. His companions ran over, saw him unconscious, and cried out in horror that the archer had fallen. Meanwhile, Jiang Samt also began to feel the fatigue. Even so, he smiled, wiped his sweat, and told himself to keep pressing on. Suddenly, a sharp object darted into his sight again. His quick reflexes allowed him to dodge a dangerous strike. However, one arrow still grazed him, leaving a long streak of blood. From afar, the commander's voice rang out, saying he only knew how to dodge and was nothing to fear. He ordered them not to let him escape, and his subordinates answered in unison that they understood. The entire group charged at him at once as if to overwhelm him together. Jiang Samt clenched his teeth, calculating what to do now. Just then Hyun's voice sounded again, telling him to step 2 paces to the right. The familiar voice at his ear startled him, yet he still trusted him and took exactly 2 steps to the right. As a result, he avoided the slash from the man in front. The man roared that he could not dodge forever. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Samt gathered his inner force and threw a punch as if to crush him. The punch struck squarely on the jaw, leaving the opponent no time to react. Jiang Samt rejoiced inwardly. He had done it. After being struck, the man lost all his initial ferocity. Jiang Sam-ti maintained his offensive stance, staring at him. The subordinates behind began to panic, shouting that the leader had been defeated. Another man angrily rushed in from the side. That moment, Hyun had already risen, his voice cold as he said it seemed nearly finished. With a single move, he swept them all away, leaving Jiang Sam-ti astonished. When Hyun landed on the ground, it was also when those men collapsed simultaneously. Hyun turned back to face Jiang Sam-ti's reproachful gaze, because earlier he had said he was about to die. Jiang Sam-ti exhaled and dropped to the ground, saying at least he had survived. And Hyun nodded, saying that was the meaning of a life and death battle, to eliminate fear. Thought crossed his mind, and he asked if he had lost and died, would he have intervened? Hyun answered frankly that of course not, because to become stronger one must stand on one's own, and the difference between a master and the weak lies in how they use their strength. Hearing that, Jiang Sam-ti felt both angry and impressed, wondering how he could be so cool. Hyun looked at that expression and felt goosebumps, asking what that face meant. He said that man seemed to be the leader, so wake him up, and Jiang Sam-ti obediently complied. A bucket of cold water was splashed straight onto the leader's face. He jolted awake, coughing violently, and Hyun teased that he was finally awake. The man looked up at them and was speechless. Hyun coldly said there was no time for nonsense, because he had something to ask. Do you know this person? And he looked at the paper and pondered before replying that this is. Is it not him being pointed at directly? Jiang Sam-ti immediately flared up and denied it. It is not me, that bastard. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Hyun shifted the interrogation. Forget that. We found restorative medicine on your subordinate. Where did you get it? The man trembled as he answered that of course they bought it from the black market. As soon as he finished speaking, his face turned pale at the sight of the bandaged hand tightening. Do you think I came all this way to hear your lies? If you continue to hide the truth, I will make you regret being born. The killing intent emanating from him made that man waver. The person before him was surely a master. In the end, he confessed that the source of the goods came from the three-sword sect. Jiang Sam-ti was startled, while Hyun calmly told him to continue. He stammered that after the Black Sword sect collapsed, the underworld forces began fighting fiercely for dominance. On the surface, it seemed peaceful, but beneath was the rise of hidden powers. Among them were 3 sword groups operating in Hunan, and they supplied the restorative medicine. Hyun questioned further. He replied they were extremely strong, even ordinary soldiers knew martial arts, and they always covered their faces so no one knew their identities. He said he did not want involvement but was beaten and forced to buy. Moreover, many gangs that resisted had disappeared. Hyun asked where the headquarters was, but he only knew they came once a month. The location remained unknown. Jiang Sam-ti angrily shouted that he knew nothing, but Hyun stopped him, saying he did not seem to be lying. Hyun demanded all the restorative medicine be handed over. The man froze and muttered yes. Hyun's killing intent surged. I said bring it all here. Glancing at the nearby flames, he nodded repeatedly in fear. Scene shifted to a wooden house on Min En-hin Street. Inside, a gaunt hand trembled as it reached out, begging for just a little more. Outside the door, 2 young women hurried past. Gong so he walked by the pleading hands, asking for restorative medicine. She felt inwardly displeased that the medicine had spread across Hunan, not just Min En-hin. But for now, she could not intervene. Seeing 2 people block her path, she was about to scold them but recognized familiar faces. Called out in surprise to Mujin and Somi, while Somi exclaimed happily. Somi cheerfully greeted elder sister, unaware that she was annoyed by the sudden encounter. Night once again enveloped the gloomy forest. The old door creaked open, revealing a thin figure burning something. The person outside called in asking whether everything was still going smoothly. Chu Bang-jai sneered and said to wait, then asked whether they had found the one who overthrew the Black Sword sect. The other leaned against the door and said they suspected Jiang Sam, but had no proof, even though they had tried disguising themselves as him. Either he was hiding very well, or he had died long ago. During that, Chu Bang-jai grew furious and insisted that man could not be dead. The mysterious man reassured him and said to focus on making the medicine. He would find and kill him at any cost. Chu Bang-jai growled that was the reason for their cooperation and urged him to capture that man and bring him here. The other sighed and added that officials had confiscated the restorative medicine from the bandits. Chu Bang-jai sprang to his feet upon hearing the bandits had been taken down by officials. The mysterious man said he heard the medicine was being secretly transferred to the imperial palace. Chu Bang-jai fumed that if investigated thoroughly, his identity would be exposed. The mysterious man showed annoyance but still decided to let his subordinates handle it. Elsewhere, dozens of people with necrotic bodies lined up waiting. Jan silently observed without saying a word. Nam Gong Sohee pulled aside the bamboo curtain and sighed, not understanding how she had ended up in this situation. She recalled half an hour earlier when Somi had dragged her away. She was surprised to see Hyun again, while Somi chattered endlessly. Somi said she met elder sister on the street and brought her here. Hyun bluntly asked why she had returned here. So he replied irritably, and then asked him in return. He pointed at Ma Dok Jin's subordinate and demanded to know why he was with him. Hyun calmly said that man was now family, making her suspect he belonged to the demonic path. Jiang Sam T blushed upon hearing the word family and retorted that he was no longer part of any demonic sect. Do not speak nonsense. Hyun mocked her, asking why when she was here he became righteous, but when that man was present he became demonic. He cut her off and demanded she answer the question. She sighed and agreed to explain. He recounted that while tracking the producer of the restorative medicine, they discovered the source came from Hunan. Further investigation revealed the situation here was extremely serious. Many small and large villages had people addicted to the restorative medicine. Yan concluded that was why she came to Hunan, and so he confirmed she was searching for that person. This was a major matter that should have been handled by the sect managing the territory, but many small sects had collapsed because of the medicine. He said the Three-Sword sect claimed their leader used disguise techniques, but a shout cut her off. Jiang Sam T appeared, surprising them both. He rushed forward saying if that man knew disguise techniques he could transform into him, and Hyun calmly replied that he already knew. Jiang Sam's face immediately darkened with disappointment. Why did you not say a single word to me? Hyun replied indifferently. He saw no reason to explain. Nam Gong Sohee stared at his back and demanded an answer. That hateful man. Do you know something? Hyun crossed his arms and turned around, calmly saying that someone was using his name to trade asylum medicine and was even involved in human trafficking. This is exactly the kind of asylum medicine that man is selling. The moment she took the medicine pouch, she realized it was not ordinary asylum medicine, right? He explained that it was refined in a very different way. Its addictive level far higher than the normal kind. Nam Gong Sohee suspiciously asked how he obtained this, but Hyun only replied vaguely that he had his own channels. She adjusted her hat, then looked up and questioned him. So do you have a way to catch that man? He frankly said that although there was not enough evidence yet, he had already traced a few leads. Growing more curious, she pressed on asking what they were. Hyun deliberately teased her. You want to know knowing comes at a price? She quickly took the bait and blankly asked what she had to pay. He lightly raised 2 fingers as a signal. Give me the bounty reward for capturing the black sect leader. That scene left Nam Gong with nothing but wide, helpless eyes. Hyun pretended to turn his back as if uninterested to pressure her into paying. Forget it if you do not want to. Seeing that, she hurriedly pulled him back. Fine, I agree. I will give that money, but I also have a condition. Hyun curiously turned around. A condition? The sudden shift in tone made Nam Gong Sohee hesitate, but she still answered yes. The Martial Alliance will take full credit after everything ends. It sounds shameful to admit, but if things go smoothly, then the reputation lost because of the black sect will be restored. He calmly replied in short, as you wish. She asked in surprise if he truly agreed. Hyun firmly affirmed that she could do whatever she wanted. Was she not trying to salvage the Martial Alliance's reputation after this incident? Nam Gong Sohee froze. Did he read her thoughts? How did he know? Without answering her, he walked straight toward Jiang Samt and called his name. Go call Hong Kun Sang here. In another place, lush green nature bathed under brilliant golden sunlight. 2 hands tightly wrapped in bandages were bound firmly, unable to move. Hong Won flared up and shouted loudly. We returned to the Imperial Palace immediately. The soldiers behind responded in unison. Yes, my lord. Only the group of 3 with Hyun whispered among themselves. My lord, do not abandon me. I am also from a prestigious martial family. Nam Gong Sohee shook her bound hands, stumbling as she asked whether doing this would truly lure him out. He calmly laid out the plan. The one who caused trouble will certainly return to where it began. Therefore, if we bring this asylum medicine back to the Imperial Palace, the culprit will definitely reveal himself, because they will surely try to intercept and stop us. She suddenly recalled a familiar face, remembering that strategist Nam Gong had once said they must obtain that sample of asylum medicine at all costs. That man possessed astonishing foresight, superior intelligence, and outstanding martial arts, always clearly separating every relationship with a cold, arrogant attitude. Yet toward his family he was devoted and absolutely trusted. It seemed there was no way left to trace his true identity. The scene quickly shifted to the desolate mountain forest. Suddenly the Imperial soldiers panicked and shouted that the enemy had appeared. Right after that, a rope binding someone was suddenly cut apart. Nam Gong Sohee swung her sword and severed the rope, her face briefly tense. They really have arrived. In front of Hongwon stood a group of masked men holding gleaming swords. He shouted without hesitation, "You bastards dare block my path. Do you know who I am?" The leader of the wandering fighters coldly looked at Hongwon and replied that he did not care. Yan seized that opportunity to turn back and signal his companions. "Then now, you two, capture that leader alive." Zongbin and two others immediately formed a triangular encirclement, determined to capture him alive. Gong-so he looked up at the treetops above and could not help feeling exasperated. In this situation, capturing them alive was even harder than killing them, not to mention the enemy greatly outnumbered them. He glanced at him and asked if he did not intend to act. He seemed to have no intention of joining the fight. The only truly useful one was the man in black. As for the other, it was fortunate enough if he did not get in the way. What exactly are you all calculating? In contrast, he was not shaken at all. Even if gathered together, small fry were still just small fry. As soon as the words ended, Dongbin had already charged straight forward. The other two were completely stunned by that overwhelming exchange. Before their eyes, an archer had fallen from a hammer-like punch. The next man was also knocked down in an instant. The final two masked men collapsed after a decisive sword strike. Zongbin merely curled his lips in a smug smile at his achievement. Meanwhile, Nam Gong-sohi and Jiang Samt on this side were so angry they nearly burst into flames. He reluctantly spoke, "Is it not enough to leave a few for interrogation? There was no need to capture them all like this." She was even more agitated as her aura surged violently. "I cannot lose. At the very least, I cannot lose to him. Do you know that a person can still live even after losing an arm or a leg? As long as there is still a mouth to speak, that is enough, right?" Nam Gong-sohi immediately rushed off, leaving Jiang Samt behind shouting loudly, "Wait for me." He stood frozen, staring at the two of them. Was it truly like that? After a while, the space gradually returned to its original silence. He slightly narrowed his eyes as he observed the entire scene that had just unfolded. All three had tied up the bandits, but Jiang Samt lay face down on the ground, lamenting that he had almost lost his life. The other two ignored him and turned to report to He whether this was satisfactory. Hian glanced over and remarked that it was enough for interrogation. Suddenly, Hongwon appeared as if trying to claim credit. "Fine, remove their masks." His soldiers immediately stood at attention and obeyed. "Yes, my lord." One man quickly grabbed the cloth covering a face, but when the cloth was pulled down, the guard was stunned by what appeared. Before everyone was a terrifying, deformed face. "What is this?" Nam Gong-sohi saw that sight and was speechless in horror. Dongbin slightly widened his eyes as he observed the twisted features of that man. Hongwon paid no attention to the appearance and pressed them. "Who are you, and who ordered you to do this?" His words were cut off by Hian's hand placed on his shoulder, asking like that they will not open their mouths. Rumor that the magistrate had found the medicine only truly spread in Truongza. Hearing that, the scar-faced man subtly moved, as if wanting to refute. His next sentence made that man waver. "Your headquarters are actually based in Truongza, correct?" Scar-faced man immediately grew alert but still stubbornly denied. "I do not understand what you are saying. Kill me if you want." Hian ignored that reaction and continued applying pressure. "Clearly you heard the news in Truongza before coming here, proving this was not a spontaneous act. That means your sect is near this area." Even Nam Gong-sohi was stunned. His sect. Having his secret exposed, the scar-faced man ground his teeth fiercely. He roared that bastard must die, but before he could even reach he was knocked down by Hian with a single move. In the blink of an eye, the scar-faced man lay unconscious on the ground. At this moment, he turned to ask her whether after that conversation she had thought of a place. Nam Gong-sohi nodded firmly that she had. "According to your analysis, there are 3 sects matching the description, and all belong to the Martial Alliance." As she spoke, she thought until her head ached. "I cannot believe the Martial Alliance would repeat such filth again. I only hope this time it is not the truth, but why do I feel everything is collapsing?" Nam Gong-sohi's silence made Hian waver. "Fine, this time I will help you." She still half believed and half doubted as she asked again if it was true. However, Hian's softening quickly came with a condition. "Of course, do not forget the price you must pay for this help." Nam Gong-sohi blushed in embarrassment. "I understand it is money, right? Thank you." In the end, Nam Gong-sohi could only let out a soft, helpless sigh. He silently followed the 3 men into the forest path, softly saying, "Then let us depart." Elsewhere, the bald man was losing patience, irritably growling, "What the hell is going on? Men were sent long ago, so why have they not returned yet?" Uncle Bang Dai maintained his assured demeanor, reassuring that they could not possibly fail. Just wait a little longer. Hearing that, the bald man frowned even more. "We understand that as well, but how could those carefully trained men fail because of a few insignificant soldiers?" He coughed lightly a few times, then reassured, "Calm down. They were raised on the medicine I concocted. They will surely return soon. At that point, the bald man deliberately increased the invisible pressure. Uncle Bang died. It is not that I doubt you, but sound from the doorway immediately drew both of their attention. When the figure appeared, all of them were stunned. You are Nam Gong Sohee. She drew her sword with force, yet her heart trembled. I had hoped his intuition was wrong. I cannot believe they dared to commit such cruelty right under the supervision of the righteous sects. Among them was even a sect leader of an intermediate sect allied with the Martial Alliance. Chu Bang Jai pointed at her in shock and called out her name. Is she not the Phoenix captain? Why is she here? While Nam Gong Sohee carefully observed him, the other man looked very familiar. Where have I seen him before? First, we must deal with those fighting outside, then interrogate them later. Chu Bang Jai's panic became more and more apparent as he witnessed the scene before him. He was aghast when he recognized the expert standing behind her. That man is Dung Sam T. He seems to be on the same side as the one who wiped out the Black Sword Society. Thinking of that, the fury inside Uncle Bang Dai erupted. At last, I have found you, you bastard. However, the bald man quickly stopped him. Wait, we must Yahello as the reason they came here first. Chu Bang Jai appeared calmer, sweeping his gaze around before saying, do we even need to guess? The righteous sects have discovered what we have done. There is no need to worry. We just kill them all and it is done, right? Those who deserve to die have come to our door themselves. You have not forgotten, have you? The bald man's gaze suddenly stopped on Jiang Sam T. Are you referring to him? A frenzied look appeared on his face again. That is right. If I cannot kill him today, then do not expect me to continue supporting you. Though dissatisfied, he reluctantly nodded, fine. In the blink of an eye, two steel swords clashed, sparks flying. Nam Gong Sohee sheathed her sword, her heart surging with hatred. I must bring down at least one of those who have sullied the honor of the Martial Alliance. But the enemy is too numerous. If this continues, I fear I will lose the advantage. That moment a voice sounded beside her ear. Strike to the right. Following the instruction, Nam Gong Sohee immediately cut down a man before her. She felt slightly embarrassed when turning to thank him, but Hyeon urged, focus on the front. He is trying to escape on his own. Suddenly Nam Gong Sohee widened her eyes. That is right, I remember him now, Chu Bang Jai. Uncle Bang Dai laughed triumphantly. Since you are the Phoenix captain, you should recognize this old man. It seems that Nam Gung is about to die. It has been a long time since I heard any news about him. Provoked, she angrily shouted back, shut your mouth. Hyeon stood behind, observing Chu Bang Jai, and deduced that the one in the middle was the person using the imitation technique to disguise as others. Yang Sam T looked in the direction he indicated and nodded. You mean him? That is right, there are still traces of that technique on his face. Hyeon casually teased, he does resemble him quite a bit. Jiang Sam T looked at the wound on his face with discomfort. It is truly irritating. Without hesitation, he quickly assigned tasks. First, we must capture that man. You handle the one on the left. Jiang Sam T stared blankly and pointed at himself, asking me. Even so, he quickly changed to a determined expression, because Hyeon's icy gaze was fixed firmly on him. Jiang Sam T turned away, muttering irritably, there are so many people, yet you keep ordering me. How annoying. Hyeon reminded carefully, look closely. The one on the left is your target. His legs are extremely strong, which is why he is confident in his lightness skill. Do you see that? But in terms of lightness skill, after me, you are the best. Can you do it? Those words echoed in Jiang Sam T's mind. After me, you rank second. Because of that, his steps became more resolute. Jiang Sam T rushed forward with determination. To capture the imposter, I will give it my all. He glanced over and felt reassured. Good, that side is under control. His gaze shifted to the figure standing above. How should I deal with that bastard? Uncle Bang Dai witnessed that and went mad. So it was you. No wonder Jiang Sam T obeys you like that. You are the one who destroyed the Black Sword Society, are you not? He calmly admitted, that is right, so what do you intend to do? As if ignited, he roared, I will kill you, I must kill you. He slightly curled his lips in disdain. It seems you are still in good shape. Agitated, Uncle Bang Dai almost fell into delirium. You stole my home and slaughtered my entire family. You took everything from me. In contrast, he only let out a weary sigh. How troublesome. It has been a long time since I have seen that red aura again. Red aura symbolizes one who spreads terror and is burdened with sin. Do not wish to create more karma, but perhaps this is fate. Be silent, old monster, saying that he nearly went insane. Charging forward and shouting, I will tear you apart and destroy everything you cherish. He remained calm as he looked at Chu Bang Jai. I do not understand what you are talking about. As soon as the words ended, a dark figure appeared level with the bald man. A few drops of blood splattered before his eyes. The bald man stood frozen in disbelief. What is happening? Nam Gong Sohee and Zongbin stood watching from the side. Everything happened too quickly. A trembling voice echoed in the air. Impossible. The remaining men were all horrified. Who exactly is he? He merely frowned slightly and stepped forward. Finally, it is quiet. Nam Gong Sohee was still shaken by the twisted corpses. I have witnessed many deaths, but never such a horrifying sight. He fell silent, recalling. I saw the entire process with my own eyes. Nam Gong Sohee could not believe what she had seen. The image replayed in her mind. They were so terrified they could not stand. Their dantian twisted, causing their inner energy to backlash and explode from deviation. Perhaps due to the effect of the medicine, they were far stronger than ordinary martial artists. Suddenly, Nam Gong Sohee noticed the person beside her. He left only a cold glance before departing. The rest is for you to handle. In a distant place, someone was struggling with all his strength to climb upward. It was north of Hunan, Junshan Island in the middle of Dongting Lake. After a long, arduous effort, that person finally reached the destination. He collapsed to the ground, panting from the difficult climb. That was the hunter Si Du Kai Ung. Si Du Kai Ung raised his head to admire the majestic scenery before him. For 1,000 years, no one has set foot here, so I came, but I do not know whether we will find what we see. Suddenly, the ground caved in, forming a deep pit, and he fell straight down. A terrified scream echoed through the space. After an unknown time, Si Du Kai Ung finally regained consciousness. He looked up in alarm at the dark sky above, wondering if he was still alive. After calming himself, he let out a relieved breath. Fortunately, but where is this place? Before he could steady himself, a gleaming golden tail appeared before his eyes. Suzuki Ung was utterly astonished. What is this? It could be the trace of the legendary Great Python. Unable to contain his excitement, he held the torch and moved closer, repeatedly exclaiming, "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Just bringing this news back to the Martial Alliance would give me enough money to live comfortably for the rest of my life." After taking a few more steps, Sejik Young halted when he saw several skeletons sitting upright before him. What is that? The garments covering the bones still looked fairly new. Sejukai Ung widened his eyes in disbelief. Were these once people? There was not a single trace of injury on the bones. Sejukai Ung began to speculate. Judging from this, it feels as if they were waiting for someone. He continued to search and explore to see if any other names were carved on the stone stele. And what are those lines of writing on the rock wall? The content above states that we commemorate the martial saint and shed tears, for we can now protect what must be protected. The inscription continues that we commemorate the martial saint and erect this stele for his rest. The three saints rest together in this place. Sidu Kaiung stood stunned and stammered, "The martial saint." Only then did he clearly see the name carved, Zanshin. Elsewhere, the sky was clear, but the sunlight was scorching and blinding. Hoasomi lay sprawled on the ground complaining, "It is too hot. I cannot endure it anymore." Beside her, Jiang Sam and the others were still diligently hoeing the soil. How troublesome. Gong Sohee, who was snacking, turned back and asked, "In this sweltering weather, why are you digging? If you have money, just hire someone." But he only glanced at her disdainfully as if to say, "Did you think I did not know that?" Jiang Sam T declared loudly that we were assigned this task. Zongbin also asked in confusion why you are not coming down to help. She calmly replied, "Because it is too hot." Then Gong Sohee turned to invite, "Somi, come sit beside me where it is cooler." Though exhausted, Hoa Somi still shook her head. "No, father told me I must work." He watched the scene and wondered if he was training everyone after the Three-Sword Society incident. But Somi is still young. Is he that strict? Suddenly a voice sounded. "Do you not know the saying that martial arts are not taught idly?" He stood there with arms crossed and reproached her. "Somi is more diligent than you. You are not even equal to a child." Gong Sohee continued eating leisurely. "Do not appear so suddenly like that." She boldly declared, "I have already paid. I'm a guest here." But he only coldly repeated, "A guest." He suddenly suggested, "How about a contest to see who hoes faster?" Gong Sohee immediately asked, "What contest?" He pointed to the plot of land beside them. "Whoever finishes first wins." Only then did she hesitate, but I do not even know how. Before she could finish speaking, Wu Haiyan announced the prize was 1 tael of silver. Hearing that she was visibly shaken, 1 tael of silver. Time passed quickly, and before long the sky had turned to dusk. Gong Sohee worked hard at hoeing, muttering, "I must win." Jiang Sam T watched the scene speechless. She is truly easy to bait. At the same time, at the Martial Alliance, a voice exclaimed in shock, "Is that true?" Subordinate respectfully reported to Gong Chun that they had discovered the secret activities of the Martial Saint on Junshan Island. He immediately understood, so it is there. The other hurriedly confirmed that is correct. There are relics of the 3 saints. They were legendary figures. The 3 saints were Truong Tam Fong of Wudang, the Shaolin monk, and the heavenly demon of the demonic cult. No martial artist was unaware of them. They were called the 3 saints because no one reached their realm. Yet countless mysteries about them still remained in the martial world. He said worriedly that if this matter spread, the entire Central Plains would be shaken. from the righteous sects, the evil sects, the demonic cult to the neighboring nations. Suddenly someone spoke up, causing Gong Chun to be surprised. It seems the Wudang sect must personally go there. Turn to look at the elder. If it is truly Tai Kong, then the benefactor of Wudang, then they must go. That was Elder Hio Gong. Gong Chun clearly understood that Truong Tam Fong was the founder of Wudang and the creator of Tai Kai Fist. But Tai Kong then was the one who helped him comprehend the essence of martial arts. Truong Tam Fong once met Tai Kong then at the Tam Nguyen Sword Assembly and grasped the essence of Taoism before founding Wudang martial arts. Thus their reverence for Tai Kong then was only natural. So Gong added that since the relic of Thien Vo Quang of the heavenly demon sacred cult was also there, the demonic cult would surely act. He emphasized that even a small mistake could ignite war between the righteous sects and the demonic cult. Gong Chun decided to dispatch 200 martial alliance warriors under Wudang's command to bring back the remains of Tai Kong then, and at the same time asked Gong to investigate the secret activities of the martial saint. The latter respectfully expressed gratitude to the alliance leader. Even so, Gong Chun still felt uneasy. The remains of Ti Gong Jin and John Mu Wang will be handled by Wudang and the demonic cult, but I am still worried. Exactly as Nam Kung Lian. She also belongs to the three saints, but is not as renowned as the other two. No one knows which side she belongs to, so there will surely be many more forces involved. Jiang Samt lay sprawled on the ground groaning from the heat. Suggested that in this heat, hoeing the soil is exhausting. Why not go play in the stream? Nam Gong Sohee excitedly said she heard the water of Dongting Lake is very cool. But Jiang Samt objected that the lake is deep and dangerous. If you fall, you will lose your life. She immediately retorted, you are just cowardly. I am not afraid. She even teased that with your thick lips you would float like a buoy. How could you die? Making him blush with anger. Seeing that Jiang Bao advised them to stop arguing and get up, the two of them turned at the same time and replied, you get up yourself. Dongbin did not care and only reminded Somi to eat slowly. Nam Gong Sohee sighed, saying who knows why he is digging the soil. Jiang Sam Ti added that growing vegetables ourselves is cheaper than buying outside. Hearing that she was surprised that someone like him would think that way, the others could only smile awkwardly. Perhaps it is true. They continued discussing his identity and how he could defeat entire factions so quickly. Jiang Samt even emphasized how formidable his martial arts are. Perhaps he used to be an assassin. Hoa Somi immediately objected that my father is only a carpenter. Little girl happily recounted that her father repairs houses, builds storage sheds, and handles all the household work. Nam Gong Sohee could not believe it, truly. Somi still insisted it is true. She grew even more perplexed that he is that strong, yet he works as a carpenter. On the street, Hian is even teased and invited out for drinks. Dongbin frowned in displeasure. Somi even raised her hoe and boasted that father can also do this. Just then he appeared with annoyance. Stop prying into other people's past. Nam Gong Sohee asked in surprise, since when have you been standing there? He replied coldly, for a while already. He examined him and said, someone like you is a carpenter. He immediately cut her off enough. He changed the subject and said that lately Yu Yang has been quite lively. Do you know what happened? Nam Gong Sohee put her hands on her hips, saying, how would I know since I have not left here? Zongbin guessed it might be related to the Three-Sword Society, but he shook his head. It seems they are waiting for something. Hai Somi raised her hand and said, I heard my classmates mention that people are searching for something. Bent down and gently asked what thing. The girl giggled and said, father, guess. Suddenly a pigeon flew down from above, landed neatly on Nam Gong Sohee's hand. Seeing the letter tied to its leg, she guessed it was an urgent message. Noticed her unusual expression and asked what happened. She remained silent and did not answer. After a while, Nam Gong Sohee sighed and said, perhaps I must return to the martial alliance. Time passed quietly. Everyone came to see her off. Somi reminded her to come back and visit. Nam Gong Sohee cheerfully replied, of course, Somi. Jiang Sam Ti felt a little regretful. Is she really leaving? It seems the matter is serious. But right after that, he was startled when he assigned him the task of going to investigate the situation. Though reluctant, he still had to accept. Once again, it is me. On the road back, Nam Gong Sohee's figure sped forward like the wind. Her mind was in constant turmoil. Traces of the martial saint. I once heard legends about him, but it is hard to believe that the martial saint's mysterious cave and the remains of the three saints have been discovered. Dongbin's voice rang out in astonishment. The secret cave of the martial saint. Jiang Sam Ti nodded and continued. From her expression, I knew this was no small matter. Even Hong Gong personally confirmed it. Only after hearing that did he truly realize this was a major event. The martial saint in legend was also called the absolute heavenly demon. No one knew whether 1,000 years ago he truly existed or was merely a fabricated tale. Zongbin said fervently, we must go. That is proof of the martial saint's existence. Perhaps we might even obtain a treasure. Jiang Sam Ti agreed. Master, this is a rare opportunity. But he remained indifferent. I also heard the news at the academy. And what is this secret cave? Hisami innocently asked if it was food. He simply continued to inquire. Where exactly is the martial saint's cave? Everyone knows that the martial saint, or absolute heavenly demon, is tied to countless rumors. He once slaughtered many lives across the Central Plains. Not only was his martial art profound, but he was rumored to be immortal, surviving every peril. Yet in the end it was said he died at the hands of the three immortals. Thinking of the possibility of finding the cave of a figure who existed only in legend and witnessing the true relic, Zongbin wondered, was this not something that would shake the entire martial world? Calmly asked where it was located, yet in his heart he had his own calculations. Moreover, this man showed no sign of confusion. Jiang Sam Ti eagerly replied, it is on Kim Sun Island. Shall we go now? He coldly refused, it is far as I expected. We will not go, making him momentarily suspicious whether that day he truly was a carpenter. Zongbin reminded that if we delay it will be too late. We must arrive before the martial alliance. But he maintained that even if we go we will gain nothing. There is nothing left there. He asked helplessly why. Suspicion rose in Zongbin's heart. Could it be that you know everything? Do not tell me you are actually, perhaps once only an ordinary carpenter. But maybe he was taught by the martial saint, which is why he is so strong. Seeing that expression, he guessed it. I do not know what you are imagining, but it is not so. Zongbin was still astonished. So that is how it is. He silently thought that Kim Sun Island was once home to the legendary 1,000-year great python. The memories remained only faint. On Kim Sun Island, there existed a 1,000-year python along with many strange phenomena. The island was covered with weeds and poisonous insects. Even the beasts there were abnormally large. The python's essence emitted a sinister aura. I spent decades resolving everything before leaving. At 15, I stepped into that place. 35, I finally escaped. After countless failures and brushes with death, I finally slew the great python and survived. What remained were only the traces of training deeply etched into stone. I never wished to return and see them. Suddenly, Jiang Sam Ti cried out, wait. The martial alliance also set out from Hunan. Many will go to Kim Sun to seek the legacy, if we do not arrive first. But his cold expression made them halt. The martial saint's legacy is not something easily seized. You two cannot even control your own strength. What use is more? Instead of empty words, go train. Perhaps the truth is closer than you think. He did not care how exhausted they were. If you understand, then continue. Jiang Sam Ti still tried to persuade. Even if we cannot obtain the legacy, it is worth it. This is a rare chance to see the remains of the three saints. Turned back and asked, what did you just say? He answered immediately without hesitation. Remaining remains of the three saints. Besides the martial saint's tablet, it is said the bones of the three saints are also there. Seeing him silent, Jiang Sam Ti grew anxious. What is wrong? After a brief thought, he changed his mind. Very well, we will go to Kim Sun. On the island, the scenery was peaceful, the clear blue water enchanting. He stood at the bow, observing ahead. Beside him, Hung Yuan sobbed softly. I know nothing of the martial world, why must I follow here? Jiang Sam Ti steered the boat and said respectfully, we have arrived. It set foot on Kim Sun Island. Nam Gong So he saw them and was startled. You. She asked rapidly, why are you here? And where is Somi? He replied calmly, the child is playing at Hong Gun Sang's house. An Duck was surprised to meet her here. Nam Gong So he awkwardly said, you must have heard the rumors. He said indifferently, I am not very interested. She was annoyed, not interested, yet you still came all this way. Truly a lie. But he continued, I am more concerned about the remains of the three saints. He asked in surprise, not the martial saint's legacy. You came this far just for that. He answered calmly, so what? He added that she must have searched already. Nam Gong So he sighed. The one called the Dark Lurker destroyed every entrance to the cave. Now it cannot be entered. Heavy rain has made the soil unstable, and it may collapse at any time. He asked, so you have not found the entrance yet? She admitted she had not. He proposed to meet the Dark Lurker. She sighed, he is dead. His body was torn apart. Without the trim of his robe, he would be unrecognizable. He said the first discoverer is often the most noticed. Jiang Sam Ti looked around and realized the place was strangely quiet. Nam Gong So he explained this is the martial saint's shrine, and also the resting place of the three saints, so no one dares cause trouble. He looked up and chuckled softly, a shrine. How ostentatious. She retorted, even as legend he was once a prodigy. She added, I do not fully believe it either. Slaughtering countless people undefeated, overturning the heavens, angering the 8 immortals, and in the end, still losing to the 3 immortals, and being punished by the 8 immortals according to rumor. He only smiled silently, making her even more curious. Nam Gong So he thought it was the first time she saw him smile like that. She asked, is the legend so amusing? He replied, every story is exaggerated so it sounds rather comical, then asked why she came. She answered frankly, I only came to see if any suspicious person appears. Fortunately, the Martial Alliance and the demonic cult agreed not to bring swords to compete, but suddenly a shout rang out, "It has been found." Everyone immediately turned their attention that way. "Has the cave entrance been found?" A man's voice echoed, "It has been found." That sound drew every gaze. The Martial Saint's cave. Gong, so he did not hesitate and rushed forward. "I will go first." Jiang Sam T said, "I heard only the first discoverer may enter between the Martial Alliance and the demonic cult. What shall we do?" He sighed, "I am not certain." Told everyone to remain here and observe first. Jiang Sam T asked, "Then what will you do?" He replied, "I will take a short nap." The group was stunned. A nap, truly the master, in such a situation still so calm. He remained firm. "Sitting on the boat so long was tiring. You all go ahead." He walked alone into the deep forest. "I heard the cave entrance is to the northwest. Is it here?" A strange sound caught Wu Haiyan's attention. Memories of childhood seemed to appear before his eyes. Back then Wu Haiyan trained with utmost diligence. He quietly recalled that precious time. Wu Haiyan reflected silently. 1,000 years have passed so long. Enough reminiscing, it does not suit me. I must hurry before they arrive. Before long, Wu Haiyan reached the northern side of Junshan Mountain, where the abyss lay at the island's end. Observed and wondered, "Is it around here?" Wu Haiyan said nothing and gathered his strength to leap high into the air. He followed along the cliff face down into the abyss to observe the situation below. Before long, Wu Haiyan arrived. 1,000 years have passed, yet the traces remain. It seems no one has had the ability to set foot here. From this side to the other, should I venture deeper? The old traces of training had been carved over and concealed. Thus no one could recognize them. Wu Haiyan quietly stepped inside. After a while he reached the place where 3 skeletons sat. "Too much time has passed. Perhaps I should also join you. I must remain in this world a while longer." He fell silent as memories flooded back. "In the past, countless people coveted my power. They hunted me everywhere. Some drew their swords the moment they saw me. At that time, I was still unworthy to be called master. Even so, they were still my friends and disciples." Wu Haiyan gently closed his eyes, his expression solemn. Outside, the sky remained clear. Jiang Sam T yawned in boredom. "This is truly dull. Where exactly is he sleeping?" Someone whispered, "Is that not Mugen of the little twin swords?" "I think so too. Why is someone from the evil sect here?" Dongbin heard and paid attention. The remains of Tai Kong then belonged to the righteous sect. Thin Vo Quang to the demonic cult. Nam Kung Liat belongs to neither side. Is the evil sect targeting her? He felt uneasy but remained alert. Jiang Sam T sighed. "So what? Do you want to be noticed somewhere else?" Zongbin said irritably, "I do not like being stared at like this." Jiang Sam T retorted, "How would I know? Because of your reputation, the governor must stand like a stone statue." Hong Won startled. "When did I become a stone statue?" Jiang Sam T replied confidently, "The governor does not know martial arts, so of course he is afraid among experts." Hong Won flushed and retorted, "How am I weak? I am getting stronger every day." Zongbin intervened, "Stop it. You are no different." "Wait, what is that?" Hong Won did not understand. "What are you saying?" Zongbin turned and focused carefully. "There is something." After observing, he concluded, "There are dozens of warships carrying cannons approaching." Hong Won's eyes widened in fear. Tried to steady himself. "Impossible, you must be mistaken. Without imperial orders, how could there be cannons?" Zongbin remained certain. "My eyes do not deceive me." In just a moment, the warships closed in, appearing right before them. Jiang Sam T pointed, "That looks terrifying. Have they turned away? Why does it seem they are aiming at me?" Hong Won forced a laugh, "Stop joking. Even with cannons, they would not dare fire openly." As soon as he finished speaking, the other side prepared to fire. A thunderous explosion resounded. Cannonball shot straight toward Hong Won and the others. As the smoke cleared, they had yet to recover. Zongbin calmly said, "See, they are real cannons." Jiang Sam T panicked, "I told you they were aiming at me." Hong Won shouted furiously, "To hell with everything else." He yelled, "We are under attack." The whole group immediately ran, "Move away." While retreating, Zongbin glanced back, looked at the massive warships, and speculated, "Is that the evil sect? Perhaps they found the Martial Saint's cave long ago. The one who labored most must be the Grand Elder. In any case, it is hard to guess. They ran amid the dense cannon fire. We must leave here first." Nam Gong, so he also realized, and was alarmed, "That is real attack." She was astonished, "Who has so many cannons?" An elder reminded her, "Do not stand stunned." Nam Gong, so he nodded, "That is right." She recalled Gu Hong of the demonic cult once said something was unusual, and to circle around before reaching the entrance. "I thought the demonic cult was merely being overly cautious." Now she was confused. The cave entrance is right before us, yet this happens. Thinking carefully, we only need to hold this place. Gong, so he asked, "Should we focus our forces on resisting them first? What do you think, branch leader?" He quickly agreed. We do not know how deep the cave goes, so block them first. What do you think, Lord Go? Branch leader of Hanan, Go Damjin of Wudang agreed, though I wish to see the ancestors remain soon. Extinguishing those arsonists on sacred ground is more important. Nam Gong So he decided, if so then, we'll deal with them immediately. Ang Sam T and the others were not idle either. Everyone struggled to find a way out. Everyone opened a path to retreat. Hong One weakly hid behind a tree, muttering, I hope they win. When will Wu Haiyan arrive? More explosions thundered from the sky. Everyone panicked as they saw explosives falling. Ang Sam T realized it was too late. Damn it, we cannot stop it, he shouted, move away. But a figure rushed against the blast. That silhouette glided lightly through the smoke. Before long, Go Damjin stood proudly amid the battlefield. Someone recognized him and shouted, it is Lord Go. The crowd buzzed, the seven-sword sect master has arrived. We are saved. Go Damjin loudly demanded, are you the ones causing chaos in this sacred place? Declare your origin if you wish to live. The black-clad men did not bother to respond. Such nonsense, kill them all. Thus the two sides clashed fiercely. On the western side of the island, while masked assassins attacked the righteous sect and the demonic cult, it was strangely quiet. Most had gone to block them, so only a few guarded the cave entrance. Another group of assassins was rapidly approaching. They rushed forward at extreme speed and cut down the guards. Black-clad men urged each other, only 30 minutes remain. They entered inside without caution. Someone whispered, the cave is long, but the aura has changed. We are close. Yet the assassin suddenly froze. He was already standing there waiting. They immediately drew their swords warily. Who are you? He curled his lips in disdain. It seems I have uninvited guests. He continued, I was only hiding here to avoid trouble. I did not expect you to find me first. That is fine. Thanks to you, I need not worry about certain matters. I was just planning to deal with you for the cannon attack that caused chaos earlier. Hian stood there in silence, calmly sweeping his gaze over each person before him to assess the situation. Their stances were extremely steady, just like the seasoned assassins who had appeared years ago. He suddenly felt an unusual surge of excitement, letting out a faint sneer as he said they truly had some skill. But setting foot here meant they had chosen the wrong path. The assassins lost patience and charged forward at once, shouting noisily that they would take his life. All of them immediately focused their full attention on him. They quickly formed a tight encirclement around Hian. He merely glanced at them and remarked that their formation was decent, even superior to the Arhat formation of Shaolin. One of them secretly evaluated that his aura proved he was a master, but their combined formation had once defeated even a supreme expert of the martial world. That man carefully observed even the slightest movement. That man had absolute faith in the strength of the group. Since no one had ever survived their joint assault, this time would be no different, and he prepared to launch a sneak attack on Hian from behind. That man roared with fury, die. Yet Hian remained as calm as ever. He simply flicked his hand lightly. Terrifying force erupted instantly, sending the assassin flying. That man crashed heavily onto the ground, clutching his chest and groaning in pain. Another saw this and immediately heightened his guard. His companion had been defeated too quickly. Though the technique was unclear, it was obviously far from ordinary. The slightest mistake would be enough for that man to expose a weakness. The entire group surged toward Hian like a rising tide. He leisurely mocked them, want to die together. How foolish, charging recklessly without knowing yourself or your enemy. It reminds me of a certain idiot. If only you had thought more carefully, you might have prolonged your lives. As he finished speaking, his figure vanished like the wind. Hian moved like a flash among the crowd, dealing with them one by one as if savoring a game. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. In mere moments, all the assassins had fallen. At this point, only one remained, barely clinging to his last breath. Hian held his blade and said coldly, having strength does not guarantee victory. What matters is wielding the blade with precision like this. That man screamed in panic, who exactly are you? He did not bother to answer, and decisively ended that man's life. The pursuit ended with every assassin completely annihilated. Hian swept his gaze around indifferently and said, be silent. Do not awaken those who should not be disturbed, understand? He looked at the object in his hand and pondered, is this a flare? On the other side, Nam Gong Sohee and the others were still locked in fierce combat when a group of unfamiliar assassins suddenly attacked the righteous and demonic alliance on Quan Sun Island. Not long after, they fell one by one. It turned out they had only intended to create a diversion to steal the item hidden in the secret cave. Clearly, they planned to use this flare to notify their companions in battle of the moment the plan was completed. That signal would announce that the necessary item had fallen into their hands. Hian put the flare back into his pocket. Everything seemed far simpler than expected. The sky remained clear blue when suddenly a strange sound rang out. Nam Gong Sohee panted from exhaustion. What was that sound just now? Hearing the noise, the enemies immediately retreated in unison. Where were they going? Someone noticed the anomaly. They had abruptly halted and withdrawn. That was Gu Hong demonic sect faction. Everyone began discussing why they had left. Even the Wudang sect leader, Godam Jin, shook his head in confusion. Godam Jin wiped his sweat repeatedly. This is bad. I still do not know who is behind this. Those captured all swallowed poison to kill themselves. They are certainly not ordinary fighters. Suddenly someone spoke up, saying he had heard a sound before they retreated. He suddenly understood. That sound was very loud, like a warning signal or a flare. The entire group immediately rushed off. They had to reach the secret cave at once. Everyone ran forward with all their strength. Yet when they arrived, all of them were stunned. How could this be? Nam Gong Soi's face turned pale. The secret cave of the martial saint was completely empty. Godam Jin collapsed to his knees in shock. He blamed himself endlessly. Damn it, we were deceived by such a simple trick. Gu Hong hurriedly reassured him. This is not the time for regret. Quickly chase after them. Everyone immediately agreed. Godam Jin immediately regained his composure. Miss Nam Gong, you stay behind in case they return. Nam Gong Soi looked around and saw she was alone, a trace of bewilderment crossing her face. I was really left behind. She sighed helplessly. Lately nothing has gone smoothly at all. Suddenly something caught her attention. Nam Gong Dahyun stepped closer to examine it more carefully. Only then did she realize it was a stone stele. Nam Gong Dahyun seriously lifted it to observe. She muttered softly, how cunning. Meanwhile, Yu Haiyan had boarded a boat and left with 3 skeletons and Gu Haiyan. Gong Chun stood inside the cave, looking at the remaining traces on the rock wall. It was a long while before he finally spoke. In the end, it is still the same. Disappointment was evident on his face, not knowing who had acted nor who had dealt with the corpse. The branch leader immediately bowed his head to apologize to the alliance leader. Gong Chun pondered. Not only had the body of T. Gong Jin disappeared, but even the relic of the martial saint left no trace. Considering the effort and money invested, this ambition had proven futile. He had not expected it to end in a dead end like this. Gan Un suddenly spoke, but there is one thing we are certain of. Gong Chun immediately asked, what is it? He reported that this assassination was not carried out by the unorthodox faction. Since they had monitored them from the beginning, it was very likely the culprit was a mysterious force or foreigners. Gong Chun thought for a moment and said, we also cannot rule out the possibility that it was the demonic sect. Gan Un and the branch leader were astonished. How could that be? You mean the demonic sect? He calmly explained, I am only speculating. Do not rush to believe anything you have not seen with your own eyes. I have reminded you many times to be cautious with every hypothesis. Gan Un frankly admitted his fault. Since we had never discussed the demonic sect before, I did not consider it. I will continue investigating this direction. The man in white was Nam Gong Chun, a member of the Nam Gong clan, one of the most powerful sects among the 8 great families. Named the Sword King, he ranked among the top experts of the Central Plains, renowned for his exceptional wisdom and vision. Gan Un still felt proud to have such a learned alliance leader, yet he was also worried because his term was nearing its end. If another took his place, the martial alliance might fall into chaos, truly troubling. They continued surveying the area. He looked at the crisscrossing sword marks. When his subordinate asked, he sighed and said it is useless. Someone deliberately created them to conceal the real traces. It seems we can no longer gather any additional clues. He fell into heavy silence, making the atmosphere even more tense. Long Chun pondered. I thought my intuition had helped me discover something. In the end, who stole that opportunity from me? Deep within the forest, a familiar voice rang out. I think it is like this. Jiang Samt said with a serious face that it must be something very important for them to secretly summon us here, right? Jiang Ban nodded and teased, probably. But what are you doing? If you need to relieve yourself, I will stand guard. He replied angrily, can you not see? I am training, idiot, and besides, how could the Lord sleep when even the slightest sound would wake him? He is surely observing us and preparing to impart higher martial arts. Stop talking nonsense. 2 days ago, he entered the secret cave of the martial saint to retrieve something precious to gift us. When he returns here, I will have a present for you. Hearing this, Jiang Ban merely gave a polite smile. Is that so? We should still work diligently. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. You have arrived. They immediately ran toward Hian in delight. Yes, Lord, we have been waiting for you. He spoke to apologize for making them wait because he had matters to resolve. Jiang Ban was inwardly astonished. He had not expected him to apologize so easily. Hian removed the bag from his shoulder and threw it onto the ground. Open it and see. Jiang Samt eagerly stepped forward. It has finally appeared, his heart filled with anticipation for something momentous. Yet inside were only 2 ordinary flutes with nothing special about them. The 2 stared at each other wide-eyed, completely at a loss for words. After a while, Jiang Samt cautiously asked what this thing was for. Hian replied calmly that it was a shovel. Had they never seen one before? He stammered that was not what he meant, only why he was giving them this. Hian ignored the question and coldly told them to start digging. The 2 were bewildered and did not understand. Patiently repeated once more, I said dig down. They had no choice but to bow their heads and continue working. Though dissatisfied inside, neither dared to voice any protest. Jiang Ban's face darkened. Jiang Sam-T looked no better. Seeing them pause, Hian urged them to dig harder. After digging for who knew how long, Jiang Sam-T panted and asked what they were doing this for. Hian looked at the result and nodded. It was acceptable. He even praised them, saying, "At least you are good at digging." Jiang Sam-T was furious, but did not dare argue and could only thank him stiffly. When finished, he turned and pointed ahead, signaling that was enough. Bring the thing hidden in the bushes over here carefully. He walked over irritably, being ordered to do something strange again. What could possibly be in those bushes? He returned and reported that he saw nothing at all. Hian calmly ordered him to place his hand there. When Jiang Sam-T did as told, he immediately sensed something unusual. A surge of energy suddenly rose beneath his palm. He muttered warily, "Is it a trap? What on earth is this?" Jiang Sam-T froze when he saw several skeletons exposed. His brows furrowed in shock. He had no idea what was happening. A moment later, Jiang Sam-T stepped back. Trembling, he asked, "Lord, what are these skeletons?" Hian remained composed and replied, "Bury them. Remember to do it with respect." At the same time, at the Henan branch of the Martial Alliance, Nam Gong So-He kept tapping her fingers on the table. She kept murmuring the name Jiang Guhian. The stone stele stated that when the secret cave was discovered, they had seen it. Perhaps the three saints brought it to express gratitude to the martial saint. And the name carved on the stele was Jiang Guhian. Could not possibly be him, right? Nam Gong So-He reassured herself that it was probably just a coincidence of names. Just then Gong Chun walked in and asked what she was thinking about so absent-mindedly. She startled and called out to him. He told her it was fine and to sit down. She was worried about the matter on the island. She admitted partly, but there was something else weighing on her mind. Gong Chun grew curious and wanted to hear. He slumped onto the table tiredly and asked if anyone could live for 1,000 years. Gong Chun laughed and said how interesting. Nam Gong So-He said seriously that she was not joking. He recounted that Qin Shi Huang had sought an elixir of immortality, yet still could not escape death. Hearing that she found it reasonable, he continued that everyone must go through birth, aging, sickness, and death, though there might be exceptions. She suddenly asked if he meant the 8 immortals. Gong Chun stroked his beard and replied, "Yes. I was referring to the 8 immortals who once protected the martial world for a long time, though it is only legend. Believed that if one reached a certain realm, living 1,000 years was not impossible." Nam Gong So-He began to feel she had been overthinking. Even if he was truly strong, how could he be the martial saint who stood at the pinnacle of Central Plains martial history? The powerful figures of old all carried a noble bearing like her grandfather. How could a strange man who once stole money from bandits compare to the 8 immortals? Gong Chun asked if she felt reassured now. She smiled and thanked him. He let out a light sigh and said it was fortunate to have a chance to talk with her. Perhaps they should take a stroll around Dongting Lake. Nam Gong So-He repeated, Dongting Lake. The graves of the 3 saints were finally completed. The offering wine was poured full. It had been their favorite in life. Hian sat solemnly before the grave and said he had never thought there would be a day when he would pour wine to see them off. Jiang Sam-T and Jiang Ban watched the scene in silence. Suddenly the sound of light footsteps echoed. Jiang Sam-T clasped his hands respectfully and asked to offer a cup. Hian glanced at him. He gave a slight nod, allowing him to pour. As he raised the cup, Jiang Sam-T thought to himself that he should do this. Today the Lord Back looked unusually lonely. This wine was truly expensive, and its aroma was rich. Just as he was about to take a sip, Hian knocked him sharply. "Who allowed you to drink?" He clutched his head and yelped, "I am not blind." Jiang Sam-T argued that the 3 names on the stele were clearly Chan Mu Wang Nam Ju Ri Ong and Ti Gong Jin, who were the 3 saints. Hian still shook his head and said, "You are mistaken." Insisted he was not that foolish. Hian replied calmly that if he liked he could turn him into a skeleton like that. Even after being threatened, Jiang Sam-T still asked, "Lord, tell the truth, how did you obtain those skeletons?" Hian remained firm and said, "I already told you they were not." He continued, trailing behind, pleading. Jiang Ban shook his head and told him to stop or he would anger him. Suddenly a childlike voice called Uncle Servant. Jiang Sam-T was startled and asked what was wrong. So-Mi whined that her ball was lost and asked him to help. He still stubbornly wanted to question the Lord, but So-Mi dragged him away, refusing to let go because of her ball. In the end, he followed the little girl and said, "All right, Uncle will get it for you." So-Mi happily thanked him. Hian understood that there was no ball in the house and subtly reminded her. He said lying was not good, but sometimes a harmless lie could be accepted. So-Mi obediently hugged her father and said she understood. He patted her head and praised her as truly his daughter. She then curiously asked another question. Somi hugged him tightly and asked how Sister Sohi was. Hyun replied that he did not know either. In his heart, he thought that perhaps the martial alliance had returned empty-handed and was angry. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Hyun carried Somi and said she was probably busy. He opened the door with a smile. It seemed there were guests. Unexpectedly, the one standing outside was Namgong Sohi. The moment Somi saw her, she cried out in delight. Namgong Sohi greeted them somewhat shyly. Hyun listened to her reason for coming at this hour. Seeing Gong Chun behind her, he smiled and said a distinguished guest has arrived. Gong Chun replied modestly that he flattered him. Namgong Sohi explained that they wanted lodging overlooking Dongting Lake, but it was too crowded. Before she finished, Hyun told her to come in, leaving her stunned. Namgong Sohi wondered if he was not angry. On the way inside, Hyun even mocked that he had thought the alliance was busy, yet it seemed quite free. Gong Chun laughed and said an old man like him enjoyed such things. Without a bit of pleasure, how could one go on living? Hyun curled his lips and said how interesting. After such an incident, you can still laugh. Gong Chun calmly, yet not understanding his meaning, asked what he meant. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Before long, Hyun led them to a nearby room and said it was expensive, but meals would be free. Gong Chun remarked that her friend was truly interesting. Did he really destroy the Black Sword Society? The mention of that, Namgong Sohi felt uncomfortable again. He did not admit it, but she believed it was so, and he was not her friend. Gong Chun pondered about Hyun. He was too mysterious. One glance was enough to know he was extraordinary. They continued chatting, though the alliance was in turmoil. Gong Chun said he was about to retire, so slacking a little was fine. But strategist Diego would surely not think so. The next morning, Somi excitedly said she wanted to see the beautiful Sister Sohi. Hyun shook his head and said it was not convenient now because she was not alone. Somi asked if it was the grandpa from earlier. Hearing that, Somi drooped and softly called out Sister. Yangban walked over from somewhere unknown, his face full of heat. Chita Enus, Lord, I feel uneasy. Hyun turned his head and asked what he was worried about. But in the blink of an eye, the little girl had already run off. This is not good, I must follow and see. Jiangban asked irritably why that man was here. That is the Sword King. Jiangban bluntly revealed Gong Chun identity. Hyun paused slightly, the Sword King. Jiangban nodded and added that he was also the Martial Alliance leader, ranked among the kings of the unorthodox faction, those nearly invincible. Hyun merely nodded lightly. So that was the Sword King Namgong Sohi always mentioned. He recalled the fervent look in her eyes when she spoke of her grandfather. Not just anyone could be honored as the Sword King. His bearing was indeed different from ordinary martial artists, but that was all. I do not sense true sharpness. It seems he has not fully comprehended his own martial path. Jiangban curiously asked if they came because of Quan Sun Island. Hyun shook his head. If that were the case, it would not be this quiet. Whatever the purpose may be, Hyun kept his eyes on Isomi. Let things follow their natural course. Next morning, the sound of rustling leaves echoed. Brilliant sunlight filled the space. Gong Chun sat leisurely by the lake fishing. The surface of the water rippled gently. Someone approached and asked, "It seems you truly enjoy fishing." Seeing Hyun, he laughed loudly. "When I was young, I could fish all day without boredom. It has been long since I felt such peace." He grew thoughtful as memories of the past resurfaced. Since coming of age, I have rarely had a moment of leisure. At 20, I competed with prodigies everywhere. At 30, I fought for my family honor. Time passed unnoticed. Looking back, it seems nothing was left for myself. Sighed softly, raising the family reputation and leading the righteous path, yet feeling hollow within. I only hope the matter of Quan Sun Island proceeds smoothly. In the end, I have nothing that truly belongs to me. Just then, Somi ran over holding a large fish. "Father, look, I caught another one." She showed it off proudly and told him to cook it. Gong Chun turned around, startled by the overly sweet voice. Hyun smiled and praised her. "Well done, try catching an even bigger one." Delighted by the praise, Somi beamed and said she would catch a huge one to share with everyone. Seeing that scene, Hyun could not help but laugh. He lifted her gently and said, "That is enough." Somi obediently replied, "Yes." Gong Chun smiled at their warmth. Somi said the fish bit her hand, so she taught it a lesson, and it looked like a little dragon. He thought to himself that the young man once carried the same emptiness as I did. I feared he would walk a path filled with regret like mine. Perhaps that worry was unnecessary. Old memories suddenly flooded back. Long ago, his child had happily brought a gift to celebrate his birthday. But Gong Chun had coldly brushed it aside, telling him to practice his sword instead of wasting time. In his eyes back, then weakness meant uselessness. Two children could only lower their heads in sadness. Thinking back, he felt deeper regret. The young man may have gained what I never preserved. Fame and power. How bitter it was. Hyun noticed that helpless gaze. Spoke to Isomi, yet seemed to address Gong Chun. "If you wish to overcome something, look around you, and you will find what is useful." Hearing that he was stunned, the shadows of the two reflected upon the shimmering lake. Gong Chun could not help but praise that he was truly interesting. Hyun modestly replied that he flattered him. At that moment Nam Gong-sohi hurried over. He reported that something serious had happened. Gong-chun calmly asked what occurred. She panted and said the Alliance had sent an urgent message. Strategist Diego was ambushed and gravely injured. Upon hearing this, he immediately stood up. I must return at once. Prepare to head to the main headquarters immediately. Nam Gong-sohi answered yes. Hyun carried Hisomi and silently observed the aura ahead. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Killing intent radiated from Gong-chun. Indeed, he could not be judged by appearance. Hyun suddenly advised him not to be arrogant, otherwise death would always lurk. Gong-chun did not turn back yet said thank you. This old man will not die so easily. Hyun simply watched silently. Before leaving, Gong-chun added, "It is a pity I must depart early, but thank you for letting me rest in this beautiful place." Hyun replied, "Feel free to visit any time." Gong-chun and Nam Gong-sohi mounted their horses and left. They urged their horses forward at speed. Yang Ban wondered what had happened that made his face pale while packing. Hyun shook his head saying he did not know and that it had nothing to do with them. Jiang Ban nodded and said that yesterday in Yueyang he heard news of a new sect about to be established. Hyun was slightly surprised. A sect? Jiang Ban added that recently Hunan and Yueyang had been very lively. Hyun pretended not to know and said he was busy taking care of Somi and paid no attention. Jiang Ban said someone wanted to control Yueyang and was also searching for something on Quan Sun Island. Hyun remained silent. In his heart, a sense of trouble approaching arose. If the great families intervened, they would linger here. He chose Yueyang for its peace to raise Somi without martial artists coming and going. In the end, Hyun only said Yueyang is beginning to grow noisy. Jiang Sam-ti loudly declared that if anyone tried to seize the Lord position, they would just drive them away. Hyun looked annoyed but said it was only rumor and to observe first. He nodded awkwardly. Hyun silently looked at the two, thinking that though not public, the peace here was thanks to them in Yueyang. Those who protected Yueyang were the giant family of Hunan. Nam Gong-sohi sighed. The atmosphere was extremely urgent. A carrier pigeon flew in again. Gong-chun asked what news there was. She read that they were pursuing the one who ambushed the strategist toward in Huang and had clashed several times. He frowned. It seemed the opponent was far from ordinary. The sound of hooves suddenly halted. Gong-chun assigned the task. I will head straight to Huang while you go to the local branch. Nam Gong-sohi worriedly asked if he would be all right. He laughed and said, "Do you fear I am old?" Yet she was still uneasy because one who dared fight him must be very strong. Even so, she obeyed and said she would visit the strategist and hoped he would teach them a lesson. Gong-chun reminded her to be careful. He silently watched his granddaughter figure fade into the distance. Gong-chun stood still for a long time without saying a word. Only after a while did he urge his horse forward and leave that place. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted back to the sect. Nam Gong-sohi hurried back in great haste. Maid saw her and called for the captain, but she had no mind to listen. Where is strategist Diego? Upon hearing the answer, she halted. He is in the main hall. Someone else stepped forward and asked Captain what happened. He did not bother to respond and immediately pushed the door open. Nam Gong-sohi's eyes were filled with shock. Hanan was still sitting inside. He looked surprised and asked, "Sohi, is that you?" Seeing her panting, he asked in confusion, "Where is the alliance leader?" Sohi froze, not understanding what he meant. She hurried closer and asked, "Are you all right?" Gan stared blankly. "Do you mean I am injured?" Knees rose in her heart because the letter said he had been ambushed and was in critical condition. Gan's face darkened. "What are you talking about?" The night forest, Gong-chun rode alone. The moon gradually rose high in the sky. The steady sound of hooves echoed. He galloped on without any intention of stopping. Suddenly a strange feeling emerged in his heart. The carrier pigeon was indeed from the Alliance, but when he followed the directions in the letter, there was no trace of Alliance members. That very moment, a rope was suddenly stretched across the path. The horse could not avoid it and became entangled. Both man and horse tumbled to the ground. Thanks to his profound martial arts, Gong-chun avoided fatal injury. He mocked himself for being truly old to fall for such a simple trick. He sensed a strange aura spreading ahead. His brows furrowed. Is this dispersing poison? His inner force could not circulate. How did they obtain such a rare poison? Immediately, countless arrows shot toward him. Gong-chun focused on assessing the situation. He nimbly evaded wave after wave of attacks. Damn my inner force. Even so, he still fell into the enemy trap. Arrows pierced into his body one after another. A cold laugh rang out. The Sword King has lost all his strength and still dares claim that title. Gong-chun blurred vision saw the men in black and recognized the familiar voice, but his sight had already dimmed. They declared this place would be his grave. He cursed those scoundrels in anger. He understood from the start that their target was him. Even wounded, he raised his sword and said, "I will not die so easily." He knew he could not fall because if he died, the martial alliance would descend into chaos. Alone, he faced the entire group charging at him. The next morning, he went to the lake early and watched a luxurious boat gliding over the water. He murmured about sailing on Daunting Lake. He crossed his arms while sitting on a rock and wondered if Somi would like it. Decided to find a boat for the little girl to experience for fun. Deep in the forest, urgent hoofbeats rang out along with shouts to find the alliance leader. A group was searching in haste. Their horses galloped like the wind through rugged terrain, disturbing the once quiet forest. They searched everywhere, Sohi among them with a tense face, thinking she had been lured away. She stared ahead, wondering who was behind it. One man suddenly dismounted. He discovered dried bloodstains and reported to Gan-un that there were signs of battle. Sohi was worried but forced herself to remain calm. The alliance leader could not be defeated so easily. Gan-un examined carefully and said, "These are traces of fire weapons. Gunpowder is not easy to obtain." He bent low, searching for any remaining clues. There is no mistake. Suddenly, Gan-un detected a strange aura and warned of dispersing poison. So he was horrified. He froze because dispersing poison was a deadly substance thought to be long lost. If it was truly that, then the situation was dire. So he spurred her horse forward, causing those behind to call after her. 2 days later, Samt suddenly shouted Somi. He scolded the little girl for ruining something he had spent 2 days crafting. Somi only smiled innocently, saying she just wanted to help. Samt sighed irritably, intending to lecture her properly. Somi looked at him with sparkling eyes, showing no sign of guilt. Samt was speechless and could only call her child. She smiled and asked if Uncle was going to scold Somi. That cuteness left Samt defeated. He swallowed his frustration and continued repairing the boat, with Mugen saying, "Forget it, finish it first." Somi tried to help but was stopped. Walked over and sternly asked why they were shouting at the girl. Samt hurriedly explained, but he only asked about the boat. He stammered that it was almost done. He coldly repeated boat. In the end, he promised 15 more minutes. 15 minutes later, the boat was completed. He bent down to inspect it. He praised that finishing it like this in 2 days was good. Both thanked him in unison. Samt secretly smiled proudly at the rare praise. Mugen grumbled that it was thanks to him working 10 times harder. He urged them not to stand there and hurry up. They answered obediently. Evening fell and the sun gradually disappeared behind the mountains. The boat drifted gently across the lake. He held Somi, feeling the cool breeze. Daunting Lake stretched endlessly. Perhaps such a peaceful life was worth something. After so many blood-stained years, he had never believed in happiness. Suddenly, Somi pointed ahead and cried, "Father, look." The boat approached a waterfall. He smiled and praised the scenery, while Somi cheered excitedly. Suddenly, the boat jolted, causing Mugen to lurch forward. Samt hurried to check. Somi clung to him in fear, saying the boat was shaking too much. Eyes turned cold. "I said we would meet again if you were still alive." Dark red streaks of blood spread across the surface of the lake. Nam Gong Chun body floated upon the water, gravely wounded. He curled his lips faintly. "I did not expect we would meet again in such circumstances." Nam Gong Chun. Elsewhere, after 2 days of searching without result, though it was late at night, a few people still gathered to discuss. Truly, they could not find even the slightest trace. Gan-un, with a stern expression, said there were too many who wanted to eliminate the martial alliance leader, from the imperial court to various sects. Yet after more than a month and a half, they still had no clue. Suddenly another voice rang out, causing Gan-un to pause. "It is regrettable, but too much time has passed. Perhaps it is time to stop." Representative of Engia Ukmon, the second most powerful family of the empire, folded his arms and sneered that the matter of Quan Sun Island had already spread. The alliance had endured enough humiliation. Did he still want the world to know the leader was missing? Those words made Gan-un slam the table in anger. Ukmon reminded him that the Nam Gong family had already sent people to search. For now, the priority was to maintain the alliance stability. Gan-un sighed and decided to hand the search over to the Nam Gong family. He himself would return to the alliance first. After the discussion, Ukmon went to Sohi's room and knocked, but there was no reply. Opening the door and stepping inside, he saw Sohi still awake, holding a blood-stained cloth in contemplation. "Why are you not asleep yet?" Her face was filled with sorrow. "Father, could it be that grandfather?" Ukmon gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Your grandfather will not die so easily." Her eyes were moist, yet her voice remained firm, recalling memories of being doted on by her grandfather. "Father, you are right. I will do everything to find grandfather, no matter the cost." On another day at He residence, dusk slowly descended. Nam Gong Chun slowly opened his eyes and groaned softly as his wounds still ached. He looked at the ceiling in astonishment. "I am still alive." He recalled the night of battle, after being struck by dispersing poison. Though surrounded and attacked, he had managed to keep his life. He turned his head and gave a faint smile. "Fate has not yet intended for me to die." A voice sounded, "It seems you still have the strength to laugh." He stood there with arms folded, looking at him coldly. Nam Gong-chun asked in surprise, "Who are you?" He replied calmly, "I am Giant and Hyun." He asked, "Did you save me?" He said, "No, you crashed into my boat yourself." He was startled, then still offered thanks. After hearing the account, he smiled. So that is how it was. He mocked himself. Sword King Nam Gong-chun may as well be considered dead. He remained indifferent and said, "If you wish, I can inform the alliance." Nam Gong-chun fell silent and looked at him. His gaze lingered on him for quite a while. In the past, everyone praised the martial alliance leader. They regarded him as the pillar of the Nam Gong family. He closed his eyes and said, "Forget it. Let me stay here for a while." He did not answer immediately. After a brief thought, he said, "As you wish, but on one condition." His eyes turned sharp. "You must work and cannot eat for free." He asked in astonishment, "Must this half-dead old man also labor?" He walked to the door and replied, "Here everyone is equal." Before leaving the room, he said, "If you have recovered, then begin working at once." After speaking, he closed the door. Left alone, Nam Gong-chun slowly sat up and leaned against the headboard. He gazed into the distance in deep thought. His brows knit slightly. He recalled the ambush. Clearly, they had prepared meticulously. Who exactly was behind it? The assembly to choose a new alliance leader was approaching. Those with motive. Could it be an insider? Thinking this, he laughed bitterly. At such an old age, yet still entangled in schemes. Next morning, Sohee and Ukmon returned to the forest where he had vanished. She lightly touched the damp mark left on the ground. Ukmon concluded that the ambush had been arranged tightly. So he stood up, her voice heavy, first father and now grandfather. She bit her lip in unwillingness. Ukmon affirmed that he was still alive. So he turned abruptly and asked, "Then the situation is very dangerous." He nodded in confirmation, clenched her fists, and said, "As long as I find grandfather, I will do anything." Suddenly, a servant reported that there was blood here as well. Ukmon and Sohee rushed over. He crouched down to examine it. The bloodstains were still fresh. He asked where they led. Servant replied, "Toward in Huong, where the stream flows into Dongting Lake." Ukmon's eyes brightened, and he immediately ordered them to depart. He thought to himself that the Sword King was the symbol of the Nam Gong family. But if his inner force had dissipated, would he still wish to appear at the assembly? Following the blood trail, they stopped by the lakeside. The traces ended here. Ukmon ordered everyone to search the surrounding area thoroughly. He suddenly remembered and asked Sohee, "What about strategist Diego? I told you to find him." He reminded her to devote all efforts to the search. Meanwhile, residents remained peaceful. The courtyard echoed with Somi's clear laughter. Nam Gong-chun lifted Somi high, making her beam with joy. He proposed a fishing contest together. Somi happily nodded in agreement. In contrast to the other two, Samt and Mujin showed no joy at all. Both wore heavy expressions. What exactly was that old man plotting? Samt placed his hands on his hips and stared at Nam Gong-chun as he leaped up. Astonishment filled his eyes. He had been gravely injured and nearly lost his life. Yet in only half a month he could already stand this firmly. After walking a short distance, Somi excitedly cried out, her small hands raised high in anticipation toward Nam Gong-chun. "Grandpa, today let us go catch eels. That dish is very nourishing for you and for father as well." He knelt down so she could jump out of his arms, then curiously asked, "Eels are not easy to catch." Somi smiled brightly in reply, "You do not need to worry." Little girl puffed herself up and tried to look strong, making Nam Gong-chun laugh. "I will hold them tight so you can catch them." Suddenly Somi remembered something and called out loudly, "Grandpa." In her mind appeared the image of Nam Gong-chun effortlessly reeling in one after another. With his super strong right arm, no fish could escape. Somi held his finger and asked in an innocent voice, "That is right, is it not?" Hearing that, he suddenly paused. Nam Gong-chun silently glanced at his missing arm. A moment later, he led Somi through the forest before reaching the lake. Suddenly asked, "Somi, do you feel any inconvenience?" The child looked at him blankly and asked again, "What do you mean by that?" Nam Gong-chun looked at her and explained, "This residence is far from the streets and the study hall, and there are no friends your age beside you, is that not so?" The sharp little girl countered, "Do you feel uncomfortable after losing an arm?" Pondered before answering, "Perhaps a little." In his heart he thought, "Is this child worrying about me because of my lost arm?" Somi lifted her head to look at him, her voice young yet firm, "Even if this place has nothing at all, I still do not feel sad. There are not many friends here, but I have father and everyone else. At night I sleep. In the morning I go to the study hall to learn and still meet my friends. When school ends and I return home, my family is always waiting for me. So I have never thought living here is miserable. Grandpa, even though you no longer have your left arm, but you can still use your right hand to hold mine and walk like this." After saying that, Somi smiled radiantly, her cheeks adorably flushed. Those innocent words made Nam Gong-chun fall silent in contemplation. He looked up at the sky. A gentle breeze brushed past as leaves swept across his face. That is right, she is not wrong. Time passed swiftly, before long dusk had fallen. That day the grandfather and granddaughter had a great harvest. The basin was filled to the brim with eels they had caught together. Sam took the chance to tease Somi, the two of them noisy and lively. The girl cried out, "This portion belongs to Somi." Meanwhile Nam Gong Chun quietly held his sword with his remaining arm. He remembered her words from the morning. "I do not feel uncomfortable at all." Somi's gentle smile seemed to comfort him. He still had his right arm. He thought to himself, he had not expected that one day he would learn something from a child. He gathered strength into his right arm and tightened his grip on the sword hilt. In his mind, he had already made a decision. That is right, he still had his right arm. Nam Gong Chun began to swing his sword as the sky gradually sank into darkness. But with his current body, holding a sword was far more difficult than before. His arm trembled uncontrollably. He refused to give up and tried to tighten his grip even more. He opened his mouth and drew in a deep breath, then slowly exhaled to steady his mind. He swung his sword again, this movement faster and more concise. Nam Gong Chun trained without pause. Large drops of sweat ran down his face. He was so absorbed that he forgot the time. When he realized it, the sky was already pitch black. The next morning he rose early, went out to the grassy field with his sword, and prepared to continue training. His face was solemn, his eyes clearly showing iron will. Pivoted his foot and swung the sword, carving a sharp arc. As time passed, each strike of Nam Gong Chun became more agile and fluid. Suddenly the sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. The following day he sought out Hyun. "Yes, you were right." He held a wooden sword and pointed it at him, speaking seriously. "Therefore I wish to ask you to spare some time to train with me." Hyun looked at his severed arm and coldly asked, "With that condition?" Nam Gong Chun shrugged. "You can hold back. In any case, I have gradually grown used to it." During that, Hyun rested his chin on his hand and pondered. This matter seemed to bring him no benefit. He thought to himself, even if he cannot use sword aura, his foundation and style are still the heaven and earth crimson sword, completely different from Mujin and Sam. In the past, he had witnessed Nam Kung's swordsmanship through Nam Kung So High. Now the Sword King will display that very martial art before me. Thinking that, Hyun smiled and nodded. "Very well, I agree." Nam Gong Chun immediately expressed his gratitude. "Many thanks to you." In the days that followed when, after learning of it, Sam, Mujin, and Somi secretly followed to watch, the three hid behind bushes as if spying on a secret. Mujin asked Sam, "Who do you think will win?" He answered firmly, "Of course the Lord of the Residence. The Sword King has only one hand, it will be difficult for him to win." Mujin lifted his head and looked ahead. It should be that way regardless. At this moment, Hyun and Nam Gong Chun had already taken their stances. He tilted his body while holding the sword, his gaze filled with determination. Hyun appeared more at ease, calmly tightening his grip on the sword hilt. Even though it was only training, both were extremely serious. The other three remained hidden in the distance, watching attentively. After one exchange, Hyun coldly asked, "Why do you not use your full strength?" Immediately, Nam Gong Chun pushed forcefully off the ground. He rushed forward at astonishing speed, ready to face Hyun. Those words rang like a warning, reminding him of the moment he had been struck down by a fatal blow. He gathered momentum and shot upward, his figure unbelievably swift. He gritted his teeth, resentment surging. Nam Gong Chun tightened his grip on the sword hilt, pride boiling within him. The sword was knocked from his hand, to the astonishment of the Sword King. His eyes widened in shock. Before he could close in, Hyun had already sent his sword flying. The sword flew backward. The dry sound of metal striking the ground rang out. The three onlookers stood frozen at the sight. Hyun narrowed his eyes slightly. "It seems I was mistaken." He beckoned with his hand in provocation. "Use all of your strength." He stood rooted in place, his body stiff. He sank into thought. "I am the Sword King Nam Kung Chun, once believing I had touched the supreme realm. But it turns out." The two continued to charge at each other. The sharp clang of colliding swords rang out repeatedly. One attacked, the other immediately blocked. They continuously neutralized each other's attacks. The battle evenly matched. Nam Gong Chun's eyes burned with determination, while Hyun gradually fell into disadvantage, yet his face remained cold and expressionless. Suddenly, Nam Gong Chun poured his strength into a strike and knocked Hyun's sword away. From afar, Samt carried Somi on his back, arms crossed as he muttered, "What is going on? If it were me, it would have ended long ago. They have been fighting for an hour as if playing." At this moment, Nam Gong Chun was nearly exhausted. He collapsed to his knees and panted. "Could not believe it. It cannot be." His hand trembled. "How could I end up like this?" He silently evaluated Hyun. This person has far surpassed the concept of ordinary strength. Hyun lowered his gaze and asked in an icy voice, "So it ends here?" Nam Gong Chun forced himself up and replied stubbornly, "Not yet. I can still continue a little longer." He charged forward again with all the will he had left. shouting loudly. His eyes blazed with determination. Immediately after came a thunderous explosion. Birds nearby panicked and scattered in all directions. A long while later, Nam Gung Chun regained consciousness and found himself lying on a bed in his room. He stared blankly at the ceiling, wondering if he had truly been defeated. Just then a voice sounded beside him. "Senior, do not be too discouraged." Sam sat by the bed and said with a grin, "Facing that man and still keeping your life is already a miracle." Nam Gong Chun glared at him. "What did you just call me? An old man, of course." Samt pointed straight at him. "If not that, then what should I call you?" Samt's voice carried a hint of disappointment. "I thought when two masters fought it would shake the heavens and split the earth. Who would have thought it would end so blandly?" Nam Gong Chun shot him a look. "You use a sword as well." Samt placed his hands on his hips, full of confidence. "Me? Old man, do not dream of the day you can fight me." He raised his voice. "I will not hold back like the lord of the residence." At that, Samt turned and left. Mugen had already slipped away earlier, muttering, "Since you are fine, I am leaving." Suddenly, Nam Gong Chun appeared behind him, his voice cold as ice. "Hey, where are you going?" He pressed the wooden sword close to Samt's face and gave him an unforgettable lesson. For long, Samt's face was swollen like a pig head, both eyes bruised and unable to open. Dinner proceeded as usual, only Samt sniffled while eating. Nam Gong Chun cautiously asked Tian, "May I stay here a while longer?" He answered indifferently, "As you wish." Receiving such an easy reply, he thought to himself, "Is he pitying me?" To be honest, at this moment, I am no different from a useless man. But after losing my left arm, I have finally touched it. The wall I must overcome. The next morning, Nam Gong Chun took Somi out for a stroll. Seeing her excited, he asked, "Do you like going out that much?" Somi hugged her pile of snacks and smiled. "I really like going out with you." She stuffed a piece of grilled squid into her mouth, looking utterly adorable. Nam Gong Chun suddenly remembered Hyun asking him to pick Somi up and drop her off. He thought he did it because of that request, yet it turned out to be quite enjoyable. Suddenly Somi cried out, "Grandpa, look." She pointed into the distance. "That looks fun." It was a mask shop. He followed her over, thinking children truly like everything they see. Somi had already tried on a few and then turned to show him. "Grandpa, look at this one." She pointed at a mask. "Please try this one." She held the mask up, her eyes shining. "This is the super cool Quan Sun Sword Master mask." Nam Gong Chun took the mask. He looked at it for a long time with an indescribable expression. The mask shop suddenly grew lively. Children crowded over to try and look. Nam Gong Chun put on the mask, thinking that such a thing exists in this world. Quan Sun Sword Master. He asked the shop owner, "Who is this mask based on?" The owner hesitated and pointed across the way. He pointed to the other side of the street. "You see that? There is a puppet show there. This mask belongs to the main character. That character is a warrior named Quan Sun Sword Master, very popular with children." After hearing this, Nam Gong Chun could not help but be stunned. That title had even been turned into a puppet play. Suddenly a child shouted from behind, "Look, Quan Sun Sword Master." The others also rushed over and surrounded him. Surrounded by the children, he grew flustered. "Quan Sun Sword Master is so mighty. You are the best." Children showed immense admiration for that character. Seeing Somi gaze at him with sparkling eyes, Nam Gong Chun decided to buy the mask. The shop owner cheerfully saw them off. "Thank you, please come again next time." Somi held his hand and smiled. "It suits you very well." He smiled in reply, yet thought to himself that 1 silver coin for this, raising a child, is truly costly. Before long it was noon. Somi ran to Hyun with the mask in her hand. "We are back." He nodded. "Good girl." A trace of surprise flashed across his face. Woo Hyun immediately noticed the mask. He lifted Somi and asked gently, "So you finally bought it?" Nam Gong Chun stepped closer and asked, "You knew she wanted to buy it?" He replied, "Of course." Woo Hyun always paid attention to every little thing, especially regarding Somi. Every time she passed the shop, she looked at the mask and even sang about Quan Sun Sword Master. How could I not know? Hearing the detailed explanation, Nam Gong Chun was slightly startled. Hyun smiled and asked, "Now that you have something you like, you must be very happy." Somi grew flustered. "No, I do not like it that much." She shifted the responsibility to him. "It is his." Woo Hyun was speechless. He understood her temperament well. That old man must have been exhausted by her. To make Hyun believe her, Somi slipped from his arms and held up the mask. Though reluctant, she still handed it to Nam Gong Chun. "I am giving it to you." After saying that, she found an excuse to slip away. "I am going inside to study." Two men could only watch her helplessly. Hyun sighed while Nam Gong Chun laughed. "Only now do I understand how hard it is to raise a child." A silence settled between the two. Nam Gong Chun cleared his throat softly and spoke. "What do you know about the poison that disperses inner energy?" Hyun asked in return. "The Sword King is asking me about this." He laughed. "In the past, I thought I understood everything. Only now do I realize there is much to learn. Did you not once say that learning knows no age or gender? Perhaps you understand it even better than I do." Hyun chuckled softly. "I am not certain either. face suddenly grew serious. As for the poison that disperses inner energy, I have encountered it a few times. The statement startled Nam Gong-chun. He had already come into contact with it. When we fought, I knew his movements were not like someone who had lost inner energy. If so, had he already neutralized the poison? Perhaps I too can restore all of my inner energy. Nam Gong-chun quickly stepped closer, his voice nearly pleading. Can you explain it clearly to me? He grabbed his hand and pressed urgently. How does one create an antidote for the poison that disperses inner energy? Ion looked at his hand being held and replied. To create an antidote, you must first know how to make the poison, but I do not know how to refine the poison that disperses inner energy. Nam Gong-chun frowned. Then how do you know about it? Hyun pushed himself up to stand. Do you truly think the poison that disperses inner energy can completely dissolve it? Nam Gong-chun was puzzled. What do you mean? Ion brushed past him. It does not destroy inner energy, it only blocks the flow of energy. Therefore, your inner energy is still there. It is merely obstructed by the toxin and cannot circulate. Nam Gong-chun's eyes lit up. Then I can still be cured. Ion glanced back. Yes, but the meridians are blocked. Acupuncture is needed to clear them. The concept was far too unfamiliar to him. Acupuncture, what is that? Just then Samt hurried over. Lord of the residence. He stopped abruptly and said while panting, something big has happened. Seeing him so flustered, Hyun asked, what has you so worked up? Samt replied between breaths, the Martial Alliance. News Samt brought back left Nam Gong-chun stunned. The Martial Alliance had established a new alliance leader. In contrast, Hyun showed no surprise at all. I already know. Samt stared blankly and asked again, what did you say? He replied calmly, what is so hard to understand, this was bound to happen sooner or later. After that he turned to look at Nam Gong-chun. And what about you? He cleared his throat lightly to conceal his shock. Yes, this was within expectations. I do not even know I am still alive. They have likely searched for my whereabouts for 2 months. If the position remains vacant too long, it will only throw the martial world into greater chaos. So the position of alliance leader was given to the Shaolin abbot. If it were him, few would be more suitable, for he has always upheld justice in the martial world. Samt felt his head spin listening. That is not it. Then could it be Kunlun? He clenched his hands and bit his lip. It is not them either. The next words made Nam Gong-chun hold his breath. The one honored as the new Sword King. Those final words made his eyes widen in disbelief. A shout rang out. What? Who is he? At that moment, Hyun had let down his hair, his gaze sharp and cold. Jiang Samt bowed and reported slowly. The new Sword King is Hai Ok Moon. That name belonged to a swordsman of the Moyang family. News made Gong-chun roar in fury. Hai Ok Moon. He grabbed Samt by the collar. Are you telling the truth? Did Diego unapprove? He stammered that matter. Samt continued. The strategist of the Martial Alliance resigned as soon as he returned to Hanam. The one who replaced him is Manhwa. Gong-chun cried out in shock. Manhwa. Names flashed through his mind, such as the Shaolin abbot, the Kunlun sect leader, masters of Wudang, people he once believed qualified in both martial skill and character. Blurted out, no matter how strong Hai Ok Moon is, he is unworthy of being alliance leader. And though Manhwa is skilled in commerce, his eyes are filled with ambition. Samt listened in silence. If this becomes reality, the alliance treasury will fall into the hands of the Moyang family, no different from handing more power to Manhwa. Gong-chun's expression grew heavy. What are the others doing to let the alliance be overturned so quickly? Suddenly he seemed to realize something, his eyes widening. Could it be they have been waiting for this moment for a long time? Hyun stood beside him, still deep in thought. The estate remained bathed in sunlight. Hai Ok Moon brutally cut off a flower branch. Blossom fell to the ground. Only then did he speak. That is right. Have you found him yet? His son shook his head. He answered helplessly. Not yet, father. Hai Ok Moon frowned. I told you to find his corpse. His son hurriedly said. He was struck by the poison that disperses inner energy, lost one arm, and fell into a ravine. He cannot have survived. Hai Ok Moon's gaze grew even colder. A slap landed hard across his son's face. His voice dropped in warning. I said everything must be perfect. No hidden threat can be left behind. We cannot leave behind any risk. His son lowered his head in apology. I am sorry, father. Hai Ok Moon changed the subject. How is the Nam Gung family now? His son replied. They remain in Ho Nam searching for Nam Gong-chun's whereabouts. Hai Ok Moon grew more irritated. The Nam Gung family is only a minor nuisance. The greater issue is Yi Gaon. That man likely foresaw this situation. His son hesitated. About that, Hai Ok Moon continued. And where is Diego on now? He answered, he has left Ha Nam and is heading to Ho Nam to join the Nam Gung family in searching for the Sword King. Only then did Hai Ok Moon relax slightly. I understand. Shears cut another branch. He said in a low voice, the martial world has now entered an age of chaos. In such chaos, it is no strange thing if someone dies unexpectedly. Outside the residence courtyard, Gong-chun was practicing his sword. Blade flashed with each movement. He raised it high and brought it down forcefully. sweat soaking his back. From behind came a sentence that made him stop. Do you not intend to return to the Martial Alliance? Hyun walked forward slowly. Gong Chun looked at him. He answered calmly, even if I return, what could I change? I have lost my strength. They would not listen to a useless old man. High OK Moon ascended to that position through his own power. Hyun said evenly, he is indeed an outstanding figure. Gong Chun gave a faint laugh. Even if I were whole, I might not defeat him. Perhaps that is why the Alliance chose him. Though I know he is not suitable, what can I do now? Hyun looked at him. I understand. If that is your choice, I will not interfere. Let everything drift with the current. Gong Chun laughed. Your indifference surprises me. Let me tell you something interesting. Do you know Kim Vuong? Hyun replied briefly, no. Gong Chun began to recount. Kim Vuong is the greatest thief of the Central Plains. There is nowhere he cannot infiltrate. His lightness skill is so fast that few can match it. Once I wished to capture him for amusement. As he spoke, he tossed a scroll to Hyun. And this is what I received. Hyun's eyes sharpened. What is it? Gong Chun said seriously. I cannot help much, but at least I can give you this. It is the treasure map of Kim Vuong. Samt asked in astonishment, where are you going? Hyun replied leisurely, I will go to Hobak. Somi chimed in, I know Hobak, the Wudang sect is there. Samt said gravely, that is right. Wudang is in turmoil because of the disappearance of the 3 saints. Then why are you taking us there? Hyun answered decisively, you and Somi are not going. Somi immediately asked, why I want to go. Hyun said gently, it is a long journey. I cannot take many people. You still have to study, and the residents need someone to look after it. If everyone leaves, the plants will wither. Those words made Somi and Samt suspicious. Gong Chun interjected, then I will stay with Somi. Hyun asked in surprise, you are not going. He smiled and held the girl. I am tired of such matters. Stay home and play with this old man while your father is away. Somi replied happily, thank you. Hyun silently watched the two of them. He sighed, then I entrust Somi and the residents to you. Carriage rolled along the long road. Mujin asked cautiously, Lord of the residents, may I ask something? Hyun replied, speak. Mujin immediately asked, why must we travel so far to Hobak? Hyun spoke plainly, have you ever heard of Kim Vuong? Mujin nodded, he is a notorious thief. Hyun raised the map. We are going to Hobak because of this. This is the map Nam Gung Chun gave me. It points to where Kim Vuong treasure is hidden. Mujin understood the gravity. If the former Sword King said so, it cannot be wrong. Hyun continued to explain clearly, if we find the treasure, then whatever you wish to buy, I will grant it, for you have contributed to this matter. Hearing that, Mujin's eyes shone brightly. He repeatedly thanked the Lord of the Residence and vowed never to forget this favor for the rest of his life. Hyun laughed, yet reminded him that they had not found it yet, so he should not expect too much. Mujin immediately declared he would give his all to help him achieve his goal. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Mujin leaned on a stick, struggling to keep up with Hyun's steps. He panted heavily, wondering why the Lord of the Residence did not seem tired at all. Hyun stopped before an area and observed it. He recognized this place as Handin. Mujin stammered that he understood as well. Loud cries of empty your cups echoed noisily to greet them. Someone boasted loudly about a great harvest today. A group of men gathered in the courtyard drinking wine. Mujin calmly remarked that they were bandits. Hyun replied with a question, why do you not guess? Mujin seriously analyzed that thieves gathering in an abandoned estate were likely also targeting the treasure. Before they could react, Hyun had already charged in, causing the group to scream in panic. After subduing them, he interrogated how long they had been here. One man, trembling, replied more than a year. Hyun asked if they had seen any trace of someone living here before. They all shook their heads and insisted they had found nothing. Hearing that, he coldly told them to get lost. The entire group hurriedly fled, constantly expressing thanks. Mujin thought to himself that the Lord of the Residence was truly serious about the treasure. Hyun ordered him to search around for clues, and Mujin immediately obeyed. The two began searching every corner, from the main house to the alley outside, from furniture to even a dry skeleton. Mujin even dug up the ground. They searched from early morning until late afternoon. Finally, Hyun spoke that he had found something. Mujin ran over and eagerly asked if he had truly found it. Before them stood only a stone statue. Hyun explained that there was no decoration in the estate this large, and it stood alone in the filthy pond, so it was highly suspicious. When he knocked on it, the sound was hollow, so he decided to break it, and found this inside the statue mouth. Mujin excitedly asked whether that was the treasure location. The two examined the map carefully. Hyun said he was not certain, but it seemed to indicate something. He speculated the treasure lay about 5 miles west of the estate. Hyun confidently thought he was about to lay hands on Kim Vuong treasure. Mujin's face turned pale from exhaustion, walking while calling for the Lord of the Residence to wait. Hyun was not much better, yet still urged him to move faster. The two crawled through a narrow tunnel. Mujin wondered that though they followed the map, it felt as if they were lost. He cursed inwardly, and only wanted to give up and return home to rest. That moment, Hyun said they were perhaps close. Mujin cried out in hope, Something strange appeared before them, carving etched into the stone, as if pointing the way. Mugen sensed something ominous. He feared the Lord Patience was about to run out. Hian tried to remain calm, handed the torch to Mugen and told him to hold it, and asked what he intended to do. He calmly replied he would destroy it. Mugen asked in shock whether he would break it right here. He worried the cave might collapse. Hian created a massive explosion. He walked calmly through the smoke and dust. Mugen's mouth hung open when he saw the cave had not collapsed, but had been blasted open. He noticed something and stammered, "Lord of the residents, what is this?" The object ahead gradually became clear. Mugen suddenly realized they seemed to have returned to their starting point. Hian growled for him not to say another word. Mugen obeyed. He cursed inwardly, realizing they had been led in circles by a fake map. Even so, Hian still noticed a stone lion statue. He examined it carefully, then suddenly created another explosion. Mugen was horrified to see him smash the stone statue with a punch. He stammered that even if he was angry, he should not destroy everything. Immediately after, Mugen stood frozen. Inside the lion statue, a stone bed was revealed. Hian muttered that he should have destroyed the statue from the start, instead of trusting the fake map. He let out a cold laugh. In his mind, he thought this was the first time he had been so angry since the days of the Blood Demon. Mugen trembled while Hian forced a smile and said they would temporarily postpone hunting Kim Vuong. A scroll fell out from inside. Both of them froze instantly. Mugen cautiously asked not to tell him it was another map. Hian halted when reading its contents. The paper were only 7 words. "My condolences. Better luck next time." The line left them speechless. The sky above remained clear and blue. Elsewhere, Gan-un and Gan-zian were ambushed. Gan-un shouted, asking if they thought they would remain safe after this. The bandits sneered and asked whether he would remain safe, telling him not to state the obvious. Those words made Gan-un falter. The leader boasted that he was backed by the Moi-ong family and promised 500 taels of gold for killing Diego-un. Gan-un told his daughter to run, but she stubbornly insisted on staying to fight. Bandits charged forward, confident that killing someone like Diego would not be difficult. Suddenly, Hian appeared and threw a punch into the leader's face. He was knocked flying from his position. He hit the ground in pain. Father and daughter Gan-un turned their heads to look behind. Mugen said the lord of the residence seemed to be venting his anger. Hian coldly denied it, and he could only respond yes. The other bandits asked in fear who that person was. Hian looked at them with a dark gaze. His steps shifted direction, and without hesitation, he charged straight into the bandits. Hian drew his sword and engaged one of them in combat. In the blink of an eye, he had already knocked his opponent to the ground. A man in a hat secretly approached from behind, sneering that daring to charge in alone meant he must not know fear. He mocked him for being too arrogant. Immediately, a thunderous explosion erupted. The bandit landed on the ground with confidence. While the father and daughter Gan-un were still coughing violently, Hian calmly stepped out of the smoke. The sight made Gan-un freeze and cry out in shock. The bandit eyes bulged as if they would pop out. Hian still stood there completely unharmed. The opponent stammered in disbelief. Hian decisively ended him at once. The clash left Gan unshaken, wondering where such a master had appeared from. Mugen silently thought he did not expect to encounter Yi Gan-un in such circumstances. He had fallen into danger, perhaps, because of the disappearance of the former alliance leader. Hian slowly stepped closer. Gan-un responded when he questioned him. He asked in a low voice whether they knew where Kim Vuong was. The question left the father and daughter stunned. When they said they did not know, Hian could not hide his displeasure. He said nothing more, turned his back and told Mugen to leave. The latter immediately followed. Gan-un was still in shock, wondering where that man had come from. Gan-zian realized the one accompanying him was Tiu Song-kim. Gan-un asked in surprise, because he had heard he belonged to the demonic faction. So then was that master also from the demonic faction, and why had he appeared at this moment? Xian denied it, saying Tiu Song-kim had left the demonic faction long ago. There were even rumors that Mugen had died, which shocked her father even more. Gan-un muttered that he did not understand what was truly happening. Decided he must quickly reunite with the Nam-gung family to clarify the situation, and Xian agreed. Elsewhere, a pair of tiny feet walked along a village path. Somi walked while singing about delicious squid. The friend beside her suddenly called out, causing Somi to turn and ask what was wrong. The little girl pulled Somi's hand and said they should go to a crowded place, because lately there had been many frightening strangers on the street. Somi suddenly stopped. She saw several adult figures standing behind her friend. Her eyes widened in confusion. She recalled Gong Chun once asking why she hated martial arts and advising her to try learning. At that time, Somi had insisted she did not like fighting, explained that martial arts were not only for fighting, but also for tempering the mind and body. He said it would be useful if you wished to protect what was precious. Thinking that, Somi once told herself she should learn martial arts. That afternoon at the Hoa-sun estate, Somi happily announced that she had returned. Little girl suddenly froze, then cried out when she saw Hyun and Mujin had returned. Hyun embraced his daughter and asked about her. Somi replied that she was well and asked whether he was safe. He said he had once been angry, but seeing her calmed him. Somi innocently asked why he had been angry. Question left both Hyun and Mujin speechless. Just then Gong Chun stepped forward. He looked at them in confusion, then laughed and asked whether they had failed to find anything, and thus became angry. Sensitive topic made Hyun frown immediately. He said he did not wish to mention it again, and Mujin also asked not to be questioned further. Stamped ran in from outside and greeted the lord of the residence on his return. He curiously asked how the trip had gone. Hyun took out a scroll and said everything had gone very smoothly. Samt recognized the item. He asked in surprise where he had gotten it and whether he knew what it was. Samt asked to take a look at the scroll. He exclaimed about how much effort had gone into creating that thing. Hyun frowned and asked what he meant by creating. Samt explained that in his band, there was a rule of making fake maps to deceive others. That treasure map had been made by him to lure greedy people. He had even planned to put something filthy inside the stone statue, but could not endure the smell, so he abandoned the idea. While speaking enthusiastically, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He asked why the lord of the residence was holding that map. In his hand was undeniable evidence. Samt broke out in cold sweat, then immediately tried to find an excuse to run away. Hyun calmly ordered him to be caught, and Mujin responded. Samt's screams rang out loudly. The scene shifted to a waterfall. A deep voice asked whether it had been found. A subordinate replied that he had questioned the boatmen and learned the lake here was the deepest in the region. The man then asked about nearby residences and was told there was an estate. He showed interest in that information. He analyzed that this region belonged to the royal family, so the presence of an estate was suspicious, and mentioned the rumor that the martial god was sealed beneath the depths of Dong Din Lake. At first it had only been legend, but traces of the martial god appeared on Quan Sun Island, so he came to Enhak Duong, his identity being the sect leader of the Fong Kim sect. He believed that if he found the martial god, his sect would unify the 9 great sects and become even more glorious. He ordered preparations to meet the lord of the residence, and his subordinates answered in unison. After the trick of the century, Samt was beaten until his body went limp. Hyun read a book while asking what he intended to do. Samt hurriedly denied any intention of running away. He complained that he had not expected the map to fall into the lord of the resident's hands, and defended himself that it was not his fault, but because someone had been greedy for treasure. Suddenly Samt heard a sound outside. He reported that there were guests visiting, and Hyun told him to go and check. Samt secretly rejoiced, thinking he had escaped disaster, but Hyun's gaze made him halt. In the end, Mujin was sent to handle it, while Samt remained punished. The door slowly opened. The person standing outside the door froze when looking inside. As soon as he sensed a strange aura, he immediately drew his weapon, his mind swiftly analyzing the unusual presence. There was more than one person outside, his eyes instantly sharpening with heightened vigilance. Looking at the group blocking his path, he silently wondered who they really were. Jairi revealed a courteous smile and greeted him, asking whether he was the owner of this estate. Mujin kept his gaze wary as he replied that he was, then asked who they were. He calmly introduced himself as the sect leader of the Wind Sword sect. Upon hearing the name, Mujin quietly pondered to himself. The other party stated that introductions were sufficient and that they wished to meet the estate owner. He politely asked them to wait a moment. Once only the two of them remained, Jairi cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Sam, wondering why he had ended up in such a situation. Not long after, Hyun appeared and directly asked if they wished to meet him. Jairi secretly observed him, evaluating whether the man before him was truly the master of this place. He was about to introduce himself as sect leader when Hyun interrupted him, telling him to get straight to the point. That indifferent attitude left Jairi unable to hide his displeasure. He irritably questioned how they dared show such disrespect to a sect leader, then said he would be brief. "I want to buy this estate." Statement stunned Jiang Sam, while Mujin gaped in shock. Hyun also stood still, his expression momentarily blank. Jairi tossed a money pouch onto the ground, arrogantly telling them to check it. In his mind, he imagined their eyes lighting up at the sight of the silver, for the amount inside was no small sum. Hyun gazed thoughtfully at the pouch of silver lying by his feet. Then he suddenly kicked it aside. That action caused Jairi and his subordinates to freeze. Hyun calmly said that it was not enough. Jairi's subordinate angrily shouted, but was silenced by his signal to remain quiet and maintain order. Jairi asked how much would be enough. Hyun casually replied that it would take about 10 million taels of gold. He curled his lips, thinking those words were an excessive joke. Hyun gently asked whether it sounded like a joke. Jairi laughed mockingly and implied that they had no intention of selling. He said he would leave for today and told them to find him if they changed their minds. After speaking, the entire group turned and left. Once they were out of sight, Mujin worried that that man would not give up. Hyun simply told him to call the old man over. Gong Chun silently contemplated the name Wind Sword Sect. He recalled having heard of them when he brought Somi to the study hall. It was said they now controlled many streets in Yue Duan. The rise and fall of a new force was nothing unusual, yet their arrogance was truly suspicious. Hyun believed that one who possessed strength would inevitably wish to use it, while Gong Chun wondered whether their quiet withdrawal was truly so simple. Hyun asserted that the other party had a clear objective, and that this estate must be tied to their plan. He was certain they would return once more. On the other side, Hoa Somi was happily playing with Jiang Sam. The scene shifted to Jairi. He investigated Hyun and learned that Somi studied at Tung Thur Study Hall while Hyun had no clear occupation. His subordinate confirmed this. Jairi analyzed that living in such a place and sending a child to study must cost a large sum. Someone guessed it might be inheritance money. Realized 200 taels of silver were far too little and admitted the situation had reached a dead end, forcing him to change tactics. He ordered them to deal with the study hall first. His subordinate immediately obeyed. Jairi smiled sinisterly, believing that applying pressure on his daughter would change everything. Back at Hyun's estate, Asumi anxiously looked around for her family. When she saw the person she sought, her eyes instantly lit up. Asumi ran to Gong Chun and loudly called out to him. He smiled as he welcomed her and asked whether her studies were enjoyable. Somi eagerly replied that they were. Suddenly a sound rang out, drawing their attention. From a corner of the room, a teacher stepped forward and asked whether he was Somi's grandfather. Gong Chun immediately became vigilant upon sensing something unusual. He followed the man into a private room. As soon as he entered, he asked the reason for the meeting. The teacher smiled and requested that he consider a certain issue. He believed that Somi's recent behavior was negatively affecting the study hall. Gong Chun asked in surprise how it was affecting it. The teacher explained that Somi had been sitting on the ground to eat. His eyes widened, unable to understand how that was a serious matter. Teacher said he might think it was merely a small habit of the girl, yet it was spreading quickly like a bad trend, causing many other children to imitate her. Somi had unintentionally become the center of attention. Gong Chun said irritably that if it was a minor fault, a simple reminder and discipline would suffice. The teacher continued to emphasize that the children of officials and prestigious families studied here, so the parents were expressing concern. Gong Chun directly asked what they truly wanted. The teacher hesitated before speaking. Study hall could no longer allow Somi to continue her studies. That declaration struck him like a bolt from the blue. In the end, he had no choice but to accept and said he would report to the estate master. The teacher expressed his thanks. Thought that they had never complained before, yet now they were making unreasonable excuses. He began to suspect that this was the scheme of that earlier group. His gaze suddenly stopped at a suspicious point. Gong Chun quickly returned to Hoa Somi. The little girl reached out her hand and said they should go home. Grandfather and granddaughter quietly left that place. Somi's small hand tightly grasped his. She softly asked whether she could no longer continue attending the study hall. The question made Gong Chun halt in his tracks. Somi said she was fine. Although she liked the study hall, she loved her father, grandfather, and uncle even more. He smiled reassuringly and said the study hall was nothing special. He would personally teach her everything, making the girl delighted. That innocence warmed his heart. Upon seeing a sweet pastry stall, Somi looked at it eagerly. Gong Chun gently asked whether she wanted some sweets. She nodded. He asked the shopkeeper to pack a portion, but the man suddenly grew flustered. The shopkeeper said he was not selling today, causing Gong Chun to frown in confusion. The vendor explained that he had run out of pastries, yet his evasive words only made Gong Chun more irritated as he pressed further. The shopkeeper made an excuse that his parents were ill and he had to leave urgently, then hurried away. Gong Chun's expression darkened, unable to understand what trick they were playing. He glanced around his surroundings. The entire street seemed to be deliberately avoiding the grandfather and granddaughter. That only deepened his concern. In the late afternoon, they returned to the estate. John stroked Somi's head and asked about the entire incident. Jiang Samt and Mujin returned with displeased expressions, cursing inwardly as they wondered what those people were plotting. John calmly asked what had happened. Jiang Sam T walked in with a sigh and explained that they had gone to the market to shop, but no one was willing to sell. Everyone claimed their goods were sold out and refused to trade. Could this matter be connected to that group, pulling the strings behind the scenes? Gong Chun nodded in agreement, yet cautiously remarked that a righteous sect would hardly resort to such despicable tactics. Jiang Sam T mockingly asked whether he was still dreaming, making Gong Chun frown and demand to know what he had just said. Mujin chimed in, saying that even a prestigious righteous sect was not necessarily clean. Even in a basket of good apples, there could be a rotten one mixed in. Hyun calmly asked why everyone was so worried. Jiang Sam T replied indignantly that if this continued, what would they eat and where? Hoa Somi gently raised her hand and said it was all right. She suggested that she could sew clothes herself and go hunting for food as before. Hyun smiled in approval of the idea and said nothing had really changed. Jiang Sam T coldly declared that he would take care of everything, making Somi cheer that her uncle was the best while he awkwardly apologized. Sam T still worried about where they would get spices and blankets, while Hyun carried Somi away and said the discussion was over, leaving him shouting after them. Gong Chun laughed and suggested they go fishing. Then everyone followed along, leaving Sam T behind yelling for the estate master to wait. Scene shifted to another building. Inside was a lavishly decorated and luxurious room. Master of that place sat in contemplation, feeling that everything was truly strange. He had used his authority to drive Hyun's daughter out of the study hall, intimidated merchants and commoners alike, yet the other party had not come to bed. He wondered whether they had already packed up and fled when a subordinate brought news. They were still living as usual without needing money, and were catching fish at Dong Din Lake for food. He even sewed blankets and clothes from the hides of hunted animals. They even grew their own food. The report left Hu Jieri stunned as he asked whether such people truly existed. His subordinate could only nod in confirmation. He then asked about the deputy governor he had bribed and what his situation was. Subordinate replied that the guards refused to cooperate because they regarded that estate master as divine and advised against provoking the estate. Hu Jieri merely snorted coldly, finding it ridiculous. It seemed he would have to personally take action. He ordered his men to disguise themselves as guards and head to the estate. Subordinate posing as the deputy governor raised his voice to assert authority. He ordered them to leave the estate before tomorrow. The estate was bathed in the blazing midday sun. That man repeated the order, demanding that they move out. Jiang Sam T scratched his head and asked who he was, making him furious as he declared himself the deputy governor and questioned how they could not recognize him. Hyun stepped out and asked what was happening. Sam T complained that a madman was forcing them to leave, causing that man to turn pale. Hyun calmly asked whether he had not heard any news from Hong Won Chang. Name made him freeze. He shouted that they dared call the governor by name, and that since the governor was absent, he had the authority to act on his behalf. Hyun continued questioning. He loudly demanded they leave at once and threatened that building an estate on royal land would result in execution. Asumi quickly defended that her father had not built it. The estate had already existed. Hyun nodded in confirmation that it was true. Yet that man still insisted that merely residing there was illegal, and they had to move immediately. Hyun remained silent, his expression darkening. Then he softly said it was late, and they would leave in the morning, leaving Sam T astonished. On the other side, he sneered, thinking the plan had succeeded. He remarked that it would have been better if they had listened from the start, then led his men away. After they left, the household grew anxious and asked whether they truly had to leave and whether there would be an inspection tomorrow. Hyun smiled reassuringly and said there was no need to panic. He said he already had a thorough plan. Elsewhere, Hu Jieri's lackey continued to run amok. He threatened the townsfolk that if they wished to do business, they had to pay him a fee. The people protested that the governor had never issued such an order. He shouted that they must obey the deputy governor in his absence. The townsfolk exchanged worried glances, while that man remained arrogant. He muttered that he was taking advantage of the master's absence to act recklessly. Everyone only hoped the governor would return soon, as he had currently been summoned to the palace. Back at the residence, hearty laughter rang out. The wine-serving girls asked why the deputy governor was in such high spirits. He replied that of course he should be delighted. He boasted that he had secured strong backing and would soon hold countless riches in his hands. Having just taken office, he had encountered a golden opportunity thanks to the Wind Sword sect forming alliances throughout Yue Duan. They had even promised to deal with the current governor. At that time, the position would naturally belong to him. The only condition they demanded was that estate, and he believed everything was settled. A girl asked whether he had heard the recent rumors about the Western estate. They were whispers about a strange manor. Upon hearing it mentioned, he shuddered briefly yet still feigned disdain. The girl said that a hermit resided there, and that many mysterious events surrounded it. It was rumored that the estate had appeared in a single day, and since its emergence, many forces such as Jiang Bok San and Hak Kim Hoi had vanished. Because of that, no one dared provoke the place. She also said that the governor periodically offered tribute there every half month. He only scoffed, dismissing it as absurd. Asked why the townsfolk still believed such baseless rumors. The girl replied that no one knew whether they were true or false. He irritably told her never to mention it in front of him again. Suddenly, he felt his head spinning. When he came to, he cursed, unable to understand what was happening. It took him a moment to grasp his situation, that he was hanging upside down in midair. His face turned pale with fear. Below, Hyun and the others stood watching and asked whether he was awake. He screamed threats that they would not have a peaceful end if they dared do this. Hyun calmly asked whether he recognized who they were. The deputy governor struggled and hurled curses, realizing they were the people from the estate and demanding to be released. Hyun signaled that he was still strong. Sam T responded in acknowledgement while he continued to shout. He threatened to kill them all, and he began to beg for mercy. They remarked that he had learned to speak more politely, but that did not make them stop. In black and blue, he stammered and pleaded with the great hero to spare his life. Hyun asked why they should listen to him. He confessed that everything had been arranged by Hu Jairi and that the estate completely belonged to them. Hyun said he did not know which estate he was referring to and thanked him. Gong Chun broke into a cold sweat, thinking the plan was truly bold. Even so, the feeling was extraordinarily satisfying. Hyun asked whether he wished to continue, making Sam T burst into laughter. The deputy governor panicked, hurriedly expressing gratitude and calling them great heroes. Jiang Sam T spoke up, saying he would handle this matter. Right after that a dry sound rang out. The rope suspending the deputy governor was suddenly severed. Hyun's eyes widened in utter shock. His body immediately plunged straight down into the abyss below the cliff. Only then did Jiang Sam T panic as he realized he had slipped up. Damn it, a horrifying sound of impact echoed up next. Everyone froze at once, unable to utter a single word. 10 days passed. Hu Jairi anxiously waited for news in his residence. An inexplicable sense of unease rose within him. The group that should have been driven from the estate continued their lives calmly. As for the deputy governor assigned to handle the matter, he had suddenly vanished without a trace. He could not understand how everything had turned in this direction, even if he could ignore that estate and send people to investigate around Dong Din Lake. He had already spent too much money and effort. He was determined to seize it at all costs. Just then, a subordinate rushed in breathlessly to report to the sect leader. Hu Jairi demanded to know what had happened and was told that a corpse had just been discovered beneath the cliffs of Enhak Lock. Upon hearing it was the body of Deputy Governor Yu Ayakian, he asked in shock whether it was true. The door to the room was violently pushed open. The guards inside turned their heads. Seeing Hu Jairi enter, they asked what business had brought him there. He directly questioned them about the deputy governor's death and was told the body had been found today. Hu Jairi asserted that he knew the culprit, but the official stared in astonishment and said the deputy governor had committed suicide. He widened his eyes and retorted how a healthy man could take his own life. The official stated that a conclusion had already been reached. Hu Jairi loudly insisted it was murder, prompting the other to ask for evidence. The official angrily told him to stop fabricating stories and ordered him out. Hu Jairi furiously demanded if he knew who he was. At that moment, Hong Guan appeared and asked what the commotion was about. A familiar twig was still clenched between his teeth. The official hurriedly complained that Hu Jairi was unreasonably accusing someone of assassinating the deputy governor. Hong Guan smiled and said he too wished to know who the culprit was. Hu Jairi stepped closer and asked whether he knew of the estate by Dong Din Lake. He replied that he did. He sternly accused the people there of being the perpetrators. The accusation made Hong Guan pause for a moment. Hu Jairi declared himself the sect leader of the Wind Sword sect, saying he would not let it go and would even report to the king. After speaking, he stared intently at Hong Guan. Hong Guan calmly returned the gaze. He leisurely said he had heard recent stories and advised him to listen carefully. If he wished to continue living in peace, he should withdraw his hand from that estate. That place was not somewhere the likes of you should touch. I say this for your own good. If you understand, go back and do not interfere further. Hu Jairi clenched his fists, anger evident on his face. He could not understand why everyone was wary of that estate. Since it had come to this, he would show them his strength. He ordered all members of the Wind Sword sect to assemble. His face darkened as he declared that tonight they would level the estate without leaving a single stone. The sky gradually turned to night. Jairi's men quietly advanced toward their target. He personally led the way and signaled that they had arrived. He coldly ordered that no one be spared. The group continued to close in. Their footsteps brushed lightly over the ground. Hu Jairi and his subordinates climbed onto the roof. A familiar voice rang out, saying he had told them they would come. A stone suddenly shot upward. The man standing beside Hu Jairi was immediately knocked down. All of them halted at the sudden turn of events. Hu Jairi muttered, unable to comprehend what was happening. Below, Gong Chun stood waiting with a mask on. The group surrounded him, Hu shouted to ask who he was. Gong Chun replied that he also wished to ask why he had to wear a mask and climb over someone's wall in the dead of night. Hu exhaled in annoyance. He muttered that it was not that mask of the Jun Sun swordsman children often mentioned, and mocked him as eccentric. Gong Chun slowly said, "Do not call me old man." Frowned and asked what he had said. Gong Chun drew his sword, preparing for battle. He declared that he was the Jun Sun swordsman, leaving them stunned. The group stared at one another wide-eyed, and they burst into loud laughter. Hu let out a disdainful sigh. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword as he said that since the old man had lost his wits, he would send him on his way. He shouted, "Kill." Gong Chun calmly replied, "Very well. We'll show you, Jun Sun, try low." Hu ordered the attack. Gong Chun repeated that he would let them witness that ultimate technique. Sword in his hand, moved with masterful grace. He was ready to unleash Jun Sun try low. Subordinate mocked that he was nothing more than an old actor in a play. Gong Chun's gaze swept across each of them. They charged forward all at once. He remained standing still, not rushing to react. He recalled the earlier discussion about what if they dared to bring forces here, and he had once affirmed he would handle it himself. After all, they belonged to the martial alliance and should not be so shameless. When Heian had asked what if they truly did so, he had replied that he would resolve it. Heian had even asked with one arm and a frail body. Hu lunged forward, shouting for him to die. Gong Chun's eyes sharpened in intense focus. With a single move, he struck one man away, astonishing them all. The man's hat fell to the ground. His body was flung far away. In that instant, the entire courtyard fell into absolute silence. Those men charged forward together with surging killing intent, cursing him as a mad old man. Gong Chun's gaze remained calm, not wavering in the slightest. He observed each sword and the killing aura they emitted, silently assessing their strength. Clearly this was not their first time doing such things, yet all this time I knew nothing of it. Once I stood at a lofty height and was blind to what lay below. I believed righteous and evil were distinct, and that noble sects would not act like heretics. Yet those who call themselves righteous dare to barge into the place where Somi lives to cause trouble. I have truly been foolish. All of this is my negligence. Thinking so, Gong Chun rushed straight into the enemy formation to block their advance. Only determination remained on his face. And today I will personally cleanse the sect. 8 of Hu subordinates fell one after another. Night gradually descended elsewhere. Heian sat leisurely, letting Somi sleep soundly on his lap. He slept so deeply that drool seeped from her lips. He lowered his gaze to look at her. Meanwhile, Gong Chun's battle grew fiercer. Each slash of his sword claimed another life, yet the enemies were countless. Hu grew more furious at the sight. He shouted that the opponent had only one arm, so they should focus their attacks there. The subordinates answered in unison. They surged forward once more. Gong Chun's aura suddenly changed. The sword in his hand moved with fluid agility. A flash of sword light took 3 lives in an instant, but Hu seized the opening and slipped behind him. Gong Chun's eyes widened as he sensed the danger. Coldly slashed down and uttered words sending him to the coffin. Mujin anxiously asked whether the estate master would be all right fighting the sect leader without inner power. Heian calmly replied that he was wagering his life. He asked Mujin whether he knew the difference between one born at the finish line and one who had to walk the path himself. Mujin hesitantly guessed that it was effort. Heian shook his head and said it was instinct. Mujin asked in confusion, instinct. Heian nodded in confirmation. Talented martial artists, even when driven to a dead end, rely on instinct to find a way through. A drop of blood fell onto the cold ground. Gong Chun panted heavily, his body covered in wounds, softly lamenting to the heavens. It truly was not easy at all. Jairi pointed his sword at him and mocked that, after a few moves, he thought himself a master. He admitted that his swordsmanship was not bad, but death was already near. 2 immediately lunged at each other. Sword light and the pressure of their clash spread across the courtyard. Jairi sneered that this was the difference in level. This old man had good foundations, but was merely a beginner, knowing nothing of inner power. The light from their 2 swords intertwined in midair. As Hu pressed in, he believed he could not possibly lose to such a man. Gong Chun stubbornly blocked each strike, though blood had already splattered across his body. He was forced back step by step. Fresh blood spilled from his mouth. His body was nearly in tatters. Hu arrogantly asked whether he still wished to stand in such a broken state. He looked down in disdain. Gong Chun understood he had no chance of winning without a cultivation method. Once he had called himself Sword King, now he struggled. Yet this feeling was so familiar. It was just like when I was young, when I had to face something far beyond my ability. The desire to defeat it at any cost. I thought I would never taste this exhilaration again. Thinking so, he provoked Hu asking why he was still standing there, come again. That attitude displeased him. He decided to let him die sooner, and warned him not to regret it. Above, the sky remained clear. The estate was tranquil, as if no battle had ever occurred. Only Gong Chun was covered in wounds. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Mujin and Ion were already waiting within. Gong Chun returned victorious, though his body was drenched in blood. He softly said, "I have returned." As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the floor. Mujin was horrified, unable to believe he had won without a cultivation method. Ion merely smiled and said he must have comprehended something more. Told him to report to the authorities. Mujin immediately went to do so. All subsequent troubles were handed over to Han Guan to handle. Those men were escorted to the Ministry of Justice. Curious townsfolk gathered and whispered among themselves. They heard that the group had been arrested for killing innocent civilians. Many felt gratified, having long suffered under their hands. Somi lifted her bright eyes and asked grandfather who he had fought. Gong Chun smiled and denied fighting at all, though she looked suspicious. Somi pouted and said he was lying because fighting was bad according to what father had taught. Gong Chun, Mujin, and Sam T all froze. Somi turned to Hyun and asked if that was true. He nodded and said fighting was not good. Sam T cut in jokingly that the estate master had never fought. He only beat others alone. Immediately received a warning look. Hyun said the matter of the Wind Sword sect was considered resolved. Sam T added that the governor had arranged the scene, so news did not spread. Yujin still reminded them not to be careless. If a new sect appeared in Yue Duong, the trouble would repeat. Gong Chun proposed an idea. At present, Yue Duong has no major power, right? Then why not put up a sign and become a prestigious family? Elsewhere, people were discussing the name Jun Sun Sword Guest that had risen from a play beloved by children. Sadoha asked whether he had destroyed the Wind Sword sect. His subordinate reported that it was true, but Estate Master Hyun was also highly suspicious. Sadoha cut him off, saying everyone was suspicious. With the Sword King gone, he felt bored and decided to personally visit those people. The demon sect leader Sadoha. In the tranquil estate, everyone was still seated together in discussion. Hyun maintained his calm expression, as Gong Chun proposed hanging a sign and founding a sect. If the reputation of a new force spread throughout Yue Duong, similar troubles would likely decrease considerably. Jiang Samt and Mujin immediately supported the idea. Asumi merely looked at them with puzzled eyes. Ahian slowly objected that it was impossible, and the trouble would even increase. At that time, those seeking to take advantage of them would come in droves. From the start, they had not needed to rely on Hongguan. There would be other ways in the future, so they should wait. In the end, Gong Chun reluctantly nodded. After speaking, Hyun carried Somi away and ended the topic there. Gong Chun watched him leave and wondered what if the estate master did not wish to establish a martial family. Kasumi turned to look at him with innocent eyes. Gong Chun smiled, thinking at the very least he should guide Somi onto the path of martial arts. The afternoon gradually faded. Gong Chun told Somi about the long history of the Central Plains. She curiously asked how long it had been. Proudly said more than 1,000 years. Somi widened her eyes in astonishment. His voice grew solemn as he said the current history of the martial world originated from a very distant past. The pioneers were the martial god, the three saints, and patriarch Bodhidharma. Somi immediately asked about the three saints. He explained that the three saints were three outstanding figures with profound influence, and to this day, only 3 people were worthy of the title saint. Somi then asked if the three saints were so formidable, how powerful was the martial god? Gong Chun replied that the martial god was a legend beyond time. Even after 1,000 years, no one had surpassed that shadow. Somi gasped in admiration. He said that with a single slash of a sword, one could cleave the heavens, with one kick shatter the earth, and even facing 10,000 people remain unharmed. Somi asked in surprise how such a person could exist. Gong Chun laughed and said if he had lived in the same era, he would have wanted to take him as master. Suddenly, a voice responded that he had no intention of accepting the old man. Those words made Gong Chun pause. He asked who said he wanted to be a disciple. Hyun asserted that even the martial god would not accept him, leaving him bewildered as he asked how he knew. Hyun simply replied that he knew. Somi asked again if the martial god was the strongest. Was he the supreme one? Gong Chun nodded, but Hyun denied it. Gong Chun irritably asked why he kept interrupting. Hyun said the strongest was not necessarily the supreme. He guessed whether it was a Shaolin high monk. Hyun shook his head. The question was raised again who exactly it was. The wine cup in Hyun's hand shattered. The atmosphere suddenly turned silent. Hyun slowly spoke. He said the one called Blood Ghost was the true supreme. Night fell in another place. Gong Chun sat on a rock behind the estate savoring wine, thinking it was his first time at such a beautiful spot. But his heart was heavy with contemplation. Hyun's words about Blood Ghost lingered in his mind. looked up and wondered why Hyun knew even things he himself did not. Who exactly was he and why did he hide himself despite possessing such strength? Gong Chun's hand unconsciously clenched. He decided he should not sit and think any longer. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped, because before him stood 3 unfamiliar graves. He approached and wondered why newly erected graves had appeared here. Ah Kong Thin, In Vo Quang, Nam Kung Lian. Those names were not unfamiliar. They were precisely the titles of the 3 saints. Why were the graves of the 3 saints here when it was said the demonic sect had stolen their bodies? He suddenly recalled Somi's question about whether a person could live 1,000 years. His eyes widened in shock. The estate gate opened again. Somi happily called that he had returned. Gong Chun strode straight over to question Hyun. Are you connected to the martial god? He directly asked whether he was related to the martial god. Your inner energy far exceeds your age, and you know of matters from 1,000 years ago. Even the graves of the 3 saints are beside your estate. Hyun denied it and said those were not the graves of the 3 saints. Gong Chun's gaze turned sharp as he told him not to deceive him. The new graves appeared at the same time the bodies of the 3 saints disappeared. Yet Hyun still said he did not know. He said sharing names proved nothing. In Yue Duong there was no shortage of people with identical names. Gong Chun remained unconvinced. He said do not evade it. According to his deduction, Hyun must be a descendant of the martial god. Kasumi stared at him wide-eyed. Mujin was also astonished by that reasoning. Hyun silently looked back. Gong Chun continued that he must have found the martial god's legacy at Nam Lake, which was why he knew of Blood Ghost, and even brought the bodies of the 3 saints here. As a descendant, he wished to show them respect. Space sank into heavy silence. Hyun let out a disdainful sigh and burst into loud laughter. He said the hypothesis sounded interesting, yet it was both right and wrong. Gong Chun demanded if he was not a descendant, then who was he? Could it be that he was the martial god himself? Hyun replied that he was Giant and Hyun, and they were his family. Other identities were not important. What more did the old man want? Was he still not satisfied? If he kept spouting nonsense about the Junsun swordsman, he would leave. Hampton Mujin whispered that perhaps he truly was a descendant of the martial god. Gong Chun calmly said he thought so as well. Mujin was about to ask whether the person they followed was. Gong Chun immediately said yes. Perhaps he was the number 1 under heaven. Green mountains, blue skies, white clouds drifting lazily. After a while, the final brushstrokes were completed. Gong Chun wiped the sweat from his brow. The plaque revealed the words Giant Family of Ho Na. Somi's eyes shone brightly as she praised the imposing aura, saying she had never seen such majestic calligraphy. Somi smiled softly in response, thanking him, saying the effort she had put in was truly not in vain. Then the little girl raised her hand to ask for permission again, saying that she also wanted to try learning calligraphy. Hearing that, Gong Chun immediately agreed. Of course, this old man will teach you everything he knows. But before anything could even begin, Hyun's cold voice rang out from behind. What are you trying to do? He hurriedly explained, I'm only making a signboard. Hyun remained firm. I already made it clear that we are not opening a martial hall. Gong Chun patiently tried to persuade him. Do not worry too much. Many places hang signboards without being real martial halls. It does not necessarily carry any great meaning. Hearing that, he finally calmed down a little. If that is all, then it is somewhat reassuring, but Then Hoa Somi's voice suddenly cut in and shattered everything. Father, we are going to hang this signboard in front of the house, right? It looks so imposing. Hyun almost nodded immediately. Is that so? Forget about that. Are you not planning to return? Several months have already passed. Gong Chun replied calmly. Sorry, but I do not wish to return yet. Just treat me as a wandering old man searching for a place to rest. He firmly refused. There is no place here for you to build a grave. He casually joked along. If I could be buried beside the 3 saints, I would be deeply grateful. Hyun remained resolute. I already told you they are not the 3 saints. Gong Chun did not bother to argue further. Fine, let us leave it at that. Perhaps at most I can only hold on for another year. This body has already reached its limit. My inner energy has now completely dissipated, and because of that this body will soon wither away. I once thought that my life like this was already quite complete. Suddenly, Hoa Somi's tiny hand gently tugged at the hem of his robe. Grandpa, are you really going to leave us? Gong Chun held the little girl in his arms and gently said, Do not worry, Somi. Life and death are the natural course of human existence. It is a law that no one can defy. As long as you remember this old man from time to time, I will be satisfied. Hearing that, Hoa Somi grew even more sorrowful. Grandpa, please subscribe to the La La School channel so you will not miss interesting videos. Then the little girl burst into uncontrollable tears. Left Hyun holding his head in exasperation. You handle comforting her yourself. And honestly, is that so-called poisonous energy dispersion truly that terrifying? Gong Chun patted Hoa Somi soothingly as he answered, I am not entirely sure either, perhaps because I am not strong enough, but I believe it is indeed very formidable. Unexpectedly, he suggested that the old man had a chance to recover if he could find a suitable spirit herb. Those words left Gong Chun stunned. He frowned and asked again, what is a spirit herb? Gong Chun hesitated before speaking. You mean as long as there is a spirit herb, it can cure me? Hyun replied frankly, a complete recovery would be very difficult, but with a spirit herb, at the very least the blocked meridians in his body could be cleared. At that moment Somi cut in, her eyes still wet with tears. Father, what is a spirit herb? Hyun patiently explained that spirit herbs were plants that absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Gong Chun asked which kind was needed, but the answer came casually. Any kind would do. It was not too important. Gong Chun was still uneasy and asked whether spiritual medicine could replace it. The Nam Kung family had azure essence pills, but Hyun immediately stopped him. They should not covet something that already belonged to others. Spirit herbs that grew naturally in the wild carried similar effects. Hearing that, Gong Chun could only sigh. This time it was truly a difficult task. Spirit herbs were extremely rare and precious. Even with a house full of gold and silver, one might not be able to buy them. The only way was to search personally. But where could he search to even have a chance of encountering a spirit herb? Without luck, it would likely be impossible to find one. Wasumi had finally stopped sobbing by then. A new morning began once more. Samt and Mujin groaned in unison after being called up so early. Gong Chun slowly told the two of them to follow him quietly. There should be spirit herbs on this mountain. The mountains were treacherous, and few herbal gatherers dared to set foot here. A single glance was enough to sense the danger. It was highly likely that spirit herbs would grow in a place like this. They set Somi down on the ground. They told Somi not to run around because the surroundings were full of danger. The girl happily replied that she would only stay in a safe spot. Gong Chun looked at her in surprise. You are going to look for spirit herbs as well? Somi obediently answered that she wanted to help him. He was moved by her sincerity. The child was truly kind-hearted. Mujin, I leave Somi here for someone to watch over. Mujin replied briefly that he should rest assured. Somi waved her hand and wished him good luck. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already late afternoon. Jiang Samt sighed in frustration. Several watches had passed, and there was still no sign of a spirit herb. Gong Chun also shook his head. He knew this would be difficult, but had not expected it to be this arduous. Grumbled that he had known from the start it would not be easy. Even expert herbalists who gathered year-round only found a few plants. Letting out a long complaint, he said that at this rate they would gain nothing. Why not ask the Nam Kung family for help? Gong Chun immediately rejected the idea. He had already severed ties with the family and could not turn back. Jiang Samt shook his head, saying that the righteous sect world was truly hard to understand. Recently, many strange rumors had spread, prompting Gong Chun to ask for details. He said it was about Kim Trite, the current martial alliance leader. Gong Chun continued, what about Hai Ok Mon? What has he done? Jiang Samt recounted that it was said he neglected official duties, abused his authority, and forced more than 100 merchants to hand over money to the martial alliance. Hearing that, Gong Chun widened his eyes. He exclaimed in shock that it was impossible. Jiang Samt replied calmly that it was only a rumor, but many believed the Mo Dung family had grown wealthy because of it, and even shaken the royal court. Gong Chun fell into deep thought. In another place, the story continued. Yujin pointed in another direction and told Jan Somi to sit still and wait. He would search over there. The girl obediently nodded. Mujin left that spot with peace of mind. The little girl remained alone. After a short while, she rubbed her belly and complained that she was hungry. Somi's gaze settled on the bushes in front of her. Cried out in delight when she recognized Solomon's seal, something edible. She thought she should gather a lot to bring back and share with everyone, then discovered another plant. Her excitement grew stronger and stronger. There were so many edible plants around here. The sky gradually shifted toward late afternoon. On the way down the mountain, Jiang Samt said in discouragement that the sun was setting too quickly. They should return and rest before coming back tomorrow. Today had been in vain. He muttered that the old man had been silent the whole time. He should not have mentioned those rumors. Gong Chun was also quietly calculating in his heart. What exactly are you plotting? But he was soon drawn to something else. Gong Chun walked closer and called out to Somi. What are you doing? He lifted her head and happily called out to him. He asked what she was digging. Somi immediately rummaged through her pocket and showed him. She held the item out before Gong Chun. Smiling, Somi invited him to taste a little. Gong Chun smiled gently as he recognized it as Solomon's seal. Praised her for digging up so many. Somi said she wanted to bring them back for her father. He teased that did that mean he had no share. Somi immediately searched through her pocket. Then she held it out in front of him and said there was still some here. She said she dug it up because it looked beautiful and would give it to him. His eyes suddenly widened in shock. Could it be? It was a 10,000-year ginseng, causing Mujin and Jiang Samp to cry out in astonishment together. Somi asked innocently, while Gong Chun excitedly explained that this was a rare high-grade spirit herb. She pointed ahead and said it was over there, right behind that rock. Mujin and Jiang Samp were frozen speechless. Gong Chun joyfully lifted her up and praised her. Somi cried out that she felt dizzy. Her eyes spun round and round from being lifted too quickly. Gong Chun said with delight that she was truly his lucky star. Jiang Samp cried out in frustration that while they had been climbing and exhausting themselves, the precious plant had been lying behind a rock. Mujin also complained of exhaustion. Two of them let out long breaths, then consoled themselves that at least the result was good. Everything was quickly prepared. Hian spoke up to wish the old man luck. Gong Chun sat cross-legged and began to circulate his internal energy. He steeled himself to endure the terrible pain that was about to come. His inner power gradually activated and began to circulate. The current of energy ran from left to right before surging straight into his body. Gong Chun's hand twitched slightly. Hian behind him poured his strength into supporting him. The overwhelming surge of energy flooded in, causing Gong Chun to grimace as he endured it. He clenched his teeth so tightly that blood seeped out. Both of his palms also began to bleed from the pain. His entire body felt as though it would explode under that force. Powerful aura spread outward. Even Mujin standing far away could clearly feel it. Night gradually fell, and a new day arrived once more. The chrysalis on the tree branch was about to transform into a butterfly. Gong Chun remained seated in place, continuing to circulate his energy without pause. Hian stepped closer and asked in concern, "How do you feel? Have you sensed your inner energy gradually returning yet?" Gong Chun answered frankly that he had recovered somewhat, but to be completely as before would likely take several years, perhaps even several decades. No matter what, he sincerely gave thanks. "Without you, I fear I would no longer have the chance to stand here." Hian gently shook his head and corrected him. "It was not my doing. It was that child. I merely contributed a little strength." Jun, left behind, was still silently pondering. This was truly suspicious. Could he really be the descendant of the martial god? The martial god had once been the great enemy of the entire martial world, regarded as a demon. So why would his successor possess such pure inner force? The sky above remained clear and cloudless. The chrysalis on the branch had shed its shell and become a butterfly, just like Gong Chun, reclaiming his vital energy. Jiang Samp and Mujin stood to one side and quietly observed. They cautiously whispered that if they spoke carelessly now, they might lose their lives. Gong Chun's eyes suddenly widened. A surge of energy erupted, sending the two of them flying back. Neither of them understood what was happening. Mujin looked at him in awe. Is this the bearing of the Sword King? On this side, Gong Chun continued to circulate his power. Only then did he notice their presence. He smiled and said he had sensed someone's aura. "So it was the two of you? Forgive me for letting others witness my energy circulation." Jiang Samp teased that it was not so serious. "I have circulated energy before as well." But Gong Chun shouted not to make foolish comparisons. Jiang Samp kept joking that everyone was human, while Mujin beside him thought to himself that he was truly an odd fellow. And Jiang Samp asked whether they should guard against those who had harmed him before. Gong Chun pondered and replied that his strength had not fully recovered, and since he did not yet know who the mastermind was, nothing could be changed for the time being. Jiang Samp said they had more or less guessed the culprit. Gong Chun did not deny it, and believed that if so, the matter would also concern the stability of the martial alliance. "I do not yet know exactly who stands behind this, but he will certainly pay the price. I will pursue him to the end, even if I must wait decades. For me, that amount of time is not too late for revenge." Killing intent in his words made everyone pause. All three turned their heads toward one direction. Outside, Hian was confronting a group of assassins. One of them questioned him, "Are you the one living in that residence?" Hian replied coldly, "So what if I am?" They exchanged glances with one another, and they all drew their swords. Hian could only sigh at the sight. Suddenly a shout rang out from behind, "You scum, you! How despicable to gang up on an unarmed man." Masked men spun around and demanded to know who had just appeared. Sadhwa landed on the ground and arrogantly declared that they were unworthy of knowing his name. That contempt enraged them. How dare he call them mere lackeys? The entire group immediately rushed forward to attack. Sadhwa angrily struck back. "You petty villains dare to be insolent." He easily seized the blade that was slashing toward him. Sadhwa growled and asked if they had a death wish to behave so recklessly. A flash of sword light appeared, and one of them instantly fell. The evening glow spread across the sky. Birds still wheeled overhead. The assassins began to tremble before Sadhwa's ferocious aura. They stammered to each other not to push, but Sadhwa had already charged forward to counterattack. His punch crashed down like a sledgehammer, distorting his opponent's face and knocking him to the ground. Hyun took in the entire battle with his eyes. Sato rushed straight through the group. Beginning to end, Hyun silently observed. He wondered that this man was clearly a master of fist techniques. So why did he carry a sword? Could there be another purpose? Sato lifted his head high and declared that this body was invincible under heaven, unmatched by anyone. Hearing that, Hyun was at a loss for words. He turned and walked away. Sato hurriedly called out for him to wait. "I told you to stop." Leaped forward in pursuit. His hand nearly touched Hyun's shoulder. He immediately received a solid punch to the face. The blow left Sato stunned. The sound of impact echoed everywhere. Sato collapsed after only a single move from Hyun. Hyun looked down at him and asked in a low voice how he should be dealt with now. The story shifted back to Ho Nam. Yujin and Jiang Samt were astonished at the sight Hyun brought back. They asked in disbelief what exactly had happened. Hyun ordered that he be taken inside. Jiang Samt still bewildered as to why a stranger had been brought back. Gong Chun stepped out from behind and asked what the commotion was about. As Jiang Samt dragged Sato along, he explained that the residence lord had gone out and brought this man back. He was astonishingly heavy. Sato came into Gong Chun's view. He was immediately stunned. Gong Chun asked what had happened. How had they encountered him in a state as if he had just gone through a fierce battle? Hyun casually said they met by chance, and he had been saved by him, causing Gong Chun to ask in shock whether he had been ambushed. The situation was quite similar to when they had clashed with the Fong Kim sect. Gong Chun asked whether he had too many enemies in the martial world. Hyun replied that it depended on how he saw. Looking carefully, those who had been dealt with before did not seem to be targeting him, but rather this residence. Mujin suggested telling him where the ambush had occurred so he could investigate. Hyun shook his head and said it was unnecessary. Their bodies had been so disfigured that they could not be identified. Mujin then worried whether the man brought back was trustworthy. Perhaps he was from the same faction as the enemy. Hyun denied it, saying he did not resemble an enemy, but Mujin was still uneasy. Mujin feared that if they continued to keep him, and the target was the residence, trouble would repeat itself. Hyun replied that at present it could not be confirmed whether the target was the residence or someone within it. Hyun's gaze turned toward another person. Was that person not also here? He even attracted more resentment than I do. Gong Chun paused and lowered his head, admitting there was nothing left to justify. Hyun looked at him but said nothing more. He let out a soft sigh. He reassured him that whatever the truth was, he would not drive him away. Hearing that, Gong Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. Hyun continued to explain clearly that it was he who had taken the initiative to come to this residence and express his wish to become family with him. As the lord of the residence, I naturally must step forward to resolve any troubles that arise. Yujin standing beside them curled his lips slightly, while Gong Chun merely smiled gently. As they walked side by side, he asked whether he hated trouble. Hyun replied calmly that he did not mind at all. Everything continued as usual within the estate at that time. Somi curiously stepped closer to Sato and sniffed a few times. Then she quickly retreated. Gong Chun laughed and asked whether he smelled that bad. Somi nodded frankly. She asked if he was a beggar. Gong Chun gently replied that he did not know, but at a glance it did seem so. Somi eagerly suggested they should feed him first. As long as he was full, he would recover just like she once did. She suddenly remembered that Jiang Samt had gone out to buy things. Thinking of that, she drooped because he was not home. Gong Chun smiled and said he was not needed. That man would surely eat everything she brought. Somi excitedly asked for permission to go to the kitchen to cook, and he affirmed of course she could. She happily ran off, promising to return at once, leaving Gong Chun alone with Sato. He watched Somi's figure disappear from the room. The gentle smile existed only while watching her leave. When his gaze lowered to the man lying below, that smile immediately vanished. He spoke mockingly. How long do you intend to keep pretending? Lie there any longer and you might die of embarrassment. You feel humiliated, do you not? Defeated in just one move. If that were not the case, how could you be so miserable? If it were me, I would not dare lift my head. Bearing the title Ghost King yet collapsing from a single strike, Sato angrily sprang up and argued that he had only been caught off guard. Only then did he realize he had reacted too strongly, while Gong Chun frowned as he looked at him. Sato awkwardly avoided that gaze, but Gong Chun continued to observe him closely. He dropped a mocking remark that it was truly pathetic. Sato looked at his hand and recounted how that punch had torn through his protective aura like ripping paper. Who exactly was he to shatter my power with nothing but a fist? This matter cannot be overlooked. If I cannot take revenge, I swear I am unworthy of bearing my surname. Gong-chun advised him to restrain his temper because there was a child in the house. Sadawa angrily cursed that righteous old man in his heart. He was nearly maddened with rage while he remained calm as if nothing had happened. Suddenly he realized something unusual. Sadawa froze and asked where one of his arms had gone. Gong-chun explained awkwardly, causing Sadawa to demand a clearer answer in irritation. He gave a faint smile and said that when one stands at the peak for too long, decline is nothing strange. Seeing the dazed look on Gong-chun's face, Sadawa blurted out a call. Then he merely stood in silence looking at him without saying more. He asked in confusion why someone so seasoned had ended up like this. Gong-chun smiled and said at least he was fortunate that his inner force had returned. Sadawa guessed whether he had been struck by a dispersing poison. Gong-chun nodded, thinking that possibility was very high. Sadawa excitedly said he wanted to meet the one who had reduced the renowned Sword King to such a state. But that could be settled later. For now, there was something more urgent to handle. "And tell me where the bastard who struck me is." Gong-chun warned that if he continued to provoke matters, great disaster would follow. At that moment, a teasing voice sounded from outside the door. "I thought you would have to lie in bed nursing your wounds for a few days." Sadawa immediately turned back warily. He was astonished to see Heian appear. Sadawa drew his sword, intending to attack. He gathered momentum and lunged forward. As the blade had just swung out, Heian had already leaped aside to evade it. Sadawa spun around to search for his position, but before his eyes, there was no longer any trace of him. That sight left him in disbelief. Suddenly, a child's voice called out, "Uncle," startling Sadawa. He saw Somi approaching with a bowl of soup. She smiled gently and invited him to taste it. Sadawa silently stared at her. Heian calmly said, "Drink it all. Consider it punishment for daring to swing a sword in my house." Somi quickly protested that it was not punishment at all. The soup was very delicious. She said she had already tasted it. Sadawa also realized he should not brandish a sword before a child. He softened his voice and asked whether she had cooked it for him herself. "I'm very happy, thank you." Somi was briefly stunned, then broke into a radiant smile. Sadawa accepted the bowl and introduced himself as Sadawa. He happily replied that she was Somi. He praised her name as truly lovely. Somi excitedly ran to hug Heian. Sadawa lifted the bowl and drank. Heian stood still and watched. After finishing, he was still smiling brightly, but immediately after, his face darkened. Somi panicked when she saw him collapse. He fell to the ground, making her flusteredly call out. Outside the villa it remained peaceful, while she sighed sadly. Somi muttered that she had clearly tasted it, and it was delicious, so why had he fainted? She placed a damp cloth on Sadawa's forehead. Suddenly she noticed a strange smell. An unpleasant odor came from his mouth. She decided to shave off some of his beard to keep him clean, as her teachers had taught that when ill one must maintain hygiene. Somi rummaged through her small box. After a while her eyes lit up. She rejoiced at finding a small knife. Her gaze turned toward the unconscious Sadawa. Somi stared intently at him, preparing to act. After a short while she happily boasted that she cut very skillfully. On the floor lay a pile of trimmed beard. She continued shaving the remaining parts clean. Her expression at that moment was extremely serious. Suddenly she paused, remembering something. "Ah, that is right. Today she still had to go to the market with father." She had to prepare quickly. The scene shifted to a study filled with books. Gong-chun was intently reading in the room, calling the information he had gathered. With a single punch he had brought down even the demon cult leader. That young man's strength likely far exceeded anything I had ever imagined. I wonder whether he can rival Tam Thien. Suddenly a piercing scream rang out, startling Gong-chun. Jiang Samt, who was cooking, immediately stopped at the sound. Mujin, tidying the courtyard, also turned his head in confusion. All three rushed in panic toward the source of the noise. In the blink of an eye, they stood before Sadawa's door. What happened? But then all of them froze at the sight before their eyes. Right after that, someone could not hold back and burst out laughing. Jiang Samt clutched his stomach in laughter. "How did you end up looking like this?" Mocked like that, Sadawa flushed red with rage and shouted, "You bastards! You dare laugh at me!" Meanwhile, Somi was cheerfully strolling through the streets. She was drawn to a candied haw stall, one stick for Somi and one for father. She suddenly remembered Sadawa's tearful face over his beard. Wanting to make it up to him, she insisted on buying more. Heian reminded her that eating too much would cause a stomachache. Somi quickly explained that she would not eat alone, but share with him as well. Heian grew even more puzzled at that, yet still indulged her. The vendor thanked them repeatedly. Time passed quickly, and the sky turned toward late afternoon. Somi hummed happily while hugging the bundle of candied haw. Heian curiously asked why she bought so many. She innocently replied it was to apologize to him, which only deepened his confusion. Somi excitedly rushed into the house, calling uncle. Heian watched her figure and wondered what she meant. Somi's loud call startled him, "Father." He asked in confusion what was wrong. Then the two of them walked inside together. Inside was chaos with shouting. Sadawa swung his sword, wildly yelling, "Who dares lay a hand on me?" He slashed recklessly around him. Seeing the danger, Somi pulled Heian to move quickly. Gong-chun guessed the issue and advised him to calm down. Losing that ugly beard was no great matter. Sadoha roared in fury. Do you know how much effort I put into caring for that beard? Gong Chun still dismissed it. It is only a beard, why be so enraged? Those words only made Sadoha burn with more anger. Brimming with killing intent, he demanded to cut off Gong Chun's head. Gong Chun calmly waved his hand and told him to wait. Loud bang echoed as he sighed and said, "This is serious trouble." Jiang Samt fled in panic. Mujin was so frightened he froze. At that moment, Hian stepped forward and sternly asked, "What are you doing?" Hearing his voice, all four of them paused. Jiang Samt and Mujin ran to Hian, calling for help. Hian stood in front of them and demanded to know the whole story. Sadoha looked at him, judging him no ordinary figure, and challenged him this time, do not even think of attacking by surprise. Hian calmly replied that he must be punished for damaging the residence. Sadoha angrily asked, "Do you know who I am?" Hian coldly said, "I do not need to know. What I care about is this residence." Jiang Samt chimed in, saying, "Do not touch our residence, Lord." Sadoha silently observed that resolute attitude, then suddenly raised his hand. He extended his thumb and launched an attack. Powerful force shot straight toward Jiang Samt. Hian immediately raised his hand to block it, saving him at the last moment. Jiang Samt escaped disaster and collapsed onto the ground. He still did not understand what had happened. Hian merely coldly remarked that his temper was excessive. Refusing humiliation, Sadoha charged forward. Hian mocked that a weak martial artist like you dares to boast. Sadoha sneered and asked, "Do you think you can withstand my power?" His smile turned sinister. Hian confidently replied, "Try it, and I will teach you a lesson." Jiang Samt and Mujin were stunned by that intensity. Gong Chun remained silent and observed. Sadoha unleashed a surging aura. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Hian seemed to have anticipated it. Sadoha rushed forward, shouting that "You told me to strike first." He thought he had gained the upper hand. Leaving his opponent was afraid, but suddenly he was counterattacked and coughed up blood. His heavy body crashed to the ground. Hian looked at him and said, "You must be very surprised. But this is only the beginning." Sadoha discovered Hian standing behind him and ground his teeth in fury. Hian said, "You must repair this residence yourself, so I will not cripple your limbs." Explosions rang out as the two figures clashed amid thick dust. Sadoha gritted his teeth and drew his sword back, preparing a fierce strike. The blade slashed down, creating a violent shockwave. Hian gently closed his eyes and used two fingers to clamp the tip of the sword. Seeing him so indifferent, Sadoha grew even angrier and asked, "Do you look down on me?" Hian opened his eyes and coldly replied, "It is not disdain. It is simply." Calmly said, "You are too weak." Sadoha's eyes widened with hatred. Hian countered, causing a violent explosion between them. Fresh blood sprayed into the air. Sadoha shut his eyes in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. He clenched his teeth unwillingly. He stomped his foot, cracking the ground apart. Demonic energy erupted around him, sending stones flying. The heavenly demon swarm steps was unleashed. Mujin tightly hugged Somi, terrified by the scene. Gong Chun raised his hand to shield his eyes, yet still closely followed every move. Hian stood within the demonic aura, without the slightest wavering. A streak of sword light grazed his cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. Sadoha's eyes flashed as he lowered his sword before his chest and praised that "You truly possess admirable skill." He slightly sidestepped, then swung the razor-sharp blade straight toward Hian. Hian remained motionless, his indifferent gaze following every movement. Immediately after, Wu Haiyan executed a movement technique and shot forward to counterattack. Doha stared at him with widened eyes, his mouth open as he roared in fury. In contrast, Hian merely observed silently with a cold gaze. The sword tore through the air, carving a long trench across the ground as residual spiritual force rose faintly. The two turned their backs and faced each other, maintaining just enough distance. Hian's eyes remained as indifferent as ever. He slowly closed them. Swift as lightning, Hian spun and unleashed a decisive strike straight at Doha. Doha immediately drove the tip of his sword forcefully into the ground. His body staggered and swayed. He gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the hilt to brace himself, refusing to collapse. His breathing grew ragged. Doha rasped that he had lost. As the words fell, he collapsed before Hian. Silver moonlight blanketed the once magnificent residence, now scarred by battle. Gong Chun stepped closer and asked whether he was all right seeing the residence in ruins. Hian replied bluntly that it was not good. He sighed and said that was why one must know restraint even when provoked. Hian gazed into the distance, his voice lowering as he said, "That man dared to threaten my kin. I cannot ignore it." His eyes suddenly widened, as if realizing something. Noticing that strange expression, Gong Chun asked what was wrong. Hian took a few steps and stopped before a footprint deeply imprinted on the ground, crouched down and coldly remarked that it seemed more guests had visited. Gong Chun examined it closely and was astonished that it was an unfamiliar footprint. He asked whether he intended to pursue. Hian stood up and replied that it was already too late. His hand clenched into a fist, yet he said that if they dared return, he would show no mercy. Hian drew a deep breath and affirmed that for now they must repair the residence. Lamplight cast its glow into a room within the residence. A simple teacup rested upon the wooden table. He Jiang raised his hand and lifted the cup, tilted his head back to take a sip, then lowered it. He Jiang asked the masked man about the situation. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he said they had lost contact with all subordinates. He set the teacup down heavily and asked whether the Sword King had acted. The masked man replied that after inspection it was not the Sword King's technique. He recalled the blood-soaked corpses and said they had all been killed with extreme brutality. The Sword King would not do that. The masked man mentioned the headless body and asserted that based on traces of dark arts, it was the work of the heretical sect. He Jiang propped his chin in thought, wondering whether the heretical sect leader was hiding in that residence. His voice rang out asking whether they had dealt with everyone in the residence. The masked man hesitated, saying they had not yet investigated their backgrounds and thus had not acted. He Jiang stared at him and asked, so in the end, you still have not eliminated them. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, pleading guilty and awaiting punishment. He Jiang gently shook his head and said the initial order had only been to eliminate the Sword King. She sank into thought, wondering whether that old man had truly died. Finally, he ordered them to ignore Ho Nam and redirect immediately to Anhai. The masked man accepted the command and departed. He Jiang thought of Sohee's figure and revealed a sinister smile. Tear down the Nam Kung family signboard for me. The residence appeared riddled with cracks and damage. Doha slowly opened his eyes and woke. Somi, with wide round eyes, held a white cloth and looked at him cheerfully. She exclaimed that he was awake. Doha stared back in surprise. Somi raised her hand and introduced herself as Somi. Doha awkwardly sat up and said he knew. She brought water and asked if he wished to drink. He firmly refused. She then offered a bowl of hot porridge. He still shook his head. The room suddenly fell into heavy silence. Somi revealed a sorrowful expression and hesitantly spoke. He bowed deeply in apology, startling Doha. He frowned and asked what she was talking about. Somi confessed that she had cut off his beard. Doha was stunned and asked what. She hurriedly said she had not meant to and only wanted to trim it neatly. He silently stared at her. At last he sighed and said to forget it. Somi lifted her head and asked if he had forgiven her. Seeing her smile, he warned that children who do wrong must accept punishment. Doha pointed toward the door and ordered her to kneel there and raise her hands. Somi timidly asked if it was true. He replied that of course when wrong one must be punished. He crossed his arms and closed his eyes, demanding she do it at once. She obediently walked to the door. Somi raised both hands high and clenched them. He knelt down pouting, on the verge of tears. Doha turned his face away and sighed, then suddenly heard her laugh. He turned back and scolded her, asking why she had nearly cried before yet now was laughing. Somi giggled in response. He said no one had ever punished her like that before, so she found it amusing. Doha clicked his tongue and said everyone spoiled her too much. Who knew what she would become when grown? Somi's eyes sparkled as she replied she would become a beauty. Hearing that, Doha threatened to punish her further if she continued joking. The sky was dyed orange, casting its hue over the residence. Inside the room, silence filled the air. Doha and Hyun sat facing each other in tension. Unable to endure it, Doha spoke and told him to say something instead of remaining silent. Seeing no reply, he pressed on, asking who he was and from where such a master had come. Hyun smiled faintly and said the place he came from was both his past and his present. Doha angrily shouted that he was mocking him. Hyun opened his eyes and looked at the sword at Doha's feet. He carefully examined that sword. Then he clicked his tongue in praise that it was a fine blade. Doha lifted the sword proudly and said it was the heirloom blade of the sect leader. He was about to continue when Hyun interrupted, saying it was the sword of Tam Than. Doha's eyes widened as he wondered how he recognized this ancient blade. Hyun stood up and said to forget that, focus on healing and then repair the residence. Doha watched his departing figure and muttered that clearly he was the one who caused the destruction. Before leaving, Hyun opened the door and reminded him to shave off the remaining beard neatly. Doha angrily jumped up and cursed that bastard. After calming down, he secretly assessed that Hyun possessed extraordinary martial skill and even recognized the sword of Tam Than. That man's identity truly held too many mysteries. Jiang Sant carried a basin of clothes along the corridor. He suddenly saw Gong Chun opening Doha's door. Nam Ti widened his eyes. Above his head seemed to appear a gigantic question mark. Curiosity surged, making him excited as he hurried over and pressed his ear close to eavesdrop. Sam T lightly covered his mouth, revealing a sly smile as he thought to himself, what are those old men plotting? Hearing laughter burst out from inside the room, he jolted and opened his eyes wide. Doha slapped his forehead and laughed heartily upon hearing the news. So that man was actually the descendant of the martial god. A voice echoed from inside the room. That is right, it is indeed so. Zam-T covered his mouth and muttered, "What exactly is going on?" The entire Tran family estate was filled with Doha's hearty laughter at that moment. Raindrops began to fall quietly from the sky. Each heavy drop pattered down onto the estate roof. So he walked across the ground, soaked by the rain. In her hand, she held an umbrella to shield herself from the falling drops. So he reached out and pushed the door open, stepping inside. Gaze swept across the group of men drinking in front of her. When the attendant tried to stop her, she raised her hand to block him and affirmed, "It is fine." Then she approached the horn-haired man and asked in a low voice, "Is it him?" The man burst into laughter, revealing sharp teeth as he licked his lips greedily. "It is an honor for me to meet the #1 beauty of Anhai. Who would have thought I would have such a chance?" Before he could finish speaking, Zoe swung her sword and slashed across his wrist. Her eyes flashed with coldness as she stared fixedly at the horn-haired man. A stream of bright red blood dripped onto the ground. The man threw his head back and laughed madly, tears seeping from the corners of his eyes. "Do you not even understand what a joke is?" He narrowed his eyes at Sohi, saliva trailing down his chin as he spoke dangerously. "What a dull woman." He silently observed the subordinates who were mocking and laughing. A leader is that the truth, being captured for ambushing Nam Kung and still finding it amusing. What else are they plotting? Hearing the attendant call out, she immediately turned around. "Miss." He braced himself against the door, panting as he spoke. "There is big trouble, the family head." So he stepped forward and asked anxiously, "What happened to father?" He hesitated before answering, "The family head." After hearing it, she recalled the man's back and widened her eyes. He has been taken away by a group of men of unclear origin. So he shouted in shock, "What father has been kidnapped?" Killing intent erupted around her. "Have people been sent to pursue them?" The attendant trembled as he replied, "The clan leader and the elders have already led a team to set out." So he tightened her grip on the sword hilt in her hand. She frowned and turned back to look at those people, suspicion rising in her heart. Could their composure be related to this matter? The horn-haired man laughed mockingly. "I never expected someone would dare to capture the Nam Kung family head. I do not know who it is, but it is truly admirable." So he pressed the sword tip close to his face, causing him to fall silent at once. Her gaze was terrifying, her voice resolute. "I will not spare you." He curled his lips into a smirk. "Do you still have the mind to worry about that? The entire family has gone out to search for your father. Is this place not left empty?" His smile grew even more sinister. "Then who will protect this place now?" Suddenly an explosion behind her made Zoe dizzy as she shut her eyes tightly. She and the attendant immediately turned around to check. Ahai raised her hand to shield her eyes from the dazzling light. As soon as she opened her eyes, she exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" Another explosion rang out, thick smoke and dust forcing Sohi to step back. Ha placed his hand on his chin, pondering deeply. He stroked his clean-shaven chin. After a while, Doha pushed the door open and stepped outside. He strolled leisurely along the wall. Doha stopped and silently looked into the distance. He attentively gazed at Than Van Kak, standing out under the gentle sunlight afar. He glanced elsewhere and thought to himself, truly a stubborn old man. Looking at the grand estate, he recalled the argument with Gong Chun over the name Than Van Kak. What is so good about that name? Ma Thien Kak sounds far more imposing. It seemed they wanted the entire world to know that a new family had just been established here. Doha thought to himself, anyone could see this was no ordinary estate, but what did that have to do with me? He clasped his hands behind his back, walking calmly under the morning sun as he calculated. Sooner or later I must return to the demonic cult. Leaving without a word of farewell is truly discourteous. Therefore I need to return as soon as possible. Hearing footsteps ahead, Doha halted and lifted his head. Zam-T was stunned by his leisurely demeanor and jumped up. Who are you to dare enter here? You must be a thief. Doha replied calmly. What nonsense are you spouting? How can you call a guest a thief? Zamp pointed a rice ladle at him and shouted loudly. Stop pretending we do not have any guests. Do you still want to deny it? Doha sighed, half closing his eyes as he said, Child, stop causing trouble. Samt angrily rushed forward. Very well, I will teach you a lesson. In less than 2 minutes, he was sprawled on the ground, his body battered. Gong Chun ran over from afar and called out, Sir. Doha glanced at Samt and explained to Gong Chun. Do not misunderstand, he was the one who caused trouble first. Gong Chun did not pursue that matter and asked about his identity. Are you truly Doha? He answered firmly. Of course it is me. Who else could it be, picking a fight with me early in the morning? Gong Chun looked at his clean face and laughed loudly. Without a beard you look much younger, you should have shaved earlier. Doha was annoyed. Be quiet, that beard was my pride. Samt lay on the ground groaning, it hurts so much. Wu Haiyan stepped forward and commented briefly, You look fine. Somi ran over happily and praised, You look much more dashing like this. Receiving praise, Doha cleared his throat softly and asked again, Really, does this look better? The little girl chirped. Yes, you looked good with a beard, but I like you more now. Tommy looked around and asked, causing his face to flush slightly red. Everyone else thinks so as well. Samt struggled to sit up and complain. Stop talking about that. I'm about to die from the pain. Hurry and treat me. Doha looked down at him, stroking his chin in surprise. After being beaten by me, you can still sit up. It seems you are quite tough. Turned to Hyun and suggested, Mansion Lord, may I train this fellow? Hyun asked back, why do you want to do that? Doha replied indifferently, his mind is very unsettled. I will help him temper himself. Samt stammered, what are you saying? I did nothing wrong. Hyun frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he smiled in agreement. That sounds reasonable. Samt looked pitifully at Hyun, who wore a meaningful smile. But he will cause trouble for you. Doha laughed in response. It is fine. I enjoy teaching troublesome people. Tears streamed down Samt's face as he choked out, Mansion Lord. Hearing hurried footsteps, Samt widened his eyes and stopped crying. Trang hurried over to Hyun and shouted loudly, Mansion Lord, there is bad news. Seeing him panting heavily, Hyun asked, so early in the morning and already like this, what happened? He calmed down and said, this matter is related to the mission you assigned earlier. Hyun asked, the matter of monitoring and high. He wiped his sweat and panted, yes, it is related to the Nam Kung family. Han Trang reported, I heard that the Nam Kung family has been exterminated. Gong Chun was horrified. What? Two birds on a tree branch opened their beaks and cried out incessantly. Ho Jiang clenched his fists tightly, walking with anger. Each forceful step startled the crows into scattering in panic. Sweat ran down Ho Jiang's face as he silently lifted his head. A cold voice rang out. The Lord summons you. Why do you hesitate? He replied softly. Yes, my lord. Ho Jiang awkwardly stepped toward the half-closed door, looked inside in astonishment. Ho Jiang bowed with clasped hands toward Hayat Ma in the middle of the great hall. This subordinate greets the Lord. Hayat Ma did not respond to his greeting. Ma remained silent, saying nothing as he slowly turned his head to look behind him. Hayat Ma still stood motionless without turning around. His icy voice rang out. Did you come here merely to ramble? Ho Jiang trembled as he bowed with clasped hands and respectfully replied, no, my lord, this subordinate came because of the Nam Kung family. He raised his head and forced a smile as he reported, following your orders, the Sword King has been eliminated. Hai Akmun has become the new martial alliance leader. As for the Nam Kung family, they are now on the brink of collapse. Hayat Ma let out a cold snort. On the brink, not completely annihilated, correct? Ho Jiang hurriedly asked for more time. If my lord grants this subordinate another chance. Did not respond, merely placing his hands behind his back and subtly moving his fingers in a signal. Instantly, a sharp stream of sword energy slashed straight toward Ho Jiang. The great hall, Hayat Ma calmly stood watching as his body collapsed. Ho Jiang's head slammed hard against the floor, red blood gushed from his mouth. A cry of agony echoed out. Hayat Ma slowly stepped down each stair, speaking indifferently. I told you to wipe out the Nam Kung family entirely, leave no one alive. He stopped in front of Ho Jiang. You cannot even accomplish such a trivial task. Ho Jiang turned pale, panting, his heart filled with terror. He glanced down at his abdomen and saw it had not been pierced. Only then did he let out a breath. I am still alive. Hayat Ma glared coldly. This is the last chance. Sweep away the remaining Nam Kung remnants for me. Ho Jiang hurriedly bowed his head to accept the order. This subordinate obeys. Having spoken, he turned and fled from that suffocating place. Hayat Ma watched his retreating back, his gaze sharp as a blade, telling himself that this time would not be like before. Pondered softly, recalling the past. Even when I once stood at the highest position, I was never called the strongest. That will not happen again. Hayat Ma clenched his fist and thrust his palm forward. The corner of his lips curled into a sinister smile. Clear blue sky cast its shadow over the lush rolling hills. Somi poked her head out the window, letting the breeze carry the scent of grass through her hair. Yuyan cried out in delight. Father, the trees here are so big. He crossed his arms as he sat beside Somi and nodded. He glanced aside and spoke. By the way, Hyun looked at Doha and Gong Chun in confusion. What is wrong with you two? Doha sighed and complained. Too many people know my identity, I have no choice. Somi hopped about and explained. Father is wearing the mask of Ma Thien Bin, the only rival equal to the Quan Sun sword master. Hyun crossed his arms and sneered at Gong Chun. Truly birds of a feather. Gong Chun's face darkened as he asked, what do you mean by that? Gong Chun reached out and snatched the mask off Doha's face. Doha was irritated. What are you doing? Gong Chun grumbled. It has to come off, it is too embarrassing. Doha retorted. Were you not the one who initiated it? I see nothing shameful about it. Inside the carriage, the two argued loudly. Ma Thien Bin sounds so imposing. I am the one who should be embarrassed. The coachman widened his eyes, staring ahead warily. He lifted the curtain intending to report, only to see Doha and Gong Chun fighting chaotically. Mansion Lord, there is a suspicious group ahead. Hyun stepped closer and pulled the curtain aside to look out. Manhwa knelt flat on the ground pleading, please spare our lives. Wu Hyun turned to Gong Chun. It is time for you to act. Gong Chun was flustered. What are you saying? Wu Hyun replied calmly. The Quan Sun sword master usually saves those in distress. If he is here, then Ma Thien Bin should appear as well. Gong Chun sighed. spine. Doha tightened his grip on his sword and leapt off the carriage. No need for Quan's son to interfere. Landed firmly on the ground. The assassin spun around and shouted, "Who are you?" Behind the mask, Doha let out an amused laugh. He charged forward, sword light flashing. Each man fell one after another. Manhwa's eyes lit up. He clasped his hands gratefully toward Doha. He hurriedly expressed thanks. "Many thanks, my lord, for saving my life." Suddenly a cold blade pressed against his neck, causing Manhwa to freeze. Turned pale and asked, "My lord, is there anything else?" Doha replied coldly, "After being saved, is a thank you enough?" Jun appeared behind him and reproached, "How is that any different from bandits?" Manhwa protested, "What is wrong with taking a little reward?" Doha stated firmly, "Ma Thin Bin does not act that way." A sound rang out, causing everyone to turn their heads. Hyan was bending down to pick up a bulging money pouch. Manhwa stared at Hyan in shock. "What are you doing?" Hyan examined the gold coins. Quite a good haul today. Hyan glanced toward Samt, who had just called him. Samt squatted down, laughing gleefully. "I have tied them all up." Hyan tightened the money pouch and ordered, "Guard them carefully. We can hand them to the authorities for additional reward." Samt responded eagerly, "Understood." Sweat poured down on Ha's face, his thoughts in turmoil. He looked at the noisy group before him, thinking they were truly strange, and resolved not to get further entangled. Omi chewed candy while her eyes sparkled. Samt was no less, holding up a large bowl and devouring it greedily. Manhwa turned pale at their terrifying appetite. Sitting at the table, Manhwa interlaced his fingers in thought. How did things turn out like this? He recalled when Hyan proposed traveling together to Anhai and using the life-saving favor as payment. He looked at his empty pouch and wanted to cry. After eating, Hyan criticized the inn as too shabby. Manhwa hurriedly promised to choose a better place next time. He nodded in agreement. Hyan asked sternly, "What do you know about the situation in Anhai?" Manhwa replied, "You mean the attack on the Nam Kung family? It was truly unexpected." Gong Chun paused and said, "Judging by how the Hyatt Bang has been operating recently, it could somewhat be anticipated." Hyan asked again, "Hyatt Bang?" Manhwa explained, "They have only recently appeared. Their origins are unclear, but their power is formidable. They almost control all of Anhai." Hyan asked, "Has the Martial Alliance not dealt with it?" Jiang Ban replied, "There is still too little information. Even the future of Nam Kung hangs in the balance." Manhwa continued, "We are about to reach Anhai. We can see for ourselves." Hyan said calmly, "No need, it is not my concern." He wiped Somi's mouth and said, "We only came to enjoy ourselves. Good food and scenery are enough." Saying that, Hyan carried the well-fed little girl in his arms. He looked at the distant moonlight, thinking beyond those mountains lay Anhai. He wondered how it had changed over the past 1,000 years. Leaves swayed gently in the night breeze. Upon reaching Anhai, Manhwa bowed his head in farewell. He was overjoyed to finally be leaving them. "I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a reply, Manhwa had already run off without a trace. Doha watched his departing figure, disappointed. After treating him so well, Hyan remained calm. "Do not worry, we will meet again soon." Doha was surprised. "Meet again? Can you foresee the future?" Hyan replied, "Not heavenly secrets, just the wind telling me." Doha grimaced at that answer. Doha asked Gong Chun, "Did you hear the wind speak?" He laughed. "I have never heard it," Doha concluded. Then he was speaking nonsense. Omi spoke seriously. "It was not nonsense. Whatever father says is correct." The little girl insisted, "If father says someone will die, that person will die. If he says a dog is a cat, I will believe it. Even if he says dog dung is divine medicine, I will believe it." Doha and Gong Chun were left speechless at the words dog dung. Hyan shot them a sharp glance and asked, "Do you want to try it?" Samt stammered that if it was the mansion lord's order then. They became furious upon hearing that. "Have you truly gone mad?" In the twilight, Hyan laughed it off. "Just joking, let us find a place to rest. It is getting late." He glanced into the distance, thinking that tomorrow would surely be busy. Gong Chun suggested arranging food and lodging until morning. He slowly walked along the stone-paved road. As he walked, he said, "I know a rather decent place." Night fell, the lights along both sides of the street gradually shone brightly. Someone's eyes sparkled with anticipation as they looked ahead. The little girl waved her hands and cheered before a large inn, eagerly asking everyone, "Are we really staying here tonight?" Lanterns hung high, casting a gentle golden glow over the soft silk curtains. Light slipped through the window frame, illuminating the finely carved wooden table and chairs. Hong Chun led everyone inside and explained, "This is the #1 inn in Anhai. I know the owner here." Doha, standing behind, teased, "So what if you know him? You might not even get a word in." A lamp in the corner quietly shone, casting light upon the wall behind. The man in white smiled brightly, clasping his hands before his chest as he spoke enthusiastically. "Welcome, honored guests." Hong Chun slightly raised his hand and asked, "Do you have vacant rooms for us?" The other replied politely, "What type of room would you prefer?" Placed a few silver coins into his hand and said, "If there is a secluded suite, that would be best." The man's eyes widened at the amount of money in his hand as he stammered, "If you offer 5 taels of gold for the outer pavilion then." The man in white trembled, sweat pouring down as he could not finish his words. Gong Chun placed a hand on his shoulder as a gentle reminder. Guests drinking wine all paused when his voice rang out loudly. I will lead you to the outer pavilion. They whispered among themselves. A single night in the outer pavilion costs a tale of gold, truly showing off. Every mocking word reached Gong Chun's ears. Is that mask not something childish heroes admire? Truly absurd. Before the luxurious room, the man in white stammered. Then I shall take my leave. Inside the room, Gong Chun gestured invitingly. Mansion Lord should stay in this one. Somi's eyes sparkled as she admired the room. This place is so beautiful. Little girl happily jumped about. I will tell Jinrang when we return. He smiled kindly. This is Hong Long Inn. Its fame reaches as far as Beijing. Gong Chun suddenly paused upon hearing footsteps outside the door. The inn owner stood outside and spoke. I am the owner here. I have come to greet you. Gong Chun replied, come in. Receiving permission, he pushed the door open and entered. The owner respectfully said, it is an honor to host you. I will serve with all my heart. Gong Chun touched his mask and asked, is this how you greet people? The owner broke into sweat, astonished to the point of gaping. The owner immediately knelt down. As expected, the Martial Alliance leader is still alive. Gong Chun removed his mask and said, do not call me that. I left that position long ago. He spoke sternly. The fact that I am alive must be kept secret. The owner replied, please rest assured. Have you returned because of the Nam Kung family, Sword King? Gong Chun asked, what do you know about that matter? The owner hesitated. This matter. He spoke cautiously. It is quite a long story. Do you wish to hear it all? He nodded. Go ahead. He lowered his eyes and began to recount. It all began 2 months ago. In the quiet setting, the tale echoed. So that is how it was. Gong Chun fell into thought. Hiat bang. He asked further, is there any way to find their stronghold? The man replied, this humble one truly does not know. Please forgive me. Gong Chun smiled. It is fine. I should not have asked that. Two stood up. Gong Chun said, I have troubled you. Go rest. The owner replied, yes, I shall take my leave. From afar, a man silently observed every movement. He remained quiet, as if calculating something. He lowered his head and saw that the little girl had awakened. Somi looked at him with shining eyes. He gently asked, you have not slept long and you are already awake. He suddenly cast a cold glance in a certain direction. Then he spoke firmly, everyone get some rest. Continued, I will take Somi out for a short walk. The little girl's eyes lit up at once. Someone behind asked to come along. Another youngster squeezed in, me too. But his foot was immediately stepped on by someone. Pain nearly brought him to tears. That person asked coldly, where are you going? Stay put. He was bewildered. What? He was instantly shouted at. What? Kneel down. Someone else said, stop pretending to be weak. The young man knelt while sniffling. One big and one small strode forward. The three leisurely strolled around the peaceful market. The young man behind muttered, it is too quiet. He remarked, not a trace of bustle. Perhaps the place once trusted has truly declined. Somi innocently said, Father, everyone carries swords. He held her hand. Martial artists are everywhere. You have seen many in Enhak Duong before. Somi replied, but not this frightening. Someone asked, are they wandering swordsmen? He answered, perhaps not. He speculated that with the fall of the Nam Kung family, many had flocked here seeking opportunity. Kasumi listened quietly. Suddenly the little girl's eyes sparkled. She exclaimed, look, a Mathin bin doll. Kasumi picked up the black one. He will surely like it. The two exchanged helpless smiles. He sighed. Are you that happy? He asked the vendor, how much is this one? The vendor replied, 3 gold and 7 coins. He held the doll and asked Somi, do you want this? Somi hugged the doll tightly, joyful like a little puppy. The vendor took the money and said, many thanks. He asked further, do you know where the Nam Kung estate is? The vendor was startled. Are you planning to go there? He said, I wish to visit that renowned place. The vendor panicked. Do not go near. Hiat Bang may appear at any time. He remained calm. I will handle whatever happens, just give directions. The vendor reluctantly said, go straight along the main road and you will arrive. He made a throat-slashing gesture as a warning. If you do not wish to die, then do not go. Many people went there days ago and lost their lives. Little girl asked worriedly, are we still going? He patted her head, we are not going anymore. Somi asked again, truly? He nodded, truly. The three left, the vendor reminding them there were many other places in Anhai. Just avoid the Nam Kung estate. He remained resolute. I will see it for myself, let us go. Night fell beside the tower. The yellow lights flickered faintly. Somi lay asleep on the bed, drool at the corner of her mouth. Gently tucked the blanket around her. He quietly stepped outside without making a sound. A young man and Gong Chun were discussing matters seriously. Upon seeing him, they stopped. Gong Chun asked, is Somi asleep? He replied, yes, Samt and Mu Jin are watching over her. He asked again, are you truly going? He answered firmly, yes. He decided to head toward the Nam Kung estate. Elsewhere, a young woman was running at full speed. She glanced back, thinking she was fortunate not to be pursued. Nam Kung so high was filled with anxiety. Martial Alliance should have dispatched forces by now. Yet there was no news. Perhaps they were deliberately turning a blind eye. She suddenly understood. There was a traitor within the alliance. She stood still in contemplation, forgetting her surroundings. Going to the alliance for help would be no different from delivering herself to death. She had to find another place, a safe place to preserve her life and plan for the long term. That is right. Why did I not think of it earlier? I should go to Enhak Duong. A man in black knelt and reported, "We have captured the entire Nam Kung family, including the clan leader," but the disheveled-haired man shouted, "You let Nam Kung So High escape again?" The man in black replied that she hid too well. This subordinate could not find her. He asked through gritted teeth, "Where did you lose track of her?" The man in black speculated that she might be hiding somewhere between Ho Bak and Tai Jiang, but the disheveled-haired man shook his head. A clever woman like that would never foolishly seek refuge with the Martial Alliance. He thought irritably to himself, if she saw the Martial Alliance remaining inactive, she must have understood that place was no longer safe. So where exactly is that rat hiding? He looked at the man in black and spoke coldly. "Even if she flees to the ends of the earth, she cannot escape my grasp. Sooner or later she will be caught. She is not worth worrying about now. The urgent matter is to seize full control of Anhai. How is the task I assigned progressing?" The other immediately replied, "Please rest assured. After the fall of the Nam Kung family, many forces have either submitted or chosen to hide. If this continues, in a few months Anhai will belong to us." The disheveled-haired man grew displeased upon hearing that. A few months, too slow. No one knows what unforeseen changes may arise. We must accelerate the pace. The other hurriedly bowed to accept the order. He sipped his wine and asked, "Is there any other news in Anhai?" The subordinate replied, "A group of strangers has appeared recently." He frowned, a suspicious group. The man continued, "They are staying at Hong Long Inn. Among them are two wearing masks." The disheveled-haired man asked, "What masks?" He replied, "The masks of Quan Sun, Sword Master, and Ma Thien Bin." Upon hearing this, the man snorted in confusion. Suddenly he burst into laughter. Could they merely be a troop of clowns? The corner of his lips curled upward with calculation. After a moment he slammed the table and ordered, "Investigate them." He instructed, "Those who hide their faces are always suspicious. Monitor them discreetly. Do not expose yourselves." He continued, "The Nam Kung family has been destroyed. If further turmoil arises, it will drag in the 10 great sects." The other quickly accepted the command. He spoke sternly, "Go and return at once. It is time to use the captured Nam Kung members as hostages." The other bowed and left. Before long, he exited the room, leaving only the disheveled-haired man behind. He continued drinking wine, as if it were plain water. Then suddenly he stopped and revealed a strange smile. He pondered, the annihilation of the Nam Kung family was precisely that Lord's will. Anyone who dares obstruct that Lord has only one ending, death. The scene shifted to the villa at dusk. Inside lay ruins in chaos like a battlefield. He observed and said, "Truly tragic. The enemy was numerous. They not only used explosives, but also had experts." He thought for a moment and asked, "Was it Hyatt Bang or someone else?" Hong Chun replied softly, "I am not certain either, but clearly this place is worse than I imagined." Suddenly Gong Chun noticed something. He hurried over, then carefully lifted a wooden plank, examined it closely, and gave a faint smile. He and the other did not understand what he had discovered. The young man standing nearby also looked puzzled. Meanwhile surveyed the surroundings. He approached a bloodstain and said, "Fortunately not all of them are dead." Gong Chun asked in surprise, "How do you know?" He pointed to the ground. "There are drag marks." Gong Chun nodded. "This blood trail proves it." Then suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. The black-masked man immediately sensed the disturbance, turned and spoke softly, "Guests have arrived." All three looked upward. An old man wearing a red mask asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" He thought to himself, "Red mask, the mark of Hyatt Bang." Before he could answer, Gong Chun stepped forward. He countered, "Then why have you come here?" The red-masked group was stunned. Killing intent immediately flashed in their eyes. The leader said, "If you refuse to answer, then we will use force." He instantly assumed an attack stance. The blades met, sparks burst forth. The three of them also drew their swords to engage. The black-masked man sneered in provocation. Chun was ready to charge as well. He said calmly, "Let me see how interesting this battle can be." The other two responded, "A one-sided fight is too dull. Make it more entertaining. Remember to leave them alive." 8 swords pointed straight at them. The group charged forward like lightning. Gong Chun and the black-masked man counterattacked simultaneously. The clash grew fierce. The opponents held a clear advantage in numbers. They attacked in relentless succession with well-honed techniques. In the blink of an eye, their figures suddenly vanished. That left Gong Chun and the black-masked man astonished. The two pondered, could it be Shadow Step? Suddenly, a red-masked man appeared behind Gong Chun. He reassured himself, there is nothing to fear from a one-armed cripple. Then he swung down fiercely. He thought it would end in such a dull manner. Suddenly, the red-masked group panicked. A shadow flickered in and out. Before he understood, his body was already severed. The others saw this and grew fearful. Gong Chun declared boldly, "Even with one arm, I still have more than enough strength to exterminate vermin like you." He swung his sword, forming a stream of blue light, reminding the other two to be careful. The black-masked man also unleashed a series of rapid strikes, but he still glanced toward Gong Chun. He thought to himself, "This old man is truly strong. Even with one arm, he might not be inferior to me." Black-masked man yanked off the face covering of one of them. He asked, "Shadow Step is the footwork of the long-vanished hack Kim Hoi. What connection do you have to them?" The man laughed arrogantly. "Do you think I would confess?" As he was about to kill him, a shout rang out. "Wait," he said, "at least leave one alive." Gong Chun laughed and asked, "So we cannot kill them all?" He replied, "If you still wish to find your family, then do not act rashly." Hearing that, he said, "It seems I have no choice." Red-masked group stared at the three of them. The two sides locked eyes for a long moment. A sword plunged into the ground. Gong Chun placed a hand before his chest and said, "Before we continue, allow me to introduce myself." He spoke sternly, "I am merely a rustic old man known as the Quan Sun Sword Master." The others sneered, "Quan Sun Sword Master? What nonsense are you spouting?" The others kept mocking the senile old man, but Gong Chun merely said calmly that my sword has always been exceedingly ruthless. During that, the masked men exchanged glances and changed their tone. "If that is so, then we can only be ruthless as well." One masked man tore open his shirt, revealing bulging muscles. The rest followed suit in unison. Seeing this, the black masked man frowned. "What trick is this now?" The masked man's body began to swell abnormally. He observed and concluded, "It is a body-strengthening martial art." He turned to ask Gong Chun, "Though it is not yet perfected, can you handle it?" He replied indifferently, "I have no idea what that thing is." The man charged forward to attack. Gong Chun remained calm and said, "You asked a pointless question." Loud explosion rang out. Earth and stones shattered. Another man threw an extremely powerful punch. Gong Chun lightly dodged and counterattacked. Suddenly, a surge of blue light erupted. He landed on the ground, surrounded by the masked men. Gong Chun shouted, "If you want to come, then come all at once." His footsteps pounded. Sword light swept continuously around him. The sword in his hand emitted a strange glow. He muttered, "Brats." Then he bluntly challenged, "Come here." Earth and stones flew again, proving the battle was fierce. Small fragments of rock scattered everywhere. A masked man fell flat, writhing in pain. He frowned. Where did these strange people come from? Suddenly he realized something. He appeared before him and asked, "Who are you? I have something to ask." Consciousness gradually faded. A voice echoed by his ear, "Take a short rest." And he completely lost consciousness. After the battle, the area was in ruins. The man, beaten until his face was twisted, groaned, "Kill me." The black-masked man sneered, "Why should I kill you?" He continued interrogating, "Do not even think of dying before revealing the headquarters." But the man remained stubborn. He sighed, "Is Ma Thin Bin only capable of this? Truly disappointing." The black-masked man snapped, "If you will not help, then step aside." Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then he began torturing the prisoner. "Endure it if you can." He laughed coldly. "Let us see if you remain stubborn after losing a few more fingers." The scene shifted elsewhere. Footprints covered the ground. The fire had gone out. Gong Chun asked, "Did he confess that this is the place?" He was deep in thought. He looked around, though it was only a small mountain. Many people passed through, yet they dared to set their base here, truly bold. Gong Chun also felt uneasy. "This does not look like a hiding place. Perhaps we were deceived." He shook his head. "No, we cannot see it because there is an illusion technique." Gong Chun asked again. First body strengthening, now illusion technique. He said, "First, let me ask you this. Have you ever seen illusion techniques or talismans?" Gong Chun replied, "No." The black-masked man was the same. The black-masked man said, "Are talismans not used to exorcise evil?" He explained, "Illusion techniques are martial arts that disturb the mind. Combined with talismans, they can create corpses or summon evil spirits. Thus, in the past, they were regarded as heretical arts to be eradicated." The black-masked man was astonished. "Eradicated?" Gong Chun asked, "Are there other disciplines?" He replied, "There is also chi cultivation." Gong Chun grew curious. "What is that?" He said, "It is the release of internal energy without weapons. Many have tried, but none have reached the peak." The black-masked man admired. "You truly know a lot." He replied, "It is merely a bit of knowledge." Gong Chun felt displeased, meaning we know nothing. He said there was a time when such knowledge was commonplace. He reminded them, "Let us go, enough talking." Suddenly he thought of something. He looked around and murmured, "It is nearby." Then he channeled his sword. He suddenly slashed into empty air. Sword light flashed, as if shattering an invisible glass. Space before them cracked. The red-masked group revealed themselves. He reminded them, "There are quite a few of them." Jun looked at him, "Are you a monster?" Black-masked man thought. Calling him a martial god would not be excessive. He silently stepped forward. He said, "The Nam Kung family is inside." Gong Chun fell into thought. The black-masked man laughed with delight. He said, "Then let us clear this place out." Ground trembled. The illusion technique began to collapse. The red-masked group panicked. Has the barrier been broken? They hurried to check. The subordinate acknowledged the order. The leader's footsteps slowed, rushed toward the source of the disturbance. Seeing the scene before him, cold sweat streamed down. He was stunned. They broke straight in here. Shouted, "What are you standing there for? Seize them." He roared, "Cowards." Gong Chun glared at him. He immediately froze. Gong Chun advanced like an Asura. The leader ground his teeth. Jun had silently slipped behind him. He trembled, cold sweat pouring down. Voice echoed by his ear. "You are tired of living to dare touch the Nam Kung family." The black-masked man sneered, merely a swarm of ants. The others clenched their teeth in fury, but did not dare resist. An instant, his expression darkened, becoming gloomy and unfathomable. He coldly pointed the tip of his sword straight at the opponent. "I do not know who you are, but clearly you do not value your own lives." Hearing that, the man in the black mask curled his lips into a faint sneer. Truly ridiculous. You cannot even see the situation before your eyes. On this side, after hearing those words, they cautiously swung their swords and charged forward. On the opposite side, the man wearing the black mask revealed a smile filled with amusement. At the same time, Gong Chun quietly ventured deeper into the cave alone. It seemed the people of the Nam Kung clan were inside. What he ultimately intended to do remained unclear. Naturally, he would continue forward. One hand gripped his sword tightly. "This cave, I will personally step into it." Inside the cave, the sound of footsteps echoed without end. Gong Chun pressed his palm against the cold stone wall, silently sensing every vibration transmitted through his fingertips. He lowered his head to look at his hand covered in dust and grime. Gong Chun pondered deeply. Could it be that those children were imprisoned in this very gloomy place? He understood clearly that for those bearing injuries, this place was the most cruel prison of hell. Suddenly, a figure lunged from behind in a sneak attack, causing Gong Chun to frown slightly in irritation. "I originally intended to remain calm, but the scene before my eyes makes it hard to endure." In just a moment, that person was about to touch Gong Chun. Instantly, a part of the man in black was cleanly severed by him. Inside, the burly men roared like they had gone mad. He pressed in rapidly, step by step tightening the encirclement around Gong Chun. Glanced around in annoyance. I do not know what body-strengthening technique is, but now these creatures no longer resemble humans. Chun lightly flicked up his sleeve, drew his sword, solemnly raising the blade before him. Immediately, the muscular men charged toward him in a frenzy. As they rushed forward, they screamed loudly. Chung darkened his face and coldly declared that you will certainly pay the price. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his icy gaze fixed straight ahead. With a single move, he swept them all away for the sins they had committed. Suddenly, something quietly appeared behind Gong Chun. He immediately turned around, his gaze sharp as steel. "I will not spare any of you." Right after that, a loud explosion echoed throughout the space. On this side, Black Mask directly stomped hard on the faces of the muscular men. We stepped over them and continued moving forward. Black Mask curled his lips in disdain. Body-strengthening technique or something similar. As he walked, he mocked them. "Is this all the ability you have?" He plunged into relentless slaughter, even relying on that sinister art. Black Mask swung his sword. A streak of purple light suddenly flashed brilliantly. Another explosion rang out. The bodies of the muscular men were blasted in all directions. At this moment, the leader finally revealed himself. Seeing that scene, he frowned and angrily demanded, "Who exactly are you to dare block our path?" A thought flashed through his mind. Lord granted me enough power to crush the Nam Kung family. Then who are these people that force me into such difficulty? I cannot be defeated. I must find a way to turn the situation around. To one side, Hyun silently observed the entire development. His face was stern, as if calculating something. Suddenly, the leader came up with an idea. "That is right. If I cannot win, then I will just take that one as a hostage." He immediately gave the order. "Capture that man for me, understood?" A muscular man hurriedly charged straight toward Hyun. The leader laughed maniacally, blaming you for standing there motionless and becoming the target. Group rushed at Hyun, yet he remained calmly standing in place. Black Mask glanced over and asked, "Are you serious?" Hyun only responded with a faintly contemptuous smile. He lightly waved his hand, and all of them were instantly blasted far away. "You are quite crafty." The leader witnessed it and fell into extreme panic. He gaped in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing severed limbs scattered across the ground, he cried out in a daze, "What is this?" Looked at Hyun with disbelief. This cannot be happening. Looking at the corpses lying everywhere, he screamed hysterically, "This cannot be." He clenched his fists and thought, "I have obtained the power I always dreamed of," and was about to grasp everything in my hands. Yet it all collapsed in the blink of an eye. "I absolutely will not accept this." Seeing that, Black Mask let out a scornful laugh. Hyun silently observed the person before him. He coldly concluded, "He has truly lost his mind. It is the side effect of the body-strengthening technique. Even capturing him for interrogation now would be useless." He said indifferently, "Then let us end everything here, T." Enhan quickly stepped closer to Hyun. Ground around them began to tremble and shatter again. Hyun still stood firm like a statue, without the slightest movement. A gigantic hand reached toward him. The leader had appeared behind him at some unknown moment, but immediately after, he took a thunderous punch head-on, and Hyun sent him straight to the underworld. Even Black Mask could not help but become wary at the sight. With just one hand, Hyun effortlessly defeated his opponent, truly astonished others. Inside the dark and decaying prison, a middle-aged man quietly sat on the ground. The gray-haired young master slowly opened his eyes and looked to the side. Walked over to a young man who was fast asleep. He gently touched the other party's shoulder and called softly, "Wake up quickly." On the other side, the soldiers suddenly became flustered in panic. "What is happening?" The young man immediately became alert and asked, "Have reinforcements arrived?" The bearded man, sweating, replied, "This sound is strange. Do not lower your guard." Soon as he finished speaking, soldiers came running in chaos from nowhere shouting, "Save me." But immediately after, their bodies were cut into multiple pieces. Witnessing the bloody scene, he could not help but step back in horror. What is happening here? Another sound echoed through the space. The two of them curiously looked outside through the iron bars. A low voice filled with helplessness sounded, "Heavens, he should have spared one life." The other person wore a mask, but the man still recognized him through the familiar voice. His eyes widened. Could it be? The man could not believe it, gripping the iron bars and shouting, "Father." Hearing that call, the soldiers in the prison were all stunned. The Sword King is still alive. That appearance and voice truly belonged to the Sword King. Gong Chun did not respond, only speaking in a low voice, "Step back." A clean sword strike flashed in an instant. Iron bars of the prison shattered into pieces. The cloud of dust gradually dispersed. Gong Chun's figure radiated an overwhelming aura. As soon as he stepped out of the cell door, the man rushed forward and embraced him. "Father, your arm." He gripped Gong Chun's shoulder tightly without letting go. His voice trembled with both joy and worry. "Father, do you know how long your son searched for you in despair?" As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously lowered, and he realized that the left sleeve of the other party was empty, with nothing covering it. His brows knitted tightly in pain. "Father, who on earth caused your arm to end up like this?" Before he could finish speaking, Gong Chun calmly brushed his hand aside. He gently patted the other man's shoulder and said indifferently, "I am not your father. I am merely an old man known as the Sword Wanderer of Quan Sun." The man widened his eyes in confusion and stammered, "Father, what are you saying?" Before he could finish, another person cut in, "I am Elder Nam Kungjin. Do you truly not recognize us?" Yet Gong Chun only replied coldly, "I have made it clear. I am the Sword Wanderer of Quan Sun. I only happened to come and rescue you." Two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unease. The middle-aged man thought, "Father devoted his entire life to the Nam Kung family. How could he now treat us like strangers? Could it be that he is heartbroken over the family decline and thus chooses to deny us? Perhaps he wishes to use this as an excuse to withdraw from the martial world." Just as he was about to call out "Father" once more, the other man silently turned and walked away. Seeing that, he cried out in panic, "Are you truly going to leave everything behind and go?" A loud noise suddenly rang out. The sound made Gong Chun stop and turn his head. He saw the man drop to his knees, earnestly pleading, "Please do not leave, stay with us. This family still needs the Sword King." The others all lowered their heads heavily. The surrounding space fell into sudden silence. After a moment, Gong Chun let out a soft sigh. He spoke slowly, "Stand up. If the Sword King were here, he would surely scold you for being too weak. You have lived well until now. That alone would ease his mind." As for the Nam Kung family, he continued, "What is broken must be repaired. What cannot be repaired must be rebuilt. As long as you strive forward, the tragedy will not repeat." Behind the mask was the gentle smile of an old man. Perhaps that was what the Sword King truly wished for. The man fell silent, only staring at him intently. He drew his sword and answered solemnly, "Yes, we understand." The others also tightened the bandages on their hands. In the end, everyone steadied their spirits. He said to Jindung, "Elder, first leave and find a place to hide. I will join everyone in dragging the one behind this into the light." Elsewhere, Doha irritably threw a book down. "These people hide well. I searched for so long and still found no clues. If you had not killed the leader, things would not have become so tangled." Hyun immediately retorted, "If you had handled it more cleanly, they would not have tracked their way to me." After a while he sighed in frustration. "Then how can we trace the mastermind now?" Hyun pondered and replied, "I fear that is so." Suddenly, Hyun turned his head to look behind him. He saw Gong Chun smiling apologetically for making everyone wait so long. Doha laughed teasingly. "Old man, was the reunion joyful?" He calmly replied, "I only went to say farewell." Doha continued laughing. "Judging by that serene expression, you must have said everything that needed to be said." Hyun crossed his arms and repeated, "Then it seems matters here are finished." Gong Chun hesitated slightly and said, "Palace Lord, forgive me, but may I make one more stop?" Hyun nodded and asked, where he answered at once, "Ha Nam." "No matter what, I must go to Ha Nam to meet that man Muarung Hai. Returning to the cave from earlier, scene shifted to the prison that Gong Chun had cut apart. Someone picked up an iron bar to examine it. The cut is truly sharp. 2 at the entrance, 1 inside the cell, 3 intruders in total. They easily defeated those using the body-strengthening technique and even rescued the Nam Kung prisoners. Such strength rivals the top 10 masters. No, it is very likely the Sword King. Could it be that the Sword King is still alive and even has allies assisting him? At that thought, Blood Demon crushed the iron bar in his hand. He slowly stood up and flicked his finger forcefully. A sludge-like monster rose from the ground. He ordered suspicious individuals have infiltrated this place. Quickly track them down. Bring them here. I will make sure they die without an intact body. Inside the eatery, someone raised a hand and called out, "Waiter, 2 more plates of steamed buns." The dining hall was crowded. Fragrance filled the air. "We will take 3 plates as well." The owner standing behind the door thought to himself, so many customers ordering steamed buns today. He looked elsewhere. Heavens, that little girl eats heartily. Just watching makes one hungry. A tiny hand clutched a piping hot steamed bun. In front of Somi were plates piled with buns, her eyes shining brightly with delight. The owner laughed and walked over. So the culprit is this little girl. Seeing him approach, Somi greeted happily. "You have arrived, sir," he replied kindly. "Yes." "Are the buns delicious?" The girl nodded vigorously. Yes, the owner recalled how she had looked dejected earlier. Now she was completely radiant. At that time, Somi had sat with a pout and said, "Father and grandfather left Somi behind." The owner quickly comforted her. "Do not be sad. They will return soon. You slept too deeply so they could not bear to wake you." Somi puffed her cheeks pitifully. "Did everyone find Somi troublesome and leave me behind?" The owner immediately changed the subject. "Do you like steamed buns?" At the mention of food, Somi's eyes lit up. Steamed buns. That was how it happened. After eating another one, Somi cheerfully said the buns here are 100 times better than those in AC Jiang. The owner laughed loudly. 100 times. Thank you for the praise. Suddenly the door was shoved open with a loud bang. A cold voice rang out. "This place is quite lively and warm." A group of fierce martial artists pointed around. "If you have time to play with the little girl, why not lead us in? There are no seats left and we have to stand here. Who do you think we are?" Other customers panicked. "Is that not Ma Jiankang? Look at that sword. He is Nang Vuong Ma Jiankang." The owner hurriedly said, "Apologies, everyone. But this child is the daughter of a distinguished guest, so she cannot be treated the same." Yet they shouted back, "Are you looking down on us? You dare treat us like weeds?" While they were still shouting insults, a commanding voice sounded enough. Yang Kang, with a ferocious expression, told them not to cause further commotion. The man who had been aggressive immediately lowered his head and apologized. He said nothing more and walked towards Somi. One big, one small stared at each other without blinking. After a moment, Jiang Kang slowly extended his hand. The owner turned pale and shouted, "Wait." But there was no bloody scene. He merely gently wiped crumbs from the girl's cheek. After wiping them away, he asked, "You have something on your face?" The girl smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you." The owner remained pale and thought, could it be that the arrogant Ma Jiankang actually has a fondness for children? The tall man introduced himself. "I am Ma Jiankang. Are the buns delicious?" The girl also stated her name. "I am Somi, Giant Somi. The buns here are very tasty." The air around him seemed to soften. "I understand." Another knock on the door resounded. The owner startled and turned toward it. The 3 finally returned. "Why does the atmosphere feel strange? Is something wrong?" Seeing them, Somi happily ran over and called out, "Father." Father and daughter embraced tightly. The owner awkwardly explained nothing happened. "Have you finished what you needed to do?" Gong Chun smiled and replied, "It is done. Thank you for your help. Someone will bring a few things to this inn. I trouble you with it." The owner bowed respectfully and answered, "Yes, please leave it to me." Wu Haiyan lifted Somi up and hugged her tightly into his arms. The guests who had just entered the inn paused for a moment at the sight before them. Someone curiously asked in a low voice, "Who are those people?" Jiang Kang rested his hands on his hips and replied, "Who knows? I have never met them." He simply watched the 4 figures leave the inn. Inside the room, Hian slightly frowned and repeated the name Ma Jiankang. He asked, "Is it the one carrying that great sword?" Mujin nodded in confirmation. "That is right. He is Nang Vuong." Hian said calmly, "Nang Vuong, the title sounds interesting. Could they be the successors of the Black Guild?" He shook his head in rebuttal. "I do not think so. I heard that in Nangan he is famed for righteousness, but his appearance here is indeed suspicious." Hian closed his eyes and said, "As long as he does not obstruct us, it is fine. What needs to be done is finished. Prepare to leave. Yes, Palace Lord." Night fell in silence. Uck had found the whereabouts of a certain man. Hian stood on the corridor and looked up at the moon, pondering the demonic art that had vanished after the purge of the clans who cultivated it. Who still knew of its existence? It should have disappeared completely. So why has it resurfaced now? Could someone have recreated it? Though burdened with many concerns, he found the matter somewhat intriguing. The thread between me and the martial world that seemed severed now appears to be tied again. Very well to Ha Nam. The next morning on the carriage, T grumbled. Why suddenly change direction to Ha Nam? I want to go home. Mujin replied coldly. That is the palace lord order. We have no choice. The conversation temporarily ended. Suddenly he widened his eyes in surprise. That is. Not far ahead appeared the familiar figure of Ma Jiankang. As soon as the carriage stopped, Sam T shouted, "Why are you blocking the road? Do you want to be run over?" Jiang Kang crossed his arms and said, "I intended to let you pass, but now I have changed my mind." Mujin glared in warning. "You had better reconsider." Jiang Kang gave a faint smile. "You rushed to threaten before knowing my purpose. I only wish to ask a few things. Lower your sword." His motion of drawing the sword halted. "What do you want to ask?" His expression darkened. He questioned them as if conducting an interrogation. "You know anything about the 20 ghosts?" A lavish feast was laid out directly on the ground. Tommy ate while clicking her tongue in praise. So delicious. Jiang Kang sat opposite, his face cold but his eyes filled with fondness. "The girl is truly adorable. I also have a daughter about her age." "Sorry about what happened at the inn." Hian shook his head. "It was nothing. Do not mind it. We'll be direct. About the nomads turned into corpses. Tell me more in detail." Jiang Kang answered seriously. "They are called the 20 ghosts." Hian repeated the 20 ghosts. He explained they often wear strange garments and ghost masks. Oha and Gun Trung could only sigh. "It seems we were mistaken for them. After all, we wear masks as well." Jiang Kang laughed lightly. "But speaking face to face like this, I believe you are not them." Doha snorted coldly, then many thanks. Jan pondered. Corpses turned into walking dead. Could it be related to the devouring demonic art? Samt asked while eating, "Is there truly a technique that turns people into walking dead?" Jan stroked Somi's head and replied, "Yes, it is a type of demonic art." Hearing those words, Doha was startled. Demonic art. Our demonic sect does not possess such a thing. Hian nodded. "It once existed in the past but vanished long ago." He recalled and continued. "It is a demonic art capable of devouring inner power, belonging to the Black Wind divine demon, the one who battled Heavenly Ghost for 3 days and nights. Able to fight one of the 3 supremes for 3 days and nights. I have never heard of this." Gun Chun added, "It is hard to believe such a figure once existed, yet strangely many mysterious martial arts have appeared recently." Jiang Kang stood up. "It seems you know nothing about the 20 ghosts." Yan looked at him. "Then we will take our leave." Jiang Kang turned and waved. "Thank you for your time." He silently watched them depart. His gaze gradually darkened. Yan suddenly said, "I have something to attend to." As Somi was lifted up, she clutched his clothes tightly. "Father, you are leaving again." Her eyes grew moist. "Father, please do not go." Hian softened his voice. "Stay with Samt and Mujin. If you want to eat anything, tell them to buy it. I will return soon. Do not be sad." Somi softly replied, "Yes." Her small hand held his. "Father, remember to come back quickly. It will not be long." Gun Chun hugged Somi and asked, "Where are you going?" Hian did not turn back as he replied, only to confirm a few matters. Somi waved energetically, wishing father a safe journey. A gentle breeze blew past. The one who had just bid farewell had already sped far away. Jiang Kang panted as he looked back, cursing inwardly. A group wearing ghost masks pursued him. After searching for so long without finding them, they now appeared in droves. Subordinates had all been turned into walking dead. They must be the 20 ghosts. But my martial arts are useless against them. What should I do? Lost in thought, Jiang Kang was pierced through by strips of black cloth. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body collapsed to the ground. With no strength left to flee, he could only force out a question. "What exactly are you?" A streak of sword light swept across the heads of the ghost masks. Their heads fell at once. Silence returned to the space. A calm voice sounded. "The sensation when cutting off their heads shows they are not human. Thought they were formidable. It turns out they are merely walking corpses." Jiang Kang raised his head and panted, "Who are you?" Hian stood before him and said, "If you cannot move, then lie still. I will deal with them." Corpses using the devouring demonic art. I do not know who stands behind it, but they are indeed formidable. Hearing that, despite the pain, he struggled to sit up. "What do you mean corpses using the devouring demonic art?" As soon as the words ended, Hian was again pierced by the black strips of cloth. Blood slowly dripped onto the ground. A ghost-masked figure lunged forward. In the darkness, Hian stood alone surrounded by the ghost masks. Jiang Kang forced himself to grip his greatsword and thought, "If this continues, he will die. I must help him escape." On the other side, Hian shifted his foot slightly, then gathered his strength to counterattack. The ground beneath his feet burst apart. A voice praised, "Not bad." Hian tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Jiang Kang stood stunned like a statue. He was struck yet still stands firm. Fragments of stone scattered everywhere. The ghost mask's vision was obscured. Hian immediately made his move. On a tree branch, someone observed silently Tusk. Hyun swung his sword and cut one down. The other panicked and fled. Who is he to defeat the 20 ghosts so easily? I must report back at once. But as he turned around, he saw Hyun smiling and asking, "Where are you hurrying off to?" In the blink of an eye, he had appeared behind him. His face was drenched in sweat. "You are the one controlling those corpses, are you not?" Hyun delivered a heavy blow that made his opponent cry out in pain. He said coldly, "Before my patience runs out, speak and reveal the one behind you." Hearing the reply, Hyun's eyes grew even more icy. He frowned in warning. "Otherwise I will let you taste ultimate agony. Do not dream of escaping." Air thickened. He pressed closer with a frigid voice, body-strengthening technique, devouring demonic art, corpse-refining art are all heretical methods beyond this era understanding. "Who exactly are you?" Under that pressure he stammered, "I truly do not know." Suddenly Hyun glanced down at the weapon in his hand. Clear Teiji symbol was engraved on it. He instantly guessed the origin and asked in a low voice, "Shaman, is it not?" With his secret exposed, he frantically sought a way to escape. "Damn it, the thing I most wanted to hide has been discovered." Thinking so, he swung his weapon at Hyun to distract him. Hyun tilted aside and avoided the strike in an instant. The moment he finished attacking, he turned and fled. As he ran, he calculated, "If I cannot win then, I must preserve my life and seek another chance later." His heart suddenly tightened. Before he understood what happened, his body had already dropped straight down. His body slammed against a rock and rolled onto the ground. He trembled as he thought, "I cannot move." Before he could comprehend, a terrifying force crashed down upon him and the pain knocked him unconscious. That surge of power was so violent that even Ma Jiankang felt inwardly horrified. Unbelievable. He had not even touched the opponent yet ended in such misery. After the battle left the land in ruins, Hyun stood upon a tree with his back to the corpses. That sight made Ma Jiankang realize that some people in this world are unfathomable. When it was over, Hyun went to the riverbank to wash away the blood and dust. Sitting by the water, he wrung out his clothes and sighed. "It feels like returning to the old days." His body covered in wounds, he dressed again and tidied himself in the silent night. He pondered, "I killed them all, yet none would open their mouths." No further information was gained. He considered, among them was a sorcerer using demonic arts combined with body strengthening, devouring demonic art and corpse refining. Recalling the sorcerers he had encountered, he wondered if they were descendants of the blood ghost. Whoever it is, if it involves sorcerers, then going to the martial alliance may yield answers. Hyun lowered his head and sighed. "I only wish to travel, yet have drawn more trouble upon myself." Suddenly a voice called from behind, "You are here." Hyun calmly asked, "Who are you?" The sturdy man stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am Ma Jiankang." Dropped to his knees and bowed until his head touched the ground. He pleaded, "Please allow me to serve you." Hyun smiled and asked back, "Serve me, are you serious?" Ma Jiankang said earnestly, "I have searched my entire life for a leader. Perhaps fate allowed me to meet you so that I may serve." Hyun assessed him. A robust physique, yet his strength is only on par with Mujin. "I have no need for a second Mujin." He turned away decisively and said no. Jiankang hurriedly said, "Sir, you are heading to Ho Nam, are you not?" Hyun replied, "Yes." He said confidently, "Then let me follow you to Ho Nam. I will prove my worth." Hyun thought for a moment. In the end he nodded, "Fine, only to Ho Nam. If you are useless, you will withdraw on your own." Ma Jiankang replied joyfully, "Yes." Hyun thought inwardly, "I hope he does not cling like Mujin, that would be troublesome." Instead he excitedly ran after him, saying, "A word once spoken cannot be taken back. I will keep my promise," Hyun calmly said. "Lead me by the shortest route to Ho Nam." Along the way he enthusiastically pointed directions. "Beyond this mountain range we will arrive." Hyun replied indifferently, "I know." On the other side, Nam Gong Chun asked, "Why did the palace lord leave alone?" Black Monster Demon Lord replied, "Who knows, he is always mysterious." Nam Gong Chun sneered, "If he left Somi behind, then it must be something serious." Black Monster Demon Lord said angrily, "Old fool. He went alone because he feared Somi would be in danger." Nam Gong Chun retorted, "That is precisely what I meant." The two immediately raised their voices in argument. "Did you call me stupid?" "I did not say that, but if you claim it yourself, that is your choice." Black Monster Demon Lord said coldly, "You speak in circles like the righteous sect. Samt, what do you think?" Samt was suddenly dragged into the quarrel. He chimed in, "The righteous sect truly makes one weary." Nam Gong Chun countered, "The demonic sect is full of reckless fools lacking brains. That is why it is criticized." He turned and asked, "Mujin, what do you say?" Mujin was pulled in and seeing their childishness said, "Everyone knows the demonic sect is full of blockheads." Black Monster Demon Lord shot back, "You of improper origin dare to mock the demonic sect." Mujin was startled at being pointed at directly. He replied, "The unorthodox sect is different from the demonic sect." The old man pointed again, "That is exactly the problem. Treat them well and you are betrayed." Nam Gong Chun nodded in agreement. Black Monster Demon Lord added, "The unorthodox sect exists because of the demonic sect." Nam Gong Chun cut in, "And also because of the righteous sect." Attacked from both sides, Mujin flushed red with anger but did not bother to respond. The two old men continued arguing fervently. It is rare for us to agree like this, indeed. Mujin gritted his teeth and thought, these old men are truly troublesome. Suddenly Somi appeared with hands on her hips, loudly telling everyone to stop arguing. He threatened, if anyone keeps arguing, I will tell father. The two old men immediately awkwardly apologized. Somi turned to Mujin and said, Uncle, you should stop too. He smiled brightly and suggested, let us prepare dinner. Mujin softened and replied, all right. At the gate came panting along with a bewildered voice, is no one here? So he stepped in and called out loudly, why? Her body was covered in mud, holding her head as she lamented. Why is no one home at a time like this? She wearily sat down heavily, after finally making it here yet seeing no one. So he muttered, truly unbelievable. Suddenly she picked up a fishing rod. First I must find something to eat. Inside the room Nam Gong-chun said, he is truly late. He wondered, could he have lost his way? Black Monster Demon Lord objected. He can fly straight there, how could he be lost? Another table rumors spread about Lord Sword Jet decline. Black Monster Demon Lord sighed. His reputation is now worse than mine. Nam Gong-chun nodded. Rumors remain only rumors. Thought inwardly, while rumors spread. What is the Murong family plotting to use the martial alliance power for themselves? Suddenly a clear voice sounded from behind. I am back. Somi sat on Mujin's shoulders waving, grandfather. Nam Gong-chun happily embraced her, you are back. Turned to ask Mujin about the situation outside. Mujin reported, nothing unusual, it remains quiet. He nodded in understanding. Mujin asked what to do next. He replied, wait for the palace lord to return before deciding. As soon as he finished speaking, a group rushed in shouting, Mujin. They kicked the door open and shouted angrily. Tall men holding swords pointed straight at Mujin. We have finally found you. Black Monster Demon Lord asked, who are these people? Mujin said calmly, I have no shortage of enemies. Seeing their ferocity, Somi worriedly called out uncle. Nam Gong-chun reassured her, do not be afraid, he will be fine, yet Somi still worried. He intended to carry her outside, but Somi had already jumped from his arms. One of them shouted, get out now, today we settle the score. Somi spread her arms in front of Mujin and shouted, you cannot harm uncle, they growled. Do you know who you are protecting? The girl answered firmly, whether I know or not does not matter, uncle is still uncle. The thug flew into a rage, drew the sword from his back and growled a threat. If you want to live, then get lost at once. Before he could finish, he took a full punch to the face. The force was so great that he was sent spinning through the air. A cold voice rang out, you dare touch my people. Jan stepped forward with overwhelming killing intent. He stressed each word, you dare raise your voice at my daughter. Somi widened her eyes in astonishment. The people standing outside immediately began whispering among themselves. Mujin appears so openly, yet the martial alliance does not intervene. If he does not publicly issue a challenge, then by their rules they will not concern themselves with an unorthodox martial artist. Someone doubted, I heard he was already dead. I heard rumors he was seen in Hanam, so he is still alive. Hyun looked around and said, it seems everyone has gathered nicely. Mujin apologized guiltily. Hyun smiled, it is nothing. Life is more interesting with a little noise. Turned to Nam Gong-chun and asked, forget that. What is your plan? The old man replied, I want to verify the rumors, but from what I hear it is not simple. He continued, there is no smoke without fire. Hearing so much is enough to grasp the situation. He clenched his fist firmly. I must enter the martial alliance. Hyun calmly asked, can it be done? The old man replied, within the alliance hall there is a secret passage known only to successive leaders. Hyun nodded, then we must first deal with those outside. Ma Jiankang stepped forward volunteering. Mujin cut in, let me. Hyun silently assessed. Samt is more foolish than I thought. Mujin is acceptable. Ma Jiankang is useless but reliable. Crossed his arms and ordered, all of you go and see how far your strength reaches. The three replied in unison, as you command, Palace Lord. Only Samt remained in the room. Two looked at each other without speaking. Samt pointed at himself and asked awkwardly, me too. Black Monster Demon Lord replied, if you have learned anything then go test it. Samt trembled, if I go out I will lose my life. Black Monster Demon Lord shouted, a martial artist lives and dies by the blade, why fear? Samt argued, I am only the palace cook. The next moment he was kicked out the door with a bruised face. The three outside took their stances ready for battle. Yan and the two elders stood above observing. Nam Gong-chun remarked, with Lang Vuong there no one dares act rashly. He said, look, those wanderers have all withdrawn. Yan replied, what about the rest we must see? At that moment Somi, who had been playing with a stuffed bear, ran over as well. She clung to the railing and looked down curiously. Hyun's voice still rang out. How strong are those who remain? Suddenly a shout echoed. Who allowed you to cause trouble here? Mu-ho stepped forward to mediate. Have you forgotten this is the territory of the martial alliance? Ringleader explained that Mujin was an unorthodox martial artist hated by many. Mu-ho clasped his hands and said, if you act merely for personal grudges, then I must stop you. Turned to the crowd. Whoever has grievances with him step forward and I will judge. The ringleader ground his teeth in anger. Thugs had no choice but to slink away. Yujin gratefully expressed thanks. Myuho looked at the three and commented, "This combination is quite strange. Lang Vuong traveling with Tiu Song Kim. Remaining one I do not recognize. It seems you are not particularly close." Myujin asked, "Did you come because of us?" Myuho shook his head. "I simply do not wish for conflict at the foot of the martial alliance. Moreover, I heard Tiu Song Kim once aided the righteous path. To arrest the innocent would be unreasonable." Myuho looked around, said there was nothing more to do, and turned away. "This poor monk takes his leave. This place is protected by the martial alliance and Shaolin. I hope you will not cause trouble." Above, Hyun crossed his arms and remarked, "An interesting junior." Eugene stepped forward and said, "His aura is indeed extraordinary." Nam Gong Chun added, "If he is Myuho of Shaolin, then he is a candidate for the next abbot." Black Monster Demon Lord scoffed. "He is still only a little monk." After the clash, everyone returned to the room to clean their weapons. Ma Jiankang observed silently, "I did not expect him to be Tiu Song Kim. I heard he once led an unorthodox sect. Why is he here?" Recalling Myuho words, he nodded thoughtfully. "This group is truly strange. They seem to make no distinction between righteous and demonic, and those two elders carry terrifying pressure." He asked Samp, "Who are those two elders?" Samp bit into an apple and said, "If you knew you would faint, and you truly wish to follow us." Ma Jiankang slapped his sword. "I swear loyalty unto death. This blade will cut down all enemies." Yujin asked, "You still manage those wanderers, why seek to join?" He replied, "My affairs are none of your concern." Samp stood aside thinking, "Are they competing for the position of #1 guard?" Chewed his apple and joked, "In any case, I am the one palace lord trusts most." Myujin frowned. "What are you saying?" At that moment, Hyun entered the room. In his arms, he carried Somi fast asleep. He remarked, "Ho Nam is quieter than I expected." Nam Gong Chun objected. "Precisely because it is quiet, it is suspicious. Of the 10 great sects, only a few are present. The 8 great families are nowhere to be seen." He decided, "I must enter the martial alliance to investigate." Black Monster Demon Lord was surprised. "You truly intend to go in?" Nam Gong Chun asked in return, "Are you not going?" Black Monster Demon Lord replied, "Of course I am going. I did not travel all this way for nothing." Nam Gong Chun teased, "I thought you would stay home to watch Somi." He immediately denied it. He explained he wanted to see what the martial alliance was like inside. That is why he traveled from Han Nam to Anhai, and then Ho Nam. Nam Gong Chun asked, "Was not Anhai your idea?" He snapped, "It does not matter, I have come this far." He added, "If the rumors about moi on Hai Ukmon are true, I want to see how you handle it." Nam Gong Chun sighed. "Stubborn as you are, it will be hard to keep peace." Black Monster Demon Lord patted his back and laughed loudly. "Indeed, how could you be without me?" After speaking, they suddenly realized. "Strange, we have spoken so loudly, yet Somi still sleeps soundly." Nam Gong Chun looked at the child and said she must be tired. Hyun replied, "I sealed her acupoint so she would sleep." Everyone was astonished and asked why he did that. Hyun laid Somi on the bed and covered her with a blanket, saying tonight will likely not be peaceful. At that moment, a violent sound rang out, causing Nam Gong Chun to become alert. He rushed to the door and asked what was happening outside. A loud explosion echoed over. 2 elders looked toward it gravely and said it seems to come from the direction of the martial alliance. The reverberating sound shook the air. Hyun Moon ran out in panic. "What is happening?" He asked his son, "What is going on?" He stammered, "It seems the 10 great sects intend to seize the martial alliance." Moon shouted angrily, "What?" He roared, "Those bastards dare." He ground his teeth. "Whoever opposes me must die without exception." Hyun Moon shouted, "Where is Hyo Jiang?" His son trembled and replied, "We searched everywhere but could not find him." He sighed helplessly, "I cannot trust anyone anymore." Below, the crowd noisily called for the martial alliance leader. Everyone angrily shouted, demanding that he step down immediately. The martial alliance does not need a leader who is only obsessed with wealth and indulges in pleasure. Hearing that, Yon Moon let out a disdainful sneer. "Those worms will not know fear until they see their coffins." Ground his teeth. "Fine. I have heard every word of Hai Akmon clearly. Let us see whether you have the ability to force me to yield my position." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged into the chaotic melee, blades flashing as they dyed the battlefield red. At this moment, Nam Gong Chun stepped forward with his sword in hand. The scene before him was cruel to the point of horror. He tightened his grip on the hilt, trying to stand firm within the encirclement. He roared loudly, "Die!" Dian Hyun crossed his arms to observe, then asked, "That man is Hai Akmon, is that correct?" Nam Gong Chun turned pale. his heart shaken. How could this be? Memories of an unhappy childhood flooded back. The image of his father gradually fading in his arms. Father, please open your eyes. Do not leave me behind. Facing the present reality, he wondered why the martial alliance had fallen to such a state. Battle continued fiercely. Before the sight of the desperate girl calling for her father, Moon did not hesitate to swing his sword. Since it hurts this much, then go down to hell with him. Suddenly, a blade tore through the wind straight toward him. Nam Gong Chun immediately rushed forward. The young man leapt up in time to block the strike completely. Mun pointed his sword threateningly and asked coldly, "Who are you to dare aim your sword at me? Do you even know who I am?" He replied calmly, "I am the swordsman of Quan Sun." Hearing that voice, Moon paused. Wait, this voice. There is no way I would not recognize the one who always blocked my path. This aura and bearing are far too familiar. He suddenly understood. It could only be Nam Gong Chan. There was no mistake. The strange man behind burst into laughter. After great difficulty escaping death, you now seek it yourself. If you insist, then I shall indulge you. Receiving no reply, he anxiously shouted, "Old man, can you handle it?" Nam Gong Chun immediately said, "I must end this with my own hands. Please do not let anyone interfere." No one expected the martial alliance, symbol of righteousness, to decay to this extent. In the name of the swordsman of Quan Sun, I cannot stand by and watch. Mun sneered, "Are you wearing that mask to amuse me?" From behind came a shout, "Father, be careful." Before he could finish speaking, he received a crushing punch to the jaw. Giant Hyun, standing beside them, spoke indifferently. Such an exciting match. Outsiders should not interrupt. And thus the true confrontation erupted. Moon said with contempt, "Do you think you can defeat me with only one hand?" Nam Gong Chun answered briefly, "Of course." In his mind flashed the mocking expression beneath the mask, as if reminding him that from childhood until now I have never surpassed him. He charged forward with iron determination. This time the outcome will certainly be different. The two officially clashed. Throughout Moon's relentless attacks, Nam Gong Chun merely quietly evaded each move. That patience gradually caused Moon to lose his composure. Accelerated his assault like a storm. You have no way to retreat. The sympathetic gaze of Nam Gong Chun only enraged him further. "Do not look at me like that. I am not so weak that I need pity." Nam Gong Chun said slowly, "Your heart has already rotted. I fear there is no path back for you." Moon ground his teeth. "Are you trying to lecture me again?" He drew his sword filled with killing intent, gathered power to the limit, and shouted, "Let me teach you a lesson first." The blade swung up with a ferocious roar. "You dare say my heart is rotten?" The sword thrust straight toward Nam Gong Chun. He yelled, "Look at yourself. How are you any different from me?" Thunderous explosion rang out. Nam Gong Chun used all his inner strength to retreat backward. Yet his body did not collapse. For his eyes, the opponent blade shattered into pieces. Moon quickly sensed the change. His inner power abruptly transformed, as if merging with a strange energy of heaven and earth. Nam Gong Chun panted, "How can there be such an oppressive evil aura? How can it possibly exist within a human body?" Suddenly Moon lunged forward. His eyes darkened, as if controlled by demonic energy. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and stabbed straight at Nam Gong Chun. Nam Gong Chun collapsed to the ground. He looked at Moon's face filled with killing intent, and thought silently. That gaze was full of madness. He would not stop until I am dead. Moon laughed in delight and continued swinging his sword. Nam Gong Chun wondered whether everything would end here. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Stop." Lan Hyun appeared and cut across the battle. He merely used 2 fingers to clamp the blade and bend it, leaving Moon stunned in disbelief. The sword flew from his hand, spinning rapidly before shooting into the air. Giant Hyun spoke. "The match has been satisfying enough. It should end here." Nam Gong Chun exclaimed in shock. However, Moon seemed unwilling to stop. He immediately assumed a stance. "Stop." He stepped forward, snatched a sword from a corpse nearby, and shouted loudly, "Who are you to dare command me?" Moon said blindly, "I cannot miss this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity because of an unknown nobody." After saying that, he rushed straight toward Giant Hyun. Sword swung fiercely as he shouted, "Die." Unexpectedly, in that frenzied instant, Heap Huang transformed into a man. Moon was immediately struck straight in the face. Though it was only a bare fist, its power was astonishing and sent him flying far away. Everything did not end there. Giant Hyun continued to press forward, unleashing relentless blows that gave his opponent no chance to breathe. Mun panicked. How can this be? He gritted his teeth and thought, not a single sword strike of mine can touch him. This is absurd. Even the Sword King might not be able to do this. Suddenly Giant Hyun raised his hand to cut him off. "You are overthinking it," he continued, moreover. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed in and delivered the finishing blow to Moon. "Your moves are too monotonous and dull." Another resounding crash echoed. The young man immediately ran to his father's side. He dropped to his knees and shook his father. "Father, are you all right?" At that very moment, Moon suddenly sprang back to his feet. An unprecedented evil aura enveloped him. The young man fell to his knees in fear and called out, "Father." Giant Heian looked at him and asked, "That sinister aura just now came from you who passed that thing to you?" Hai Akmon replied calmly, "Do you think I would tell you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at him together with the black aura. Prepare to die. The space around Hai Akmon grew dark, making him appear extremely terrifying. The young man behind continuously begged, "Father, please wake up," he shouted in despair, "Father, please stop." But at this moment the evil aura had completely seized Hai Akmon's mind. In his head there was now only a single thought, to kill until everything came to an end. Heavy gasps echoed through the silent space. Behind him the young man collapsed from grievous injuries. Only then did he cry out in panic, "Quan-chan, how did you end up like this?" "Wake up." Hyan Moon held his son tightly in his arms, his voice filled with remorse. "How did everything turn out like this? Answer me." Giant Heian stood beside them and sneered, "How foolish. Was it not you who struck him down with your own sword?" Hearing those words, he froze. "What did you just say?" The scene of the battle moments ago flooded back. He himself had swung his sword at his son, causing the child to never wake again. He stammered in shock, "My son." Hyang Moon wailed in despair, regret gnawing at him bit by bit. At that very moment, rain poured down as if mourning the life that had just faded. Yang Hyun remained cold as he stepped closer to him. His fist tightened, ready to strike. Suddenly Nam Gong-chun spoke to stop him. "Stop." Giant Hyun turned to look at him in confusion. Not killing him anymore. Nam Gong-chun forced himself up and replied, "Enough, we are leaving." He looked at Hai Akmon with eyes as cold as ice. "Let him live in torment, that is worse than death." The strange man finally spoke. "As expected, you so-called righteous sects are no better." Giant Hyun clasped his hands behind his back, silent. He looked at Hyang Mun lying on the ground and said, "I also wanted to finish him, but let it be. He no longer has the ability to cause harm." In the end, Giant Hyun withdrew his hand. We returned. The sky gradually darkened. The moon flickered behind black clouds. The rain fell heavier and heavier. Beneath the curtain of rain, the man carried his son corpse on his back, walking away in heavy silence. His breath came in ragged gasps, each step splashing into puddles with a sound full of sorrow. At last he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Amid the torrential rain, Hai Akmon laid his son's body down and sat there blankly. "Kill me as well." "Nam Gung-chun, why did you not finish me too? That cheap pity only makes me more humiliated. Do you think I have lost everything?" Recalled the moment he once struck Gong-chun with his blade. "No, I still harbor killing intent toward you. I want to tear you into 100 pieces." Hai Akmon's hands trembled from clenching too tightly. Suddenly a voice rang out. "It seems darkness has devoured your eyes." He raised his head and saw a shadow slowly approaching. Before Hai Akmon, Hyatmar appeared, standing imposingly beneath an umbrella held by a servant. His crimson eyes stared intently as if probing. He gave a faint smile and asked, "You want to crush your enemy yet drown in fear at the same time, do you not?" Hai Akmon's pupils contracted. "Who are you?" Hyatmar extended his hand. "Who I am does not matter. Follow me, I will help you dispel the darkness gnawing within." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of power flooded into Hai Akmon's body. The scene shifted to a bustling, lively street. People bustled about, some stopping at stalls to browse. Omi pouted, "I still have not visited Thiu Lam too." Gong-chun gently coaxed her. "When we return home, father will show you something even more interesting. We will row far out on Dong Din Lake." Somi's eyes lit up. "Going far away sounds wonderful. But I still want to visit Thiu Lam too once," Hyun asked. "Are you that disappointed?" He took out a small object and placed it in her hand. "Consider it compensation from father." When he released his hand, a miniature pagoda appeared, making Somi squeal in delight. The little girl raised it high to show, "Look, it is Thiu Lam too." Ohak curiously asked where he bought it. Hyun replied calmly, "I made it myself." He was stunned. What? Hyun repeated, "I made it. Do you not believe me?" Ohak hurried after him begging for one as well. Hyun bluntly refused. "No, why? It is troublesome." He merely shrugged, showing no interest. Lohak gritted his teeth. "After everything we have been through together, you still refuse." Sant leaned close and whispered, "I have a way." After hearing it, Lohak was still doubtful. Will it really work? Sant nodded firmly. With no other choice, he sighed and rummaged through his belt. Then Duhak stepped forward before Giant Yu Hyun. He proposed, "Sell it to me. I will pay 10 silver coins." Hyun immediately nodded, "Fine. I will make one for you later." Duhak wondered why it was so easy. 10 silver coins quickly fell into Hyun's hand. Even after paying, he still felt reluctant. How can a martial master care so much about money? Hyun gave a faint smile. "Without money, how would I raise my child?" Duhak could only nod. Over there, Somi was handed a candied horse skewer, and she happily said thank you. Samt suddenly asked, "Has the matter you said needed completing been finished? Since last night you two stayed to guard Somi." Nam Gong Chun replied calmly, I do not know, nothing happened. Samp was suspicious. Last night I saw chaos everywhere. You even went with the mansion lord. How could nothing have happened? Judging by that attitude, it must have been something major. Did you eliminate the martial alliance? Nam Gong Chun became angry and clenched his fist. You talk too much today. Samp hurriedly stepped back, fine, as if nothing happened. Nam Gong Chun walked towards Somi. Samp wiped his sweat. As if nothing happened, they probably flattened the martial alliance. Heavens, how will we deal with the aftermath now? At a time like this, Samp must step forward. Without me, who knows how chaotic this mansion would become? Mugen beside him looked at him with disdain. He recalled seeing the martial alliance burn to ashes from afar last night. Perhaps the martial world is about to enter great turmoil. Meanwhile, at a vast estate, the rain still poured without end. Inside a luxuriously furnished room with carved ironwood tables and chairs, vermilion pillars gilded in gold stood majestically. At the tea table, a hand tightened around a cup before slamming it down. The head of the Duong Mon of Sichuan puffed on his pipe and said, I did not expect the Mo Dung family to collapse so quickly. The representative of the Ban family replied, it was unavoidable. Kim Chiat went too far this time, with the Hong Fu family added in. Sending Ku Fa Bang to attack the alliance leader was a mistake. Another person said, now both the Sword King and Kim Chiat are missing. The martial alliance is shaken severely. Duong family asked, what about the Raw Cat family? Someone answered he is still searching for the Sword King. Letters were sent, but he refused to attend the discussion. It will be difficult for him to stand on our side. The Yen family laughed. It seems from now on only the 5 great families remain. The martial world is in chaos, so we gather to stabilize the situation. The Duong family continued. Ku Fa Bang dares to disregard us and even intends to depose Kim Chiat. We cannot ignore it. Everyone listened attentively and nodded in agreement. It was considered that all had reached a consensus. Today, we abandon the decayed martial alliance, and under the name Thien Dao Hoi establish a new alliance. High above, an eagle spread its wings, a letter tightly bound to its leg. A carriage raced beneath. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, Thien Dao Hoi. Nam Gong Chun read the letter in anger. What exactly are they trying to do? Lo Hak explained, the righteous path is now split in two. Those aligned with the 8 great clans call themselves Thien Dao Hoi. Jiang Kang continued, those aligned with the 9 sects 1 gang still keep the name Martial Alliance. Jean said in a low voice, it may appear calm on the surface, but sooner or later the 2 sides will clash fiercely. Lo Hak glanced at Nam Gong Chun reproachfully. All because you spared Hai Ok Mon. I told you he should have been killed. Ion sat in a corner analyzing. The decision to spare Hai Ok Mon was a mistake. The first mistake was turning someone with that power into an enemy. The second was letting him fall into the hands of the 9 sects 1 gang. If he had been captured and investigated for his crimes, the 8 great clans would not have needed to form Thien Dao Hoi as they have now. The corner of his lips curved slightly, his eyes glinting with interest, truly fascinating. Just then Samp spoke from outside, Manor Lord, we have returned to the estate. Hian was slightly surprised so soon. Samp replied in a heavy voice, but something is not right. Before them stood the familiar estate, yet inside a strange black smoke was billowing. Through the carriage window, Yu Hian saw the sight and felt an uneasy premonition. The smoke seemed to come from the kitchen. Gong Chun stepped down and suggested, let this old man go in and take a look. He nodded in agreement, as you wish. Mugen also got down and asked whether he should go along. Yu Haiyan shook his head. Let him handle it himself, Mugen replied, understood. Gong Chun walked straight toward the estate gate alone. He opened the door, stepped inside, then shut it in an instant. In less than a few seconds, Nam Gong Chun leapt over the wall and ran out at full speed. Scrambled back to the carriage in a panic. Lo Hak stared at his flustered state and asked blankly, what happened, old man? Stood frozen for a few beats, sweat pouring down his forehead. Suddenly Gong Chun grabbed Yu Yan's hand tightly. He lowered his voice, almost pleading. Come with me. He frowned me. Gong Chun answered. You are more suitable than I am, Hian vaguely guessed. Is someone inside? He nodded vigorously, yes. He looked at him with suspicion, then sighed. Hian slowly walked inside. As he walked, he thought, that old man running away one day, truly unbelievable. With air this damp, could someone be bathing? Thinking so, he grew more annoyed. I built this place for Somi. If someone dares to bathe casually in another home, I will not let it slide. When he saw clearly inside, he froze for a few seconds. Before him was Sohi soaking in a bath filled with white foam. Hian's hand slipped from the door. An awkward silence enveloped them. The two stood motionless. Their eyes met, neither knowing what to say. After a moment, he stiffly asked, what are you doing here? Somi froze and her face flushed red, as if about to explode. A piercing scream rang throughout the entire estate. Later, she sat curled in a corner, head lowered, unable to speak. Somi curiously used a wooden stick to gently poke Sohi's hair. Yuyan could not help but question, you did it on purpose, did you not? Gong Chun at first pretended to remain silent. Next second, he lifted his teacup and laughed. You think so? I was so frightened I ran away. How would I know you would open the door while a young lady was bathing? Did you see everything? Truly unexpected. Lohak stroked his chin and speculated whether he intended to match his granddaughter to him. Gong Chun feigned confusion. I ask you honestly, did you see anything? Speak quickly. Duhak glanced at Hyun, but that fool was not easily deceived. Gong Chun kept rambling that an upright youth like you would not commit indecent acts. In any case, you must take responsibility for the girl life. At that moment, Somi pulled Sohee over and said loudly, Grandfather, Sohee's sister has something to say. Everyone turned their heads at once. Sohee stepped in and bowed an apology. I did not mean to intrude into another home. I called for a long time and no one answered, and I had nowhere to go, so I acted rashly. Hyun replied, I also apologize for opening the door while you were bathing. She shook her head, saying women of the martial world do not fuss over such matters. He nodded, all right. Gong Chun's plan failed, leaving him dejected. Duhak beside him laughed mockingly. So he still lowered her head and spoke softly. I plan to leave since I have partly recovered, and I am worried about my family. He interrupted, I understand. Nam Kung family now lies in ruins. She immediately looked up. You have been to the Nam Kung family in Anhai. Somi raised the tower model proudly. Yes, we went to Ha Nam. Father even made this for me as a keepsake. So he anxiously asked, then what is the situation of the Nam Kung family now? Hyun honestly said all the buildings were destroyed. Rebuilding will take much time. She stepped closer, almost shouting, I do not care about the houses. I only want to know whether my relatives are safe. Hyun said that after the Nam Kung martial artists destroyed the 2 Hyatt Dome, they all vanished without a trace. Tense expression on Sohee's face suddenly stilled. She dropped to her knees. Her whole body felt light. She let out a breath of relief, thank goodness. She whispered, as long as they are safe, I am at ease. Hearing the familiar voice, Somi, who was teary, suddenly jolted that voice. Sohee looked up toward the table. Her gaze stopped at Gong Chun wearing a mask. Somi stepped closer and called softly, Grandfather, is it really you? Gong Chun broke into sweat and avoided her gaze. Young lady, what are you saying? I do not understand. She grasped his hand firmly. I cannot mistake this voice. What exactly happened? Why are you here? What is with this mask? Gong Chun stammered awkwardly, not knowing how to explain. So he did not wait and threw her arms around him. This is wonderful. I knew you were still alive. He chuckled kindly. Child, you are hugging me too tightly. So he quickly let go and stepped back. Gong Chun slowly removed the mask. His true face appeared with a warm smile. Somi burst into tears and cried, Grandfather. So he embraced Nam Gong Chun emotionally. It really is you. Why did you not find a way to send me word? Woo Hyun and Somi stood outside watching the reunion. Out in the yard, the little girl lightly reproached, Father, you are terrible. He asked in surprise me. Somi nodded firmly. You should have told her earlier, otherwise she would not have cried so much. Hyun laughed and replied, her grandfather did not wish to speak. How would I dare? In this world there are things that should be hidden and things that cannot be hidden. When the truth must come out, it will come out on its own. The little girl hesitated and asked further, then will grandfather return now? He shook his head, saying he did not know yet. It depends on what they plan. Somi suddenly had a mischievous idea. I have a way. Father, marry her, then he will truly become my grandfather. Hyun curved his lips and asked, you like him that much? It seems Somi loves grandfather more than father. The little girl hurriedly waved her hands. No, I love father the most. Hyun pretended to scold that beside father you say you love father. Beside grandfather you say you love grandfather, making Samt gay. That is how one survives in this world, so clever at such a young age. The little girl shouted, I am telling the truth. He laughed and patted her head, all right. Samt watched the two in astonishment. He did not expect him to be so gentle with Somi. In the deep silent night, moonlight and stars cast a gentle glow across the sky. Hyun held a jug of wine and poured it onto the ground before him. He sat quietly before a grave. Wind rustled, leaves scattered in all directions, making his back appear even more lonely. In Hyun's eyes was an unmistakable solitude. He recalled a distant memory from when his face bore no scars. At that time, someone begged for mercy. He pointed his sword at her and sneered. When you called me a demon head, why did you not think of today? That girl was Zorian, knowing she could not escape, yet still clinging to hope and begging because she did not want to die. In Hyun's heart suddenly rose a trace of compassion from one who once carried a sword through the martial world. For a martial artist, nothing is more humiliating than begging for mercy. Yet for some reason, the young woman before me trembled as she pleaded to live. At that time, I found the sight both amusing and strangely intriguing. Nam Georian, who later stood among the 3,000 and was honored as Sword Heaven. After sparing her life, I gave her the name Nam Kung because we first met south of the city gate. I never expected she would keep that name, and it would later become part of the Nam Kung family. Turning to the present, he took a sip of wine and smiled faintly. Fate is truly wondrous. Even after 1,000 years, that thread has not broken. Nam Georian and the Nam Kung family. Xiao Hak, true disciple of Thien Vukwang Ti Gongjin. the one who created Vodang. That trace still remains to this day, along with the ultimate art of Hak Feng Then Ma, sorcery, body refinement, defying heaven methods, and demonic absorption art. If anyone had the audacity to pass on those techniques, only one person comes to mind. In that case, it is very possible his descendant still exists, and that old bond continues to this day. No matter how carefully concealed, it cannot escape destiny. Perhaps I must return to the central plains once more. The next morning, early sunlight gilded the curved tiles of the estate. Samt asked blankly, "What do you want me to do?" He held a sword, standing opposite Sohee, who also held a sword. Wu Haiyan crossed his arms, observing, making the air tense. He said calmly, "What else fight?" Samt widened his eyes. "For real, you will not kill me, will you?" So he said irritably, "He has barely practiced martial arts for long. How can he fight me? The one I want to spar with is you, not this weakling." Hearing that, Samt bit his lip in anger. He sighed, "A martial artist must not be careless. If you cannot use what you have learned, arrogance will make you lose to the one deemed weak." Those words sobered her, her gaze gradually sharpening. Hyan spoke sternly and signaled. Again, as soon as he finished, both ignited with fighting spirit. An hour earlier, Somi had bowed earnestly, asking to spar and seek guidance. Sincere posture showed genuine longing. Hyan remained silent for a few seconds, looking at her. Then he turned his back and refused bluntly. "I do not think you would learn anything from me." She angrily asked, "Are you planning to avoid it?" He replied indifferently, "Think as you wish." So he continued, provoking, "Are you afraid of me?" He remained calm. "I do not care what you think." She followed, insisting on a duel. He lazily replied he did not want a meaningless fight. "If you want to spar, then ask your grandfather." So he said, "The gap in realm between me and grandfather is too great." He suddenly stopped to think, then said he could arrange for her to fight someone else. She frowned, asking who here is capable. Hyan smiled meaningfully. "Of course there is. Back to the present, that person is Samt, and thus this match takes place." So he looked at him, puffing her cheeks angrily. "Does he look down on me? I make me spar with someone who has studied martial arts for just over a year." Hyan spoke as if reading her thoughts. "I am certain you may not defeat him." She was stunned. "What?" He explained that appearances deceive and the boy's strength is not low. Samt across raised his sword and shouted, "Begin." The challenge enraged Sohee, seeking death. "You just watch and tremble." He declared she would not hold back. Hyan reminded lightly not to go too far. As soon as it began, Sohee rushed forward, attacking first. At the same time, on a small boat was Gong Chun. Somi caught a big fish, full of excitement. Time passed quickly. Sunset dyed the horizon red. Samt panted, sweat dripping. Opposite him, Sohee was also weary, her sword hand bleeding from scratches. She braced her sword against the ground to steady herself, unable to believe it. "I should have defeated him long ago. Yet until now I have not even touched him, and his strikes are loose." Unwilling to accept it, she gathered strength and charged again. She dashed forward, swift as the wind. "I cannot lose like this." The two blades collided with a piercing sound. At this time, Nam Gong Chun and Hyan also arrived to observe. So he attacked repeatedly, but Samt awkwardly managed to block. Hyan looked and remarked, "She is starting to lose composure." Nam Gong Chun chuckled softly, carefully watched every expression of his granddaughter. Then he asserted, "Samt is the girl nemesis." Despite relentless attacks, so he still could not break through Samt's defense. In her heart rose unwillingness, after years of bitter sword training. "How can I lose to a newcomer?" That thought only intensified her suppressed anger. So he unleashed a cunning strike aimed straight at him. Samt hurriedly tilted to evade. Blade brushed his shoulder, only tearing his clothes. Her eyes flashed with killing intent. Samt panicked and ran toward Hyan, shouting, "I almost lost my life." Omi exclaimed in surprise, "I still have not struck him." Samt asked irritably, "Are you really trying to kill me? Is that fair?" Hyan praised, "You dodged well and you are still alive." Samt asked blankly, "Are you serious?" So he gripped her sword hilt tightly, realizing she had poured all her strength into that last move. Hyan, reassured that was not enough to kill anyone, and considered the first match over. So he staggered, then collapsed before them. She thought miserably, "That was my final strike. Someone like Samt should not have been able to dodge. Why did it turn out this way?" Hyan added, "He is even more shameless than a Tam Dang warrior." Samt widened his eyes and cried out, "Manor Lord." Hyan turned his back and said, "If so, then do not think of sparring with me again." So he, "Do whatever you must." Samt, "Go prepare breakfast." He hurriedly replied, "Yes, I will go at once." On the training ground, only Sohee remained, grinding her teeth in resentment. And Samt, the one who had won still, did not understand what had happened. At night, pale moonlight cast a faint glow over the swaying treetops. On the ground, the evil sect strategist Dong Fan Gu held a torch, examining the corpses. He frowned, strange. "There are no signs of battle." A subordinate replied, "Indeed, no clues were found." Dong Fan Gu lifted the dried hand of a corpse to inspect. He pondered nearly 20 shriveled bodies like mummies. Most were evil sect experts and first-rate warriors. "At first I thought they were ambushed, but there are no traces on the ground. It is as if their hearts suddenly stop. I must find the culprit before the sect leader returns. Matters are already chaotic with High Akmon and Thien Dao Hoi stirring the martial world. Now on what stance should we maintain? Suddenly a sound came from behind, making Dong Fan Gu turn vigilantly. Before him stood a subordinate with hollow, lifeless eyes. The subordinate was seized by the head with one hand by a tall man whose messy hair covered his face. Corner of that man lips curled, a twisted smile filled with demonic aura. Immediately after, he wrenched the head of the Ha Jia subordinate with a decisive motion. Fan Gu Kin Hai stammered, "Who exactly are you?" He shuddered inwardly. This man's strength is likely equal to the sect leader. No, perhaps far beyond. Cold command rang out, "Kneel." Van Gu widened his eyes in horror as his body, as if controlled by something unseen, the torch fell from his hand, and he dropped to his knees before the tall man. That man, icy voice sounded, "From now on I am your master. All of you must submit to me." The crimson eyes beneath the loose hair revealed his identity. Hyatt Bao then Ma. Thien Dai Ahoy centered around the 8 great clans, while the martial alliance gathered the 9 sects, one gang. Originally, the righteous path was one whole, but now split into 2 opposing forces. The situation thus fell into an unprecedented crisis. After Mo Dung Hai Uk stepped down, Huyen Than Ti Ong Jin became the new alliance leader and sought to end the chaos. He sent envoys to Thien Dai Ahoy proposing unification, but the heads of the 8 great clans firmly refused, deepening the conflict. That confrontation caused many martial artists to leave the martial alliance to join Thien Dai Ahoy. Thien Dai Ahoy influence grew larger, while the martial alliance gradually weakened. Taking advantage of the situation, a secret force hidden near Hoa Sun sect quietly waited for the chance to strike. It was the group of evil faction masters called Mu Hong Tian. This time Somi and her friends were eating skewered rice cakes, while Wu Haiyan stood behind a tree watching quietly. In the estate, Gong Chun suddenly asked, "Are you still angry?" Sitting beneath the tree, Sohee lowered her head dejectedly. After a long while she spoke softly, "I am sorry I lost. Why did it happen? You are from the Nam Kung family." Gong Chun looked at his granddaughter and said slowly, "Martial arts rely not only on strength but also flexibility. Your sword play and footwork do not suit countering Sam. Sohee, your sword is very fast and pleasing to the eye, but that is only what you learned through observing and imitating me. No matter how fast, it is useless if you meet someone even faster. At present you still lack experience." Sohee murmured, "I know my fault." She buried her face in her hands, hiding tears. "I have tarnished the Nam Kung family honor. Even in front of Zaza, I tried so hard to avoid this." Gong Chun smiled kindly. "No need to blame yourself. Today defeat will become valuable experience." Sohee looked up in surprise. He gently patted her head. His eyes were filled with affection. "It is all right." Sohee's eyes reddened as she could not hold back tears. She rushed forward and hugged him, bursting into tears. The room Samt looked into the mirror smugly. "I am truly too dashing. I just defeated Nam Kung Sohee of the Nam Kung family." He clenched his fists in excitement, throwing punches repeatedly into the air, then continued turning to practice stances. A powerful high kick swept across. His foot stopped midair. "I thought I had no affinity with martial arts. My moves are not equal to Sohee. It is enough for me to step into the martial world." Thinking that, Samt burst into laughter. Outside the door, Somi looked in blankly. "Samt is strange today." At the Martial Alliance residence, a deep voice resounded. "Thien Dai Ahoy has caused too many upheavals." Hoa Sun Elder Moon Beek Jang slammed the table in anger. Though Hoa Sun disciples tried to resist, they still suffered heavy losses. Half of Shanxi has fallen into Mu Hong Ti Ong hands. If total war breaks out, then it will be a battle of life and death for Hoa Sun. Besides, they have allied with Bak Hai, so Hoa Sun forces find it hard to withstand. Vo Dang Elder sighed. Hoa Sun's situation is dire, but Vo Dang must guard against the demon sect, so it is hard to send aid. In Hebei, Vo Dang's situation is no better. Martial Alliance influence declines, and Luke Lam Dao has begun to stir. At present, perhaps only Thieu Lam maintains stability. The Ongjin of Thieu Lam frowned and asked, "Has Thien Dai Ahoy made any moves?" Beek Jong replied in a low voice, "Nothing clear yet. Lacking leadership, they struggle to unify." He stroked his beard, thinking, "Have you found the whereabouts of Ji Gon family yet?" "They're searching in Ho Nam." Ongjin analyzed, "If Ji Gon family can be drawn in, perhaps the situation can change, because their wisdom may reconcile the 9 sects and 8 great clans." Finally, Jin said, "Thieu Lam will send people to support Hoa Sun." Beek Jong bowed in gratitude. Returning to the estate, Sohee asked doubtfully, "Are you truly not returning?" Gong Chun raised his teacup and smiled calmly. He said he had decided not to return because he is no longer Sword Emperor nor Alliance leader. So he still tried to persuade that if he were there, perhaps Thien Dai Ahoy and the Martial Alliance would reunite. 3 months may be short, but enough to change much. Moreover, this was originally their will. The 2 sides pursue different ideals, so unification is difficult. Gong Chun lowered his gaze in thought. Seeing that, Sohee quietly waited for his answer. After a while, he said you should leave and find your own path. He turned to look out the window. Beneath the tree Hyun was reading, while Somi swayed on the swing. In another room, Doha with Samt and another person played Go. Outside in the yard, Muzin diligently practiced sword. That peaceful scene made Nam Gongchun smile faintly. So he saw it and widened her eyes. She sighed, feeling sorry for Tiong Jin, who had just taken office, yet lost his support. Gongchun turned and asked, "Do you intend to stay here with me?" So he placed her hands on her hips and replied, "With you here, how can I leave alone?" He laughed. Outside, Somi still happily swung. The grandfather and granddaughter looked at each other and smiled, forming a rare peaceful scene. The deep forest sunlight filtered through the leaves. The sound of footsteps echoed steadily. Hayat Ma suddenly stopped. "Spoke, it seems you wish to ask something." Ho Jiang awkwardly replied, "Not exactly. It is just." Hayat Ma asked directly, "You wonder why I saved Hai Ok Mon, do you not?" Ho Jiang nodded. He explained that man is still useful and can become even stronger. "Do you know why he can grow stronger?" Ho Jiang replied, "Perhaps because of suitable weapons and talent." Hayat Ma sneered, "No, it is because of hatred and jealousy. That is called an evil heart. He possesses it, so with him the martial world will become ruins." Ho Jiang asked in shock, "Does not my lord wish to dominate the martial world?" Hayat Ma turned away and replied, "Control or destruction are the same. To grasp it, one must first shatter everything. If everything is too peaceful, what is interesting?" Ho Jiang felt a chill down his spine. That man thought after Sword Emperor Nam Gung Chan died, Hai Ok Mon became alliance leader. Then the righteous path split, and Mu Hong Tiong seized the opportunity. The righteous forces can hardly reconcile and will be powerless for a time. Could it be Hayat Ma had calculated long ago? Ho Jiang asked, "Is that why you sent Hayat Fong then Ma to the demon sect?" Hayat Ma laughed and said, "Correct. You understand quickly. My sorcery together with that brat. Though his body is different now, it is strong enough. I want him to drag someone down from this mortal world." Ho Jiang hesitated and asked, "Who is that person?" Blood Demon gently pressed his lips together, the movement so slight it was almost impossible to notice. The Ice Bandit blurted out, wondering who it would ultimately be. No one knew how that Tasio seed would grow once it sprouted. From some corner of the forest came a faint sigh. After searching for so long without finding any trace, there was a possibility it was not at South Lake. Another voice immediately cut in with certainty that it could not be wrong. It had to be around here. As long as they found him, they could bring him back to the martial world. Jan grumbled in irritation. Yes, yes. He had already said that line hundreds of times. She angrily bit into another piece of sticky rice skewer, while Ganon standing beside her could only remain silent without uttering a word. He thought to himself and broke into a cold sweat. Seeing her in this feminine form made his heart ache. That young lady had, instead of focusing on managing the clan like him, was like this. He could not imagine how stifled she would feel if she witnessed that scene. Both the Martial Alliance and the Heaven and Earth Society were desperately searching for him. They would surely be astonished to learn that he was also looking for someone of unknown identity. Therefore, he had to find that person as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if there was still no result. At that thought, he unconsciously lifted his head and looked ahead. The image of his daughter Gonzan appearing before his eyes softened his heart. Thinking back, it had been a very long time since the two of them had a chance to set out together like this. He might as well treat it as an opportunity to warm their father and daughter bond. Lost in his wandering thoughts, he suddenly heard her call out softly, "Father." Anan gave a slight start and came back to his senses. "Is something the matter?" Gon Zion looked at him with a probing gaze. Could it be that he intended to avoid this trouble? He hurriedly waved his hand in explanation. "No, that is not it. Thank you everyone for watching and see you again." She stepped closer, her sharp eyes seeming to peer straight into his heart. He was thinking of giving up, was he not? And even planning to use this chance to nurture their father and daughter affection. He felt uneasy, wondering who this girl took after to be so perceptive. Just as the atmosphere became tense, an unexpected sound rang out, drawing both of their attention. On the opposite bank, a large fish was being pulled up from the surface of the lake. Gon unsecretly marveled. It was truly big, absolutely gigantic. Wait, could there be someone else nearby recently? Why had he not sensed even the slightest trace of aura? Before him and Gonzan was the sight of Somi struggling to pull the fishing rod, just a small child. Suddenly, the little girl let go of the fishing rod. Her tiny body immediately plopped into the water. In the blink of an eye, Somi sank into the stream, water splashing everywhere. Xian cried out in panic, "Little one." Gon-un did not hesitate and leaped into the stream to search. "Are you all right?" That very moment, Somi unexpectedly surfaced behind him. Hearing the movement, Gon-un instantly turned around. Seeing the girl drenched from head to toe, he anxiously asked, "Little one, are you hurt anywhere?" Somi scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. "It failed." Looking at the pile of fish in the water, Gan suddenly doubted life itself. Failed, yet she had caught that many. The little girl honestly said she had not caught much today. He suspiciously looked down at the basket of fish. Then what about this? Somi nodded in confirmation. Yes. Gan burst into laughter and praised her. At such a young age, being able to do this was already very impressive. Somi puffed her lips in a sulk. Father and grandpa say the same, but they never fish with me. Silently understood. Adults losing to a child would surely be embarrassing. Suddenly Somi curiously asked, were the two of them planning to visit her home? Hearing that, Ganzian could not help but be startled. She asked in surprise, there is also a house here. Somi innocently replied, yes, this is my home. Gan widened his eyes in confusion. All he had seen around was nothing but water. Could this child be living nearby as a wanderer, making a living by fishing? It sounded like the burden of an adult. How could anyone let such an adorable child endure that kind of life? Thinking of that scene, he clenched his teeth in anger. His hands clasped behind his back, his voice became stern. Little one, where is your home? I need to speak with your father. Somi was startled by his imposing aura. Yes. He bent down and took the girl's small hand. Somi awkwardly asked if she had done something wrong. Gan gently reassured her it was not her fault. She had already tried her best. If adults treated a child like that, they were the ones to blame. Lead us back to your home. Somi innocently nodded without much thought. Then follow me. Before long, the girl led the two of them to a grand and magnificent estate. Inside the room, Wu Haiyan seemed to sense something. He raised his head and looked outside. It seemed there were guests visiting. From the courtyard came a cheerful voice. We are back. Jiang Kang hurried out to greet them. Young Miss has returned. He looked at the two guests accompanying her and asked in confusion, who are these two? Masumi smiled and replied, they are guests. The little girl eagerly introduced, please come in. This is Somi home. Gan smiled faintly. Is that so? The two of them followed the small footsteps inside. Jiang Kang walked ahead to lead the way. Gan slightly frowned. Why did he sense the aura of a master from that man? It felt as though he had met him somewhere before. He cast his gaze around. What exactly was this estate? His eyes rested on Somi, who was also addressed as young miss. It seemed she was not abused at all. Perhaps he had misunderstood. Even so, the unease in his heart did not fade. This place was likely not simple. He glanced at Samt, who was sweeping the yard, silently assessing his strength. Even the servant exuded the air of someone trained in martial arts. He muttered, if only steamed buns could be eaten endlessly. No, having money would be better. After thinking that, he shifted his gaze elsewhere. He saw someone staggering toward them. Gan frowned. Who was that person? Why did the back look so familiar? At that moment, a deep, cold voice rang out. Who are you people to enter my home without permission? He startled and turned around. Before him stood Hyan with a stern expression. He told himself it was this man. In an instant, memories flooded back when he once called out, let us go Mugen soldiers, and the boy back then hurriedly followed and replied, yes, yes. Gan's expression suddenly changed. He emotionally pointed at him. It truly was him. Ganzian stepped forward and softly reminded father. Hyan looked at them coldly and asked, do you know me? Gan secretly sighed. As expected, he had forgotten him. Too much time had passed. He awkwardly said, I am from Zegon. He looked straight at Hyan. I have searched for you for so long. Hyan grew even more suspicious. Why are you looking for me? The atmosphere between the two suddenly sank. Ganzian thought, perhaps father wanted to restore a powerful martial world, which was why he sought this man. She secretly calculated if they could recruit him, Father Goal would advance another step. Ganzian concluded that at present father had left the martial alliance to find someone strong enough to replace the sword Emperor Nam Kung Tron. But the situation had changed as the righteous path fractured, leaving no suitable place to return. If the martial alliance competed for father, they would inevitably have to confront the three leaders of the Heaven and Earth Society. Understood father wanted to maintain neutrality. Therefore, the only choice was to find someone who could replace the position of Sword Emperor. Hyan gave a faint smile. Countless people want my life, but people searching for me like you, this is the first time. After speaking, he turned away decisively. If there is nothing else, then please leave. This is not a place you should come. Hyan hurried forward and grabbed his hand. Please wait a moment. He asked earnestly, are you interested in wine? Hyan slightly tilted his head. Wine. Hyan quickly took out a jar of fine wine. This is 50-year-aged Sheoxing wine. How about it? He could not hide his pride. It was a rare treasure he had obtained by chance during his trip to Hunan. Unexpectedly, he had the chance to use it today. He bowed sincerely, hoping he would understand this gesture. Hyan thought for a moment, then said, come in, I can listen. During that, Gan clasped his hands in gratitude. Many thanks. He secretly thought that little girl was truly his lucky star. This time, the sky was already turning toward evening. The sunset light slanted through the window frame. In the study, the black-masked one laughed heartily. He raised his cup of wine with great excitement. Hyan sat opposite him, leisurely sipping each mouthful. Outside, two figures secretly hid behind a tree and observed. So he frowned. Why did the head of the Zegon family appear here? Gong Chun glanced over and smacked his lips. There was even such fine wine, it must be very expensive. He softly sighed. With fine wine and so many tempting dishes laid out. He glanced at the black masked one with eyes full of jealousy. Why was that man able to sit there calmly enjoying wine and meat like that? He was so furious his face flushed red. My love for wine is no less than his. So he softly tried to dissuade him. Patriarch, please calm down. He snorted coldly. I am still very calm. She added, it is said the person the Zegon Patriarch is searching for is that young master giant. He frowned and asked again, searching for him. So he nodded, saying that last time a master helped him and discovered extraordinary talent. Therefore he was determined to bring that person back to the Martial Alliance. He let out a cold laugh. Recruit him into the Martial Alliance. What a waste of talent. Inside the room at this moment, wine continued to be poured into the cups. Hyun nodded slightly. The wine is indeed not bad. Gan-un smiled in response to that praise. Hyun added, it is hard to find such fine wine around here. Gan-un smiled lightly, then it seems bringing it was worthwhile. The black-masked one chimed in. The taste is truly mellow and sweet. Hyun set down his cup. So you have stayed in Hunan all this time just to find me, and even brought precious wine. What exactly is the reason? Ganzian was slightly startled. They had not mentioned staying in Hunan at all. How did he know so clearly? Gan-un calmly replied, the reason I sought you out and brought fine wine is very simple. I wish to. He continued sincerely, build a good friendship with you. Night gradually enveloped the surroundings. Somi had already fallen asleep on the small bed. Outside, Gan-un smiled as he bade farewell. Next time we meet, I will bring even better wine. Hyun nodded slightly, I will wait. After speaking, he turned and left. Step by step, he slowly walked inside. Gong Chun frowned and asked, what exactly did Zegon-un come here for? He spoke and looked toward Hyun. Hyun remained silent for a moment. Then he set down the wine jar and said, have a cup. Poured the wine until the cup was full. Gong Chun lifted the cup and took a sip. Nodded in praise, the flavor is quite good. I fear it is not simply delicious. Hyun replied softly, it is indeed fine wine. Gong Chun continued, so what did that guest say? Hyun answered, they want to join us in protecting the righteous path of the martial world. During the drinking feast, he had shaken his head and refused. Gan-un was surprised and asked if he had no interest in creating a fair world. Hyun replied indifferently, I see no connection between protecting the righteous path and peace under heaven. Moreover, it brings me no benefit. Gan-un said there was also honor. Hyun laughed. Honor is the most meaningless thing. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes grew heavy. His pupils suddenly widened. He abruptly stood up. Gong Chun was startled and asked, hey, where are you going? Hyun only replied coldly, do not follow me. He added, it is best if you do not leave this place. Gong Chun watched him leave, his heart filled with doubt. Night fell unusually quiet. Fuhyun walked alone toward the mass grave. His eyes were laden with many thoughts. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. Is it this place? Snow Demon stepped out of the darkness, giving a faint smile, the burial ground of 3,000 corpses. I did not expect you to appear. Fuhyun replied coldly. The recent anomaly was indeed caused by you. He continued, Blood Demon, I clearly remember beheading you, yet you still live, truly astonishing. Hyun said in a low voice, 1,000 years have passed, and there is no one familiar left in this world. I too have felt bored. If I behead you once more, it might be interesting. Blood Demon curled his lips. Time has passed, and you have not changed at all. I have prepared carefully to welcome you. Hyun asked calmly, heaven-defying great art. That man burst into laughter. Indeed, you understand it well. In Hyun's mind flashed the memory of the soul transfer technique, requiring the blood of 500 boys and 500 girls under 10 years old. Blood Demon glanced at him. Do not look at me like that. I spent great effort to find a suitable body. Hyun was enraged. That man sacrificed countless young lives to prolong his existence. Even after 1,000 years, his cruel nature remained unchanged. That man said indifferently, I did not expect to meet you again. Perhaps it was arranged by those immortals you despise. They believe only you can stop me. Hyun tilted his head and asked, what do you mean? Blood Demon stepped closer. Have you ever thought that the 1,000-year seal was not broken by yourself, but that they deliberately released you? Hyun let out a faint laugh. The pressure around him suddenly surged fiercely. Blood Demon laughed loudly. Stop it. You cannot do anything to me now. Hyun replied indifferently. It seems 1,000 years has taught you to joke. That man waved his hand and roared, time changes everything. Therefore, the situation is no longer the same. Violent aura erupted, sweeping up the ground. A thunderous explosion immediately rang out. Hyun raised his hand to shield himself, his clothes fluttering wildly in the gale. A trace of surprise flashed through his heart. His body was forced half a step back. Blood Demon laughed maniacally. It is rare to see you like this. Now you are no longer my equal. Hian gritted his teeth. What exactly are you plotting? That man narrowed his eyes. Then let us decide in battle who is truly the strongest. His gaze, full of provocation, was directed at him. This battle will engulf both righteous and demonic forces in the Central Plains. You and I will determine superiority. That man laughed with delight. The corner of his lips curved in arrogance. Very good, that expression is the real you. A demon stood arrogantly atop a tree branch. That man laughed loudly. I am truly proud to have stirred you. Fuhian slightly tilted his body, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. Swift as lightning, he drew his sword and charged straight ahead. In an instant, sword light flashed repeatedly. Cold, sharp sword arc tore through the air, past Blood Demon head. That man laughed cunningly. Yes, that is it. He continued, the fate of dying and living again is the life of you and me. Blood Demon excitedly declared, the Black Wind Demon God has been unsealed. That man suddenly revealed a meaningful smile, then asked, do you have the strength to stop it? Hian only silently watched that man's body blaze fiercely. In just a moment, Blood Demon turned to ashes. Hian frowned, his expression heavy. The scene shifted elsewhere. In the spacious courtyard, Sohee and Samt were sparring with swords. On the other side, Jiang Kang practiced martial arts with Mu Jin. Meanwhile, Gong Chun and the black-masked one leisurely sat drinking tea. Somi ran over happily, her eyes sparkling. Father looked. He bent down to look at the girl. Corner of his lips unconsciously curved into a smile. But immediately after, his eyes darkened as he recalled what happened last night. He told himself that the aura, inner force, and that voice could absolutely not be an illusion or a mistake. Then it could only be Blood Demon. The Blood Demon divine cult once dominated the Central Plains precisely because of his terrifying demonic arts. Therefore, the claim that the Black Wind Demon God had been released was certainly not an empty threat. He clenched his fists. He had to drag that man into the light. Thinking so, he stepped closer to Gong Chun and called softly, hey. Hian asked directly, who currently controls the greatest financial power in the Central Plains? He paused slightly, the one who manipulates the most wealth in the Central Plains. As far as I know, it is Manhu Riang of the Van Kim Merchant Guild. Hian repeated Manhu Riang. He nodded. Although he left the martial alliance, many forces still rely on his money. That power comes from the immense fortune built by the Van Kim Merchant Guild. He responded softly, so that is how it is. Gong Chun glanced at him, unease rising in his heart as he could not tell what he was planning. Hian continued, exactly how much does Van Kim earn? He shrugged, I do not know the exact figure. Why are you suddenly interested in merchant guilds? Managing one is entirely different from running an estate. It requires knowledge of the world and wide connections. He looked him up and down and said frankly, in my opinion, you are not suited for merchant business. Hian turned away and replied calmly, I understand. Gong Chun called out, what are you planning to do? If you want to establish a merchant guild, then abandon that idea early. He said coldly, you need not worry. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back and asked, are you not planning to return to the demonic cult? The black-masked one raised his brow. Me. I will return after taking everything I can from you. Is there a problem? Hian continued, have you contacted the demonic cult yet? He shrugged, you mean the regular reports? It has been a month since any news from Dong Banggu. He muttered, staying here too long made me lose track of time. Truly strange. But why would someone indifferent to the demonic cult like you ask about this? Black-masked one looked up. What is it? Is something wrong? Hian only replied softly, not exactly. The black-masked one laughed loudly. Do not worry, the demonic cult has over 100,000 followers. The righteous path is fractured and scattered. Who would dare oppose me? Even the ruler of Martial Emperor City once fell beneath my hand. You want to spar? Hian replied calmly, not interested. If you are bored, then play with Sir Midi. After speaking, he and Gong Chun left the tea table and ran off to play with Somi. He stood still watching their figures. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind him. Samt appeared, looked at him and asked softly, I came without being called. Samt scratched his head and smiled. Just by looking at the estate lord eyes, I know what you want. Hian nodded. I have a task for you. He immediately replied, I will risk my life to accomplish it. He said in a low voice, go to the demonic cult. Samt was startled. The demonic cult. Is it that distant place in Zohar? Even by carriage it takes 4 months. Hian said, no need to enter the main altar, just get close and gather every detailed piece of information for me. Samt let out a sigh of relief. That is good. Hian added, even groundless rumors must be brought back immediately. Samt responded eagerly, I will gather information from the lower 5 sects and inquire everywhere. Hian instructed, bring Jiang Kang with you. If you cannot pry out information, then use force. I will take responsibility. Took a pouch of silver from his robe and handed it over. This is the expense fund. Samt cautiously accepted it. If the estate lord even provides money, then it must be a major matter. He asked softly, where will you go? He replied briefly, you do not need to know. As he walked, he calculated. The first founder of the demonic cult was the Black Wind Demon God. After witnessing his brutality, His subordinates rebelled. Chan Mu Wang of the 3,000, later honored as the Heavenly Demon, became the faith of the demonic cult, and after 3 days of great battle claimed victory. Since then the Black Wind Demon God was forgotten. So if Blood Demon has revived, the target is very likely the main altar of the demonic cult. Thinking so, he resolved to kill that man once again. At the same time, elsewhere, from a wooden house came a voice inviting entry. "We are the Kim Hone Merchant Guild." Manhwa was so delighted he nearly cried. Finally, there were customers. He smiled brightly and thanked them for visiting, but immediately froze. Before him, Hyun stepped in and said, "Long time no see. Why open a merchant guild in such a remote place? I searched a long time to find you." Manhwa lamented inwardly. Why has he come again? Gaped in astonishment. He stammered, "Great hero, why have you come to this humble place?" Hyun glanced around, then shook his head. "Is this truly a merchant guild? It is both old and desolate." Hyun asked, "Is there a reception room?" He hesitantly asked who the guest was. He replied, "I am the guest." He hurriedly bowed and invited him in. Hyun nodded, "Good." Continued, "Judging by your situation, business is not going well." On Ha's side, most transactions in Hunan have been monopolized by the Van Kim Merchant Guild. Partners are also influenced by them. If they do not comply, they end up miserable like me. Hyun asked, "Then what must be done to develop?" He answered, "First capital is needed, then reputable partners for stable trade." He thought for a moment, then asked, "If establishing a merchant guild in Yuyang, where should one begin?" He was surprised. "In Yuyang, why do you ask?" Hyun grew impatient. "Answer." He said, "The most famous there is wine." Hyun frowned. "Wine?" Manhwa nodded. "Because it is near Dongting Lake, many customers drink wine. One could cooperate with the Xian clan." Hyun asked, "What does the Xian clan have to do with it?" Explained, "That family was once renowned for brewing wine, now halted due to bad rumors. If restored, it would surely bring immense profit. Countless people still remember that flavor. Rain or shine, they come begging for a jar. Of course, the key is to preserve the original taste." Hyun nodded. "What else?" He analyzed. "Silk, rice, and salt are all controlled by other guilds. As for spices and rare treasures, only the Van Kim Merchant Guild sells them at exorbitant prices." Without another word, Hyun slammed a pouch of silver onto the table. He asked in shock, "What is this?" He replied, "Capital." He said decisively, "Take it and go to Yuyang within 10 days. Establish a merchant guild that surpasses Van Kim." Manhwa's eyes widened in horror. "You want me to surpass Van Kim?" Hyun said coldly, "If you want it, then leave within 10 days. Otherwise, hand this money to the Yuyang magistrate." Panicked and chased after him. "How could that be? I am only an ordinary man." He said, "An ordinary man must grit his teeth and rise." He stepped through the doorway and left behind, "Who wishes to remain lowly forever?" Manhwa choked out, "Great hero, why not give me time to think?" He stopped without turning. "Thinking too much will make you lose courage. Without courage, you cannot accomplish great things." Hyun emphasized, "Hesitation only wastes time. I hope to see you in Yuyang." He stood stunned in the empty room. Manhwa turned back muttering, "He did not even give me time to consider." His gaze stopped at the pile of gold on the table. He sighed, leaving such a large sum behind and walking away. It seems no joke. Manhwa looked up and lamented, "What kind of madness is this?" Over at Sohee Place, she was intently cooking. Burnt smell rising made everyone pale. Hyun asked what dish this was. Somi innocently said it was delicious. Amid the pile of charred food, Gong Chun broke into a sweat, thinking her cooking skills were terrifying. So he cheerfully said, "Eat more. This is stir-fried greens. Since Samt is absent, I am practicing cooking. What do you all think?" Mujin hurriedly warned, "Estate Lord, be careful." Fuyan still picked up a piece and placed it into his bowl. Somi pleaded, "Just try it, why dislike it?" On a desolate mountain, carriage suddenly broke down midway. Samt angrily cursed, "Those bastards deceived us." Jiang Kang retorted. He said furiously, "It is because you forced the coachman to do everything including hunting. How could he endure it?" Sam T argued back, "Who would have thought something like this could happen in the Central Plains? It is truly too strange." Jiang Kang held his head and sighed helplessly. "It was clearly because you made the coachman dissatisfied that they ruined the carriage like this. What kind of fate is this? Why do I have to escort this fellow?" Sam T replied coldly, "If you do not want to then go back, I can go alone." He flared up and shouted, "If I could leave, I would have already, bastard." Sam T lifted his chin and retorted, "Who are you cursing? That is insulting." He roared, "You accomplish nothing. I do not understand why the estate lord entrusted this task to you." The two bickered back and forth without yielding. "It should have been given to you then. Want to try? I even defeated Nam Gung Sohee." "Shut up." Over at the black masked one place, he wondered where Jiang Sam and Jiang Kang had gone. Hyun answered calmly while eating, "I assigned them a task. Now they probably can only make steamed buns for themselves." Gong Chun asked worriedly, "Is it all right to send them away like that?" Hyun said placidly, "Nothing has happened yet. Perhaps we must wait a while longer." Outside, Mujin was still tirelessly swinging his sword in training. Gong Chun and the black-masked one could only shake their heads in exasperation. Elsewhere, a man slammed his fist against the wall and roared angrily, "What did you say?" Doc Tran's face flushed red as he gritted his teeth and repeated that name. He is still alive. In his fury, he recalled being stabbed blind in one eye a year ago during the pursuit, the pain still lingering. He had once thought that man was already dead. Turned sharply and ordered, "Find him, investigate who saved him, drag every related person here." His subordinate immediately replied, "As you command." Doc Tran thought to himself, "A little dog fit only to be a lackey dares bare his fangs at his master. This time I will make you pay. No matter how high you fly, you will still remain beneath my feet." Yan calmly assessed, "If he came looking for me like this, then he must have resolved himself correct." Manhwa bowed deeply at 90 degrees. "Yes, I will do whatever you assign." Yan corrected him, "I did not call you here to give orders. I am not skilled in running a merchant guild. I only provide capital. The rest is your decision." He stood up in shock. "I truly can decide everything myself." Yan slightly frowned, somewhat displeased. "Do you doubt my words?" Manhwa waved his hands flusteredly. "No, it just feels like a dream." Yan replied coldly, "If you want to dream, then sleep. Reality is right before your eyes. You must distinguish clearly." He hurriedly bowed his head. "Yes, great hero." Manhwa said cautiously, "But I have one question." Yan waited, "Speak." Ho Jiang's face filled with ambition appeared. He still could not believe it. "Do you truly wish to surpass the Van Kim Merchant Guild?" Yan affirmed firmly, "Of course." Manhwa mentioned the opponent influence. "They control 70% of the Central Plains market." Yan said indifferently, "Just seize it from their hands." He realized those words were not wrong. Whether martial artist or merchant, the weak are always oppressed by the strong, be it money or life. Yet the positions of strength and weakness always change. Yan encouraged him, "Everything will change, your position as well becomes stronger." Manhwa still bowed and replied, "Yes." In his eyes flashed a brilliant light. By this man's side, even the impossible seemed able to become reality. Manhwa was completely convinced by Yan's presence, not only because of belief, but also because of an indescribable certainty. He bowed again at 90 degrees, "Please grant me long-term guidance." Yan stood and said, "First go to Hongquan Estate. I have chosen the location to establish the guild. The guild name is yours to decide. I need not teach you the next step." He firmly said, "Please rest assured." Yan instructed, "If there is any change, seek Hongquan Estate or me." Manhwa immediately replied, "Yes." Wu Haiyan strolled leisurely along the bustling street. He blended into the crowd, thinking it had been long since he saw Hong Wen Chang. If there was no matter, then there was no need to meet. Suddenly, Hion's eyes flashed. He stared at a person ahead, looking very familiar, as if seen somewhere before. That man glanced around warily, his face full of vigilance. Hion silently speculated about the other party identity. After thinking for a moment, he turned away. If he could not recall, then likely not an important figure. A loud shout made him stop. "It is you." Tran charged forward like a storm. In his hand, he still held a massive broadsword, his speed terrifyingly fast. Tran's single eye flashed with killing intent. He gathered his strength and slashed down fiercely. The dreadful pressure cracked the ground. Yan used only one hand to lightly block the blade. He asked coldly, "You dare attack in broad daylight?" Tran roared, "Have you forgotten me?" A trace of surprise flickered across Hion's face. His gaze shifted, then he remembered. "It is that man." Tran's face flushed red with rage. Hion moved slightly. Motion was so light that Tran did not notice. When he came to his senses, his neck was already gripped tightly. Hion slammed him down. Tran's head drove into the ground. The impact left him violently shaken. Hion withdrew his hand, his expression indifferent. Tran gritted his teeth in pain. "You bastard." Hion stepped on his back and mocked. "The eyes of a martial artist are indeed sharp, but with this strength you speak of revenge. It is only a waste of time." Tran shouted, "I will kill you." But when he met Hion's icy gaze, he immediately fell silent. Cold sweat poured out as the thought of death flashed through his mind. He clenched his fist. Could it be that Ma Doc Din is truly hopeless? Hion lifted his foot and continued, "If you want revenge, then increase your strength first." Turned and left him lying there. "I do not wish my hands to be stained with more blood." Tran panted as he heard the warning, "Never appear before me again." Some time later, Mujin asked in astonishment, "You encountered Ma Doc Jin?" Yan replied calmly, "What about him?" Mujin nodded. If it was truly him, then it must be because he was hunting me. He thought inwardly how unlucky to run into the estate lord. At the same time, Tran, covered in bandages, was scolded again. Someone said blandly, "Although he is not overly famous, he is quite known around Dongting Lake, 2 hours from Yuyang, yet no one knows the exact residence." Tran asked, "Is that all?" That person added, "Occasionally a young girl and a strange old man appear with him. Marshal Emperor City Judge, perhaps Mujin is there as well." Tran growled darkly, "Are you certain he is there?" That person replied, "Inquiries everywhere describe a man identical to him." Tran said in a low voice, prepare to depart. Hatred surged. Even that old man I will not spare. Wu Haiyan asked Mujin, can you personally kill Ma Doc Jin? Mujin pondered. With that man temperament he would not let go of grudges, yet the estate lord did not act directly but asked me. Surely there is intent. Hyun repeated calmly, I ask again, do you have the ability to kill him? Mujin broke into cold sweat, his gaze wavering. Analyzed, previously my inner force was inferior so I could not. But after 1 year, if you ask whether I can win now. Mujin smiled confidently. I can do it, please rest assured. Hearing that Hyun left immediately, I believe in you. Mujin stood seeing him off, yes. In his heart anticipation ignited. If one day he kills Doc Jin, it will prove his strength has advanced. Drew his twin blades, his eyes filled with determination. From now on he will train even more harshly. Someone asked him anxiously, is it truly all right? Ma Doc Din of Martial Emperor City is also a well-known master. Gong Chun and Doha stared at Hyun, waiting for an explanation. Somi slept obediently in his arms. Hyun asked faintly, are you eavesdropping? The two hurriedly avoided his gaze and replied awkwardly, what eavesdropping? Hyun reminded them, let the boy handle it himself. He burst into hearty laughter, that is right, a man must walk his own path. Hua frowned in worry. It is said Ma Doc Jin was once Mujin master. Now fate has made them enemies. What exactly happened? Somi still slept peacefully in his arms. Gong Chun also agreed. Martial Emperor City coming all the way here is not a good sign. Whether Mujin wins or loses, they will not let it go. Killing Ma Doc Jin would be as easy as crushing an ant for us. But the aftermath is what is troubling. The dangerous future was already clear. The four sects would not sit still. Hunan could become an enemy. If they dispatch elites for revenge, then blood may flow like rivers. He said tensely, this time the trouble is far greater than before. Hyun remained calm then. He concluded placidly, only by making it this big will the world know we exist. Gong Chun eyes widened, too shocked to speak. He suddenly grew interested. Could it be you truly intend to join the martial world? This is hard to believe. The more Hyun thought, the more annoyed he became. Even without provoking anyone, misfortune still sought him out. Cutting it down never ended it. He frowned slightly. How long has it been? Wu Haiyan stepped back half a step. Pure killing intent rose around him. Hyun recalled the thrill from years ago. His heart stirred uncontrollably. His footprints pressed deep into the ground, as if affirming his existence. Hyun resolved inwardly, it would be interesting if my name once again resounds across the martial world. He turned and walked away, saying coldly, do not just play around, get to work. Doha shouted angrily, what did you say? Contrary to Doha irritation, Gong Chun was full of worry. It felt like releasing a tiger into a flock of children. He carefully observed Hyun. His back exuded the aura of one standing at the peak. Gong Chun wondered what the future would hold. Early the next morning, in an inn in Yuyang, the dishes filled the table, yet no one dared touch their chopsticks. Doc Tran occupied an entire table, his gaze terrifying those around him. A waiter whispered, how long will he sit there? He kills with a glance. Rumors have spread everywhere, so no one dares enter. Another said quietly, fortunately he still pays in full, but thinking about it is still frightening. Bad news spread quickly through the streets. These past days that group has been causing chaos in Yuyang. No one dares step outside. The two sighed, if Yuyang falls into their hands, business will be over. Should we report to the authorities? Yet even Lord Hong struggles with martial artists like him. He smiled bitterly. To common folk like us, martial artists of the four sects are no different from sword-wielding bandits. The collapse of the martial alliance has led to countless consequences. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out from below. Doc Tran clenched his fist and growled, are my words amusing? Waiter was lifted by the neck, dangling as he begged for mercy. That man was filled with killing intent. I said anyone who disturbs me will die. The waiter turned pale, pleading he did not hear. Doc Tran coldly tightened his grip. It is too late. A fresh spray of blood splattered against the wall. At the same time, a servant reported Lord Hong. Hong Quan looked at documents and asked, what is it? The servant reported the inn is in chaos again. Hong Quan said irritably, again, why are the four sects causing trouble? Has it been investigated? The servant replied, anyone who approaches is cut down so none dare inquire. Merchants are terrified. Information is completely blocked. Hong Quan asked with a headache, how many corpses now? Should we arrest them? Weighed the matter. They are martial artists of the four sects under Martial Emperor City. Pillars of the four sects. Acting rashly will bring disaster. Suddenly he thought of Hyun. What if the estate lord appears now? Hong Quan speculated. Could Martial Emperor City be connected to Mujin? He gritted his teeth in tension. Could it be because of the grudge between Mujin and Ma Doc Din? In anon that they came here. Outside, a report came of a visitor. Hong Quan thought there has been no important matter lately. Somi's small figure was led inside. He awkwardly received her. Somi immediately leapt into his arms, greeting uncle. Surprised, he gently asked, what brings you here? She smiled brightly, saying, father told me to come. Hong Quan was left bewildered. Jan lifted his head to gaze at the gentle moonlight. then continued forward. Xianhai frowned with arms crossed and sighed in discomfort. He walked behind complaining. The atmosphere feels like a fight is about to erupt. Hian tilted his head correcting her. Not a gang fight, just crossing paths. She retorted, but everyone is brimming with killing intent. No different from a mob. Shortly after they stood before a large inn. Is it here? Wu Haiyan and the others quietly stood outside observing. She sensed many auras inside and frowned slightly. Hian smiled with interest. It seems they are waiting for us. She said since leaving the estate she felt eyes following. He looked at Wu Haiyan to confirm. Surely subordinates reported our arrival in Yuyang. From above came a curse, you bastards. Yan and that man both looked up. Doc Tran grumbled, I have waited until my throat is dry. He narrowed his eyes with a crooked smile. Yan assessed coldly. It seems you still have some spirit left. Doc Tran held Bin Du and laughed loudly. This time is different from the street, fool, then proposed a wager. Hian clasped his hands behind his back and asked what wager. Doc Tran said since it is a gamble with life anyway, let us have some fun. He glared at him asking, what are you plotting, Ma Doc Din? He laughed showing white teeth. My subordinates have surrounded all of you, Yang. She asked flatly and then, Doc Tran threw something down before Hian, even though there were still people in the inn. Head rolled across the ground. That man laughed threateningly, frightened now. That is the fate of those who dared chase me. Gong Chun glared, do you know what you are doing? That man crossed his arms and laughed madly. I will kill them all, including that brat who fled. Doc Tran looked down with one eye and said, I heard you hide a little girl at the official residence. He moved his hand toward his sword hilt in challenge. If you draw your sword, Yuyang becomes a sea of blood. Choose to fight or to sheath it. Seeing Hian frown, he sneered, why not answer? Hian realized the upper floor was filled with martial artists, while the lower floor held innocent civilians. He gripped his sword tightly, then decided then. Hian moved like lightning and slashed once. The inn split in two. A lock of Doc Tran hair was severed by the sword aura. Hian landed on the ground, his sword still wrapped in spiritual power. Doc Tran stood amid the ruins, unable to comprehend. Sweat poured down as he panicked, unable to believe he was cut so easily. Hearing discussion on Hian's side whether to let him go, Doc Tran grew even more enraged. Thought and confusion, they came for him not to save people. Perhaps he should flee. Guillaume Sa placed a hand on his shoulder asking, is it that man? He looked at Hian through the smoke and asked, is he the one you mentioned? Hian stood silently watching Guillaume Sa beside Doc Tran with a probing gaze. He curled his lips into a cold smile, his gaze fixed on Hian with scrutiny. Doc Tran, standing behind Guillaume Sa, finally let out a quiet sigh of relief and chuckled inwardly. That was right. He had personally escorted Guillaume Sa all the way here. Hian and he stood facing each other, the air between them taut as a drawn bowstring. He was a once-in-a-century prodigy who had built a formidable force throughout the demonic faction, ranked among the top 10 masters of Vu Hong Than, his strength rivaling his father, while he had exhausted all his power merely to pursue that Mugen fellow. Guillaume Sa spoke up and Doc Tran answered at once, is he strong? Strong. He is the one who defeated me in the street that day, the demonic young master. He narrowed his eyes with delight. Quite interesting. Luckily, I have not exercised much lately. This time should be entertaining. Gong Chun recognized Guillaume Sa at a glance and blurted out in surprise. Had he not once helped Guillaume Sa? Doha, standing beside him, was equally puzzled. Indeed, why had he appeared here? Hian clasped his hands behind his back and turned to ask the two whether they knew him. Gong Chun replied casually that he only knew him somewhat and had given him a few lessons when they were young. Doha burst into laughter and added that it was not just a few times. He had nearly sent him to the underworld. Guillaume Sa looked at Gong Chun and Doha with deep suspicion, wondering who they were to dare be so arrogant. He showed disdain because he could not sense the slightest spiritual power from the two. Both wore masks, concealing their presence and revealing no pressure. They seemed to be mere braggarts, pitiful when they did not even know what fate awaited them. Guillaume Sa and Doc Tran were stunned by Hian's sudden question of whether they did not intend to flee. He looked at them sincerely and softly told them to leave quickly. He glared fiercely at Hian, secretly assessing the man before him. So young yet already controlling Ma Doc Din, worthy of praise, but to him it was merely entertainment. Guillaume Sa half closed his eyes, slipped a hand into his robe as if searching for something and spoke. How about making a wager? He pulled out a brightly glowing flare. Immediately after, Guillaume Sa fired the flare into the night sky, and a sharp explosion rang out. Doc Tran hoisted his great sword and dashed off like the wind, loudly provoking them. If you have the guts, then chase me. He confidently believed they would not allow their subordinates to scatter across Nhak Duong at will. Surely someone would pursue him. Doc Tran revealed a sinister smile, having already devised a plan to lure them out one by one and kill them slowly in agony. The price for daring to touch Ma Doc Din of Vu Hong Than. He leapt onto a rooftop in the night, his heart filled with resentment, swearing they would pay dearly. Doha crossed his arms and sighed irritably. In any case, it was fine, but why let him escape like that? From behind came Hyun's clear voice calling out, Mugen troops. He placed a hand on the shoulder of the Mugen troops and entrusted them with confidence. Go, bring me his head. Hearing the order, he clenched his fists and spun around to dash off in excitement. Understood. Doha watched the Mugen troops vault across the inn roofs and asked whether he wanted to handle it personally. Hyun calmly replied yes. The old man scolded him as insane, and he indifferently thanked him as if accepting praise. Hyun gazed into the distance and decisively suggested that they split up. Hyun clasped his hands behind his back and ordered everyone to divide and move out. Gong Chun immediately turned around and said he would head that way. Doha raised his fist and decided to go this way. Hyun turned to Zeon Hyun beside him and asked about her. She rolled her eyes in thought and murmured her arrangement. Doha and Gong Chun each take one direction. Sajio Ha go where Ma Dak has the most subordinates, and you return toward the officials to protect Somi. Somi hesitated in thought. He looked at the row of red lanterns hanging across the street and guessed that the place where Guillaume Sa vanished was the red light district. Ah-hyun looked at Somi helplessly, waiting for her decision. She was slightly flustered by his question. Could Guillaume Sa truly be that frightening? Somi immediately turned back and retorted sharply that it was not the case. Hyun calmly replied, why not, especially for an innocent girl like her. She widened her eyes in protest, saying she was not innocent and asking why she was being compared to someone else. Hyun added that in less than 10 years that person had become renowned throughout the Central Plains. Somi exhaled sharply and puffed her cheeks in defiance. Was that person truly so outstanding? In his mind appeared the image of Jorian. His voice lowered as he said she was very capable despite not being born with talent like her. Somi pouted in displeasure when she heard Woo Hyun speak. She had achieved everything through relentless effort. After saying that, she spoke no further and stormed off in anger. Under the moonlight, a male voice shouted loudly that they dared to bully innocent people. Ngan Trang adjusted his clothes after the fierce battle and boldly declared that villains like them would be punished by him. Ma Thin Quan Ho Nam Jiang glanced at the mother and child embracing each other and thought that only by doing so would his family's reputation spread far and wide. In any case, it was worth it. Doha tightened his grip on his sword and sensed quite a few people lurking around. There were truly many rats. This should be interesting. Figure stood on the rooftop, poised to strike and observing him. Hearing that, Doha let out a sinister laugh. Swift as lightning, he shot up to the rooftop where the masked man was probing and muttered that it was indeed enjoyable. That man immediately whipped his head around. Doha tilted his body and dashed toward the masked man. His eyes widened, revealing towering fury. Doha swung his sharp sword, the blade slicing through the air past each opponent. Thinking he did not know what the Manor Lord intended, but the young man made everything more interesting so he could not leave. The star-filled night sky blanketed the magnificent inn. Subordinate nervously reminded the captain that attacking civilians might violate the martial taboo, but the captain coldly ordered him not to mind it and to kill whoever they encounter. He sternly demanded absolute obedience from everyone. The captain slightly raised his brow upon hearing Gong Chun's voice. There are quite a lot. Handling them alone might be somewhat tiring. He stepped forward holding a blood-stained sword to face them. The captain immediately became vigilant as he observed Gong Chun, turned back and coldly asked whether they intended to charge in. Gong Chun's hands tightened further around the sword hilt. The captain frowned, his gaze fixed on the old man's hands. Gong Chun declared war, saying that to enter they would have to step over his corpse, and it seemed they lacked the ability. The captain pondered the information that only the Mugen troops and Manor Lord Dan Yu Hyun were worth fearing. He thought the others were mere trash, but perhaps that information was not entirely correct. Then he raised his sword and shouted to kill. At the command, the subordinates immediately used lightness skills to rush toward Gong Chun, then let them cross swords together. A figure stood motionless in the tense and silent forest, and bent over gasping, his breath rapid and unceasing. Fresh blood spilled from his mouth, yet his hand still gripped the sword hilt tightly. Guillaume Sa looked at Ban in boredom and curled his lips. I thought Dan Yu Hyun would appear, yet it was you. Who gave you such courage? Ban replied with disdain that it was ridiculous. He alone was enough to handle them, and there was no need for the Manor Lord to act. Ban's eyes narrowed slightly as he struggled to remain conscious. Guillaume Sa keenly sensed something amiss. It seemed he was no longer fully conscious. He glanced at Doc Tran, wondering why he had been looking elsewhere all this time. Guillaume Sa seemed to understand and ground his teeth, cursing that worm inwardly. He angrily gripped his sword and lunged straight at Ban, daring to look down on him. Ban gritted his teeth in pain as Guillaume Sa's blade grazed him. Doc Tran crossed his arms and mocked Ban's miserable state, daring to boast before Guillaume Sa. Was there something wrong with his head? He did not understand why his father still wanted to find him. He had hated him from the start. It seemed he would have to cut off his head and present it. Ban glared back in contempt, saying that a madman like him would never accomplish great deeds on his own. Doc Tran grimaced in irritation and spoke through clenched teeth that he was still stubborn before death. He would let him taste pain. Guillaume Sa smirked and raised his sword, suggesting they gouge out his arrogant eyes first because they were unpleasant to see. Killing him immediately would not be interesting. Before he finished speaking, a magical punch struck him straight in the face, and the intention to gouge out eyes was instantly halted. Ban was stunned in shock. He stared as Guillaume Sa was sent flying. Guillaume Sa crashed heavily onto the ground in sharp pain. Ban and Doc Tran widened their eyes, frozen as they watched. He lifted his head and let out a cry, not yet understanding what had happened. Guillaume Sa's face was dotted with sweat, his eyes wide as he looked ahead. Hian stood firmly before him, and the atmosphere became suffocatingly oppressive. Just seconds earlier, he had dashed off telling Ji Hein that she was too slow and he would go ahead. She had been fighting two masked men while gasping and complaining how she could catch up. In the end, she was left alone behind. Hian coldly shouted that he was a fool. He had stood right in front of him, yet he still failed to notice. Ban breathed heavily while Ma Doc Tran ground his teeth and cursed in fury. He stepped back one pace, thinking that he had defeated Guillaume Sa far too easily. Hian slightly curled his lips and reminded him that he had warned him never to appear before him again. Ma Doc Tran laughed loudly and said he was not worried about his daughter. His subordinates would slaughter them all. He had ordered most of his forces to attack the officials, his daughter now. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly froze in shock. From the dense bushes, a hand slowly reached out with caution. A masked man in black stepped out, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "So you are all here, not planning to continue this game of hide and seek." Doc Tran widened his eyes in shock. "What is this? Why are all of you gathered here?" He pointed and shouted, "Look at that fool, he is scared stiff." He sneered, "The Guillaume Sa you trusted has already been utterly defeated. What do you plan to do now?" The ground, Guillaume Sa groaned weakly. "Stop stepping on my head." Doha let out a cold laugh. "All right, your subordinates. I have already sent them all to the underworld." Ma Doc Tran's face instantly turned pale. Tried to remain calm. "What nonsense is that old man spouting? I sent 50 subordinates to Enhak Duong. Could he have slaughtered them all in just half a watch?" Sweat rolled down his temple as he reassured himself that perhaps he was only trying to frighten him. He roared that it was impossible. Such a thing could never happen. Those he brought were all battle-hardened experts. He was nearly out of control. How could they possibly lose to just 5 of you? Ma Doc Tran stepped back, his mind in turmoil. His eyes were bloodshot. "That must be it. You are merely trying to deceive me." Hian glanced at Mugen. "Why did you stop?" He calmly reminded him, "Finish what you have to do. Your fate lies in your own hands." Mugen gripped the sword hilt so tightly, his knuckles turned white. On the other side, Ma Doc Tran swung his sword wildly in madness. "Die." Gong Chun laughed. The masked man in black immediately shifted aside to evade the strike. Ma Doc Tran ground his teeth. "Damn it. They clearly concealed their true strength." He shot a quick glance to the side, calculation flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Mugen slashed his sword straight at him. Memories flooded back. Why did father and Yuk Ma Sung bring someone like you back? He trembled, wanting to call out to his lord, but hearing only the echo of scolding in his mind. "Shut up, you brat. Always babbling all day long." "My lord, just hearing those words irritates me. You worthless trash." Blood trickled down his forehead. Mugen gritted his teeth. "I once regarded you as my lord, but you treated me worse than a beast. Now I have found someone truly worthy to serve. He wants me to present your head, so I will personally end you." Ma Doc Tran screamed shrilly, "Hoa, my child." Spiritual power erupted violently, the wind around him twisting into sharp blades. "If you have the ability, then come. I will make you taste pain." Mugen immediately rushed forward, sword energy shrieking as if tearing the air apart, unleashing a vicious strike. Ma Doc Tran raised his hand to block as Mugen closed in within a blink. The sword moved so fast, only a streak of silver could be seen flashing past. Mugen's eyes blazed as he hurriedly resisted. Violent collision sent dust billowing everywhere. Ma Doc Tran gritted his teeth, fury blazing high. Hian stood outside watching silently. He casually shifted his gaze elsewhere. On the ground, Guillaume Sa still begged weakly, "Stop stepping on my head, bastard." Hian coldly kicked him hard. The kick sent him rolling straight to Gong Chun's feet. He struggled to sit up, fresh blood spraying out and staining the ground red. Gong Chun bent down and looked at him with icy eyes. "We meet again. I should have killed you sooner." The masked man in black curled his lips. "What a coincidence, I was thinking the same." The masked man in black stepped forward and sneered. "Long time no see. Do you know who we are?" Gong Chun continued. "Unfortunately, you should not have interfered in this matter." Guillaume Sa trembled, panic filling his eyes as he recognized the familiar aura. Demon Emperor and Sword Emperor, why are they here? When Mugen was young, Ma Doc Tran at 20 once shouted at him to stand up, then frowned at the figure lying on the ground. Fainted after just a few blows. "I endured far more than that in the past. I truly do not understand. Why did father bring this brat back?" After saying that, he turned and walked away. If you die, it is none of my concern. At that very moment, Mugen's hand twitched slightly. Immediately after, he grabbed the sword and tightened his grip. A hurried warning rang out from behind. "My lord, behind you." Mugen sprang up instantly, dual swords in both hands, killing intent surging. Ma Tran flinched slightly, since when did he? Mugen's eyes shone brightly, sword light flashing. Hatred surged as he swung his sword fiercely at Ma Tran. Seeing that gaze only made him more disgusted. It had always irritated him. Mugen's figure swept past like a shadow. Ma Tran realized there was something different about him. Even after being suppressed earlier, he had not retreated in the slightest. His strikes were strangely precise, seemingly aimed directly at his weaknesses, forcing him to grit his teeth and defend. The relentless pressure from each slash left him no time to breathe. Immediately after, Mugen brought his sword down violently, sword energy surging and sending earth and stones flying. Ma Tran cursed through clenched teeth. He glared at him. This brat truly was reckless. He could not hide his shock. What in the world is happening? Their strength had originally been worlds apart. Damn it! After the fierce exchange, both were panting. Ma Tran glanced around for Guillaume Sa. What was that bastard still doing? The other side, the masked man in black delivered a powerful kick that sent Guillaume Sa flying like a ball. He was kicked into the air, and immediately Gong Chun swung his sword. The blade slashed straight across his face. Guillaume Sa spat blood and was flung far away. As soon as he hit the ground, Hian kicked him again, sending his body rolling across the earth. "Do not stop." The masked man in black continued kicking without pause. Gong Chun also swung his sword repeatedly, the three of them attacking while laughing heartily. It had been a long time since they enjoyed such a fight. "It seems we coordinate rather well." Guillaume Sa screamed, "Kill me." On this side, Ma Tran frowned. "Why are you laughing?" Mugen breathed lightly and said Guillaume Sa could do nothing to them. They were masters he could never defeat. Even if you brought the entire force of Vu Hong Than, it would be useless. Ma Tran growled. "Are you delusional to compare them with Vu Hong Than?" He roared and gathered all his strength into a lethal strike. "Die." But Mugen's face remained strangely calm. He screamed madly and swung his sword repeatedly. A series of slashes cut across his arm. Mugen slightly stepped back to evade. The other three had already sat cross-legged to rest. Hian curled his lips. Ma Tran has finally used all his strength. Gong Chun narrowed his eyes. His moves are completely different from before. The masked man in black said perhaps that was all his power, merely switching to using both hands, then shook his head and said martial artists usually use 70% of their strength and keep 30% in reserve. Perhaps now he has unleashed the remaining 30%. Eugene fixed his gaze tightly on Ma Tran and discovered an opening. In a single instant, the sword pierced straight through Ma Tran's body. Blood splattered and a cry of agony rang out. He breathed heavily, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Ma Tran suddenly curled his lips into a sinister smile. "I have caught you, brat." He froze in shock. The sword had pierced through but could not be pulled out. Had he used inner force to lock his muscles and clamp the blade in place? That man raised his saber high. Mugen angrily realized that all his efforts had nearly been in vain. Briefly wondered if he would die here. At that very moment, that man brought the blade down hard on him. Blood splattered everywhere. Mugen gasped for breath. A thought flashed through his mind, but then his eyes turned resolute. If he had to die today, then hesitating before pain no longer held meaning. Ma Tran roared in contempt and called him a brat. He mocked him for clinging to his lord's command to conceal his weakness. Did he feel no shame? That man raised the saber again, his gaze icy cold. Meanwhile, Mugen gathered all his remaining strength. He charged straight forward, while Ma Tran stared without blinking. Mugen was determined that he must kill him today. Elsewhere, Xian and Hong Quan Trang were enjoying themselves at the officials' headquarters. Drops of blood fell one by one onto the cold ground. Eugene struggled to keep his body from collapsing. At last he dropped to his knees, plunging his sword into the ground for support. Mugen's face showed clear exhaustion, his vision blurred by blood and sweat. Opposite him, Ma Tran also began to sway. That man staggered back several steps. Moments later he collapsed, his breathing broken. In that instant, Mugen tried to stand upright. The corner of his lips curved into a satisfied smile. In the next second, his drained body could no longer endure and he fell. He murmured weakly that he had won, then lay motionless on the ground. A quiet joy rose in his heart for having defeated Ma Tran. Death might await ahead, but he had completed the order given to him. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He had no regrets. In the distance, Gong Chun stepped forward and remarked that it seemed the boy was about to become a corpse. He looked at the scattered bodies on the ground and lowered his voice, asking how this should be handled, because it was no different from declaring war on Vu Hong Than. An approached from behind and said to carry those two corpses back to Vu Hong Than. The other two turned their heads in surprise to look at him. Hian repeated the order. "Did you not hear clearly?" Bent down to look at Ma Tran, who was barely breathing. Then his gaze shifted to Guillaume Sa. Han firmly ordered that both be taken back to Vo Hong Than. In the north of Tin, Ho Nam and Enhak, Duong a voice asked if this was the place, and received confirmation. Yu Sung let out a soft sigh. He looked at the chaotic scene before him, and found it noisy and unpleasant to the eyes. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, all soaked in blood. He turned to his subordinate, and said, judging by the traces it seemed to be the work of martial artists, investigate thoroughly. The subordinate immediately accepted the order. Yu Sung frowned, thinking that Ma Doc Tran might be behind this. If not for the sake of friendship, he would have expelled him long ago. Upon returning home, an old man hurried over saying he could not contact his eldest son because he had led the clan martial artists away and disappeared, begging him to help search. The old man pleaded that even if he had made mistakes, he was still the eldest son of the Ma family. As long as he intervened, it would be a great favor. Yu Sung nodded, since a close friend had asked, and as the lord of Vo Hong Than, he had no choice but to personally act. This matter was truly serious. A young woman approached respectfully and invited him to have tea. He looked at Mu Sung with astonished eyes. Mu Sung placed a gold ingot on the table and said it was too noisy outside. He lowered his voice and asked her to recount the recent events. The scene shifted to another room. Yujin awoke, surprised and wondering if he was still alive. He had thought he was dead. Just then the door quietly opened, and a small figure ran in. Somi ran to the bedside. Mujin smiled weakly and said he had troubled her again and thanked her for caring for him these past days. He patted her head. Somi replied that it was fine because she did it willingly. She curiously asked why he was injured. Father said he fell while climbing a mountain. Somi's attentive gaze made Mujin slightly uneasy. Somi suspiciously said the wounds did not look like a fall at all. Zaza said so too, so it was very suspicious. Mujin awkwardly explained that when he fell he had struck a sharp rock. She widened her eyes and asked if that was true. Somi narrowed her brows and said she thought he had gone to fight again. The girl innocently said fortunately that was not the case. Fighting was bad because father always said that if one still caused trouble after growing up, then one was not mature. Jin thought immature. Would she believe he had not fought? Then remembered that Hyun was skilled in martial arts yet taught her that way. The sound of the door opening came from outside. Both turned their heads toward it. Mujin saw him enter and softly called him my lord, while Somi happily called father. The inn, a subordinate reported to Mu Sung that this was all they had investigated. He said the information matched what the maid had recounted. Mu Sung sighed, knowing Ma Doc Tran was impatient but not expecting him to cause trouble just to capture Mujin and even drag Guillaume Sa into it. So where were they now? The subordinate lowered his head hesitantly, fidgeted, and then quietly replied, "It is said that both of them, along with all their subordinates, are dead." Before a tall grand building, Yu Sung recalled his subordinate saying that this was done by a family west of Enhak Duong, and their reputation had spread because of it. He searched his memory, but had never heard of a small family by Dong Din, like no matter how the martial world shifted. Did not believe trouble would arise from a minor family, and wondered how they dared to touch Vo Hong Than. Stopping before the main gate, he hesitated whether as a man of Vo Hong Than he should kick the door in and teach them a lesson. At that moment a child's voice rang out saying father was right. Somi poked her head out curiously and said there truly was a guest. He frowned at the little girl. Mu Sung was slightly surprised that the one coming out to receive him was a child. Somi politely bowed in greeting. She cheerfully pointed inside and said father invited him in and told him not to do anything strange out here. Mu Sung asked how father knew someone had come. She nodded in confirmation. He clenched his fist, fully aware he had arrived, yet still sending a child to receive him. Mu Sung suppressed his anger and said, "Fine, lead me to see him." Somi happily replied, "Yes, follow me." The little girl skipped ahead to lead the way, while Mu Sung slowly followed. He carefully observed the surroundings. The manor looked ordinary outside, but was entirely different within. It did not resemble a newly risen family at all. The scenery was meticulously arranged. The architecture was exquisitely laid out, making him wonder what kind of person the master here was. After a while, Somi pointed toward the lake and said father was over there. She added by pointing toward the small pavilion beside the pond. After finishing, she bowed and said this was a matter for adults, so Somi would take her leave first. Mu Sung nodded slightly. Somi quickly turned and left. He watched the little girl's figure and let out a soft sigh. That child is truly not ordinary. Yu Dongfang cast a suspicious gaze into the pavilion, but then, why are those two still calmly playing chess here when he has arrived? The flames of anger in his heart flared violently. He lifted a chess piece into his hand. That instant, Mu Sung broke into a cold sweat, the pressure radiating from his body. instantly vanished without a trace. He said coldly, "Do not do something foolish, sit down." Yu Sung was stunned. What is happening was his inner force neutralized in an instant. He be a hidden master. He slowly stepped forward and spoke in a questioning tone. "Are you the one who killed Ma Doc Tran? And why Yuk Guillaume Sa?" He continued to look calmly at the chessboard, completely ignoring him. Seeing that attitude, Mu Sung could not hold back and roared, "I am asking you, answer me." Heon frowned, "Are you deaf? I told you to sit down." Immediately, a figure pressed in from behind and seized his head. In the blink of an eye, Mu Sung's head was forced down hard. The masked man in black pinned his head and would not let him lift it. Mu Sung's face was slammed straight into the ground. He brushed off his hands and said, "Finally quiet." Mu Sung's whole body stiffened. That voice, could it be? The masked man in black curled his lips in a smile. 10 years already, long time no see. He trembled and raised his head to confirm. As expected, there is no way Doc Jin and Guillaume Sa would die by Mujin's hand. There must be someone behind him. Chill ran down his spine. Even though he was careless, he had felt no aura at all just now. The title Demon Emperor is indeed not empty. Gong Chun walked over from afar, his voice mocking, "Old man, is that how you treat a guest?" Mu Sung looked up in panic toward the sound. Are you not already dead?" The only reply was a friendly smile. "Long time no see." Mu Sung trembled in shock. This is madness. What exactly is going on? Why would a leader of the demonic sect and a righteous figure appear together here? The masked man in black lightly waved his hand. Mu Sung blurted out a guess. "Do not tell me. You planning to join forces to wage war against us? Then who exactly is he?" Gong Chun did not answer and calmly said, "That is something you should ask our manor lord." Mu Sung was even more stunned. Manor lord. The man showed no emotion, his eyes fixed on the chessboard. He did not answer, merely turned the chess piece lightly in his hand. Mu Sung's face was filled with disbelief. "Manor lord, is it him?" After a while he became certain, it is indeed him. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Yon let out a faint sigh. He said coldly, "I dare you to draw that sword." Force in his voice made Mu Sung falter. That aura pressed him so hard he could not draw his sword. He looked at him with doubt. Who exactly is he to accomplish this? Heon said calmly, "The death of Ma Doc Tran is regrettable, but because of it my close aide matured. I should even thank him." Mu Sung ground his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, who are you?" He raised his head and replied indifferently, "I am the manor lord here, and the father of the child who led you in." Mu Sung burst out with anger and released his aura. "Do you refuse to shed tears until you see your coffin?" Terrifying pressure spread out, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Mu Sung gritted his teeth, told himself he would draw the sword no matter what. Without hesitation, he roared and charged forward. Don showed annoyance. "I already warned you." The masked man in black crossed his arms and watched with amusement. Suddenly, a stone rolled over from nowhere. Mu Sung was startled by the sound and lost his balance. His body slammed to the ground, dust rising everywhere. Several teeth flew out of his mouth. Don slowly walked over and said, "I told you, yet you would not listen." Mu Sung lowered his head and groaned softly. "What exactly is this place? What kind of cursed place is this?" He broke into sweat as he looked at him. "No, that is not important. What matters is how." Yon let out a contemptuous laugh, his eyes half teasing, half indifferent as he looked at him. "It seems you are quite stubborn." Mu Sung refused to yield, tightened his sword and lunged again. As the blade reached him, Heon merely tilted his body slightly to evade. Mu Sung was shocked. He dodged it. Heon nodded, "Not bad. Your swordsmanship is not inferior to Nam Gong Chun. Aside from that bit of fervor, there is nothing noteworthy." Thinking so, he sighed lightly. "I understand now. Now I know why Nam Gong Chun and Sa Ji are ignored your so-called righteous faction. Your swordsmanship is mediocre. You act like thugs and your minds are shallow. Yet you dare call yourselves martial artists." Hearing that, Mu Sung trembled with rage. His fury flared again and he rushed in shouting, "I will see how long you can keep talking." Don remained standing, his expression calm. As he drew near, the pressure from him erupted, making the space tremble and dust swirl. Mu Sung hurriedly dodged aside, but his body could not withstand the pressure and he fell. His face showed both terror and admiration, his trembling eyes fixed on Heon. Why does such a person exist in this world? Heon glared straight at Mu Sung. Mu Sung suddenly realized that he had always used strength to suppress the world, and now he himself was like a trembling mouse before a fierce serpent. Heon asked softly, "Are you afraid now?" Mu Sung snapped back to reality. When did he appear behind him? Immediately, a miserable scream tore through the air. On the other side, the masked man in black rolled on the ground, laughing wildly. "Heavens, I am dying of laughter." Gong Chun helplessly said, "Stop laughing, it looks too pitiful." The masked man in black tried to explain, but the moment he opened his mouth, he burst into loud laughter again, making Gong Chun struggle to hold it in until he trembled. Don coldly asked, "You claim to be Mu Sung's subordinate, how interesting." The masked man in black laughed until tears welled in his eyes before gradually calming down. That is right, it is that name. I am dying of laughter. Jan showed no emotion. I have met countless people, but none like you. He bluntly mocked that a so-called master chose to flee instead of staying to fight to the death. His voice still trailed after Mu Sung's fleeing figure. Is that all the evil faction's masters amount to? So then I fear the evil faction is nearing its end. Gong Chun chimed in, truly foolish. The masked man in black still smiled, though no longer rolling in laughter. He must be using all his strength to preserve his life, and has likely understood the gap between himself and the Manor Lord. Hian said nothing more, and simply stood there with a cold air about him. Suddenly, an indescribable unease rose within him. It turned out he was thinking of Sam, and that train of thought continued. He wondered whether the boy could manage on his own. The area around the main altar of the demonic sect was the vast Sun range larger than the imperial palace, rumored to house over 100,000 residents, hence the name 10,000 demons. Inside, the demonic sect was built like a massive circular maze, with the core forces concentrated closer to the center. However, contrary to the frightening rumors, the outskirts were where those without martial skills gathered into villages to live. At this moment, Samt had reached the outskirts of the demonic sect. He let out a relieved breath, finally arrived. The corner of his lips curved slightly. Then he dropped down to the ground to rest. Samt turned and asked Jiang Kang if he was tired. He replied yes. He closed his eyes and said, "Rest a bit. I am so exhausted I cannot even open my eyes." Jiang Kang merely frowned and clicked his tongue. He also sat down beside him. "You are truly reckless. Even someone with 10 lives would struggle to survive," Samt sighed. "I have heard that enough already. What do you think will happen next?" Jiang Kang thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I do not know." Samt folded his arms behind his head and lazily said, "From what I see, the outskirts of Sun are no different from ordinary villages. Merchants trading and farmers cultivating. Occasionally, there are a few ruffians wandering about, but that happens everywhere." Jiang Kang nodded, but said there was still something unusual which made Samt fall silent in thought. Jiang Kang said that true to his nickname Wandering King, he had traveled widely and had been here before. There were usually demon guards patrolling, but now not a single one could be seen. Samt leaned against the tree trunk and pondered. Jiang Kang broke the silence. "I think we should go deeper inside." "What do you think?" Samt quickly objected. "Are you serious? Only demon guards are allowed inside." Under Jiang Kang's resolute gaze, he reluctantly nodded. "Fine, but if something happens, I will run first." He replied, "So be it." Meanwhile, Mu Sung was chained and suspended in midair. His face was gloomy as he muttered endlessly at the person before him. "I will kill you." Opposite him stood Blood Demon. Beside them, Ho Jiang anxiously asked if this was all right. Blood Demon sneered, "Of course it is. What could be wrong?" Ho Jiang paled and said he seemed to have gone mad. Blood Demon replied calmly that he had collapsed since his son died. Mu Sung still weakly repeated that he would kill him. Blood Demon took a bottle of liquid and approached. "That is right, you must kill him." He poured the blood-red liquid over Mu Sung's head. "That is the only thing a loser like you can do." He laughed strangely. "Stand up and find a way to kill him. You have reached your limit and cannot go any further." Mu Sung muttered that he would tear him apart, while Blood Demon contemptuously said, "A rabbit remains a rabbit, no matter how big it grows." He threw the bottle away and shouted, "So have you found a way to grow stronger?" Holding a blade in his hand, he moved closer. "The only way is to die and be reborn." He swung the blade. "Work for me, and you will be the perfect stage I have prepared for him." He despised the martial world for only seeking peaceful lives. Blood splattered as Blood Demon seemed crazed. "I want a martial world soaked in blood and stronger than before. Be reborn." Deep slash cut across Mu Sung's chest, causing him to scream. Despite the pain, he still spoke clearly. "I will kill you." Thinking of Yu Haiyan, Blood Demon realized he had changed too much. Like the current martial world, he once laughed amid seas of blood, yet remained cold and indifferent. It made him become so dull. At that thought, he bit his lip tightly. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. It is time to return to 1,000 years ago when everything was drowned in fresh blood. He laughed like a madman. "Yes, he will like that. You and I were born for that purpose." On Hyun's side, Yunha respectfully said, "Yes, this is the place. The Xian family is famous for sheoxing wine." Hyun indifferently looked at the gate. "This place looks like even beggars would not bother to stay." Yunha could only smile awkwardly. Yunha reminded that Hosian wine was once the most renowned in Enhak Duong, and if distributed it could narrow the gap with the major trade guilds. Hyun thought to himself that for a renowned family to decline like this, they must have faced a great upheaval. The gate opened, and Yunha stepped forward to call out, "Anyone here? Why is there no one around?" He introduced that they came from the Jiang family of Ho Nam, when another voice suddenly rang out. "Are you?" Hyun glanced toward the sound. He looked at the person before him and asked, "Who are you?" It was a young woman. She replied that she should be the one asking first. Hyun was a head taller than her, so he looked down and introduced himself as Hyun. She was slightly stunned by his height, then said she was Ho Jeon Jai, the head of this place. Hyun said indifferently that he thought this place had been abandoned. Jeon Jai frowned and said his words were unpleasant. He turned away and said, "Fine then." Then she looked at him and demanded an explanation before she reported him for trespassing. After a while, they were invited inside, and Hyun continued observing the surroundings. He remarked that the place was not bad. Jeon Jai sighed and asked him not to scrutinize further. Yoonha quickly mediated. Hyun said the place was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs. "Are you planning to open an apothecary?" Jeon Jai replied in a low voice that the family had always specialized in medicine and was only famous because of wine. Hyun asked why not continue brewing wine to improve finances. She said many advised that, but she would not do it again and did not want the family to suffer more. Jeon Jai fell into thought, fearing that one day they would return. Her hand on the table trembled, fear and anger mixing within her. She choked and said her parents died because of that cursed wine. "Please do not mention wine again." Hyun replied quickly, "I understand," leaving Jeon Jai unable to believe her ears. Hyun stood up and said from what he heard Jeon wine once ranked first in the Central Plains. She replied that was the past, and now Dumon leads. Yu Hyun stopped before the large jars in the corner of the room. Hyun Jai hurriedly spoke, that is. Before she could finish, Yu Hyun had already reached out his hand. He scooped wine from the jar and tasted it. He remarked it did not meet expectations, but was passable though still inferior to Dumon. Jeon Jai sprang to her feet, clenching her hands, and said that should not be compared to Dumon. Hyun turned and replied that it could still be used for evaluation. The two of them stood facing each other. He spoke up with a suggestion, "Perhaps we should brew some wine." After that, he calmly said that he would help turn her dream into reality. Hyun Jai let out a soft snort and asked, "How do you know what my wish is?" He curled his lips into a meaningful smile. It is already obvious, why even ask? Still wearing that smile, he lowered himself and extended a hand toward her, saying, "Do you not wish to wipe Dumon from this world?" Left the Ryu family estate. The moment she stepped inside, she saw the lovely little Somi cheering like a small flower. "Father is back." He bent down and lifted the child into his arms, replying gently, "That is right." He gently turned Somi's head toward Jeon Jai and told her to greet her. From today onward, she would be staying here as a guest. Somi eagerly spoke up, "Greetings, elder sister, I am Somi." And Jeon Jai replied with slight awkwardness, "Greetings, younger sister, I am Jeon Jai." Walking behind them, Jeon Jai could not help asking who he really was. Yu Hyun, still carrying Somi, answered calmly without even glancing back, "Can you not tell? I am the father of 100 children." She listened with lingering doubt. "Is that all?" Glanced around, unable to hide her astonishment. What kind of place is this? This area was vast to a staggering degree, enough to show that its master must be among the wealthiest. It even seemed more magnificent than the royal palace she had seen as a child. She did not completely trust him. She still decided to follow that man. She hesitated, wondering whether this place would become her new home. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed through the space, "Mujin, you wretch." He glared and pointed at Jeon Jai, ordering, "Take her to the building over there and wash her clean. The stench is so strong that I cannot even approach." Mujin came rushing over and grew even more flustered upon hearing that. "What, do you want me to bathe her?" Jeon Jai shouted angrily, "I can handle it myself." After that, she lowered her voice and asked Mujin, "Where is my room? I need to put away my luggage before bathing." Working, she reminded herself to cast aside the thought of treating this as her new home. Once the wine was brewed, she would leave at once. Suddenly, Somi softly asked from behind, "What are you doing?" She turned around and responded. She was reviewing medicinal herbs to brew medicine, inwardly unable to stop sighing in admiration. This girl was truly far too adorable. Hearing Jeon Jai reply, the girl immediately became excited. "Then let me lend a hand." Somi smiled brightly and raised her hand to volunteer. Jeon Jai asked in surprise, "You want to help me brew wine?" Inwardly praising her again, she was unbelievably cute. Little girl stepped closer, her eyes full of determination. "Yes, I want to try." Looking at Somi, she suddenly thought, "Is this what it feels like to have a younger sister? Is it really all right to teach a child to do this?" But she herself had learned to brew wine from a young age. After thinking for a while, Jeon Jai crouched to her level and instructed, "You may help, but you must absolutely not taste it." Somi obediently replied, "Yes, I will only help." Thus the two reached an agreement and left hand in hand. Behind the door, 3 people quietly observed. Nam Gong Chun chuckled in amusement. so he inwardly regretted that she should have stopped the girl. He narrowed his eyes in thought. A descendant of Horsian, her constitution is quite good, her future will surely be extraordinary. I heard that clan is famous for wine, so he asked doubtfully, is it really all right to let Somi go with her? Hyun could only watch helplessly. Zeonjai happily walked beside Somi. Hyun silently followed them with a thoughtful gaze. Helping others was sometimes a valuable experience. The scene shifted to the forest near the house. Somi eagerly asked, shall we begin now? She hesitated before answering. Let me see first. We should find herbs. Somi was so delighted it was as if flowers bloomed above her head. Girl confidently ran off saying, I am very good at this. Jeonjai watched her, then subtly glanced behind. It was right there. Seeing clusters of yellow flowers growing among the soil, she thought to herself, medicinal herbs should be deep in the forest. Why are they growing everywhere here? Why has no apothecary come to harvest them? In that case, I will only take what I need. Zeonjai crouched beside the herbs. Suddenly she froze in surprise. Behind her, Somi was digging enthusiastically, with full determination. Seeing that, Zeonjai inwardly praised how adorable the girl was, gathering everything from herbs to weeds. It made sense. Living in a large estate, she likely rarely did this herself. Thinking so, she felt a faint trace of envy. Dusk gradually fell. Somi excitedly showed off her full basket. I picked this much. Zeonjai bent down to look, both astonished and worried. That is a lot. Are you tired? Somi politely replied. No, she hugged the basket of herbs and silently marveled at how much there was. Looking at her own portion, she felt slightly disheartened for having picked less. Even so, she still smiled and praised her. You did very well. Being praised, the girl happily said she often came here with her father. Zeonjai picked up one stalk and suddenly became startled. Wait, these plants. The roots were intact and clean, clearly brushed of soil and neatly trimmed. If sold to an apothecary, they would certainly fetch a high price. Somi looked at her achievement with sparkling eyes. Zeonjai lifted the basket and said, let us go back. This is enough, Somi politely replied. Yes, I am a little hungry. Inwardly, she still wondered why the girl had picked more than her. She had done this for years and still lost. Was it luck? The two returned to the estate. In the kitchen, the scent of fermenting wine gently spread. Zeonjai placed the herbs into the mortar, explaining as she worked, we will add this portion in. Somi ran over and pleaded, please teach me how to brew. Zeonjai turned and asked, you also want to try? The girl giggled and raised a small jar. I only want to make a little. Zeonjai nodded but reminded her, you may try but you must not taste it. Understand? Somi cheerfully replied, yes, I will give it to father and not drink it. Two looked at the pot of wine boiling. Zeonjai said excitedly, all right, let us begin. 10 days passed, and a jar of wine was completed. Hyun asked sternly, it is finished. Before his imposing presence, Zeonjai confidently replied, I trust this batch. If it is good, please sell it. Hyun appeared doubtful, is that so? While outside the door, the two sect leaders secretly peeked in. Lin took the wine jar and tasted it. Zeonjai stood watching anxiously. Why am I this nervous? Hyun spoke. It is indeed better than last time. Hearing that, she let out a relieved breath of joy. He continued, it is only thanks to better ingredients. Your skill remains the same. What I mean is there is no significant improvement. Hearing this, she could only stand stunned. She did not refute him, and silently admitted it was thanks to high-quality herbs, yet she had not expected him to see through it so quickly. Hyun added, if it is only like this, then it is not worth a high price. Zeonjai fell silent. Nam Gong-chun stepped in with interest. Let me try. Somi suddenly hugged her own wine jar and brought it over. Father, please try the one I made. Hyun took it and asked, you also brewed wine? Somi obediently replied, yes, I tried very hard. He smiled happily. Thank you. Seeing him holding Zeonjai jar, Sado Hak also stepped forward asking to taste. Hyun said politely, I will taste the wine you made. Watching the father and daughter converse, the two old men suddenly felt dispirited. Hyun opened the lid of the wine jar. The fragrance of wine spread and enveloped all 5 people. After savoring the aroma for a while, 3 men scrambled. Let me try. I want some too. Do not keep it to yourself. I only ask for a sip. Jeonjai stood frozen in doubt. That cannot be. If what I smell is correct, then that jar of wine. Shadow lifted the jar and declared, this deserves to rank among the great masterpieces. One of the 5 finest wines I have ever tasted. Nam Gong-chun laughed loudly in agreement. Sado Hak awkwardly praised, it is truly good. Hyun paid no mind and urged, after drinking, pass it here. Zeonjai timidly stepped forward. I also want to taste it. May I? Hyun was slightly annoyed but still relented. Only one sip. She nervously took a sip, not knowing how it would taste. The aroma was perfect, but would the flavor? The moment it touched her lips, she was stunned. The mouthful of wine seemed to carry the blooming colors of spring around her. This flavor was unbelievable. Xianjai clenched her hands and lowered her head. She slowly walked toward Somi. Suddenly, she grasped the little girl's hand. Xianjai was so moved she stammered, "Sir." 1 month later at the Dumon family. A shocked voice rang out. "What did you say?" Dumon family has surpassed the Ho Xian family in wine brewing. The subordinate bowed his head and replied, "Yes, it is certain." A retainer asked in astonishment, "Are you telling the truth? That place had originally." Took something out from inside his robe. The subordinate presented 2 jars of wine. The left was the famous Hoa Xian brand priced at 10 taels of silver. The right cost 2 taels. Hearing this, the old man's face paled as he muttered in disbelief. "Is it truly Ho Xian wine?" Then he asked, "How are the two different?" Replied, "The grade differs. The expensive one is rare, so high officials are willing to pay more." The old man sprang up holding the jar and asked again, "It is certainly from Ho Xian." The subordinate affirmed, "Certainly." The old man immediately lifted the jar and drank it in one breath. It seemed he recognized something within the flavor. His eyes turned frightening. Recalling Xianjai, he grew furious. Damn that girl. After that, he poured the remaining jar into a cup. After tasting it, Moon One stared at the cup in shock. The one on the left truly carried the old Ho Xian flavor, even surpassing it, while the one on the right was merely acceptable. He remembered the legend that the emperor once personally came to taste Ho Xian wine and could never forget its flavor. The tale still circulated to this day. If Ho Xian truly revived, it would be extremely dangerous. Mungu looked at the subordinate with killing intent and asked in a low voice, "Who is behind this?" He stammered in reply, "Yes." Not hearing clearly, the old man shouted, "Who exactly is brewing wine for Ho Xian and who is distributing it?" Seeing his master enraged, the subordinate fearfully knelt and hurriedly answered, "It is the Kim Hone Merchant Guild." The old man refused to believe it and asked again, "That small merchant guild in Truongza?" He confirmed, yes, hearing that the old man ordered, "Investigate thoroughly at once." The subordinate replied, "Understood." In shift, Jianjai was exhausted and drenched in sweat as she complained, "Why can I still not do it?" She slumped beside the wine jar and said in disappointment, "Even if it is slightly better, I still cannot keep up." Behind came Yu Hyun's voice, "What are you sad about?" Jianjai startled and turned around, then grumbled, "Please give a warning if you come close." Hyun looked at her miserable appearance and asked, "Is it because you cannot brew wine as good as Somi?" She let out a soft sigh, her voice heavy. "No matter what I do, I cannot create a flavor like Somi. From selecting ingredients, measuring portions to the fermentation time, I copied everything exactly." Hearing that, he silently looked at Jianjai for a moment before slowly saying, "Somi is not an ordinary child." She looked up at him in surprise upon hearing those words. Hyun recalled Somi's radiant smile like sunlight. He explained that the girl was rich in affection, always cherishing others, and devoted to them wholeheartedly. Hyunjai asked in confusion, "What does that have to do with it? Why are you bringing it up?" Hyun continued, "Moreover, she possesses a special kind of fortune." Hearing those 2 words, she grew even more perplexed. Seeing her expression, Yu Hyun explained more clearly. "It is not merely simple luck. She truly carries heavenly fortune within her. That is why whatever she does easily yields good results." After hearing this, she was still vague, her eyes full of doubt. "Heavenly fortune, are you praising your own daughter?" Hyun looked at her and reminded her, "Merely copying cannot create something that surpasses it." He advised further, instead of imitating, why not try to create something that bears your own mark? Hyunjai had not fully grasped the meaning of his words and sank into thought. What is something that is truly mine? Suddenly her eyes changed, as if she had realized something. While she was still deep in thought, Hyun had already left at some point. He muttered in irritation, "What was that?" He disappeared so quickly. Under the crescent moon, Duhak spoke mockingly, "Did you not say you would only stand and watch?" Hyun replied calmly, "I merely gave a simple reminder." He laughed loudly, "That is right. With a little thought, anyone could understand." Duhak stroked his chin and said, "By the way, just as you predicted, someone has begun investigating." Hyun nodded, "It is likely the Dumon family." Hyun continued, "Somi wine has taken effect faster than I expected. They are growing anxious as well. The more this news spreads, the more the Dumon will falter." Duhak asked further, "What about Gung Ung-ka?" Replied, "He is doing quite well. Somi wine is being sold in small quantities, and the price keeps rising. Even so, it still sells out." Duhak did not seem very surprised. That is only natural. Observing Ung-ka, Duhak commented, "Though he has flaws, he is a talented merchant. It is hard to understand why he only leads a small guild." Hyun blurted out, "How fortunate." His expression briefly turned complicated. He thought to himself that Du-Hack must have noticed Unka from their very first meeting, truly something that made others feel annoyed. Han assessed that Du-Hack's gaze seemed to pierce through essence, able to instantly discern the talent and gifts of others. Looking at Du-Hack, he could not help but admire him. Neither he nor Nam Gung-chan possessed such an ability. He was truly curious who had raised him. He pondered supreme martial arts, vast knowledge, seasoned experience, and an imposing bearing. Possessing just one would be enough to dominate the martial world. Yet he had them all. Calling him a martial god would not be excessive. Seeing him silent, Du-Hack asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Heon smiled. "Call Hong-Won Chang here." Du-Hack frowned him. Heon replied, "I will let him taste Somi wine." Du-Hack was displeased. "What, why him? You should give it to me instead." Heon explained, "I will send that wine to the royal residence." Hearing that, he froze, his eyes filled with shock. Du-Hack suddenly understood. The Du-Mon supplied a vast amount of wine to the royal residence. Heon intended to seize the market and cut off their profits. He did not say it aloud and only responded, "Understood. I will go at once." Heon nodded as he watched him leave. After taking a few steps, he muttered, "Wait, why do I feel like I am being ordered around?" "In the wind," Heon softly said, "it is only your imagination." At the Mungan residence, the old man roared in anger. "What?" The subordinate trembled. The old man impatiently growled, "Speak clearly." He reported the Ho Xian family is delivering wine into the royal residence. Mungan was shocked. "How is that possible?" The old man slammed the table repeatedly. "We have blocked every source of supply." The subordinate stammered wordlessly. Continued, "Do you remember Hong-Won Chang, the one who subdued Truong Bok, reclaimed the Golden Buddha, and earned the court trust?" Mungan nodded. "I know him. But what does that have to do with this?" The subordinate hesitated. "Actually, Ho Xian seems to have reached an agreement with Hong-Won Chang." Hearing that, the old man's eyes bulged with veins. "What?" Inside the carriage, a hesitant voice sounded. "You mean?" Heon sat opposite him. Hong-Won Chang asked uncertainly, "I only need to bring this to the royal residence." The view shifted toward the box containing the wine jar. The frame paused on the wine jar inside the box. Hong-Won Chang said excitedly, "I have also heard this news recently." He spoke in amazement. "They say Ho Xian once declined but has now revived and is selling fine wine again. I searched everywhere and could not buy it. I did not expect it to come from the estate of the great hero." Xian seemed displeased. "Yes, but that is wine made by Somi, not the original Ho Xian secret recipe." Hong-Won Chang widened his eyes. "What Somi?" A thought flared within him that if such a young girl could achieve this, then her future would be terrifying. Heon continued to instruct the plan. "Kim Un-Ha-Ga will accompany you. He will handle the merchant guild. You only need to introduce it to the prince." Hong-Won Chang declared firmly. "Understood. Leave it to me." Heon added, "There is one more matter. The Kim Hone Merchant Guild lacks the strength to find powerful guards. I will send Mujin along for safety." Hearing that, he was stunned. "What?" Suddenly the carriage shook violently. Hong-Won Chang stuck his head out and heard Un-Ha-Ga say, "From now on we travel together. Greetings, magistrate." His face paled as he muttered, "I thought it was only transporting wine. Who would have thought?" Looking behind and seeing Mujin standing there, he swallowed hard. Since Mujin has been sent as escort, this trip will not be simple. His initial excitement vanished and he sighed. "I am in trouble again." Jan suddenly showed a look of surprise. He asked, "I did not call you." Gong So he replied coldly, "I am going as well." Hyun asked again, "Why?" She answered, "I do not like standing aside." Hyun sighed. "Very well then." So he was surprised by his agreement. He smiled brightly. "Thank you." After making arrangements, Hyun stepped down from the carriage and instructed, "That is enough. Travel carefully, although this wine is not the original Horsian version." From afar came the sound of footsteps. Xianjai hurried over and called out loudly, "Wait." Hong-Won Chang turned his head toward the voice. Looking at the girl before him, he wondered, could she be from Ho Xian? Hyun spoke, "It is lively today. Is there something you need?" She glanced toward the carriage. Her gaze stopped on the wine jar on the carriage as she asked, "Are you truly sending wine to the prince this time?" Hyun answered briefly, "Yes." Xianjai smiled softly. "If that is so." She lifted her own wine jar, her eyes pleading. "Please also take a look at this jar," Hyun said. "Let me see." Watching him open the lid and taste it, Xianjai was so tense that sweat beaded on her skin. After tasting, he looked at the wine jar thoughtfully. Hyun commented, "The flavor is completely different from Somi wine." Seeing his unreadable expression, she grew anxious, not knowing whether it was good or bad. Hyun nodded. "It is very good. This is honey wine, is it not?" She beamed with joy. He replied, "Yes, I added honey." "Is it all right this time?" Hyun said, "Yes, it is different from Somi wine." He added praise, "This is worthy to be called a new Ho Xian wine." Hearing that, she was moved to the verge of tears. Hong-Won Chang on the carriage asked, "May I have a cup?" Gong So he also said, "Me as well." He jumped down to taste it, too astonished to speak. She hurriedly said, "Wait, let me first." Hong-Won Chang laughed. Whoever is faster gets it. Jian looked at Ji-un-jai, who was both delighted and shy at the praise. He thought Somi wine was special, but the honey wine had its own value. He sensed in it a kind of experience. It was strange how a jar of wine could carry such a thing. His gaze lifted to the sky as he softly murmured, "Honey wine." Remembered the past, when he once drank that wine alone beneath the moon. Now seeing everyone gathered and laughing together, his feelings were no longer the same. Unconsciously, Hian smiled gently. He reminded them, "Enough. Do not delay any longer, let us depart." Everyone responded in unison. At the same time, in the underground prison of the demonic sect, from within a cell came a wretched cry of lament. Jiang Sam Ti lay sprawled on the ground, his body covered in wounds, groaning, "This is going to kill me. I only infiltrated and ended up tortured like this. It is too much." Jiang Kang coughed dryly, his tired eyes reproachful. "I told you not to go." He still had not realized his mistake. Still believing his plan to sneak into the demonic sect to gather information had been perfect. Outside the iron bars, the demonic sect members continued torturing prisoners without pause. He shouted angrily, "Perfect my foot." It was that sloppy plan that exposed us immediately and got us whipped for days. Jiang Kang asked urgently, "So what now?" Jiang Sam Ti grimaced, "What else? We find a way to escape." He snapped irritably, "Escape? It is already lucky we are still alive." Turned to blame him. "It is all because you bragged about being a master yet could not withstand anything." Ma Jiang Kang retorted, "How was I to know they would use knockout incense powder?" Hearing that, Jiang Sam Ti glared, "You are a master yet cannot neutralize poison." He recalled how the boy had boasted about knowing the sect leader. Ma Jiang Kang fumed. "It was you who flaunted the name of Lord Sa and made them suspicious." He shot back angrily, "If I did not use that name, who would have talked?" He argued. "Talked about what?" The moment they heard that name, they rushed in and beat us. Even with Ma Jiang Kang foot pressing on his face, Jiang Sam Ti frowned in thought. Strange. The demonic sect is loyal to the sect leader. Why would they beat and imprison us without verification? Something is wrong. Hearing that, he also felt uneasy and reconsidered. If I were truly close to the sect leader, how would they bear responsibility? Two froze. Ma Jiang Kang looked at him in confusion. "What did you eat today to speak so reasonably?" From a dark corner came a faint groan from another person. Hearing the sound, both turned sharply. Jiang Sam Ti was startled. "Is there someone else besides us?" He looked at the man and questioned him. "Why speak up only now?" Hengu coughed a few times, then asked, "Do you not know?" He blinked blankly. "Know what?" The old man spoke in a hoarse, low voice. "You know the sect leader? I am asking seriously." They replied, "The sect leader, you mean Lord Sa?" "Of course we know." Bangu widened his eyes. "The sect leader is still alive." Jiang Sam Ti laughed. "Of course, he is still healthy and roaming everywhere." The old man laughed, choked with emotion. "Then that is good, truly fortunate." Jiang Kang observed and thought, "There is no killing intent. He is likely not an enemy of Lord Sa. Then why is this person imprisoned?" Bangu answered, "I am Bangu." His eyes changed, his voice clear, "Once the chief envoy of the demonic sect, former chief envoy Bangu." Hearing that name, Ma Jiang Kang was stunned, while Jiang Sam Ti thought the name sounded unfamiliar. He asked suspiciously, "If you are the chief envoy, why are you imprisoned here while Lord Sa still lives?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bangu vomited a mouthful of dark blood. Ma Jiang Kang asked coldly, "Has there been a rebellion?" Bangu coughed violently again, blood continuously spilling out. The two were horrified by his condition. Jiang Sam Ti ran to the cell door and pounded it while cursing. It did not budge, Ma Jiang Kang said calmly. "If pounding could open it, we would have escaped already." He panicked. "If we do nothing, the old man will die." He looked around and saw no jailer. Proving the place was heavily guarded, Ma Jiang Kang asked, "Can you break it?" Bangu laughed faintly. "The iron here is specially forged. Without returning heaven art, do not even think of breaking it." Hearing that, Ma Jiang Kang's face darkened. Jiang Sam Ti asked innocently, "Using that will get us out." Ma Jiang Kang slumped down. "Do not dream. In all the central plains, only one person can use it." He asked curiously, who else but Lord Sa? Ma Jiang Kang explained, "Returning heaven art is only passed down to each generation's sect leader, and Lord Sa is in Hunan, so we can only remain imprisoned here." Jiang Sam Ti refuted, "That is not right. I can use it too." The two were stunned, raised his hand, and circulated his energy to prove it. The force of returning heaven art burst forth powerfully. Two stared at him in disbelief. Bangu widened his eyes. "This is returning heaven art. How do you know it?" Jiang Sam Ti replied calmly, "Lord Sa taught me." Stammered, "The sect leader taught you." He recalled the harsh period of training, forced to train until fainting, waking, and training again. After several times like that, he naturally became proficient. Bangu's voice trembled. "The sect leader bestowed the grace of teaching you even the heavenly demon returning heaven art." He scratched his head. "What grace?" It felt more like torment. Suddenly he paused. "Wait, what is heavenly demon?" Looking at the energy in his hand, he panicked. "Do not tell me this is heavenly demon divine art." The two shouted, "You learned it without even knowing." Outside, the sky gradually turned toward evening. Dingjia lay leisurely, with a blade of grass in his mouth. Beside him, Hoasomi slept soundly. He sighed, how boring. Turned to look at the little girl and complained, without Jiang Sam T to tease. Mujin and Nam Gung Sohee have also gone out. He pinched Somi cheek as she slept. This is the only pastime left. The little girl frowned slightly in pain. Behind, Hyun spoke, quite idle today. Jia turned and complained, you should have let me go. There is nothing fun here. Hyun smiled faintly. You seem to be enjoying yourself. He asked when will Sam T return. Without him it is terribly dull, Hyun replied. Soon, they are still safe. Dean Jia mocked. That fellow who only excels at lightness skill, and you are so confident, Hyun replied. Because you taught him heavenly demon divine art. During that, he was speechless and looked at Hyun irritably. Dean Jia jumped up. Indeed, nothing can be hidden from you. I only taught him a few moves, Hyun asked, planning to accept him as a disciple. He waved it off. Am I crazy? Dean Jia suddenly grew worried. Is something big about to happen? Hyun looked back in confusion. He mentioned the Kim Hone Merchant Guild, then said what is more concerning is the Du family, Hyun asked. You know them well, he replied. I once sent people there to trade, but none returned. Hyun paused. None returned means what? Dean Jia's face turned serious. Every person I sent disappeared. There is something there that cannot be touched lightly. Hyun smiled and asked, so you plan to avoid them? He shook his head. I am old. Starting a war would only bring suffering to the younger generation. Dean Jia revealed an unreadable smile, but his gaze changed, his voice heavy with hatred. I still must claim the blood debt. He said in a low voice, if there is a chance to strike without restraint, whether Kim Hone or the Du family, I will wipe them out. Hyun looked at him wearily and said nothing. Hyun reminded him, rein in your killing intent. Somi is still sleeping. Dean Jia startled and looked at the little girl. Scene shifted back to the Tyne Sun demonic sect. Urgent footsteps mixed with heavy breathing echoed through the night. Jiang Sam T and his companions had escaped prison. The guards were chasing relentlessly. One man ordered, do not let them escape. Capture them at all costs. Jiang Sam T gasped and asked Ma Jiang Kang, if this continues, we will be caught. Why are they chasing so fiercely? He replied, no one has ever escaped the demonic sect prison. This is a major incident, so they will not let it go. He bit his lip. We are still not out of Tyne Sun. We must think of something. Suddenly Bang Gu coughed up blood again. He rasped, leave me behind. He asked, you are awake. Jiang Sam T supported him. Hold on. Once we reach my estate, we can save you. Bang Gu grasped his hand. If you meet the sect leader, tell him not to return to the demonic sect. He was startled. What do you mean not return? Bang Gu said sorrowfully, the loyal ones have all been killed. The demonic sect is now in the hands of Hak Fong then Ma. The pursuing footsteps drew ever closer in the darkness. Two did not dare look back, only ran forward desperately, breathing hard. Sweat streamed down Jiang Sam T's face. Pressed urgently, is it true? The demonic sect has been taken over by another. Mu Sung lowered his head to confirm. It sounds unbelievable, but it is the truth. He panted and said, quickly inform the sect leader. The demonic sect has rebelled internally. Sam T looked at the old man, suspicion flickering in his eyes before he sensed something amiss. Within those murky pupils reflected a chilling light that sent shivers down his spine. Hearing those words, he grew even more doubtful. Is this old man still lucid? Just how powerful is Hak Fong then Ma? Before that thought faded, Mu Dung rasped on. If you keep running northeast, you will never leave Tae Sun. Sam T halted and quickly asked, then what about you? Hu Sung gave a faint smile, like one who had already seen the end of his life. His voice trembled. Please take care of the sect leader in my stead. The wind howled fiercely, carrying the distant clash of weapons. Sam T gritted his teeth and cursed. How long do those lunatics intend to chase us? So heavily injured, Jiang Kang forced himself to stand, panting. I do not know. But are you all right? You have lost too much blood. He glanced at him and forced a smile. You are not in any better shape. Sam T's eyes blazed with determination. Damn it. I cannot die in this wasteland. The two looked at each other, their resolve mingling with their labored breaths. If we must die, then we fight first and die beside Somi. Fine. We gamble it all. An exquisite jar of wine shimmered under the sun. The clear amber liquid within making the air seem to still. Din Hat with dignified bearing slightly frowned. This is the wine you mentioned, brought from Ho Nam for Prince Vin then. The man opposite bowed respectfully. Yes, would you like to taste a little? He smiled calmly, yet his eyes gleamed with interest. I heard someone offered 2 taels of gold just to find a jar like this. I am fortunate indeed, very well. But who is the one beside you? The other hurriedly introduced. This is the master of the Kim Hone Merchant Guild, distributor of wine for the Ho Xian family. I am Kim Unhat. Jin Hat narrowed his eyes. So you are the one who brought this wine to the world. Unhat bowed. Yes, we are fortunate to have a Horsian descendant in our guild. If you require it, we can supply it at any time. Hat laughed loudly. Fine wine cannot be taken for free. Only when one pays for it does the flavor feel complete. Next time I will purchase it myself and savor it. The two happily bowed. We obey. Raised his cup and drank heartily. a gentle smile appearing on his noble face. They understood that Prince Vin was upright and held a special connection with the emperor, and they knew the chance for the wine to enter the palace had opened. Jinhat set down the cup, the golden hue at the bottom glinting, truly a wine worthy of gold. He turned to invite them. Do not stand on ceremony, raise your cups together. Good wine needs worthy companions. They thanked him in unison. At the same time, at the Dumont family, a thunderous shout rang out, failed. A hand slammed the table, making cups tremble. You say the plan failed. Subordinate bowed, yes. They have delivered Ho Xian wine into the residence, Du Quan roared. I ordered that it be stopped at all costs, even by using assassins. Subordinate swallowed and stammered about that. The old man's eyes turned bloodshot. I sent assassins, but all were slaughtered. The report came trembling. Spies also saw Nam Gung Sohee and Mujin forces appear. Du Quan slammed the table. Nam Gung Sohee and Mujin, why are those two involved? Guard continued. According to intelligence, they are in Ho Nam at Nhak Duong, a newly rising family there. The guard added, do you recall the rumor of masked elders calling themselves Quan Tu Kim and Ma Thin Quan? The old man nodded. It is said anyone who disturbs that area is punished by them. The guard wiped sweat. It is very likely that is where they reside, and Ho Nam Jian Jia is backing the Kim Hon Merchant Guild. Du Quan expression darkened. Where did these people come from to dare block my path? And what about the young lady of Ho Xian? The guard bowed. Her whereabouts are unclear, but she is likely at Ho Nam Jian Jia. Du Quan ground his teeth. Capture her for me. Pressure the Ho Nam merchant guilds. If necessary, eradicate the Kim Hon merchant guild. The guard replied, understood. And what of Ho Nam Jian Jia? Du Quan said coldly, contact Sat Kak. The operation must be discreet. Sat Kak is the #1 assassin organization in the Central Plains. With enough money, they would dare to assassinate even the emperor. His breathing grew heavy, his voice like death pronouncing sentence. Kill them all, leave none alive. The guard answered, though fear gripped his heart. Next day at a fortress stained with smoke and blood. Someone's hand was smeared red, with a thick substance like fresh blood. A figure drenched in blood stood after a brutal battle. Nam Gong Chun panted. Today they launched a surprise attack. He nodded. I heard Sat Kak gathers the most ruthless in the Central Plains. Interesting that they dare target this place. A guard said, perhaps the Dumont family stands behind it, though there is no proof. Nam Gong Chun looked at the scattered corpses. Proof is unnecessary. He clenched his fist and sneered. The righteous path remains the same. How dare they attack where Somi stays? The two looked at each other in fury. Their breaths quickened, eyes blazing. Power surged through their veins. They roared and charged forward, killing intent, erupting violently. That afternoon, heavy rain poured. A wounded old man leaned against a tree and gave a faint laugh. At last you have revealed yourself, the leader of the Andon of the demonic sect, Munju Hataka. When Andon was the sect leader pride, you owe your rise to him. I cannot accept your betrayal. Duhat Aka spoke in a low voice. In the demonic sect, only the strong survive. The old man frowned. No matter how you justify it, you cannot erase betraying the master you served all your life. Is that Hak Fong then Ma truly stronger than the sect leader? Duhat Aka replied. The current sect leader power far surpasses imagination, and his ruthlessness cannot compare with his predecessor. The old man laughed. The previous sect leader. Duhat Aka pressed. I ask one last time, where is the previous sect leader? The old man remained silent. Consciousness gradually faded. He remembered his last meeting with Duhak. Where are you going again, leaving me to guard the sect? Duhak laughed. I will return soon. I heard there is a strange estate in Nhak Duong, so I will take a look. Is it not the sect leader duty to seek hidden masters across the Central Plains? The old man tried to hold him back. At least tell me when you will return. Duhak replied, why worry? With you here I am at ease. Trust you, I entrust the demonic sect to you while I am away. The old man was stunned by those words. Then he could only sigh. Back to the present, he had nothing left to cling to. Then let it end, take my life. Duhat Aka frowned. What a pity to kill such talent. The sword swung and sliced across his neck. In an instant he collapsed. The crowd stirred. He has killed the chief envoy. Duhat Aka coldly gave the order. Pursue that man and the fugitives immediately. They surely know the whereabouts of the previous sect leader. Standing in the rain, Duhat Aka worried. Too much time has been wasted. Bangu delayed me. Imprisoning and torturing him from the start was a mistake. I should have persuaded him. His body was already weakened, so he died easily. Now we must capture those who escaped at all costs. That night, after a breathless chase, they finally kept their lives. Yang Kang pale-faced wondered what is truly happening. That man dealt with the pursuers even faster than I could. Could he be stronger than me? Suddenly he saw Sam T making a strange motion. What are you doing? I'm just searching for anything useful. You head east and keep running. He stared blankly. What about you? He replied. First we must split them up. I will run in the opposite direction to lure them away, then find a way back. You go on ahead and do not die. After saying that, he immediately dashed off, leaving Jiang Kang behind. Hey, you fool. Damn it, what on earth is he planning? At that moment, Zamti increased his speed even more. In his hand was a small tube, clearly a signal flare used to mark a target. He calculated that he would run as far from this cursed place as possible, then trigger the flare to mislead them. Afterward, use lightness skill to escape in an instant. Truly a genius plan. After running quite a distance, he finally stopped. This should be far enough. Suddenly a voice sounded behind him. Far enough for what? Standing before him was Duhat Aka. I sensed an unusual disturbance in the wind and followed it. As expected, there was someone suspicious. Froze and thought, he tracked me just by listening to the wind. This tracking ability is terrifying. Before drawing his blade, that man coldly said, "Give up. You are not my opponent." Sam stood stunned. What? Before he could react, a slash tore across his chest. His steps staggered, retreated several paces. His breathing grew labored. He muttered, "I nearly lost my life." He shouted angrily, "Who are you?" If I had been a heartbeat slower, my chest would have been split open. Duhat Aka showed a hint of surprise. How is that possible? I clearly struck him. Sam kept cursing. Even if you glare at me, it is useless. You are not my master, so I am not afraid. Duhat Aka laughed. Well said. You want to know who I am? Stood atop a small rock above him. In an instant, he vanished from that spot. Go ask in the underworld. As the words ended, he appeared right before Sam T. While he was off guard, thanks to quick reflexes, he narrowly dodged, escaping death by a hair. That man said coldly, "No matter how confident you are in your movement, it is useless." With that, he lunged again. Sword slashed diagonally toward his left side. Sam T twisted aside and realized that man was predicting his path. He immediately leaped backward. Duhat Aka blade followed at once. The edge grazed his shoulder and wounded him. Duhat Aka sneered at this speed, then continued pressing forward. His gaze icy. Even the strongest footwork is meaningless. He could not react in time. He was struck immediately. His body was blasted into a nearby rock. Blood poured from his mouth without end. Duhat Aka said irritably, "Get up. You still have to answer me. Who sent you to the demonic sect? Was it that master?" Saw Duhat involved as well. Why did you infiltrate the demonic sect? If you do not wish to speak, have no need to hear it. I only need to find that master and Duhat along with their people. Cut off all their heads and be done with it. Wait, a hazy memory flickered. Sam panted, his strength nearly spent. But remembering Somi waiting for him, he suddenly smiled. As Duhat Aka next strike descended, he mocked. "Giving up already? Then I will send you off." At that instant, he unleashed the move Duhat once taught him to counterattack. That man was startled. What is this? Heavenly demon returning heaven art. Zamti roared like a madman, gathering all his inner power and slamming it into that man's ribs, sending him flying far away. Amid thick clouds of dust, one figure remained standing. His lips trembled slightly. Then he burst into triumphant laughter. At his feet lay Duhat Aka collapsed. "I won, you bastard." The scene shifted back to the Dumon family. Someone reported in alarm. "What, Honam Jayan Jia is still unharmed?" "Yes, sir." The old man raged. After spending so much money, Sat Kak achieved nothing. Was the payment not enough? Speak clearly. The subordinate replied, "There is news that an inn in Truong Sa suspected to be a Sat Kak base has been burned down." That left him stunned. It happened a few days ago. Duhat said in a low voice, "If they keep coming like this, it is troublesome." Hong Chun said, "Perhaps someone has leaked our information." Duhat fell silent in thought. Then killing intent surged skyward. Best to wipe out their nest entirely. Following afternoon, in a room 3 people sat to discuss. Gong Chun spoke. "Who could have revealed our information?" Duhat replied, "Most likely a merchant leaked it inadvertently. As for other sources, Gumon and the beggar sect. The beggar sect belongs to the righteous path. If it was not someone within the martial alliance, it would be hard to obtain such news. But with enough money, things change. Who can resist the lure of silver and gold?" Du Hyun spoke. Gumon, the beggar sect, and Sat Kak. Duhat nodded. Sat Kak has a branch in Truong Sa. I once trained assassins there called the Silver Shadow Division. Therefore, I understand part of this organization inner workings. In any case, I never liked that man Sat Home. If I have the chance to wipe them out, I will not regret it. That, he let out a soft laugh filled with hidden meaning. Therefore, I must go there personally. There are still a few debts that need to be settled. Gao Chun also nodded in agreement. We should go to the beggar sect. If we send someone else, they may not return safely. Duhat showed a trace of worry. Will this be all right? If we touch the beggar sect, that old man certainly will not stand by. Chief of the beggar sect ranks among the 5 emperors, standing above countless factions. Everyone knows he will ruthlessly eliminate anyone who dares to offend the beggar sect. Hearing that, Gong Chun laughed. Rest assured, I will speak properly with him. Yu Hyun suddenly spoke up. Then only the Gumon remains. Lifted his head to look at the sky, lost in thought. The second execution hour had not yet passed. Everything had to end tonight, before Somi could awaken. That night the darkness slowly descended. Yellow lights gradually lit up along every street. Outside came the sound of drunken quarrels, one shouting for money, another flatly denying it. If you lost a bet, you should accept it instead of causing trouble. Brothels also began to open their doors. Young women stood outside, inviting passing customers. Amid that scene, steady footsteps echoed. The unhurried figure walking down the street drew every gaze. Who was that handsome man? Quite a few women secretly glanced at him with longing. At the Yuyang branch of Haangumon, An strode in boldly with a calm expression. It was a place crowded and noisy with people coming and going. When they saw his arrogant bearing, people whispered among themselves, "Who is that? Does he not know where he is?" Two thugs blocked Yu Hyun right in front. "Are you lost? This is not a place for someone like you." Yu Hyun calmly asked, "Why not?" Seeing that the stranger did not understand the rules, they immediately flaunted their authority to assert their territory. He gave a mocking laugh. "What in, master? You should be called the branch leader of Haangumon instead. Go inform him that a distinguished guest has arrived. Otherwise, do not blame me for being heavy-handed." His words made the subordinate furious as he shouted, "You arrogant fool." But before he could charge forward, the pressure from him forced the entire group to step back. Right after that, Yuhyun dashed straight upstairs, casually teaching those who wanted his life an unforgettable lesson. Upon reaching the second floor, two fierce men blocked the way and shouted, "Accept your death." Yu Hyun did not bother to waste time. He threw a single punch at each of them, knocking them down motionless. Stepping onto the third floor, this place was clearly different from those below. Just one clean kick. It was enough to send them sprawling on their backs, mouths twisted and unable to utter a word. Reaching the top floor, the remaining men could not escape his kicks either. They fell to their knees begging for mercy. Seeing their companions lying unconscious all over the floor, they grew even more terrified. He raised his head and looked up. Now that is more like it. The leader is up there. Ion immediately realized he is inside there. He boldly stepped forward and kicked the door open. A barrage of gleaming hidden weapons shot straight toward him. They were so fast they were hard to see, yet Yuhyun stood still amid the storm of projectiles like a statue. He lowered his gaze, staring straight ahead with icy sharpness. The old man collapsed, trembling amid the throwing knives that Yu Hyun had deflected back. "If you want to live, then behave." The Yuyang branch of Haangumon, the branch leader John Jean broke out in sweat. "Quickly tell me the location of your sect master." The scene shifted to a mountain peak shrouded in clouds. Inside the mountain was the main headquarters of Haangumon. A white-haired old man sat among memorial tablets, so still that the air itself seemed frozen. Gyumua closed his eyes in meditation, then slowly opened them amid the faint smoke. Sensing movement behind him, he spoke, "Who are you?" In the blink of an eye, a figure had appeared behind him. "You are Gyumua, the sect master of Haangumon, are you not?" As soon as he turned around, he saw Yuhyun foot crashing toward him. "What business do you have with me?" The direct kick sent Gyumua flying far away, completely unable to react. His foot slowly lowered, his gaze calm. "You have managed the underworld for so long you must be tired. Let me help you rest." Blood flowed from his nose. He roared in anger, "Who are you? With just one move I have lost all my strength." Yu Hyun eyes flashed, his fist tightened, aiming straight at the deceitful man. The force of the punch whistled through the air, shooting straight toward Gyumua. In that instant, the space seemed to freeze. Only trembling pleas echoed in the cold room. "Spare my life." Seeing Gyumua clutch his leg and beg, Ion said coldly, "A man who calls himself a martial artist yet begs to live." He hurriedly explained that he only traded information and was no expert. He slowly sat down, looking at the opponent trembling violently. Yuhyun lightly patted his cheek. "First, never touch information about Ho Nam Giant again." Gyumua nodded frantically. He gripped his chin, his eyes still icy. "Second." Yuhyun's voice rang out cold as ice. "I want to know about the red-haired man and those connected to Hoo Riang." Just released, he panted and said, "About the red hair I do not know. As for Vhoo Riang, the information is very expensive, but..." A sharp glance cut off his words. "Is your life worth less than that price?" Gyumua stiffened, despair filling his heart. This time it is over. The scene returned to a deserted street. In the dark alley, only the sound of wind howled. Two bodies lay sprawled on the cold ground, hands still gripping their staffs tightly. He stood opposite, drawing his sword from its sheath. "Do you know where this is that you dare to act wildly?" "I know this is the beggar sect." The old man glared angrily. But now the beggar sect has only its name left when the branch leader is merely a third-ranked disciple. Wang Du lowered his stance, preparing to charge. "You dare to insult the beggar sect." Before he could rush forward, he halted abruptly. The space before him was empty. Gong Chun's shadow had vanished. Suddenly, a hand like lightning swept across his throat. The hand tightened and lifted Wang Du off the ground. Beneath the mask, only cold eyes remained. "You are fortunate I arrived in time. If someone else had acted, it would not have been so gentle. I warn you, if you dare to sell information about Ho Nam Giant again, do not expect peace." Wang Du, being strangled, could only let out a hoarse, weak sound. Hearing that, the old man was doubtful. "Just because of that, you would destroy the entire beggar sect branch." The scene shifted to another quiet tavern. Red lanterns on the roof swayed. From the darkness, a person stepped out, pushing the door open with a creak. The waiter bowed warmly, smiling brightly to welcome the guest. But before he could finish speaking, a cold glint swept across his throat. Doha tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his icy gaze fixed on the corpse at his feet. If the Slaughter Emperor appeared here, it might at least be a little interesting. Suddenly, countless sword tips pointed straight at him. But looking at the likes of you today will likely be unbearably dull. A group in black rushed out from all directions, completely surrounding Doha. Leader glared and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Since you have come here on your own, I will send you off gently." Doha merely curled his lips calmly. Such a boring reaction. If not for personal matters, I would not have chosen this place. Thinking about it now, it is hardly worth my coming in person. His fingers moved slightly before clenching tight. But since the chance is here, I might as well uproot every threat. Doha suddenly broke through the encirclement, flinging the men in black flying in all directions. The Yu-Yang branch of Sat Kak dares to barge into private homes without cause. From today, its name will be erased from the Central Plains. Muon and Gyuan glared in anger and shock. Sat Kak wiped out. Do you expect me to believe that, at this point, you still dare to toy with me? Subordinate trembled as he reported, "It is the truth. The base at the Jiang Sa Inn has been flattened. Not a trace of anyone remains." He hesitated before continuing. Both the beggar sect and Harangu Mon have refused to sell information about Ho Nam Jian Jia. The wandering blades have also fallen silent. After hearing that, the veins at his temples throbbed violently. Fury within Muon and Gyuan flared. Who paid them? Was it not Ho Nam Jian Jia? They dare betray me. Even the greedy Harangu Mon has turned against me. He pointed at his subordinate and shouted, "This change is too abnormal. I do not feel at ease. Go investigate at once and find a way to approach the Kim Hone merchant group." The man bowed and answered yes. Watching his figure fade away, Muon and Gyuan folded his arms and thought, those people have outlived their usefulness. Better to deal with them soon. He glanced toward the door and called out, "What do you think?" Vague shadow beneath the lamplight replied, "Are you asking me?" Muon and Gyuan grew impatient. "Who else would I be asking?" The other man snorted coldly. "I have never deeply involved myself in your affairs." He frowned and retorted, "I have funded you. The least you can do is help me." The voice remained indifferent. "Everything is still proceeding." Muon and Gyuan sighed. "It seems you will have to act personally." He lowered his head in calculation. "Whoever dares touch us must have no brains. If he were sensible, he would not choose to oppose me. Once I catch him, I will crush all 4 of his limbs." The scene shifted to the tavern of Horsian the Jia. Ha warmly welcomed the guest. "I did not expect the spear master to visit personally." Trung Hone coughed lightly. "It has been a long time. I am the spear master of the Ho Nam merchant group." Trung Hone. Ha poured wine in welcome. 20 years already. Trung Hone raised his cup. "Back then you sought me for work. Time truly flies." Seeing On Ha remain respectful, the man acted superior. "If I had not helped you that year, you would not be where you are today." He smiled outwardly and replied he would not dare forget. Yet in his heart, he clearly remembered how his family had been treated like beasts. Trung Hone praised him. "Now you have built a decent merchant group." On Ha modestly replied, "It is still not a fraction of Merchant Lord Mark." The man grew more smug, of course. "How could you compare to me? I hear you sell wine from Horsian the Jia." On Ha politely confirmed, "Yes, that is correct. Wine of Horsian the Jia is indeed not bad." Trung Hone laughed loudly, "But compared to the wine of Du Mon the Jia, it is far inferior." On Ha merely pressed his lips and listened. He replied, "Not necessarily. Recently our wine has been selling at a very good price." The man scowled. "You dare argue with me?" On Ha remained calm. "I would not dare. I simply trust the goods I sell." Trung Hone eyes darkened. On Ha did not avoid that gaze. Trung Hone curled his lips. "Since you are so confident, then hand all that wine over to me." The proposal left On Ha stunned. The man brought up old favors again. "You owe me one. Consider it repayment. Hand over Horsian the Jia to me as well." With that, he threw a pouch of money onto the table. A gold ingot rolled out and stopped before him. On Ha opened the pouch to look. 50 taels of gold. He picked up the gold and placed it back into the pouch before replying, "This is not enough. Besides, I am not the owner, so I cannot decide." Trung Hone's face darkened. "You named the merchant group after yourself and say you are not the owner. Are you mocking me?" Ha remained composed. "Threatening me is useless. I can take care of my own life. Perhaps you should worry about yourself first." As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps sounded outside the door. A person stepped in and said, "It is quite noisy here." Hian appeared before the 2 of them. Seeing him, On Ha happily introduced him as the merchant lord of the Ho Nam merchant group. Trung Hone quickly coughed to regain his authority. Hian responded calmly, "I see." Trung Hone recognized him as the head of Ho Nam Jian Jia. Hian ignored the man and turned to ask On Ha what they were discussing. He recounted the matter of buying wine. He asked the price. On Ha answered honestly, 50 taels of gold. After hearing that, the corner of Hian's mouth curved slightly. He turned to Trung Hone. "I also have a proposal." Trung Hone narrowed his eyes. "Speak. Business requires negotiation." Hyun said no more and flicked out a coin. He said he would exchange the entire Ho Nam merchant group for this one tael of silver. Trung Hon stared at the coin in seething anger. His face flushed red with fury. Hyun coldly added, "And your life as well, though it is hardly worth much." Trung Hon slammed his hand onto the table. He sprang to his feet and cursed, "Lunatic." Hyun remained indifferent. It would be best to accept. Next time there will be no chance. Trung Hon roared, "Do you want to die? Do you know who I am?" He ordered his subordinates, "Teach him a lesson." Several dark figures immediately rushed out. Rapid footsteps echoed as he was quickly surrounded. Hyun merely glanced around with boredom. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out. Trung Hon stood stunned with eyes wide. Swords in his subordinates' hands shattered into pieces. They stared blankly at the blades, now reduced to half lengths. Only then did Hyun slowly open his mouth. He clasped his hands behind his back and sneered. "This lot is not even worth a tael of silver." He asked if they still wished to try. Trung Hon broke out in a cold sweat. In the end, they retreated in humiliation. "I will remember today's disgrace." They spurred their horses toward the forest. A subordinate whispered, "That man is an expert. Ho Nam Jian Jia cannot be underestimated." Trung Hon shouted back, "Did you not see the order from Dumon the Jia? We must eliminate the Kim Hon merchant group. Whether we want to or not, we must confront them." The subordinate still looked uneasy. "Perhaps Dumon the Jia intends to turn against us." He asserted firmly, "It is impossible. We have traded for years with vast sums involved. They act for mutual benefit." The subordinate asked who is doing business with the Kim Hon merchant group. Trung Hon immediately laid out a scheme. "Wealthy households in Yuyang all drink wine from Horzi and the Jia. Suppress them. Anyone who continues dealings with Kim Hon will go bankrupt. Let us see how long that small merchant group can endure." The subordinates answered in unison, "Yes." The scene shifted to a lush green mountain. Inside the forest, the trees grew dense and thick. Nearby, a stream babbled as it flowed. Above, a waterfall roared down. Hak Dinjia complained he did not understand what they were doing. Gong Chun replied leisurely that they were merely passing time. Yet both their fish baskets remained empty. Suddenly, a fish leapt past before their eyes. Hoa Somi was intently fishing one fish after another beneath the stream. Each fish was dropped into the basket that was already brimming full. Seeing that sight, both their faces darkened at once. He frowned and scolded, "You speak of passing time, yet sit idle like this, truly meaningless." Suddenly from afar, Anha came running in a panic to report, "Something major has happened." Immediately Gong Chun and Hak Din Jia turned to look at him in unison. Anha panted as he reported the warehouse was broken into. The money, silk, and even the newly brewed wine were all swept clean. A subordinate bowed his head and trembled as he reported, "Lord Hong personally investigated, but no clues were left behind." Hong Nguyen spoke calmly, yet his words weighed heavily on the air. "Is that so?" He stood silent, observing the subordinate kneeling and trembling in fear. The man stammered, "Please grant me death." Yu Hyun spoke softly yet coldly, "Raise your head. Where is the remaining money?" He trembled so badly he could barely speak. "There is not a single coin left." Beside him, he and Gong Chun burst into laughter. "So we are truly left empty-handed." He stepped forward and placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "Everyone has faced failure. I too grew from stumbling." Yu Hyun smiled calmly, "But this matter cannot be ignored." The man secretly rejoiced, thinking he had escaped punishment in that case. His face suddenly turned stern, cold enough to inspire fear. He decisively ordered, "Call Mujin and Sohee here at once." Sohee stepped closer, her hair lightly fluttering. "What is going on?" Seeing him turn his back without answering, she frowned in displeasure. "Hey, I am asking you, where exactly are we going?" Seeing him continue walking in silence, she raised her voice, "Are you not going to tell me?" Sohee looked at his expressionless face, saying there is something yet walking on without explanation. A thought flashed through her mind, and her cheeks flushed red. Perhaps he simply wants to take a walk with me. He suddenly said, "The Kim Hon merchant group has just been robbed. The wine cellar and silk were swept clean." Sohee widened her eyes in shock. How could so much be lost? Yu Hyun paid no heed to her reaction and said coldly, "Therefore we must retrieve it." He halted, so he pressed on, "Are we finding the thief or the goods?" He stopped before a small room. She looked around the deserted alley. "How can we search in a place like this?" He replied that since the opponent is no petty thief, we cannot use ordinary methods. They stepped into the dilapidated house. She asked how he was so certain. Hyun glanced around. An ordinary thief could not move all that cargo in a single night. Though he still doubted, ahead is merely a gambling den of petty criminals. Do you think they would dare something so bold? He curled his lips faintly, who knows? Yu Hyun placed his hand on the door. "First, let us go in and see." Inside, a group was already waiting. She caught a pungent smell and covered her nose. "This place is truly unpleasant." From behind came a voice, "We have been waiting for you for a long time." A waiter bowed and invited, "Please follow me inside." Door closed tightly. Plates of pastries were already set on the table. So how is the information? Gyumua sat opposite with a gloomy expression. The room fell silent. So he sat in a corner muttering, unable to understand what was happening. He listened nervously as Gyumua reported. We used all our strength, but the other side erased every trace. He folded his arms calmly. Even Harangumon is helpless. Interesting. So he wondered about Harangumon. Gyumua forced a smile and said the matter exceeds our ability and time is short. He pondered before adding, we also investigated the Ho Nam merchant group, but Hyun frowned and asked, what was the result? Gyumua said someone saw them seeking trading partners, yet it was kept secret so we could not probe further. He snorted softly. Could there be something shady? Gyumua nodded in confirmation. Hyun asked if there was anything else. He replied there is no clear evidence yet, if given more time. Tossed out a pouch of money. No need, that is enough. Gyumua's eyes lit up at the sight of the pouch. Just follow the route and departure time of Ho Nam and report back to me. That will suffice. The three stood. Gyumua bowed, saying he would contact soon. Yu Hyun nodded in agreement. So he curiously asked who young Master Giant is. Is this sum not too large for such information? He looked down and replied vaguely, do not worry. Suddenly he grasped her hand and pulled her away as swift as the wind. So he was dragged outside in confusion. Let us go. Her cheeks burned red, her eyes flustered. The room behind sank into dim light. Gyumua watched the two leave and smiled. Fortunately, I remained clear-headed. I almost thought they would not pay. He slowly opened the silver pouch. This is quite a sum. Pouring it out, he saw a stone mixed inside. Froze, his eyes empty. In an instant, his face changed with fury. A scream rang out. Sound echoed through the room, utterly insane. The sky gradually darkened as night fell over the street. Gaze drifted down to the hand, tightly holding hers. So he was flustered. It is the first time I have held a man's hand like this. Her cheeks flushed, her heart raced, but she glanced at him and saw his calm expression. Then he asked if there was any news about Dumont. Seeing him calmly discuss business, she felt slightly annoyed. Perhaps from the start he did not need her to come along. Then why keep pulling her? Van stood straight and reported. The steward of Dumont once secretly visited the Ho Nam merchant group. Yu Hyun narrowed his eyes. Did that happen before Trung Hon came to find me? He nodded in confirmation. This proves the two sides are connected, and added that Dumont has taken no further action, while Ho Nam let their merchant lord appear personally. Perhaps Dumont provided the funds to instigate this incident. He looked straight at him and said, Ho Nam is preparing a major trade expedition. Hyun frowned and asked, a major expedition, and asserted they are preparing so thoroughly to safely dispose of the stolen goods. He laughed coldly, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Yu Hyun smiled innocently and said, they stole from me so I will rob it back. So he stood outside listening in shock. What? Even Ban widened his eyes in astonishment. 3 days later in a forest near Triwangsa, amid the howling wind, someone asked, have they truly arrived? Ion covered his face with a cloth and nodded, yes, so he looked ahead tensely. Can the three of us handle it? Had a large convoy advanced with imposing scale. He asked back, do you not trust me? She snorted softly and replied, not that, only that we should act at once. He shook his head, wait, I sense something unusual. So he was surprised. Why is that? It seems someone else has arrived before us. Convoy continued forward in silence, unaware that someone was trailing behind. The other group observed quietly, ready to respond if anything happened. It was the first time they had seen such a large merchant group. The escort alone numbered more than 50 men. The scar-faced man narrowed his eyes warily. From time to time, there are fools who do not know their own status. A convoy this large is enough to blind ordinary men with greed. His gaze suddenly halted, as if he had noticed something unusual. An obstacle appeared before him. The road ahead was completely blocked. A massive tree trunk lay across the path. How could there be a tree blocking the road like this? In the shadows, men in black suddenly rushed out like a whirlwind. The entire convoy was forced to stop. The ground trembled, sand and stones scattering everywhere. The scar-faced man's subordinates were thrown to the ground. Carriages overturned amid the chaos. Bent respectfully, his voice full of remorse, forgive me, steward. The person inside the carriage remained silent. He continued, it was my negligence that lost all the goods. I will immediately pursue them. The scar-faced man hesitated slightly, but kept his head bowed. Carriage window opened slightly. The person inside said calmly, it is fine. He exclaimed in shock, what? It turned out Gong Ruk was inside. The old man smiled faintly. I said it is fine. Gong Ruk looked at him reassuringly. Everything follows the plan of the Ho Nam merchant group. Elsewhere, the bandits laughed in delight. We finally succeeded. The leader Wayang Chun raised his head proudly. The merchants of Ho Nam are too easy to swallow. He placed his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. We are rich now. His two underlings chimed in. With this wealth, 3 generations can live in comfort. As they rejoiced, a shout rang out from behind, "Capture all the bandits." Within the carriages, officers rushed out and surrounded them. Yang Chun froze. Why are there officers inside the cargo carriages? A voice shouted, "Those who resist will be killed without mercy." Before long, all sounds faded, leaving only silence. On a high cliff, 3 people secretly observed the prisoners being escorted away. So he let out a soft breath of relief. Fortunately, we arrived late. We watched the officers drag the bandits away. If we had rushed in hastily, we might have fallen into the trap. The person beside her spoke in a low voice. This must have been a trap set to wait for us. Yu Hyun nodded slightly, his gaze darkening. That is right. Wind lifted her hair. Fortunately, the young master realized there were people in the carriage and not goods. If we had touched that carriage, the identities of all 3 of us would have been wanted everywhere. So he frowned coldly. They are truly sinister, using the authorities as a shield. Replied in a low voice, "I underestimated them." Seeing Yu Hyun turn away, she hurriedly asked, "Are you leaving?" He nodded in confirmation. I unclasped his hands behind his back and walked leisurely. We stop here today. Meanwhile, at the Ho Nam merchant group, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. An angry shout rang out. They were merely bandits. Subordinate timidly replied, "Yes." Gong Jiup gritted his teeth. I thought Ho Nam Jian Jia had interfered. It seems I miscalculated. The eyes reddened. Could someone have intervened outside the plan? This time Ho Nam Jian Jia escaped by luck. His fingers tapped on the table. What should be done now? In the distance, the sunset gradually faded. Hak Din Jia clutched his stomach and laughed loudly. So in the end, we gained nothing. Water splashed onto his face. Acting smart all day, this time you were fooled badly. The 2 behind broke into sweat. With such strength and still demanding perfection, Yu Hyun shouted, "Shut up." Hak Din Jia continued laughing and draped an arm over his shoulder. A person must have flaws to seem human. Yu Hyun shot him a cold glance, "Like your foolish head." He laughed and nodded yes. Suddenly realizing he had called himself foolish, Hak Din Jia froze. The 2 lunged at each other and began to brawl until Gong Chun appeared to stop them. Seeing them still grabbing each other's hair, Gong Chun sighed. That man is truly not simple. He sat down and joked. Perhaps he rivals Gan-un. Hyun frowned. To that extent, Gong Chun laughed. He has already outwitted you. Hearing that, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Recalled the old man who once hunched over holding a wine jar. Was that not Gan-un? Yu Hyun pondered and then ordered, "Summon him here." Gong Chun shook his head in objection. "Gan-un, I would rather choose Banggu. If I summon him, he will come immediately." He snorted coldly. Before he finished, the 2 argued again. "We need someone who keeps his word like Gan-un." Hak Din Jia shouted, "Are you saying my Banggu is not trustworthy?" Gong Chun shouted loudly, "Just call him here. Without him, the demonic sect will fall apart. Do you want that?" Hearing that, Hak Din Jia fell silent. The eyes gradually dimmed with dejection. In the past, the orthodox factions centered on the martial alliance. But when the 9 sects weakened, the 8 great families withdrew. That was the origin of the Heavenly Tao Society. For many years only, the martial alliance was regarded as righteous. But since the Heavenly Tao Society appeared, the situation changed. The martial world began to raise new questions. The Heavenly Tao Society is led by Du Ung, head of the Habak Bang Jia. Some mocked that he could not gather the full strength of the 8 great families. The first trial Du Ung must overcome is a portrait of Gan-un was unfurled under the light. He is the strategist of Yigan the Jia whom the Heavenly Tao Society seeks to recruit. Du Ung pondered, to strengthen our position, we must have the power of Yigan the Jia. Too much time has passed. A thought echoed in his mind. If Gan-un agrees to come, it would be good. If not, then there is nothing we can do. The room was so silent that breathing could be heard clearly. The elders stood with arms folded, watching intently. Wang gritted his teeth. Dung A was compared to the Sword Emperor since childhood. Now he wields great influence in the society. He took a deep breath to steady himself. For now he still follows my orders, but that arrogant attitude affects others. He glanced behind him. Alone I cannot resolve this. Gan-un, where are you? Sunlight poured down. What exactly is he doing and where? The scene shifted to a roaring white waterfall. Xian sat in a corner and sighed heavily. She looked at him sleeping soundly and complained, "I am about to go mad. Just to avoid the martial alliance and the Heavenly Tao Society, we must live in hiding like beggars." He glanced at him. "Someone as clever as you has now become so wretched." Suddenly laughter rang out. "I finally found you, Xian." Startled awake, who is there? Xian panicked because she had not sensed the approach of the newcomer, clearly an expert. Seeing the familiar face, Xian called out, "Gaojin." The old man laughed. "You know why I have come." He gripped the hilt of his sword. "You escaped the pursuit of the martial alliance, but this day has come." Gaojin's eyes flashed as he prepared to strike. No need for further words. Xian merely let out a cold snort at that action. The scene shifted to the residence of Ho Nam Giant Jia. He stood above with arms folded, his voice full of reproach. Too slow, even the sword flow is too weak. Under the blazing sun, sweat soaked her back, yet each strike of her sword remained decisive and resolute. So he gazed, did not waver in the slightest. Yu Hian observed closely with cold eyes. The boundless sky sword is fundamentally built upon sword flow as its core. In truth, this sword art suits women more. Therefore, draw out your full potential. So he bent over, breathing hard, her shoulders trembling. The boundless sky sword suits women more. He wiped away sweat, her face flushed red. I have never heard that before. Gong Chun stood silently in thought. It seems the master has seen something special. He explained slowly. Within reality lies illusion. Within illusion lies flow. That is the essence of the boundless sky sword, also known as the illusory sky bird sword. One of the 3,000, the true inherited art of Nam Du Rian. The two of them were stunned upon hearing this. Gong Chun could not help stepping forward. Wait, what did you just say? Yu Hian lowered his gaze and replied calmly. I said it is the illusory sky bird sword. Gong Chun shook his head. No, I meant the latter part. He immediately answered, Du Rian. Gong Chun was taken aback. How do you know that name? His eyes widened in shock. Could it be that the boundless sky sword is truly related to the ancestor of our Nam Kung the Jia? Yu Hian merely nodded indifferently. Yes, it is Du Rian. The two of them stood with mouths agape in astonishment. Seeing their reaction, Yu Hian frowned. Why such a response? He asked directly, did you not know? Gong Chun stepped forward and patted his shoulder. How could we possibly know? He lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. I only heard that the founder of Nam Kung the Jia was a woman, but lacking information, I did not pursue it. I never expected she was one of the 3 martial gods, renowned 1,000 years ago. In Gong Chun's mind appeared the image of the female swordmaster, one of the 3,000, Du Rian. While deep in thought, a desperate cry for help suddenly rang out. A pair of bare bloodied feet stumbled forward. Please. Her body covered in wounds. Xian ran while crying, please save my father. Ion raised a brow and glanced over. A beggar, but so he immediately recognized her. Wait, that person is. So he eyes widened, her entire body stiffening as she saw clearly. When Xian stood before her, she was certain Xian. He quickly caught Xian before she collapsed. What has happened? Xian was shocked to see Sohee, but now was not the time for that. Yu Hian calmly asked, what happened? The mention of her father, tears streamed down Xian's face. My father will not survive, please save him. Gong Chun's eyes widened in disbelief, so he gripped Xian's shoulders tightly. Explain clearly, where is your father? Xian trembled weakly and pointed to the south, near Dong Din Lake. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Hian had already vanished like the wind. Xian choked with sobs. Father, what should I do? He clutched her chest and wept. Ilna, do not be afraid, it will be all right. So he opened her arms and held her gently, her voice soft as she soothed her that Zaza had already left and would surely be safe. Xian tightened her arms around Sohee, feeling the warmth spread like a silent shelter. But then she suddenly realized something was wrong. Why was Sohee here? Xian suddenly recalled the fleeting figure from earlier. The old man's back as he rushed forward looked exactly like the Sword Emperor, but had he not died long ago? A torrent of questions surged through her mind. How could someone long dead return to save her father? On the other side, blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground a horrifying dark red. 2 men stood facing each other, sword tips aimed straight at their opponent. Subordinates from both sides surrounded them, turning the battlefield into even greater chaos. The old man burst into loud laughter, his body shaking with each peal. I heard the Yigan family was the weakest among the 4 great families. It seems the rumors are not true at all. That man's gaze swept over his wound-covered body, yet he was still alive. Gaojin twirled his gleaming blade and said coldly that your miserable chase ends here. The old man pointed his sword forward, poised to strike. Now obediently offer up your head and accept death. Seeing Yigan gasping weakly, Gaojin snorted coldly, you have no way out. The old man raised his sword high and shouted with killing intent, die. Gaojin's sharp blade struck, blood gushed everywhere, and Dagon cried out in pain. Suddenly both of them burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the air. The old man curled his lips in disdain, his eyes sharp as blades. Even though you were once the chief envoy of the Martial Alliance, your reactions are still swift. I intended to tear you apart at once, yet you still avoided the fatal strike. He gritted his teeth against the pain. It has been a long time. Has your sword grown dull as well? Gaojin's eyes glinted with contempt. You are about to die and your tongue is still slick, brat. Dagon trembled and could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground in agony. The old man laughed viciously, his gaze calculating. In this state, he would not live much longer. Gaojin carefully observed his expression, seeing the light gradually fade from his eyes. Subordinate broke the silence. Leader, please rest. if you make your move. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. With a single slash, he could neatly take his head. The old man did not want Dagon to die too easily. We are not in a hurry. We must let him taste enough pain before finishing him. Subordinate slowly stepped forward. Ilna has already escaped. If so, then that is good. The blade came down so swiftly that the opponent had no time to dodge. Gong Chun let out a roar that shook the very air. That shout made the old man's subordinates tremble in fright. Dagon froze upon hearing that familiar voice, this sound. His eyes lit up as if he had seen a deity, alliance leader. The forest, faint light filtered through the bamboo canopy. No martial artist could fail to recognize that face and that head of white hair, long robe, and the familiar hand gripping the sword. A single glance was enough to make one feel an oppressive pressure that stole the breath away. Slumped on the ground, Dagon stared without blinking at Gong Chun. His face was covered in blood, wounds crisscrossing his body, his mouth hung open in shock. Why was the alliance leader here? Gong Chun stood motionless, his stillness tightening the atmosphere like a drawn bowstring. Gong Chun's eyes darkened as he stared forward with authority. Feeling the pressure from that gaze, the group unconsciously stepped back. The old man panicked, sweat soaking his back. If the man before him truly was the Sword Emperor, he had to retreat immediately. Cross swords with the Sword Emperor was no different from seeking death. Go-Jin slowly spoke, his deep voice resonant with power. Go-Jin. His eyes pierced through the old man. Is that your name? Meeting Gong Chun's blazing red eyes, Go-Jin trembled, his heart pounding wildly. The old man gritted his teeth, muscles tensing as he tried to suppress his fear. Encountering the Sword Emperor here, was it fortune or disaster? He narrowed his eyes slightly and stared coldly. Perhaps your fate has come to an end. As soon as Gong Chun finished speaking, the crowd was stunned. You do not intend to spare him, that is right. How could you let him off so easily? Then at least allow me to keep one arm. His profound gaze made the air grow thick. The arm is unnecessary. Leaving the head behind is enough. One man grimaced in horror after hearing that. Without a head, how would he leave? He had not finished speaking before his eyes bulged wide. A flash of steel, his head separated from his neck, blood spraying everywhere. Gong Chun's hand moved fluidly as he swung his sword, the blade tearing through the air. One precise strike, a body split cleanly in two. The two men beside him met the same fate. Blade swept past, and they fell one after another. Dagon stared blankly at the scene before him. In that moment, I thought I had already died and was merely seeing an illusion. He looked at Gong Chun's stern face, but fleeting smile on Xian's lips could not be mistaken. That was undoubtedly the real Sword Emperor. 10 days later, Xian opened her eyes wide, her body stiff and her mouth agape in shock. So he approached and saw her sitting motionless on the chair, softly calling Xian. Receiving no answer, so he bent down and asked, "How are you feeling today?" Suddenly Xian replied in a flat mechanical voice, "I am fine." Yet no one could understand the turmoil within her heart. 10 days had passed, and the incident of her father nearly losing his life now felt like a distant dream. Xian suddenly frowned, anger flaring up, but the walnut in her hand was crushed to pieces, making Sohi's eyes widen. "While my father and I were fleeing in misery, you all were." Xian forced a smile and asked, "So the last time we brought wine here, you were already present?" Sohi nodded repeatedly, "Yes, that is right." Hearing the firm reply, Xian ground her teeth. "And yet we struggled to find Zazako, trying to gather news about you." Xian lifted her head and shouted at Sohi. "And you ignored us?" Sohi looked confused. Ignored. Each word slipped through clenched teeth. "You damned woman." After speaking, she turned and left without sparing Sohi another glance. Sohi stared blankly at her departing back before collapsing to her knees. The wind blew through her hair as Sohi stammered in confusion. What did she just call me? The scene shifted to another manner. Inside a dimly lit room, he folded his arms and looked at the man opposite him, asking, "Are you feeling better?" It was Xian. He sat on the bed and tried to move. "Though I have not fully recovered, thanks to your spiritual medicine, I have passed through the gates of death. Many thanks to you." Xian looked toward Gong Chun. "I also thank you, Alliance Leader." He laughed and waved his hand. "I am no longer the Alliance Leader. Do not call me that." Xian lowered her head and closed her eyes, a tear falling. Being alive is truly fortunate. Seeing this, Gong Chun stepped forward and patted his shoulder in comfort. "You are still alive. That is good enough." During the two converse, Xian asked doubtfully, "White-faced sword, so you are the Alliance Leader." He frowned. "What do you mean?" "Many people still call you that." The silver-haired elder wearing a white mask, with only one arm left. Xian stepped one pace closer, looking at the man standing with arms folded and head held high. "White-faced one, you are the cult leader of the demonic cult." The room fell silent. He spoke, "The two of you appearing together here, if this news spreads, I fear the world will be shaken." Everyone's expressions darkened. Xian thought to himself, the two supreme masters of righteousness and demonic paths under one roof, and this place remains peaceful. Could it be because of that other person's strength? Dagon leaned on his cane, his body slightly unsteady. He walked to stand before him and extended his hand. "Gong Chun, though my strength is meager, I still hope to contribute a little of my power to you. Please accept me. He stood restlessly, his eyes fixed on him with anticipation. Do I have a chance to be accepted under your command? Hian half closed his eyes and replied leisurely that no one in the clan was cunning enough to devise strategies. If someone could take on that role, then it would be a good thing. He left his sentence unfinished, leaving Gon unable to hide his astonishment, but Gon slowly opened his eyes and spread his arms indifferently. Before entering the clan, you must prove your ability. Hearing that, he wondered whether this was agreement or refusal. This man's aura was too terrifying, the pressure so heavy it was hard to breathe. Sweat beaded on Gon's forehead, tension clearly etched across his face. After several beats of silence, he sighed and raised his hand. Then the great hero should also display his strength. Let me see whether you are qualified to accept me. Hian narrowed his eyes in thought. Indeed, someone who knew how to use his brain and even bargain. But if his vision only reached that far, then there was no need to continue. Fell silent at those words, the atmosphere suddenly tightening. The black-faced one behind them spoke up to break the suffocating air. As expected, he has always been that kind of person. Watching the door close, Gon stood dazed, his earlier resolve shattered by a single sentence. Outside, he clasped his hands behind his back and curled his lips slightly. How interesting. Just as he was about to leave, Hian's gaze flicked to the side. Girl sat curled up, hugging her knees, her small body trembling faintly. He stepped closer and asked, startling Sohee into looking up, "What are you doing?" He looked at Hian awkwardly and replied in a low voice, "I am only trying to calm my chaotic mind." Frowned and answered coldly, "I do not understand what you are saying." So he stood up and brushed the dust from her clothes. "I do not quite understand it myself." Hian remained indifferent, his eyes emotionless. "If you have something to say, then say it directly." A guilty feeling rose within her, and she quickly shook her head. "It is nothing. Chance comes and you do not seize it." He turned and walked away. "If there is nothing else, I will leave." Seeing him go, Sohee hurriedly called out, "Young Master Jiang." Her voice rang out as he stopped. "You know it, do you not? The supreme divine technique of one of the 3,000 Jurian." Hian glanced at her indifferently, "And if I do?" Her eyes reddened with pleading, "Please teach me. Is it called Heavenly Illusion Sword of the Firmament? Please pass it on to me." He looked at her in puzzlement. The Namkung ultimate art is by no means inferior. She stood firm and said, "I want to become stronger. If you know it, then please guide me." Hian leisurely stroked his chin, interest flashing in his eyes. "Why do you think I know it?" So he let out a soft sigh. The air falling silent, "Now I can be certain." She declared resolutely, "You are the martial god. You are that person." He stood still without answering, his gaze as if piercing through her thoughts. Silence grew unbearably awkward. Between them, there was only the sound of wind passing through the empty space. She looked at Hian with confusion and unease. So he frowned inwardly. Why did it suddenly become so quiet? He stared at her without blinking even for a moment. Cold sweat ran down Sohee's spine. It was the first time she had seen young Master Jiang so flustered. Could this be a secret? After a long while, Hian finally spoke. "I do not understand what you are saying." She forced a smile, the corner of her lips twitching. "I was only joking." He walked ahead, Sohee silently following as she heard him say, "I once accidentally learned of you Hian's martial art, but I am not certain I grasp it entirely." He replied, "That is enough. Please teach me." He pondered and then said, "It is not difficult. Come to the clearing from before tomorrow morning." Hearing him agree, Sohee's eyes lit up yes. After speaking, she turned and left, her steps filled with excitement. He watched her in confusion. What is there to be so happy about? Yet in his heart, Hian had already guessed somewhat. Has she vaguely realized it? How did she know? In truth, I never tried to hide it, but if I spoke honestly, no one would believe. 1,000 years of time flow on. How could a human resist it? His mind appeared the figure of the red-haired man. Though proficient in dark arts, he could not escape time, only changing bodies to prolong his life. Recalling Sohee's resolute gaze, he once thought no one would notice, yet her look just now had been full of certainty. Hian sighed and looked up at the sky. "Is this your doing again?" In the remote forest stood 3 silent graves. That person always staged such excessive tricks. Hian stood there with his hands behind his back, his eyes distant in contemplation. The scene shifted to Gong Chun's room. He paced back and forth, heavy footsteps echoing through the room. That is how it came to this. He recalled what Hian had once told him. "I have roughly grasped the situation, but I did not expect the Ho Nam Merchant Guild to have already set a trap." Ganon stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The losses this time are not small. Silk and wine, our 2 main commodities, were both seized." After speaking, he turned to ask, "What about the Kim Hone Merchant Guild?" Hian folded his arms and replied, "They have hired dozens of wanderers to guard strictly." Ganon suddenly raised his hand. "I have a plan." He asked curiously. "What plan?" He replied. "With one move we can not only eliminate the Ho Nam Merchant Guild." Ganon spoke sternly. but also sever every person connected to them. Do you wish to hear it? Hoarse voice echoed in the great hall. Chief Steward, there is news from the spies. The Kim Hone Merchant Guild has gathered 50 wanderers to prepare for a major trade journey to Beijing. Gong Chun sipped his tea and frowned. To Beijing. Inwardly, he found it hard to believe. Do they still have enough goods and money? The amount of silk and wine I seized earlier was already enormous. If they go to Beijing, they must intend to sell Hosian family wine to the officials and nobles. The wine market in Beijing has always been controlled by the Dumon family. Gong Chun rested his chin in thought. Last time I robbed Kim Hone's warehouse, it was also at Dumon's request. If they dare to trade this time, Dumon surely will not sit still. Yet until now, there has been no movement. He gritted his teeth. Can I handle this myself without waiting for orders? The previous plan using a fake trade convoy failed miserably. Hurried footsteps could not pull him from his thoughts. Kim Hone openly organizing another trade convoy. The chance of it being a trap is extremely high. A dark-faced man entered and called out loudly, Chief Steward. He hurriedly reported, Kim Hone dares to trade to Beijing. He replied calmly, that is correct. The man's face darkened as he slammed his hand down. What are we waiting for? Intercept them at once. Gong Chun said worriedly, the timing is too coincidental. I fear it is a trap. The man grew furious, veins bulging on his forehead. Fool, do you not know when to think and when to act? The old man stammered, but Merchant Guild Master. He pointed straight at him and shouted, summon Gakusen. Tell him to choose men and depart immediately. Though sweat still flowed, the old man's lips curved faintly. Gong Chun lowered his head, a crafty glint flashing in his eyes. How did I forget Gakusen? Even if it is a trap, it can be broken by sheer strength. He turned away and added another order. Call Jin So Chu as well. Sell the stolen goods to that old man. Gong Chun smiled lightly, understood. He stood up, folded his arms, and bowed, as you command. Time passed swiftly, from dawn until dusk. Line of cargo wagons stretched long as they crossed through the forest. A man in the distance wore a sly smile as he surveyed the entire scene. He said in a low voice, I only need to wipe them out for 100 taels of silver. That man was Gakusen, a former master of the demonic cult. Gong Chun stood beside him and confirmed calmly, that is correct. Gakusen raised an eyebrow and stroked his chin. It sounds simple. He turned to look at him. Others may be spared, but Deem Unha must die and do not damage the goods. Gakusen clasped his hands behind his back and nodded naturally. Gong Chun looked at that scheming face and thought to himself, Gakusen, the one who once betrayed the demonic cult. Even so, he still ranks among the top 100 masters under heaven. His fist, strong enough to shatter a boulder, clenched tight as he narrowed his eyes and laughed arrogantly. It seems today will be an easy haul of silver. Hassan's figure shot forward so fast that only a faint afterimage remained. Dashed like an arrow loosed from the bow, wind whistling past his ears. The trees on either side blurring into streaks. His lips parted slightly as he drew in a deep breath, his chest swelling with air. Hassan took his stance, stomping down hard enough to crack the ground as he shouted, Where is Deem Unha? Come out at once. At once the guards drew their swords and formed a line before the cargo wagons. One of them wiped the sweat from his brow and asked tiredly, What is going on? They quickly surrounded him while Hassan continued to roar, Deem Unha, show yourself. His hand swung with a speed the naked eye could scarcely follow. In the blink of an eye, 2 heads were seized in his grasp, the guards' bodies collapsing with horrifying empty necks. The rest broke into cold sweat at the sight, their faces turning pale. Turned and fled, screaming for their lives. He threw his head back and laughed in disdain. Is this all the Kim Hone Merchant Guild can do? What a farce. Still laughing, Hassan glanced back and asked, Chief Steward, does this count as done? The old man folded his arms, his voice full of satisfaction. Not bad at all. Gong Chun pointed toward the wagons. Bring everything back to the guild master at once. He chuckled and replied, understood. In a luxurious tavern on the main street, customers came and went in a steady stream. Trung Hone smiled obsequiously, his eyes narrowing. Lord Jin, it has been a long time. The other man smiled in return. Indeed it has. Why seek me out today? That man was Jin So Chun, steward of the royal residence. He rubbed his hands with a sly grin. I have recently obtained a few treasures and wish to present them to you first. So Chun showed interest. Is that so? Let me see. His eyes widened slightly. This is. Trung Hone opened the crate and introduced. This is wine and silk from the Horsian family. I was fortunate enough to gather an entire wagon. So Chun picked up a wine jar and examined it. Such scarce goods, and you managed to obtain them. He laughed smugly. In this world there is nothing Trung Hone cannot get. So Chun's expression turned stern. The royal residence has been urgently seeking this wine lately. Bargaining is useless. I will pay 800 taels. Trung Hone thumped his chest in gratitude. I will have the goods delivered immediately. So Chun broke the seal, but first I must taste it. Trung Hone hurriedly said, Please do. Tasting first is only proper. He lifted the jar and drank deeply, inwardly delighted at buying Horsian wine and silk at a bargain. His dream of striking it rich last night had not been wrong. Suddenly So Chun's face flushed red, his eyes widening in shock. The jar was hurled straight at Trung Hoon's head along with a furious shout. Chun wiped his mouth and snarled, "Bastard, how dare you deceive me? I should have suspected it when you boasted so shamelessly." Trung Hoon stammered, "My lord, what is happening?" A foul stench rushed into his nose. What is this reeking smell? Seeing the jar rolling on the floor, he panicked. Why does Horsian wine smell like urine? Trung Hoon's face stiffened. The last batch seized from Kim Hoon had all been genuine. Could this shipment have been a trap? Pupils contracted, but what was the trap for? So Chun stormed off cursing. I knew he was a fraud. Trung Hoon stood frozen, the deal ruined and a bad premonition rising in his heart. The old man rushed over in panic. The warehouse was broken into last night. His face darkened. Damn it, so this was their true aim. Gong Chun grimaced as the wine jar struck him. All the seized goods had been stolen clean. Kisan ground his teeth and shouted, "Bring Go Kisan here." He spun around, killing intent surging. "You dare humiliate me? Ho Nam bastards, I will wipe you out of Yang." Torchlight flickered, illuminating the silent night. Within the drifting haze of smoke, a group advanced toward a manor. Riding his horse, Trung Hoon asked, "Is this the Ho Nam Manor?" A subordinate replied that it was. He sneered, just an estate on the outskirts, yet built so grandly. He looked up at the sky and cursed inwardly. The fog is too thick. It almost devours the light. Even in Yang it has not lifted. Kisan behind him asked, "Can we truly kill them all?" Trung Hoon glanced back. He smiled sinisterly, of course, first. His narrowed eyes slowly widened, the corner of his lips lifting high. He said calmly, "Set the fire first." Flames quickly surged and engulfed the front. Trung Hoon laughed in delight as he watched the fire spread. Burst into loud laughter. "I should have done this to them long ago. Go Kisan. Kill anyone who runs out. Feed the corpses to the pigs if you must." Kisan replied calmly, "Very well, but it seems no one is running out." Trung Hoon stared blankly at the blazing fire without seeing a single figure. He shouted, "Come out at once." Yet the doors remained still, as if the place were empty. After a while, the gates slowly creaked open. Kisan tilted his head and cracked his knuckles, preparing to charge. The thick fog made the figure at the doorway appear hazy. As the mist thinned, Hong Kwan's face became clear. He shouted, "You dare attack the authorities? Have you lost your mind?" Seeing this, Trung Hoon was horrified and stammered, "What is going on?" Hong Kwan frowned in anger, "You lot. Attacking the authorities is treason. All of you will be executed." Trung Hoon turned deathly pale, his eyes wide in disbelief. He screamed inwardly, "How did this become the authorities? I have fallen into a formation trap. I did not expect Ho Nam to have someone skilled in formations." Gong Chun noticed the man standing afar with arms folded. "Is that not Gakisen from the demonic cult?" Sadoha looked puzzled. "I have never heard of him." He mocked lightly. "He has some ability. Quite a few righteous masters have died at his hands." San recognized the two men and widened his eyes in shock. "What is happening?" They look familiar, but with masks on he could not tell. He continued, "The demonic cult has never lacked masters." Trung Hoon gritted his teeth. "You used a despicable formation." He waved his hand and shouted, spittle flying, "Kill them all for me." Hong Kwan was stunned. "Have you truly gone mad?" Trung Hoon roared, "Since we bear the crime of treason, then kill them all. Uproot them completely. Do you think I would fall for this formation?" He pointed and ordered, "What are you waiting for? Charge and kill them all." The subordinates responded in unison. Both sides clashed in chaotic battle, men falling one after another, some beheaded with only a single cry, others kicked down and beaten mercilessly. Hong Kwan was shaken, his face pale, brows tightly furrowed. Kisan joined the fray as well. Dealing with such minor foes held no interest. He immediately widened his eyes upon seeing the figure before him. A white-clad figure darted forward like lightning, leaving only an afterimage. Gong Sohee halted directly before Kisan. He slowly lifted her head, her gaze icy sharp. His expression changed, his pupils shrinking, his jaw nearly dropping. Zan asked suspiciously, "Are you not Nam Gong Sohee? Why are you here? Or are you working for Ho Nam to save your fallen clan?" She rose lightly onto her toes to gather momentum, then calmly retreated toward her companions. Jiang Anhian observed coldly, "Even more foolish than I thought, Nam Gong Sohee. Make your move." She started in surprise and asked, "What me?" He cast her a disdainful glance. "It seems you lack faith in yourself." Gong Sohee puffed her cheeks in irritation. "What did you say?" He had been successfully provoked by Jiang Anhian. "Not at all." Gong Sohee immediately rushed forward to engage, killing intent blazing in her eyes. The two of them plunged into a fierce battle. The two exchanged blows in rapid succession, fists and kicks colliding without pause. In only an instant, they had separated from their companions by quite a distance. Each slash of the sword sliced through the wind, leaving overlapping afterimages like falling rain. She fixed her determined gaze tightly upon him. Seizing an opening, Gong Sohee lunged forward and thrust straight at Kassan's abdomen. She frowned, her face smeared with grime, yet her vigilance never wavering. Have I won? Yet her opponent was not someone who would yield so easily. A violent punch tore through the air toward her. Gong Sohee hurriedly raised her sword to block and was forced back. She landed several paces away from Kassan, doubt rising within her. Why was that strike useless? Her breathing grew ragged, sweat beading on her brow. This cannot be possible. He burst into hearty laughter laced with contempt. Kassan's robe was torn open, revealing a hardened physique. With my diamond indestructible true body, such mediocre swordplay can do nothing. Not even the slightest scratch appeared on his body. Gong Sohee was exhausted, sweat pouring down, her breaths heavy. He spoke arrogantly, surprised. This is the diamond indestructible true body. With that little skill, you think you can injure me? Kassan rolled his neck and cracked his knuckles calmly. Very well, my turn. Her face turned pale, her body stiff with fear. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Gong Sohee. A punch smashed down where she had stood, the ground instantly fracturing. Drained of strength, Gong Sohee barely managed to dodge at the last moment. Panic filled her. How can I break the diamond indestructible true body? Without giving her time to think, he surged forward again, twisted aside to evade, the ground beneath her feet splitting apart once more. Kassan pressed his attack relentlessly, not slowing even a fraction, channeled inner force into his arm and roared. Be proud to die beneath the hands of the first owner of the diamond indestructible true body in the Central Plains. The force of his fist crashed like thunder straight into her abdomen. Gong Sohee took the full blow, sweat spraying like rain. She fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood. Her eyes widened in despair. I have truly lost. Sneered and rotated his wrist with a crack. Unlucky for you to face me. I will grant you a painless death. Her eyes turned hollow at his mocking words. He laughed loudly and drove his fist down at where she had been sitting. Farewell. Kassan withdrew his hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Ground was split apart, yet not a single drop of blood could be seen. A mocking voice rang out. Is your nose blocked so you cannot smell anything? Yang An-Hyeon carried her over his shoulder. It is hard to understand why you are laughing when there is nothing to be happy about. Kassan scowled and shouted, what trick are you playing? He looked at him coldly. Up close you can see your inner garment has been torn apart. He was stunned, not realizing blood was seeping from his own mouth. What? Yang An-Hyeon mocked. Proud of your diamond indestructible true body, then why was it pierced so easily? Kassan's eyes filled with terror. How is that possible? He gaped in disbelief. His mind spun, his eyes gradually rolling white. What happened? He collapsed into the very pit he had just created. The air fell silent at once, both sides assuming guarded stances. From the other side came stammering voices. Was Gakkusen defeated in a single move? He cast a calm glance at the outcome. A man beside Trung Hon asked in a trembling voice, Guild Master, what should we do now? Even he turned pale, as if strangled upon seeing the strongest among them fall. Cold sweat drenched Trung Hon. Gakkusen, a master of the demonic cult, was handled so easily. This does not even resemble a battle. Am I dreaming? Yet while he was still thinking, a sneak attack struck from behind. Trung Hon was flung to the ground like a ball. A cold blade pressed tightly against his neck. Stared in terror at the emotionless face of Mujin. He spoke coldly, do not resist, it is over. The next morning, the sun rose once more in the sky. The bound prisoners walked silently through the streets. The townsfolk on both sides whispered, is that not Trung Hon, guild master of Ho Na? His face was swollen like a pig's head. I heard he attacked the authorities and even tried to kill the officers. Others murmured, truly insane. He is a guild master. Greed without bottom must have driven him. It is said this matter was resolved by the Ho Nam Manor. Rumors say it began from an estate near Dongting Lake. As if protected by gods, a martial family is said to reside there. All of it stemmed from there. Who could have foreseen disaster and prevented it? At this moment Gan sat by the table, focused on writing. At the same time at the Dumon family estate, a hand clenched and slammed down upon the table with a dull thud. The family head demanded, you say the Ho Nam Merchant Guild has collapsed, and where are their assets? A subordinate reported, most will be handed to the Kim Hon Merchant Guild. He grew even angrier. I invested so much into them. Someone hurried in from outside, Guild Master. Something major has happened. You must leave at once. Dumon turned and shouted, what is it? His pupils shrank at the report. The authorities have surrounded us outside. He rushed to the window in panic and looked down. Indeed below, Hong Kwan's men were already waiting. Dumon hurried downstairs and shouted, what exactly is going on? Why are the authorities surrounding our headquarters? We have always had close ties with the royal family. Hong Kwan replied angrily, Dumon family head, do you truly not know why we are here? committed the crime of attacking and hunting down Xian family, and using force to seize others' property. Grew angrier as he spoke. Many other charges have been exposed. Submit quietly. Dumon still tried to deny it. Do not speak empty words, show the evidence. Hong Quan stepped aside, revealing the bruised Trung Hon behind him, then let the witness speak. Dumon stood stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. Trung Hon no longer looked smug. Dumon ground his teeth, bastard. Sword was pressed to Trung Hon's neck. A threatening voice ordered, tell the whole truth. He panicked and confessed everything. It was all arranged by Dumon family head. I merely followed orders. Hong Quan asked disdainfully, what did you do? He stammered, under his command, I led martial men. Wearing masks, we attacked the Horsian family. Destroy everything in your path. Slaughter all who resist. Throw the children into the river and leave their lives to fate. Those who submitted were chained as slaves. Du Muon roared, silence all of you. Trung Hon cried as he confessed. We not only attacked the Hoajin family, but also struck many merchant guilds in Ho Nam under his orders. Suddenly, a throwing dart tore through the air, pierced straight into that man's head, silencing the witness at once. Hong Quan had no time to react and could only stare as he collapsed. Du Muon's face darkened, killing intent surging before his arm had even withdrawn. Trung Hon died just like that before everyone's eyes. He looked at the corpse in stunned silence. So you finally acted yourself, Du Muon family head. Opposite him, Du Muon ground his teeth, his face flushed red with rage. I was too hasty. I should not have killed him now. I should have waited for the trial to prove my innocence. He stood frozen, his eyes hollow. Hong Quan waved his hand and shouted, seize them all. The subordinates answered in unison, understood. The one standing afar watched the chaos. Can Mujin handle this alone? Hong Chun pondered that Du Muon family head seems stronger than expected. Jiang Anhian nodded, indeed. Dean Jia evaluated. In martial skill, he even surpasses Ma Jiang Kang, once called the Wanderer King. He coughed worriedly. So he is injured. If we do not intervene, Mujin may be in danger. The other replied, perhaps we should use this to temper him. Hong Chun mused, temper him, is that wise? My goal is to subdue him. The reply came, delaying for time is enough. After speaking, he turned his head and started, seeing the two standing beside him observing. On the other side, the sharp sword was once more blocked with bare hands. Mujin continuously pressed Du Muon. He attacked relentlessly, but the old man evaded flawlessly. Mujin slowed, brows tightly furrowed in doubt. In his heart, he admitted the opponent was far stronger than imagined. The tide gradually shifted as the old man began to counterattack. Mujin was forced back step by step. He looked up at his opponent in alarm. Muon raised his hand, preparing another strike. Mujin hastily lifted his sword to block. He gritted his teeth to endure. The force was overwhelming. Mujin seized the chance to retreat and widen the distance. He was inwardly astonished. The Du Muon family possesses such strength. Du Muon is worthy of ranking among the top 100 martial masters. Someone asked anxiously, are you all right? Mujin replied curtly, it is nothing, I can handle it. The other frowned. That man is not easy to deal with. He remained standing without moving. Mujin turned his head, failing to notice Du Muon charging in. I said I can manage, step back. The old man unleashed a powerful palm strike to his face. Mujin was sent flying. He crashed to the ground several meters away. Crowd gasped in horror. Mujin. The three others remained calm. Gong Chun said, truly dangerous. Dean Jia replied, Mujin is injured, should we assist? Jiang Anhian silently observed the whole situation. Stroked his chin thoughtfully, no. Events are unfolding in our favor. Battles like this can turn at any moment. People outside whispered, I heard the Du Muon family is fighting. They are close to the royal family. A warm voice sounded from behind. May I ask a few questions? The other replied softly, that is the Jai Moon family headquarters. He nodded in confirmation. Sound of wooden clappers echoed along with a chant. Amitabha. Third Tai spoke to Ma Jiang Kang beside him. Benefactor, we have arrived. Hand suddenly reached out to block. Du Muon's strike shot straight toward Dong Ban. He raised his sword before his chest, blocking the flurry of attacks. The sword was soon knocked away by Du Muon. Dong Ban was horrified. Damn it, I exposed a weakness. Immediately, he was struck in the abdomen. Dong Ban fell, dust billowing. The old man stepped forward and stomped on him with disdain. Du Muon sneered. What if you bring the authorities? To me, you are merely insects, remember that. Despite severe injury, Dong Ban struggled up, gripping his weapon tightly. He suddenly slashed upward, but Du Muon dodged in time. Seeing him still struggling, the old man sneered. Watching insects writhe is amusing. Dong Ban picked up two swords and stepped back. I once thought myself strong. It seems I lived in illusion. Perhaps I am only a worm before fate. So certain of defeat, his eyes remained resolute. Only my lord has the right to trample me so. Suddenly a voice sounded, Amitabha, benefactor, why contend for such a position? Two tall figures stood firmly before Dong Ban. He looked up in astonishment. You. Glancing right, Dong Ban recognized Ma Jiangkang. But looking left, he was stunned. You. He stammered, who is that? Could it be Sam? While he was still shocked, Ma Jiangkang spoke, step back. Muon placed his hands on his hip. lips and wondered, is that Ma Jiankang? And who is the one in yellow robes? He decided to launch a sneak attack while they were distracted. Seeing this, Dongban shouted, be careful. In a blink, he appeared behind Samt. Dull explosion sounded amid a cloud of dust. Yet Samt calmly grasped his hand. He said serenely, Amitabha, benefactor, please lay down your blade. Muon was shocked. This monk can block my strike with bare hands. Samt withdrew his hand, seemingly gathering force, stood still, and delivered a gentle palm strike. With just one palm, Du Muon staggered back and spat blood. Dongban stood nearby in disbelief. Is that a palm technique? A thought flashed and terrified him. Wait, if I am not mistaken, that is. Observing Samt and Du Muon's stance, he declared, that is the great hand seal of Bo Datla Palace. Samt struck with another palm, aimed straight at Du Muon. The immense force drove him back deeply and gravely wounded him. Jiang Kang seized the chance to swing his sword, but Du Muon still managed to dodge. Immediately after, the guild rushed in to attack as well, but Muon and Gyuan once again deftly evaded and retreated backward. Clutching his battered body, he glared at the three men surrounding him and ground his teeth in curses, truly despicable. 3 against 1, they were indeed a bunch of cowards. Standing with 2 others in a nearby manor, Gong Chung let out a faint sigh. Everything had been decided, yet the worry in his heart had not lessened in the slightest. Realizing the moment had come, a sharp gaze swept across the air, igniting a surge of intense purple light. The opportunity had arrived. From the opposite manor, another person watched Gong Chung's group and silently sighed. Handle things properly yourself. It was Hak Kwai Ma Quan, his expression flickering with unease when he thought of that damned Muon Gyuan. He hurriedly stepped back, secretly intending to withdraw and provide support, but even Senza could no longer save him. Thinking of Man Ho Jiang, he could only let out a heavy sigh. It seemed he had no choice but to give up and return to report to his lord. Suddenly a voice rang out directly beside his ear. Who are you? Startled, Hak Kwai Ma Quan quickly turned his head to look behind him. A hand suddenly appeared and seized his face before he could react. In an instant, his body was dragged straight downward. After a brief moment of free fall, Hak Kwai Ma Quan was slammed hard onto the solid ground. Lying on the ground gasping, he heard the other man coldly ask, are you the one who killed my subordinate? He sprang up and roared in response, who exactly are you? But then he froze upon recognizing the familiar face before him, cold sweat pouring out. Could it be him? Ahong Sa Duha. He looked down at Hak Kwai Ma Quan with furious eyes. When I followed Du Mungun, I knew he was strong, but not strong enough to kill my men. So there must have been someone else pulling the strings behind him. Another man stepped forward and sneered. So you have finally shown yourself. I told you there was someone suspicious hiding around here. His jaw nearly dropped from shock and horror. It was Ganji Chung calmly standing with his hands clasped behind his back behind Sa Duha. What, even the Sword Emperor has appeared? He looked at him with disdain. He is Hak Kwai Ma Quan. I have seen his face on a wanted poster. He curled his lips into a cold smile. It seems we must capture this man alive to extract some information. The story began at Ho Nam Jian Jia. Around a round table sat 6 people, including Hian. After a long silence, he raised his head, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Is that so? Hak Kwai Ma Quan had lost his life because he could not control the strength of his own hand. Hearing that, Hak Din Jia immediately shifted his gaze away. An continued, as for Chu Manan, he has already escaped. Ma Jiang Kang merely lowered his head in silence, while Jiang Sam Ti appeared rather calm. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly fell into silence. An cast a cold glance and said in a deep voice, aside from those old men, the rest will likely have to pay with their heads. After a while he slowly spoke. In that case, An calmly asked, how do you intend to track down and capture Chu Manan? Ma Jiang Kang and Jiang Sam Ti have already received appropriate punishment. He replied calmly, Adida Fat, patron, he has lost everything. Perhaps letting him go would better accord with Buddhist teachings. Jiang Sam Ti's strange words left everyone stunned. Patron. Hak Din Jia turned to look at him in confusion. What exactly is going on here? Ma Jiang Kang awkwardly replied, it is a long story. Hearing that, he sighed helplessly. Tell me briefly. After hesitating for a moment, he recounted, when we were chased to Thien Sun, we chose the water route to escape. The entire room was shocked. Thien Sun, you dared to go to the demonic sect. Ma Jiang Kang hurriedly continued, yes, the pursuers would not let us go. On the way we were injured and were rescued by the monks of Bo Datla Palace. After that we followed them to Cam 2. The monks were won over by the dishes cooked by Sam T. Don frowned and urgently asked, what happened next? He helplessly continued, they said that if Sam T shaved his head and entered the order, they would accept him as a disciple. He agreed immediately. That fool forgot that being a disciple was not only about learning martial arts. Entering the order also meant cultivating oneself and observing the precepts. Therefore he was strictly disciplined by his master, for an entire month. Hearing this, he gradually understood, so that was the outcome. Suddenly, the spot where Jiang Sam T stood was overshadowed by a figure. Hakdin Jia appeared before him, curling his lips in interest. "It seems I must personally teach you with my martial arts." He bluntly grabbed Jiang Sam T's bald head. "Come with me for a moment," causing him to panic and try to flee. "Wait, I am a bit tired." Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Sam T had already turned pale and cried out, "Wait." Hakdin Jia glared fiercely, as if he wanted to devour him alive. After that, only painful screams echoed. Jiang Sam T sat there with a bruised and swollen face, silently enduring. He shouted, "You bastard. You only went out for some fresh air and came back as if you had found paradise." The scene made Ma Jiang Kang behind them break out in cold sweat, truly terrifying. He aggrievedly pretended to be innocent. "What exactly happened? Why did you hit me?" But as soon as Hakdin Jia shot him a glare, Jiang Sam T immediately behaved again. On the other side, Hian leisurely flipped through a book. "As long as he is still alive, that is enough." Hearing that, he emotionally exclaimed, "Manor Lord." He merely clicked his tongue and replied, "Truly troublesome." Jiang Hian continued questioning while flipping through his book. "Then why did you let that cowardly rat go?" Jiang Sam T lowered his head and sincerely said, "I had already caught up with him." At this point, his face grew tense, but when I saw the look in his eyes as he fled, I suddenly felt uneasy. It felt as if I continued chasing him to the end, someone would lose their life. In the end, Hian did not pursue the matter further. "I understand." Sternly changed the subject. "There is no other way. Do you have anything else to tell me?" Hakdin Jia suddenly remembered, "Right? You said you went to Thien Sun, so why have you returned now?" Ma Jiang Kang hesitated and replied, "What I am about to say will be rather long. I hope everyone will listen carefully because it is very important." The atmosphere in the room instantly fell into silence. After regaining his composure, he began to recount. Hian listened attentively as Ma Jiang Kang narrated everything. Even Hakdin Jia became unusually serious. Suddenly he paused, his eyes widening in shock. The more he listened, the angrier Hakdin Jia became, veins bulging on his forehead. After a while, he questioned through clenched teeth. "Demonic sect, what exactly happened over there?" The scene shifted to a dense forest. Xianjai bent down and smilingly asked Han, "So me, do you plan to continue working here?" Girl replied obediently while working, "Yes, there are many medicinal herbs here." She suddenly recalled Hian's instruction to watch over So-mi on the mountain during this period. It was best to stay away from trouble. Thinking that, Xianjai felt uneasy. She truly could not understand what that person was planning. After thinking it over, she suggested, "So-mi, I will dig a bit over there." The girl happily replied, "Yes." While busily picking herbs, Hoa So-mi suddenly froze. From ahead came a meowing sound that piqued her curiosity. Was it a kitten? Hoa So-mi hurried toward the sound, pushing aside leaves to search. "Little kitten, do not run, come out and play with me." But when she looked closely, she was stunned. Inside was not a cat, but a fox curled up resting. Seeing Hoa So-mi, it immediately bristled in vigilance. She mischievously looked at it, "Little kitten." Hoa So-mi suddenly realized that the fox's paw was trembling violently. Only then did the girl finally understand part of the situation. Hoa So-mi looked at the trembling fox and guessed that it must be injured. Without hesitating for even a second, she reached her hand toward it. Thinking it was about to be attacked, the fox immediately swung its claws in resistance. The sharp claws showed no mercy, slashing a line across Hoa So-mi's cheek. After that swipe, it quickly retreated, its eyes filled with vigilance. Even though she had been scratched, the girl remained strangely calm. Anyone else would likely have panicked in such a situation. Hoa So-mi pulled out a small pouch from somewhere and exclaimed, "Ta de, Kim Sang medicine." She smiled brightly and explained, "Applying this will ease the pain right away," causing the fox to waver slightly. Seeing it lower its guard, she said in relief, "I am not the one who hurt you." Hoa So-mi continued gently, "Trust me." Hearing that, the fox gradually relaxed. It took the initiative to move closer to Hoa So-mi. Girl happily raised the medicine pouch. "All right, let us begin," then gently sprinkled the medicine onto its leg. After that, she knelt down and took out another small piece of cloth. With practiced movements, Hoa So-mi carefully bandaged each spot, wrapping one layer and securing the next. As a result, the fox's body was covered in strips of white bandages. The girl lifted it up with satisfaction. "How is it? Does it feel better?" Time quietly drifted toward dusk. Jianjai walked while anxiously calling out, "So-mi, where are you?" She looked around, searching everywhere. "Where did that child go? The sun is about to set." Thinking that, Jianjai quickened her pace. The scene shifted to another corner of the forest. Ungun's staggering figure climbing up a slope came into view. He gripped his staff tightly and muttered curses, "Damn it." Yuan and Gyun panted heavily. His internal injuries were too severe. Now he might not even defeat a child. The more he thought about it, the more his anger flared. "Those bastards of Ho Nam Giant Jia. Just wait, I will kill each and every one of you." Suddenly Muon and Gyun halted, his eyes widening. Collapsed to his knees on the ground, breathing heavily in exhaustion. As he gasped for breath, He thought about finding some medicinal herbs to treat his wounds. That moment, Hoasomi's voice rang out and caught his attention. "Little kitten, wait for me. You need more Kim Sang medicine to heal quickly." The girl passed by briefly. Muon and Gyun immediately caught the words Kim Sang medicine. Gaze fixed tightly on Hoasomi. Was that not? Muon and Gyun stared at the medicine pouch in her hand. It was certainly Kim Sang medicine. He trembled as he reached out his hand. "Give it to me." Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed. Hoasomi was astonished, a hint of curiosity flashing across her face. After a while, Moon One gradually regained consciousness. He looked around, observing his surroundings. Where is this? When he turned to the side, Muon and Gyun saw the girl sitting there. Regaining his breath, he asked, "Who treated my injuries?" Hoasomi cheerfully pointed at herself. "It was me," leaving him unable to hide his surprise. "Why did you do that?" Girl innocently replied, "When I see someone injured, I help. There is no need for a reason." Muon and Gyun hurriedly propped himself up, intending to sit. Hoasomi immediately advised, "Just lie down and rest. Do not strain yourself." She moved closer and reminded him, "Father said that when you are sick, resting is the best way." That moment, Jeonjai finally found Hoasomi and called out Somi. Jeonjai stepped forward and scolded, "Do you know how long I have been looking for you? Children must not wander off alone." Hoasomi quickly ran over and softly apologized. After speaking, she finally noticed the surroundings. Jeonjai looked at the fox in the child's arms with suspicion. There is something wrong with that animal. Before she could think further, Muon and Gyun's cough sounded and startled her. "Is there someone in the cave?" She clearly saw his face. Her expression instantly turned pale. Muon and Gyun also realized the situation was not good. He glared fiercely. "You are." Jeonjai stood still, saying nothing. Suddenly her expression changed. Her teeth clenched in fury. Jeonjai ground her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. He recalled the past, the things he had once done. "Under Du Mun Un's orders, I led the clan's troops. We covered our faces and set fire to burn Hosien to the ground. Anyone who resisted was killed. Children were thrown into the river." It seemed he also recalled those memories. Muon and Gyun suddenly realized, "She is from Hosien Thai Sa." Thinking that, he recklessly reached out his hand. Damn it. Moon One's hand lunged toward Hoasomi. Who would have thought this child belonged to Sanya? Pulled the girl as a hostage. "Hey girl." Jeonjai angrily drew her dagger. "You bastard." Shouted threateningly, "Release her at once." Jeonjai was still filled with doubt. Why has he appeared here? She grew even more anxious. A ruthless man like him would never show mercy because of a child. The air between them instantly grew tense like a drawn bowstring. Jeonjai broke out in cold sweat. What should I do? Hoasomi on this side was equally panicked. Moon One watched her movements warily, and Jeonjai understood that she had to act. The girl trembled as she thought, what should I do? Hoasomi teared up as she looked at the fox in her arms. I am so scared. What is happening? The fox seemed to sense the danger and lifted its head. Then suddenly it swung its claws and fiercely scratched Muon and Gyun's face, causing him sharp pain. Muon and Gyun roared in fury. You. He swung his hand and unleashed demonic power to attack. A lowly creature like you. The fox was struck and violently flung to the ground. Hoasomi cried out in panic, little kitten. She hurriedly ran to its side. As she ran, she shouted anxiously, do not. Muon and Gyun continued muttering angrily at being attacked, while Hoasomi only worried about the fox, little kitten. Are you all right? She lifted its face to examine it. What should I do? The wound is too severe. With his face full of injuries, he growled, if I were not injured, you would all be dead. Muon and Gyun drew his hand back and coldly ordered, come back here. I will end everything right now. Hoasomi immediately spread her arms to shield the fox. You must not hurt it. Seeing the frail girl, he advanced without the slightest hesitation. Heaven truly helps me by letting you appear. You cannot even defend yourselves. Jeonjai screamed in panic. Somi, do not. She shouted repeatedly, run. He is not an ordinary person. He is extremely dangerous. Do not look back. Hurry and run. Even though she was so frightened that tears fell, Hoasomi stubbornly stood her ground. No, I cannot leave the kitten alone. Muon and Gyun suddenly stopped, not taking another step forward. Even Jeonjai was shocked into gaping. He frowned, cold sweat seeping out. What is happening? Seizing the chance, she rushed forward and tightly hugged Somi. Somi, be quiet. Before their eyes, they only saw a gigantic paw of the white tiger revealed. A massive white tiger appeared in majestic presence. A white tiger. It opened its mouth wide, bearing sharp fangs to threaten Muon and Gyun. Only then did he truly panic. How could it be here? Muon and Gyun retreated step by step, his body trembling. It was approaching. Jeonjai clutched Hoasomi and trembled violently. Du Mun Guan hesitated for a moment. This is the chance. The child bent down to examine the fox. Is it your friend, little kitten? Suddenly Hoasomi realized that Jeonjai was no longer standing beside her. He had already dashed forward and launched a strike at him. Muon and Gyun angrily flung Jeonjai backward. Are you insane? He rolled several times and crashed hard into a nearby rock. Jeonjai struggled to get up. This is bad. I am too weak. I cannot face him alone. The moment she lifted her head, she froze in shock. Muon and Gyuan's knees suddenly buckled to the ground. His body was now clamped within the white tiger's jaws. Horrifying sight left Xianjai stunned. What is this? She gasped repeatedly as fear overwhelmed her. After tearing into him, the white tiger finally released him. Memories of what Mungan had done years ago flooded back. Spare me. Back then he ignored her parents' pleas and showed no mercy. Please spare the children, Xiangjia. Then only the cold sound of a sword slicing through the air remained. No. Recalling everything, she burst into sobs. Tears streamed endlessly down Xianjai's face. Seeing her cry, Hoasomi moved a step closer. The girl reached out her hand toward Xianjai. Hoasomi choked softly, sister. In the end, the two embraced and cried together. The scene shifted to another place at night, inside the manor of Honam Giant Jia. Hyun slowly spoke, is that so? He rested his chin on his hand in thought. Dumon Quan is already dead, so Mi was also there. Hyun-jai led the white tiger, Hoasomi and the fox back to the manor to report. Yes, it was the one that carried us down the mountain. Somi was so panicked that she could not even walk on her own. Without the white tiger, descending the mountain at night would have been extremely difficult. Who would have thought Du Mungan was hiding there? On this side, Hoasomi clung excitedly to the white tiger. Hyun-jai continued honestly, it felt as if heaven was protecting us. I never expected to avenge myself with my own hands. Jiang Sam Ti and Ma Jiang Kang behind her were speechless in shock. He fled that far. After listening, Hyun merely nodded, I understand. Hoasomi suddenly exclaimed, Father. She looked at Kai Hyun with anticipation. Can we raise them? Cast a glance at Hoasomi. The girl quickly assured, I will clean up after them, feed them, take good care of them, all right. Hyun immediately shook his head, of course not. Hoasomi sadly repeated, all right. Hyun patted her head in comfort. Spirit beasts are not something humans can keep in captivity. Then he suggested, but we can be friends with them. Hyun smiled and said, especially for a child like you, perhaps you can even connect with them. Hoasomi's eyes instantly lit up, be friends. She smiled brightly, yes, I will try. Once everything was settled, he finally felt at ease and turned away. All right, go bathe and rest. Jiang Sam Ti behind him protested, wait, why agree so easily? Who will take responsibility? Everyone could only shake their heads. He truly was like a model father. Hoasomi cheered, father is the best. Hyun smiled upon hearing that. Scene shifted again to another place in the night. Hakdin Jia knelt down on the ground. He stood before the gravestone and softly said, this is wine my granddaughter made. I once hoped to drink it with you when we met again. Do you taste the sweetness? Hakdin Jia remembered that person's face, sect leader, a wise and devoted man who filled him with regret. His gaze darkened, the one who had helped him build his foundation. Thinking that, he sat down beside the grave. I have lived 20 years longer than you. He raised the cup and took a sip. I should not have left the demonic sect. If I had listened to your advice, things would have been different. That moment Hyun quietly approached from behind. Life and death are decreed by heaven. He sat down beside him. Hakdin Jia snorted coldly. What nonsense are you saying? Hyun seriously asked, do you intend to return to the demonic sect? Hakdin Jia slightly curled his lips. He raised his cup confidently. A gentleman taking revenge 10 years later is not too late. Hyun frankly replied, doing so is no different from throwing an egg against a rock. Hakdin Jia paused, what do you mean? Hyun lifted his cup and said bluntly, I mean you are not strong enough. Hearing that, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hakdin Jia said in dissatisfaction, I am the demon emperor. Hyun calmly replied, your opponent is the black dragon divine demon. You can hardly win. He still did not believe it. I am the demon emperor. How could I not? Hyun silently looked at him. Hakdin Jia hesitated and asked, do you know that man well? Hyun did not answer and only looked down at his cup. His eyes were heavy with contemplation. After a while, Hyun slowly said, black dragon divine demon. The image shifted to a memory of Hyatt Bao than Ma Mi. I admit my fault. Subordinate hurriedly reported that it was due to the intervention of Bo Dat La Tower. Therefore, we let the two escape. Hyatt Bao than Ma Mi stopped his hand. He looked at the subordinate with killing intent, making the man break out in cold sweat. After a brief silence, he said coldly, I did not hear clearly. Come closer and repeat it. The subordinate bowed his head and stepped forward. Yes. As soon as he approached, Hyatt Bao than Ma Mi raised his hand. He ruthlessly brought it down onto the man's arm. Subordinate collapsed to the ground, his arm broken clean off. He screamed in agony, my arm. Seeing that reaction, Hyatt Bao than Ma Mi finally curled his lips in satisfaction. Good, that is how you should speak clearly. Turning to the matter here, Hyun spoke leisurely. Hak Fong then Ma is no different from the founder of the demonic sect. Hakdin Jia was stunned upon hearing this. What? Pressed urgently, what do you mean, founder? The demonic sect has existed for 1,000 years. Hyun calmly replied, exactly. An continued to reveal, everything you have today originates from him. Hakdin Jia stood frozen. Hyun's expression showed no sign of jest. The scene shifted to the next morning. In the early dawn, leaves drifted down in the wind. Leaf gently fell and brushed against Hoasomi's cheek. The girl was fast asleep beside the white tiger. Hoasomi opened her eyes and looked around blankly. She walked inside. She called out, "Father." Hoasomi glanced around searching. Where has he gone? Suddenly someone hugged her from behind. If you are looking for the manor lord, he has already gone out. Hoasomi looked at Xianjai in surprise. Father went out again. She smiled and replied, "That is right." The girl immediately puffed her cheeks. "Do not tell me he plans to slip away far again." Xianjai recounted, "I heard he went to the Daha family to deal with villains. He may be gone for a month." Hearing that, Hoasomi's face immediately fell, really. The scene shifted elsewhere. The girl ran while calling out loudly, "Father." Hoasomi was like a little puppy running and sobbing as she called for her father. She sniffled and said, "Are you leaving me again? I do not want to be apart from you. Can I go with you?" Hyun immediately pulled her into his arms. He patted her head. "All right." Hyun smiled and said, "Then we will go together." During that, Hoasomi's face lit up, yes. Before her was a table filled with delicious dishes. Hoasomi smiled happily until her eyes curved. She used both hands to grab food into her mouth. "It is so delicious." Suddenly a loud noise rang out. Kang Sam T jerked his head up. "What is happening?" Gong Chun appeared to reassure, "It is nothing." Immediately after, Hakdin Jia flew over shouting, "With so many swords, how can one comprehend reason?" His arm suddenly burst into flames. Kang Sam T cried out in panic, "It is burning." Outside he rolled on the ground screaming, "It is on fire." Gong Chun, Hyun, and Hoasomi bent down to look. This boy is truly amusing. Suddenly Jiang Sam T sprang up, his mouth still shouting non-stop. Hoasomi exclaimed, "Ah, uncle is awake." Hyun said, "Since you are awake, then watch over things for me a while. I also want to rest." Jiang Sam T looked bewildered, not understanding. He asked, "Shopkeeper, I was sleeping in my room. Why am I here?" Hyun replied, "I plan to travel through the Central Plains after many years." After hearing that, he shouted, "What?" Jiang Sam T lamented, "I just finished wandering across the Central Plains." Hyun snorted lightly without concern. Continued to complain, "I need to rest first." Hyun calmly answered, "That is why I did not wake you." Hyun placed his hand on Hoasomi's head. "Somi will also go with us. I cannot leave her behind." Jiang Sam T stammered, "Of course, going with Somi is great, but..." Hoasomi smiled brightly and asked again, "Right." That smile completely melted his resolve. The group sat in a carriage and continued their journey. Hyun leaned into the wind. "First we will stop by Tu Zion." The scene shifted elsewhere. Manho Jiang was listening to a subordinate's report. After finishing, he gestured for him to withdraw. Manho Jiang slumped into his chair and sighed. The decline of the Chumun family was destined. It merely came sooner than expected. Advancing from Ho Nam into here is regrettable, but there is no other choice. Poured tea. Sending subordinates to where the Lord's enemy resides would only invite disaster. Thinking that, Manho Jiang stared at the teacup in his hand. Suddenly a voice behind him made him startle. That is the right thought. Manho Jiang broke out in sweat and turned around. That voice could it be? Seeing Hayat Ma appear, he immediately bowed. "Lord." Hayat Ma said indifferently, "Sit." Once seated, Hayat Ma instructed, "Sometimes one must know how to let go decisively." Manho Jiang cautiously asked, "When will Hukbang Sin Ma arrive at Ho Nam?" Hayat Ma smiled faintly. "Who knows? He has always been hot-tempered. Once he regains his strength, he will strike at once." He paused. Could it be the one in Ho Nam has acted first? Hayat Ma replied calmly, "Perhaps." Manho Jiang rested his chin and smiled softly. "He is the opposite of Hukbang Sin Ma, always calmly looking down on the weak." As he spoke, Hayat Ma's gaze grew colder. Because he is that kind of person, this time he will be completely crushed. Manho Jiang was horrified when the teapot suddenly shattered. Hayat Ma said leisurely, "Stagnant water breeds rot. One who refuses to move will decay." If Hukbang Sin Ma regains his power and confronts him, we may see Mutsun's head fall. His gaze darkened. This time it must succeed. The scene shifted to Hyun's group. Jiang Sam T hesitantly asked, "Is it really all right to bring Somi along?" Hyun sighed thoughtfully. He led everyone forward and said, "A sword is truly frightening only when it points directly at its opponent. Therefore, until now, when the blade has not been aimed at me, I have stood aside observing as if unaware." Hoasomi in his arms happily called father. Hyun continued, "But this time is different." Those words made Gong Chun freeze. Hakdin Jia also widened his eyes in shock. Hyun slowly said, "I will break in advance the swords that may point at me." His eyes were filled with determination, sparing no one. After speaking, he continued walking. The grudges between Trung Mon Sega and Jiang Jia Ho Nam have not ended. Someone must deal with the consequences. Jiang Sam T trembled behind him. Gong Chun asked softly, "That is why you left Diego on there?" Hyun sighed, "Because he still has his own task to complete." That moment at Ho Nam the Jia, Gon Un's voice rang out, Alliance leader. He ran through the rooms calling for the master. Finding no one, Gon Un said helplessly, there is no one left. The entire manor stood silent, without a single person in sight. Gon Un screamed in panic, where on earth has everyone gone? Stood in the courtyard shouting, have you all abandoned Diego Yu and left? Meanwhile, Hyun was at a small eatery. Inside, Hoa Somi attentively flipped through the menu, with quite a few diners eating around her. As she read, she marveled, so this is To Zion, where will we go next from here? Hyun's group had just arrived, he instructed. Buy all the necessary supplies and immediately depart for Tae Nin. Jiang Sam T promptly replied yes. The moment she stepped in, Hoa Somi noticed something. Hey, that person is. The other party also turned in surprise. Is that Somi? The other girl was still asking in astonishment, why are you here, when Hoa Somi happily ran over. Child excitedly boasted, I am on an outing with father, uncle, sister, and everyone. Hearing that, the other girl was stunned. An outing all the way to To Zion. Hyun slightly frowned as he observed the surroundings. Is something happening in To Zion? The situation does not seem simple. Quickly noticed those accompanying the other girl. It seems you are not alone. The girl giggled and held up a sheet of paper behind her. Ah, this, I came to search for treasure. Then she spread the paper out on the table. Hyun was still surprised, searching for treasure. Looking closely at the paper, Hyun asked, Jiang Sam T, is this not yours? He immediately looked blank. What? He flipped the paper over, pointed at the line below and questioned. I ask again, is it not truly yours? Jiang Sam T hurriedly stepped back to defend himself. It is not mine, please believe me. His foot accidentally kicked the table, making him even more flustered. A cup of water spilled, soaking the girl's map. Jiang Sam T quickly shifted blame. It was the shopkeeper's fault. Hyun coldly ordered, be quiet. At that moment, the map suddenly changed. Hyun stared in shock. What is this? Without hesitation, he picked up the map. I will keep this. The girl stared blankly at his action. The scene shifted elsewhere. Jiang Sam T clasped his hands behind his head and complained, this is already my third time coming to Tae Nin. I hope I do not have to return again. He scratched his head helplessly. If I run into that old man again, I may have to shave my head once more. He suggested, Lord, how about we rest at that inn over there? The moment he stepped inside, Hyun sensed an unusual killing intent. Thinking that, he entrusted Hoa Somi to Gong So Hai. Take Somi ahead. Then Hyun turned to Hak Din Jir and Gong Chun. You two follow me. Hoa Somi gently tugged at his sleeve. She innocently asked, where are you going again, father? Hyun smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, just close your eyes for a moment. When you open them, I will be back. After arranging everything, Hyun and the other two rushed deep inside. Gong Chun asked curiously, where exactly are you going? Hyun only replied briefly, you will know when we arrive. Advanced toward the Kunlun sect of the Nine Sects One Union, which was engulfed in flames. Corpses lay scattered across the courtyard. The three immediately appeared amidst that scene. Hyun looked around in doubt. Could it be we arrived too late? Even he paled at the sight. What happened? Who dared commit such a massacre? Suddenly, a surge of aura erupted around them. Gong Chun was startled. This aura is. A staggering figure appeared ahead. Hak Din Jia saw clearly and laughed loudly. Ha ha, that bastard is still alive. Long time no see. Gong Chun exclaimed in shock. Hai Ok Mon. Hai Ok Mon growled incessantly. Kill. He seemed to have completely lost his sanity. Gong Chun was stunned by the sight. What exactly happened? Clearly his meridians were severed. How can he still use martial arts? Ok Mon's eyes turned mad. He looked toward Hyun and shouted, Jiang Yu Hyun. Upon seeing Hyun, Ok Mon's killing intent surged even more. Hyun frowned and said, your opponent is not me. He turned to Gong Chun. You once spared his life, then end it with your own hands. Gong Chun looked at Ok Mon thoughtfully, finally understanding. So you brought me here for this. Old memories between him and Ok Mon flooded back. Two once fought in that forest years ago. When they were young, Ok Mon once laughed loudly. This time I win. Gong Chun calmly replied, is that so? What was fate arranged by elders? I always regarded him as a friend. Then the two continued to compete. Childhood passed, and they entered adolescence. Ok Mon raised his cup and laughed. No one drinks as joyfully as you. Gong Chun softly reminded, lower your voice or they will discover we stole the wine. They once had joyful days. I once thought that in this life. We would walk side by side on that path. Ending the recollection, Gong Chun stepped forward. Thank you for bringing me here. Though unwilling, he still decided to strike. Whatever the reason, let me deliver the final slash myself. That is the last bit of sentiment for an old friend. Ok Mon screamed madly. Two simultaneously unleashed their moves. Both charged straight at each other to duel. Tension filled the air. Gong Chun and Ok Mon stared at each other with killing intent. The two sharp blades clashed fiercely. Killing intent burst from his body and surged forward. His figure merged into the shadows. If it were before, I would not have been able to block that move. Gong Chun's sword slashed as fast as lightning, leaving Ok Mon no time to evade. The severed arm regenerated immediately. Gong Chun coldly realized, so that is it. You have sold your soul to a demon. He raised his sword in judgment. One who touches the forbidden cannot be dealt with by ordinary means. After speaking, he unleashed terrifying power, Emperor's sword form. Hai Akmon's face became extremely ferocious. He fiercely charged forward to counterattack. Two swords collided, creating a violent shockwave. Hakdin Jia stood at a distance in shock. What sword technique is that? He frowned, since when did he cultivate that move? Hai Akmon swung his sword with frenzied killing intent. Confronted Gong Chun's slash head-on. His arm was blasted away from his body. Akmun's eyes became so hollow that it sent chills down one's spine. Seeing someone charge forward, he immediately took a stance, ready to confront him. Witnessing that scene, Gong Chun was stunned and wondered, could it be that you no longer even feel pain? Without a single wound on him, he rushed forward with a strangely twisted face, looking utterly terrifying. He took his place, gently closed his eyes to circulate his energy and unleash his technique. Gong Chun swung his sword, creating countless overlapping afterimages. Hai Akmon's body was no longer whole. He slowly withdrew, all the aura radiating around him. Blade was mottled with crisscrossing streaks of blood. Gong Chun's expression grew heavy as he bid farewell. Rest in peace, Sword Saint, my friend of many years. The scene shifted to a prosperous and magnificent city. Inside a tall tavern, table was covered with an array of exquisite delicacies. Two people sat facing each other, neither speaking a word. Ka Gong took a sip of wine and said, I did not expect one of the 5 emperors of the martial world to be hiding in a place like this. Hearing that, Ganon asked seriously, have you heard any news about Kunlun? He replied in an unreadable tone, is that the only reason you called me here? Of the 300 Kunlun Taoists, very few survive. In truth, the entire sect has been wiped out. Kargan continued, the one who caused this calamity bears the name Hai Moon. He is the master of Mu. Pondered deeply, it was said Hai Moon once swore to sever all ties and spoke with great tact. Could that man truly have destroyed Kunlun? As he recalled the past, Gon silently analyzed every possibility. There is someone with extraordinary ability who can reconstruct a crippled body, even reattach severed parts. His gaze turned cold as he remembered someone. Perhaps this matter is connected to Ma Mujiang. Gon tightened his grip on the wine cup, speculating that the departure of the Master of Jian had likely drawn the attention of Duong Dong to prevent news of the vacant Hunan magnate from spreading. He sighed helplessly and said, the truth is I invited you here because I have a favor to ask. The other man asked in surprise, a favor. Ka Gong showed suspicion as Gon earnestly pleaded, please lend me a hand. Watching from afar, Gon Zian secretly guessed that his father must have tempered his body to be as hard as steel. Otherwise, how could he endure it like that? On this side, he put on a mask and said, what is this? Is it not what the youngsters call Gunya Jomsel? Quickly replied, that is right, you recognized it. Ka Gong raised a doubt. I did not expect the Gunya Jom that stirred the martial world to appear at the Jiang family of Hunan. The rumors that that strange man often comes and goes there seem true. Gon untactfully praised, your bearing truly suits that sword. An angry shout rang out from outside. Who dares cause trouble here? The waiter hurriedly knelt and begged, my lord, spare my life. Looking down, he quickly said, it seems something has happened. Anan eagerly pulled him along, hurry, please. Ka Gong cried helplessly, you want me to fight dressed like this? I refuse. Downstairs 2 men are assaulting someone. He reminded him that justice must be upheld. This is Gi Hang Bang no Pae, Gunya Jom lives up to its name. Hearing that, he removed his mask and asked, what exactly is going on? On the lower floor of the tavern, the guests were still noisily eating and drinking. Hoa Somi's eyes sparkled as she tried to reach for the plate of shaved sweets in front of her. Hian took the plate and remarked that the inn was truly lively. The little girl urged her father to eat first. Jiang Sam Ti said he heard that Kunlun was destroyed last night. Seeing the 2 people before him, still calmly enjoying their food, he asked in confusion, why are you so calm? Could it be you already knew? He awkwardly replied, so that happened. The storyteller chimed in saying he knew nothing either. Jiang Sam Ti frowned, how strange, truly suspicious. He asked in alarm, do not tell me you were the ones who destroyed Kunlun. He hurriedly denied it. It is not like that. Refusing to let it go, Jiang Sam Ti pressed on, tell the truth. Does that matter have anything to do with us? Hian replied, no. Suddenly he froze upon hearing the chant Namu, a Dai De Fat. 2 elderly monks suddenly appeared, making everyone wonder about the sound just now. Looking at the 2 before them, both were shocked to recognize them. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent for a moment. Hian was puzzled by the strange action of the person behind him. Suddenly Thai Vuong seemed to realize something. He slowly stepped forward and said, forgive me, benefactor. I saw a familiar face behind you and came to greet him. Hian questioned. A familiar face, Thai Vuong replied, that is correct. Knowing he could not avoid it, Jiang Sam Ti asked, Master, have you been well? He stepped closer and said, Your hair has grown back, he replied calmly. As time passes, hair grows on its own. Ai Vuong's face darkened as he said, one who cultivates must sever desire and familial ties to focus on the path. Is that not so? Jiang Samti angrily replied, but I am not a monk. He glared and shouted, what did you say? You wish to return to secular life. Then why did you learn the temple's martial arts? The two beside him could not help but laugh. He continued to argue, Master taught, so I learned. Who knew you truly intended to shave my head? Ai Vuong flew into a rage and immediately circulated his energy. You insolent brat. Suddenly a surge of force swept past from behind, startling him. Ai Vuong slowly turned his head to look. Observing the person before him, he thought he had never heard this name before. Indeed, the Central Plains hide many masters. As for the others, I do not know their origins either, but their presence is certainly not ordinary. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Ai Vuong quickly withdrew. I shall take my leave. Only then did Jiang Samti let out a relieved breath. He quickly returned to his lively self and said, our sect leader is number one. He said wearily, stop making noise and sit down. The one just driven away was Ai Vuong. Hearing that, the storyteller was shocked. What, he was Ai Vuong? Chun asked in surprise, is he that formidable? Gong Chun explained that outside the Central Plains, their status is equal to ours. The candy crumbs still on her lips, Hoa Somi asked, so Uncle Zam T does not need to shave his head anymore. She was told that is right. The little girl cheered happily that she would not have to see the bald head again. Jiang Sam T shyly asked, was it that ugly? Hoa Somi shook her head and said no. Then she flashed a bright smile and added that it was extremely ugly. Hearing that, he could only stand there stiffly. From afar, he teased that there was no need to drive him away. Just avoid looking at Uncle Zam T until his hair grows long again. Hoa Somi widened her eyes and said, really, if you shave your head again next time, I will chase you far away. The scene shifted to night beneath a bright moon. Hyeon leisurely sat atop a tall roof. He sipped wine while intently studying the map. Suddenly, Hyeon raised the map high. Strange and incomprehensible symbols appeared on it. The red lines all spread from a central point, like bloodstains expanding outward. He fell into deep thought, and the map was destroyed. From afar, someone approached and teased, drinking fine wine alone. Sitting down, the storyteller suggested stopping by a place before heading to Tian Shan. Hyeon asked where. He lifted the wine jar and replied, the Gu Plains. It is close to Tian Shan anyway. Hyeon looked at him and asked, are the Gu Plains not that man's right hand? After thinking for a moment, the storyteller nodded that they should make a trip. Hyeon replied, then let us stop by briefly. Scenery changed. They had arrived at a place called Dongbang the Jia. He swept his gaze around and let out a soft sigh. It has been a long time since he last saw a sight like this. Noticing something unusual, the little girl asked softly in confusion, big sister, what is wrong? Hyeon Hyung smiled gently and replied that it was nothing, yet inwardly thought that as someone of the righteous path, stepping into the territory of the demonic sect was truly ironic. He did not understand how he could remain so calm. Behind them, Jiang Samt looked around excitedly and said this time it should be fine. He immediately reminded him not to look around anymore or it would draw more attention. Storyteller stepped forward and casually remarked that wherever we go, we are bound to be noticed anyway. He raised his head to observe and said that according to his memory, this was the right place. Before them stood an ancient house, the very residence of Dong Bang-gu. Don behind him softly remarked that despite its grand scale, it was strangely quiet. The storyteller nodded as well, saying something was indeed unusual. Without further thought, he stepped closer, just open the door and it will be clear. Just as his hand touched the door, a shout rang out from behind, hey. Sung turned pale and shouted loudly, what are you planning to do there? The storyteller turned around and asked if there was any reason we were not allowed to enter. Panicked inwardly, thinking that this time that man had caused serious trouble. Suddenly becoming cautious, he glanced around and asked quietly if no one nearby was paying attention. Then Dai Sung leaned in and whispered that this place was absolutely forbidden to enter. The storyteller asked in surprise why. His face darkened as he explained that the house had been abandoned. Moreover, they must not get involved with Dong Bang the Jia, the former owner of this place. Dai Sung glared and warned that anyone who dared approach would be dealt with mercilessly by Biu Chan Mon. Biu Tran Mon is a prestigious family backed by Elder Dak Gao Mon, belonging to the demonic faction and currently competing for interests with Dong Fuang the Jia. Since the Fan Gu line vanished, Biu Chan Mon monopolized the protection of the demonic sect and thus held power over the outskirts. Seizing that opportunity, they continuously oppressed the people of Dong Fuang the Jia. Ma Quan clenched his fists in anger at the mention of Dong Fuang the Jia. A surge of crimson demonic energy filled with resentment overflowed, startling him as he asked where that man was. Turning to the other side, Samt stepped closer and asked, are you really planning to sleep out on the street? He uncalmly replied that was right. Sam protested irritably that there were villages and inns ahead. Why not go there? He suggested that he and Somi stay at an inn, just as the little girl finished picking vegetables and curiously asked what was going on. Hearing her voice, he turned and hugged Somi, crying in grievance. Sam kept saying he could not let Somi sleep on the street, but the stubborn little girl insisted that she liked it here. Gong Chun held a huge fruit and asked in surprise what this was. Somi happily showed that there was plenty of food here. His eyes widened as he recognized it as samuro, an extremely rare type. The little girl had been waiting all this time, just to ask if we could eat it. Sam immediately replied, "Of course, Uncle guarantees it." He puffed out his chest and patted his shoulder, acting dependable. So he looked at them with a judgmental gaze. Having long grown used to this scene, she coldly remarked what kind of person is so gullible, startling Samt as he asked what. The two of them immediately began arguing. Inside the residence, night gradually fell. In another corner, he was wiping a cloth when a sharp spear was suddenly pointed straight at him. The guards aggressively shouted, asking who he was. Aquan flared with crimson flames, his voice icy as he told them to move aside. Without even touching them, one guard was blasted backward and fell flat. In the blink of an eye, his hand closed in on the remaining guard. With a single move, dust swirled and the killing intent from Ma Quan erupted violently. Grabbed the guards by the collar and growled threateningly. "What did you say?" He lifted one foot, channeling all his demonic power downward. The heavy stomp split the ground open into a large fissure. Dark clumps of earth were flung into the air. The sound wave swept through, causing those people to cough up blood violently. Therefore the blade that shot forward had yet to inflict any impact. Yet right after that the demon lord threw a straight punch into the opponent's face. Guards rushed in one group after another, surrounding the area completely. With just a slight wave of his hand, the dark arrow that shot out wiped out all of them. The old official hiding behind trembled as he asked who you were, why you did this, and the only response was a cold statement, not abrupt at all. He shifted his toes slightly and uttered cruel words. "In truth, I have long wanted to crush all of you, you know." His sharp gaze swept across. The demon lord filled with hatred yet always blocked by one man. That name should not be unfamiliar to you. Demonic energy spread out, its range multiplying several times over. He lowered his face as he mentioned that name in an icy voice. Dong Fuangku. The title of cult leader was spoken. Bloodlust instantly blanketed the space. Agitated, the demon lord used both hands to grip his neck tightly. The old man's face flushed red beyond recognition, as he roared that this feeble life was preserved thanks to Dong Fuangku, while that man could only tremble and beg for mercy. He pleaded in despair, but it was too late. A fierce squeeze drained even his soul dry. Blood burst from his neck, shooting high into the air in a long arc. Streaks of blood splattered over the corpses lying everywhere. Demon Lord looked at his hand and declared firmly, "I will definitely take it back." Dusk was dyed red with blood, the atmosphere silent to the point of suffocation. Outside the ruined city gate, shattered stone slabs lay scattered everywhere. Yuhian strolled leisurely inside. He suddenly stopped before an empty space. A ray of light pierced through and shone down on the pile of straw at the center. Seeing him arrive, the demon lord spoke with regret. "I only wanted to save his family. I was too confident and left my position. I did not expect them to dare touch his household." Jan calmly placed a hand on his shoulder to advise him. "Regret changes nothing. Restrain your anger." But he was tense and shouted, "Looking at this scene, how can I remain calm?" Jan merely replied, "You have taken appropriate revenge. If you kill them all, what will you have left in the end?" Those words made the demon lord freeze, his heart choked with emotion. He was still troubled by one thing. Was Hak Fang then Ma truly that strong? And the answer remained as before. "I already told you, he surpasses you." Hearing that, he grew even more fervent, grinding his teeth with determination. "Good. That makes it worthy for me to fight until my last breath." After letting the demon lord leave, Yuhian began to meditate. The strong devour the weak. The cult leader of the Sadoha demonic cult understood that rule better than anyone. The flame in his hand was gradually controlled and spread outward. The blade hidden within would know neither fear nor hesitation. After that, everything returned to the temple grounds. Jiang raised his cup and asked, "Are all the children dead?" A subordinate reported that it was so. Everyone who approached the Ho Nam Don family lost their lives. Whenever Enhak Duong stirred, the masked gentleman swordsman and Ma Thin Quan would appear. After receiving the news, he fell into thought. Something was unusual. If they were in Enhak Duong then who killed Mo Dung Hatch Van. Not stopping there, there was also news that Kim Thien Thai Vuong of Bo Dat La Kung had been lingering near the inn. It was very likely that all of it was caused by them. The situation grew chaotic after losing an important chess piece. Unsure how to report to his master, just as it seemed hopeless, the subordinate continued reporting. Hak Fang then Ma had begun to make moves, causing Ho Jiang's eyes to widen as he nearly choked. In the corner of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. So that matter had finally happened. Switching to Hyun's side, Somi widened her eyes and exclaimed that this place resembled a fairyland. Hack carried the little girl and proudly said, "Of course, our cult has been stationed here for over 1,000 years." The little girl asked curiously if this was where he once lived. He nodded, "That is right. There was a time when I held everything here, and in the future you can also command it. You fully possess that ability." At that he suddenly paused as he sensed a strange aura. While the little girl shook her head, "I cannot do it." Suddenly he stepped forward and hugged the girl. "Please do not say such things to a child. I was not exaggerating." That moment, Yuhyun sensed the wind beginning to shift. Hearing that, everyone immediately looked in that direction. They felt the fierce killing intent erupting violently from Hyun. Even so, he shuddered. That aura always struck fear into others. Just how strong was he? Rad-An spoke up. "Only 3 people need to enter." Instantly, 4 pairs of eyes met. The scene shifted to the great elder of the demonic cult, Dak Gomun. As he sipped tea, he pondered. In just one night, Fiu Tin Mon had been erased, even if it was only a minor sect within the demonic cult. If it was caused by the missing former cult leader, it would be even better if he had conveniently eliminated Hack, Vu, then Ma as well. If both perished together, it would benefit me even more. Suddenly, urgent knocking echoed outside the door, making him shout loudly. An object suddenly flew over and stabbed into his back. The blow caused him to collapse unconscious. Even Gomun had no time to shout a warning to dodge. At the same time, a foot stepped over him. The dignified great elder of the demonic cult could not even sense my aura. Seeing the intruder, the hidden shadow guards immediately rushed out and shouted to kill him. Gong Chun covered his face and sneered. "Only these desperate subordinates have a bit of commendable courage." Meanwhile, at another place, the one laughing loudly was the 2nd Elder Chu Bang Gak, and the 5th Elder Sahun of the demonic cult. Laughed heartily. When Zadu Hak and Rong Bangu were still around, even drinking wine in broad daylight was difficult. The man opposite also laughed. "As long as we are tactful before Hak Vu, then Ma, these matters will not draw attention." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind surged in. Along with it, something was hurled swiftly past their faces. It turned out to be the guard at the gate. It did not stop there. Another person was thrown straight onto their banquet table. Seeing that, he roared in anger. "Who dares to be so bold?" A familiar figure slowly appeared. He shouted, asking if you knew where this was and still dared. That man laughed gleefully. "A madman has arrived, just in time as I was bored." Du-Hak said coldly, "Has the demonic cult fallen to this extent? Must Dong Bang Guk bear this place alone?" After speaking, he removed his hood, leaving everyone horrified. "What is this? How can this be?" Dohark blazed with killing intent. "You have prepared yourselves already." The scene shifted to a palace shrouded in mist. A person sat leisurely in the center of the hall, contemplating everything. Since founding the demonic cult, I should not have become entangled in that interest. In the past, someone reported to him a name, Vo Kuk then Hoa. John Muguang respectfully reported, "Yes, according to rumors, he is even stronger than the blood demon. Wherever he goes, he causes battles. Thus he is called the martial god or the fighting ghost." That piqued his curiosity. Stronger than the blood demon. "It is time to prove that I am the #1 under heaven. Where is he?" After a period of searching, he finally reached that place. Meet the person whom Mu Hong once mentioned. Yet when he looked into Wu Haiyan's eyes, he saw only a hollow emptiness devoid of soul. Although he had brought a few subordinates, Hyun remained still and did not make a move. He recounted that when he faced that man, the man stood before him and the leaders of the demonic cult without the slightest trace of fear. That man merely raised his sword calmly, then drove the tip of the blade hard into the ground. That single motion alone, all the subordinates who followed him collapsed, leaving him utterly astonished. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind that he had finally met a worthy opponent. The battle-loving nature within him immediately surged uncontrollably. He had once wanted to kill that man to prove himself the #1 under heaven, without the slightest trace of fear. While he was deep in thought, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. He looked at the person entering with an amused smile. "I have been waiting for you," and Hyun silently returned the gaze, Vo Kuk then Ma. The divine demon let out a soft, meaningful chuckle. Reunited with an old acquaintance, he spoke continuously. "It is perfect. I was just about to look for you." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished in the blink of an eye, charging straight toward Hyun to begin the fight. His eyes were cold and sharp as ice. That only made him more irritated. "I truly thank you for delivering your life to me." Hyun merely curled his lips. "Deliver my life to you. In the end, who will be the one to lose his life?" Two stood facing each other, the air tense to the point of suffocation. Immediately after, they clashed in a fierce battle. The aftershock spread far beyond the royal estate. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, truly worthy of the title martial god. He had grown utterly bored of facing only weak opponents. No matter how long they fought, the divine demon still felt unsatisfied. He said that Hyun had not yet used his full strength. "Then let me show you the power I have accumulated to dominate the martial world." Saying that, he unleashed a massive torrent of flames. aimed straight at Hyun to force him to reveal his true power. Hyun remained standing still, his inner energy surging without moving an inch. In a mere instant, that force split the entire royal estate in two. Time passed and dusk gradually descended. The two men knelt before Do-hak and Gong-chun, begging for their lives. Do-hak showed no mercy and immediately sent them to the underworld. He said coldly that they were not worthy of him, drawing his sword from its sheath. Suddenly a terrifying crashing sound rang out. What exactly was happening? Both hurried over and flung the window open. The sight before them left them speechless, for the devastation far exceeded imagination. Do-hak cried out in anguish, "What is this? What are you doing, you madman? Do you know how precious this ancient structure is?" All of it was caused by the violent collision the divine demon had just created. At the beginning, he had done everything solely because of Hyun, the one stronger than himself. Do-hak rushed over in alarm. "What are you planning to do now?" Hyun asked about the situation, but Do-hak only stared at the ruined property. "You are destroying my sect, even the 1,000-year-old heavenly demon divine cult. You dare to lay a hand on it." Hearing that, the divine demon burst into laughter. "Your demonic cult? Are you the former cult leader?" saw Do-hak. He mocked that this sect could never belong to you. Those words left him stunned. "You truly are a bastard. I will definitely kill you." Saying that, he charged forward like a madman. Wherever the divine demon moved, he immediately pursued. He sneered, "Someone like you as leader of the demon god cult. No wonder this organization declines so quickly." Those words made him even more furious. "You brat." He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Divine demon merely guarded and blocked without counterattacking. Hyun stood aside, observing with dissatisfaction. He stepped forward and drove his sword into the ground between them. Do-hak asked in shock what he intended to do. Suddenly, a deep, bleeding wound appeared across his chest. Hyun spoke in a low voice, "Step back at once." Gong-chun stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. "You should only watch. Those two are masters far beyond us." Hyun said to the divine demon, "Accept it. Whether before or now, you can never surpass me." He curled his lips. "Then let us decide the victor clearly. Just wait and see who truly is the strongest." He thrust his sword toward Hyun, but it was immediately blocked. The divine demon erupted with fury and unleashed his aura. "You draw your sword." He only sighed and still did not comply. Faced the divine demon, holding only the scabbard. Do-hak and Gong-chun shook their heads. "Are they even human? I can no longer see their movements clearly." As the divine demon's blade slashed downward, Gong-chun widened his eyes to observe, "That is sword control technique. I did not expect the divine demon to have mastered it as well." After his sword was knocked away, he immediately lunged forward, intending to stomp on Hyun's head. Hyun lightly sidestepped, driving him into maddened fury. Hyun said coldly, "I have already seen through all your techniques." Suddenly he coughed up blood, having suffered severe internal injuries without realizing it. He collapsed to his knees, and Hyun curled his lips. "I only wanted to see how far the heir of the heavenly demon mental art had reached. But it turns out it is only this much. Truly a waste of my time." Hearing that, the divine demon lost all face and raised his head, roaring, "Bastard." His body suddenly sensed something abnormal. A strange power from nowhere tightly bound him. Supreme divine demon. This is the might of a martial warrior, whom I cannot oppose at all. In the blink of an eye, a world-shaking explosion erupted. The entire royal estate was blasted apart, and even he was thrown flying. Gong-chun broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed in horror, "Just how terrifying is his power?" In complete contrast, Do-hak clutched his head and wailed over the loss. "You are far too strong, damn you." After finishing off that then Hoa, everything Do-hak had painstakingly built turned to ashes. Hyun asked calmly, "If it is broken, it can be rebuilt," which made him so furious he spat and cursed Hyun for shattering the demonic cult treasury. "How do you plan to compensate that sum of money?" Yet he stubbornly replied that he did not do it. He pointed straight at him. "It was clearly you. What is there to deny?" To save face, Hyun had to lie that it was caused by Hak Vu Ma. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Do-hak clawed at his hair. "Damn Hak Vu Ma. I only wanted to deal with him, not destroy the heavenly demon hall." He muttered about repair costs, but when he turned around, Hyun was nowhere to be seen. Where did he disappear to? This truly drives one mad. The scene shifted elsewhere. Ho Jiang was bowing deeply before the blood demon. The blood demon stared silently, making him not dare to breathe loudly. Last, Ho Jiang asked in a trembling voice, "Why has my lord summoned this subordinate?" The blood demon said coldly that Hak Vu Ma was dead, leaving him stunned. "What do you mean?" Suddenly the blood demon roared in anger. "I said he has lost his life," causing Ho Jiang's face to turn pale. "How could that be? Dan Vu is still in Ho Nam." The blood demon asked irritably, "Do you doubt my words?" This subordinate would not dare. After saying that, he forced himself to calm down and sat. Yet his heart was filled with confusion. Was I careless? I did not expect him to strike first. That arrogant man who only acts when cornered actually took the initiative to kill Hak Vu Ma. What exactly made him change like that? Elsewhere, Somi was gnawing on a large drumstick and cheering that it was delicious. Jan smiled faintly. As long as you enjoy it, that is good. The little girl curiously asked if he went out to bring this back. Somi finds everything tasty. But when I was asleep, I heard a loud explosion. Even the ground was shaking. He feigned ignorance. You mean that tremor, Somi? I do not know either. Little girl complained that he was slow to understand. Hyun changed the subject when Samt happily brought over a dish. Please try this. After tasting a bite, Hyun immediately praised it as quite good. Samt was so moved he nearly teared up. I poured all my effort into it. When Hyun reached for more, Samt quickly stopped him. Leaving him surprised, the boy calmly sat down and began enjoying it himself. As expected of my cooking, truly excellent. Hyun was about to deal with Samt when Somi separated a piece of meat and offered it. Father, eat. This portion is yours. He laughed in satisfaction, but the piece of meat vanished immediately after. It had slipped into Samt's mouth. Since Somi fed it to him, it tasted even better. Hyun could not hold back and punched him in the stomach, then asked if it was that delicious. Somi worriedly supported him. Uncle, what is wrong? Why suddenly like this? Duhak walked over and sat beside him, lamenting that there was not a single peaceful day. He poured wine for Hyun and asked if Hak Vuthan Ma was truly dead. He answered that it was certain. Gong Chun asked curiously what kind of martial art that was. I have never seen it before, martial art. That sword move that collapsed the heavenly demon hall. He understood. Ah, you mean that move? I merely swung casually. Nothing remarkable, leaving Duhak speechless. Truly infuriating. You mean a light swing destroyed the heavenly demon hall? Gong Chun also shook his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Hyun pretended not to know. It is already dawn, clean up. The next morning, at the heavenly demon cult, Dohark gathered everyone and warned that this matter must absolutely not be revealed. Whoever dares to speak of it will be killed without mercy, making everyone swallow hard and respond clearly. Turned to Hyun and said, I will stay to handle the aftermath and return later. He nodded in agreement. Samt happily climbed onto the carriage and said, it is finished. Unexpectedly, Hyun grabbed him by the collar, then tossed him aside and told him to stay. Gong Chun and Somi poked their heads out in surprise. Are you not coming? He smiled reassuringly. I will follow right behind. Somi asked if father would arrive soon. He nodded firmly. Samt unwillingly asked why it had to be me who stays. He replied that he needed someone to handle chores. When the carriage rolled away, Samt asked where he was going. He answered to the sacred gathering peaks of the Central Plains. As they walked, he asked where that place was. It is Changbai Mountain, which made Samt's eyes widen in shock. Reaching Changbai would take several months of travel. He even had to go together with him. Thinking of that, he cried and ran after the carriage. Can I possibly go? Somi let Uncle come along. But before he could get close, Hyun had already thrown a stone that struck his head and knocked him out. That morning passed by. Before long, it was already afternoon. He woke up after the stone's strike. What happened? Did Somi take care of me? He groaned and sat up, looking around, and looked at his hand and saw it covered in drool. Samt had not expected things to turn out like this. In front of him was a rather cute-looking bear. Samt's scream echoed everywhere. Seeing its sharp claws, he shouted, what is that thing? Is it really a bear? Before he could recover, he had to roll aside to dodge its attack. He hurriedly climbed up a tall tree and cried out, why are you attacking me? Looking down, he wondered whether it could climb up. Before he could think further, the bear rammed hard and snapped the tree trunk, causing him on the branch to lose balance. With just 2 strikes, the tree collapsed. Samt fell into the bushes in panic. It even broke the tree, truly insane. Before he could stand up, the bear charged again. He could only harden his expression, no choice but to counterattack, just as he unleashed his strongest ultimate move. How the hell is it completely unharmed? He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This makes no sense. This time I am done for. Beast went mad and charged straight at him, but suddenly it took a heaven-shattering punch square in the face. One who struck was none other than Hyun, a perfect hero appearing in time to save the day. Samt stood there blankly, not understanding what had happened. Then he nearly burst into tears with joy, young master, and on Hyun's shoulder was a freshly hunted deer. Clicked his tongue in annoyance. You cannot even handle a bear, what use are you? Samt hurriedly argued that this was no ordinary bear. It must be a spirit beast or some kind of monster. Hyun replied indifferently that a bear is still a bear. Samt sniffled, no young master, I almost lost my life. He calmly said, I have been watching from the start. Samt choked up, then why did you not save me sooner? He complained bitterly, you just stood there watching while I lived or died. Hyun answered coldly that he only wanted to see how long he could endure. Did not expect you to survive this long, relying only on your lightness skill. Samt quickly boasted that he also knew great hand seal and heaven reversal art. Hyun asked who taught you to combine lightness skill with footwork like that. Elder Za taught me. He nodded in understanding. No wonder. Your lightness skill is far better than your footwork. Samt beamed, but Hyun immediately poured cold water on him. Great hand seal does not suit you. Stop using the martial arts of Bo Dat La Kung. Before he could argue back, Hyun tossed the deer over and told him to butcher both the bear and the deer to cook. The road ahead is long. Sam still wondered, but young master, what about that arrow? That is right, the bear had been felled by an arrow. He looked confused. Does that mean this prey already belongs to someone? At once another arrow shot toward Hyun. Lightly dodged, as if it had nothing to do with him. Then calmly looked toward that group. Sam also turned his head in the direction of the arrow. His face crumpled as if about to cry. Who dares touch the property of Luke Lamb? Hyun told him not to make a scene if he did not wish to leave his corpse in a foreign land. Yet Sam could not endure Hyun's blatant robbing habit, this crazy old man. Hyun deliberately pushed all responsibility onto him, and leisurely sat to watch him struggle in the rain of arrows. To one who practices martial arts, such danger is nothing. Moreover, there is no need to fear, just because the other side is more numerous. In the martial world, life and death have never been decided by numbers. The leader noticed him, quite bold to dare touch us. Immediately he was shot straight in the face by that stray arrow. Sam cried out in panic, "Young master, what is going on?" He only told him to finish off the rest. You must get used to fighting many with few, if you hope to survive and gain real combat experience. Stunned what? After playing cat and mouse with them, Sam finally had a moment to gasp for breath. This is truly insane. In the end, he even stormed into the bandits' lair and wiped them out completely. Watching the old youngster count the spoils of war, Sam could only sigh. In the end, I did almost all the cleaning up. Hyun gathered 3 large money bags. Sam said helplessly, "We cannot possibly carry it all." He nodded but still carried 1 sack. "The valuables are already taken. Dispose of the rest cleanly." After saying that, he set a fire. With a single snap of his fingers, he burned the entire bandit camp to ashes. Sam asked in shock, "What was that just now? How did you do it? Earlier you only snapped your fingers, and their heads exploded." Hyun asked back, "Do you want to learn?" "Me?" He grew excited, then suddenly hesitated. "Never mind. You will probably make me shave my head or torture myself with harsh training again, forcing me to practice until I am half dead again. I do not want to be tormented like a dog anymore." Hyun replied that it is the martial art of the martial god.